You can help as well. So it doesn't have to be a big group. It could be 2, 3, 4 people, but make sure you pinpoint those people who you can call on, and certainly those people who might need to call on you. I know the Prime Minister mentioned checking in with the disabled and those people who might need your help at this time.
Speaking of at this time, I believe we do have on the line now with us the Director of Met Services, Sabu, Best, to give us the 11 o'clock update. Mr. Best, over to you.
Hi, good night, and good night to you listeners and viewers. So 11 p.m., hurricane, powerful hurricane world, 11.5 degrees north, 58.1 degrees west, right in here. World's moving towards the west again at around 20 miles per hour, so it's picked up pace again. It's like the Atlantic high pressure system is starting to pick up world and push it westward quickly again. Only by a little bit though. So when I say westward, it's still slightly north of west. It's 280 degrees, so it's still going to gain some elevation northward as it moves towards the west. Now, although it's moving back to the west again, we still expect, the forecast still expects the center of the system to pass still 80 miles to our south, maybe a little earlier now, perhaps 7 or just before 7 a.m. You know, like I said before, this is not fixed in time. It can change from package to package, but any ballpark is still going to be approximately around that time. What we experienced earlier during the night was a feeder band well ahead of the system that passed through and brought some showers and gusty winds up to storm force. That's pretty much pushed through. There's some lightning activity to the north of the island, so you might see some flashes outside. We're going to continue to watch some other feeder bands that will come in later. And also, we're still expecting the winds to pick up after midnight and hold sustained storm force. Nothing has changed in terms of the intensity winds we expect for Barbados. 40 to 60 miles per hour is the range of winds we're looking for. And gusts in shower activity can reach hurricane force. That remains the same.
When we were together, you spoke to the eye, the organization of the center of the storm. Can you describe what it is now?
Thank you for that reminder. So if you're looking at it, because the system is in full view of our radar as we speak. And so you can see there's just 2 rings we call concentric eye walls. There's the first ring you see here around the eye, and then there's this second ring. You can't see this part of the hurricane in our radar view because there's some beam blockage, but there are 2 rings. What that means is that the system is going through a process of change internally. And so it's replacing the original eye wall with a new one. And when that happens, the intensification process stops. Either it levels off, or it can actually even weaken the system sometimes. And so the National Hurricane Center has been receiving the same data we've been looking at, and they've confirmed that what we've seen, eye wall replacement cycle, is actually ongoing. And so the intensity is held at 130 miles per hour. And 2, because of this eye wall replacement cycle, when the hurricane passes to our south, it still is expected to be 130 miles per hour instead of 140 miles per hour. And this is fantastic news for those who are downstream to receive what Burl has to offer. But it is still a dangerous hurricane. 130, 140 is still dangerous, but every little bit counts.
We do have word that our viewership also extends to St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica. They're watching us at the moment. From what you see from your models, what can you say to our viewers in those areas?
For St. Vincent and Grenada and the Grenadines is going to be really, really, really rough, I can tell you. The track is actually taking the center and the core through the Grenadines tomorrow. And all preparations, I would imagine, we've spoken to our colleagues in the Met Office in St. Vincent, and they're doing a lot of checks and backup checks with us as well. So I know they're getting ready to be prepared. This is a major hurricane, and I can only imagine that the National Met Service in St. Vincent and the emergency managers there are doing the best job they can in the monitoring situation. Any help that we can give them in terms of what our guidance is showing, we've been sharing with them. We can continue to share it with them as well.
So just to be sure, on its track, it is still projected to pass but a significant portion of the eye to pass Barbados around 7 in the morning, and we should still expect at least strong storm force winds.
That's correct. So the core, the hurricane force winds, is still projected past to the south. Our concern, so some people ask, why is there still a hurricane warning effect for Barbados? We've seen from past, these systems can wobble. Although the wobble that we've been seeing so far has been minimal, or they can even jog off of track. We want to be really careful because this is not a system that's just 75 miles per hour or 80 miles per hour. This is 130 miles per hour. And any deviation from off of track a wobble of this system, which looks less likely, at this point, it can be very, very serious. So let's take this really serious. Let's come out on the good side. Tomorrow, or after midnight, we get storm force winds. Let's hope that doesn't even happen either, for whatever reason. But it is very likely that we will be experiencing storm force winds tomorrow. But let's hope that doesn't even happen.
We echo what you've just said so much, Sabu Best, Director of Met Services. Thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to the next update from the Met Office soon. We now head over to the Department of Emergency Management, where we will be joined by Minister of Home Affairs Information, Wilfred Abrams, who's standing by to give us the latest news on Hurricane Beryl. He's joined by Dr. Ramona Archer-Bradshaw, who's the Chief Education Officer. We'll get to them very, very soon. And we want to hear from the Emergency Operating Center just what's happening there. That's the nerve center at a time like this, Derry.
It is indeed, and we can't wait to hear what they will have to share with us. But in the meantime, as you heard Mr. Best say, the storm is expected to hit Barbados around 7 in the morning. That is tomorrow, Monday, and we expect it to pass to the south of the island. And he mentioned the 130 to 140 mile an hour winds, but he said it's dropped to 130 miles an hour, which is a slight, well, good news for us. The more it decreases, the better it is for us.
We're also monitoring the pace at which it moves across the region as well, because that gives us a sense of its timing. And so for mariners at sea, those of you who are watching and listening as well, paying very close attention, you need to pay attention also to those swells that are around the island as well. We want you to be absolutely careful. Now, we did hear when we had our conversation with the Prime Minister earlier that there are 33 shelters open, 33 shelters are stood up, and we are hearing too that some are already being occupied by Barbadians who are seeking safe shelter in preparation and anticipation for the passage of this storm with strong storm force winds. We want to encourage all of you, wherever you are, to be absolutely careful about yourselves and your surroundings as well, because there's a likelihood of at least 3 feet of water gathering outside. So if you're in an area that is prone for flooding, you need to move now. The Prime Minister urged you to consider moving so now, and I encourage you to do the same as well. So go to a nearest shelter as soon as possible. There are several of them, and we'll remind you throughout this coverage as well, this continuing coverage of a tracking tropical storm, now Hurricane Beryl. And so we want you to be very, very careful as you move about the island as well.
Oh, for sure. For sure. So let's head over now to the Department of Emergency Management. We've got our Sharika Griffith, who is on the ground there. Sharika, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Derry and Pearson, and certainly to our viewers. You said I'm here at the Department of Emergency Management. This is where the National Emergency Operations Center is located, and that's usually a hive of activity when we have these kind of systems passing us. You can find just about every organization, all the key stakeholders are represented here, government officials, the utilities, police, defense force, and currently we have with us the Minister of Home Affairs and Information, Wilfred Abrams. He's going to provide us with an update. Minister?
Thank you very much, Sharika. Well, this is that time of the year that we dread. I just want to thank all the members of the NOC. The NOC is fully stood up. It is very difficult for people to leave their families at home and come to do the work of the people, but everybody here has a critical role in disaster preparedness, disaster management, disaster response. What is the NEOC? The NEOC is effectively the heart of the disaster management aspect of government. Represented at the NEOC are as wide as the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Fire Service, the police, the BDF, BHTA, Red Cross, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, almost every department in government or even the private sector that is critical to make decisions relating to disaster and disaster management are here. Why is that? Because if for some reason we are cut off, if for some reason the lines of communication are down, you need persons on hand here who can make decisions to represent their assorted sectors. We must be capable of managing a disaster entirely from this building with the people who are here. So all of the key sectors are represented. The media is here. The media has immediate access to all of us. Pretty much all of the media in Barbados is represented in this room right now. So this is what we do. This is the brains, the heart, the hands, the mechanism that manages disasters in Barbados. It is from here that we decide when an all clear is given. It's from here that resources are allocated to deal with critical aspects. It's from here that we receive the calls of damage or the information, damage, flooding, if somebody has been affected, if power lines are down. We can allocate the resources immediately from this spot and prioritize, for example, where to try to get the power on first, or where to send the fire department to rescue persons first. That just gives you pretty much a snapshot of what this is. So I go once again. We had the initial conversation with everybody, the welcome, and I had to start by thanking them. It's a heavy call. It's a heavy responsibility that we have here. It is not easy. A lot of the people here have families. Everybody is here. Their families are at home, and they're 40-something, 50-something people here, and that's just here. They're more at Sedima as well. They're more at Paragon as well, all doing the exact same thing that we do, touching and concerning different aspects. So for all who sit at home and who are at home watching, for all who are wondering exactly what is happening with the Water Authority, for all who are wondering if school is going to be reopened tomorrow, for all who are wondering how is the tree that fell down going to be reported and moved, for all who are wondering is Accident Emergency still open, right? The persons who can answer those questions are here, and I have to thank them. I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank them for their service to our country. I want to thank them for putting duty, in many instances, before family, right? It is not an easy task. So having said all of that by way of introduction, I'm going to turn you over to Mr. Keith Roy Halliday. Sorry, Sharika, I'm doing your job.
I'm quite fine with that, Minister.
So
Go
I'm
right ahead.
Turn you over to Mr. Keith Roy Halliday, who is in the hot seat a little bit right now, and he has some explanations.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Good evening once again. I would have spoken earlier to several of you concerning the actions that the Barbados Water Authority would have taken. I would have explained, and I think it's important that I explain again what exactly has happened. And let me first of all start with an apology for the late notification that went out concerning the shutdown of our pumping systems. That is regrettable, and again, I apologize on behalf of the Barbados the Barbados Water Authority, as we have been fully engaged in doing a number of things. Anytime there is a system that threatens Barbados, and particularly where the severity is considered, or we think that the severity will be high, we take a number of steps to protect our assets, certainly at the authority, and the assets extend to our pumping stations and the specific electrical and circuitry or components that we have housed within those facilities. We have learned from the past where we have not taken the level of precaution that we are now taking, as we would have done in Elsa, during Elsa, Hurricane Elsa, and as we are doing now, that we often suffer a loss of significant equipment, a loss of significant pumps. And whenever we resume operations, we find that it takes us weeks, sometimes months, to be able to recover, even though that may not be obvious at all times to all and sundry. The pumps are extremely expensive, and they're not necessarily easily replaceable, and sometimes based on special order that take time to be able to replace, even though we have spares. So out of caution, we would have shut down our systems to make sure that we protect the integrity of those systems, and to make sure that when we resume operations, we can get our lines or transmission or distribution system charged or fully replenished as soon as possible. The process of shutting down our systems really was done in a phased approach, and while that was not properly explained initially, all that was said was that we're doing it over 3 hours. We would have indicated that we were going to start at 7:30. Given the late notice, however, we started much later than that to give everyone an opportunity to make the necessary preparations. I can confirm at this time that all pumping stations have been shut down. All pumping stations, rather, have been taken offline. And during that time, the lines or the system will still be somewhat, well, fully recharged at the time. And particularly at this time during the night, we would not expect that the distribution system would deplete very quickly. So there's still water in the mains, there's still water in our reservoirs. In some areas, we have experienced low pressure, 1 or 2 complaints of water outages, and that was because we recognized that there was an immediate demand when the notices were posted. Having pulled that back a little bit, we were able to get those systems better replenished. So a couple of points that we really wanted to point out is that, every time we have this type of system or this type of threat, this is the process we normally go through. When we did it during ELSA, it wasn't as widely publicized or broadcasted, and therefore many people were none the wiser. This year, in the spirit of transparency, we're trying to make sure everyone understood and see exactly what is happening. So each time we have this type of situation, we will let the public know what is happening. The second point to be made is that the systems do not deplete immediately unless there's a rush based on demand to do so. The systems will take some time to discharge, and particularly during nighttime where the demand for water is not necessarily as heavy. The other thing is that it is phased. We don't shut down everything at the appointed hour. It is phased over a period of several hours, and in as much as there are over 40 systems that we need to get to, and to make sure that it's done in a particular way, it will take time. So there's a phasing of the system, or phasing of taking in terms of how we take the system offline. The last thing is that we do not take off the critical systems or the major pumping stations off immediately. We take those off last. So the very last system, for instance, that would have taken offline would have been the bell, and that's because the bell is supplying a large catchment area of our system. So I really wanted to make sure that we emphasize or point out what it is that has happened, to apologize once again for the late notice, and to help you understand the need for us, why we needed to do this. The final point I will make is that it takes 3 hours or thereabouts to get our systems fully shut down, simply because this has to be done in a very manual way. It cannot be done remotely at the level to ensure that we have the level of safety that we would want. Each breaker at every system, at every station, has to be turned off manually. While we have surge arresters and a number of protective mechanisms on our electrical circuitry, we've found from experience the best thing for us to do is to shut down manually. When we did this during Hurricane Elsa, the next day when we turned on our systems, when we resumed pumping, we had absolutely no problems, absolutely no equipment that was lost. What we faced was electrical supply challenge. And at that time, while we were not fully equipped with all generators, several of our systems we were slow in getting several of our systems up. At this time, I can confirm that we have about 98% generators in place, and therefore when we resume pumping, if there is no electrical supply from the Barbados Light and Power, then we'll be able to start with generators.
Well, thank you very much for that explanation and apology, Mr. Halliday. We go now to Chief Education Officer, but also Chief Shelter Warden, Dr. Ramona Archer-Bradshaw. Dr. Archer-Bradshaw, can you speak to the current situation within the shelters across the island?
Thank you for that question. At present, we have 33 shelters in operation. These shelters are currently housing 398 persons as of 11:20 tonight. I know originally in the booklet, the shelter booklet, we had 34 shelters, but we had to stand down the Courage and Parish School because of an issue. Those persons who normally would seek housing at CP were redirected to Roland Edwards, Ignatius Bayer, Connelltown House of Prayer, and St. Lucie Parish Church. At present, we have at least one person with a disability in the shelters, but we are open. We have 21 shelters at present that allow for wheelchair access. So we're open and we're willing to take anyone who's seeking refuge at this point in time.
Can you speak to us about what sort of work would have gone in to prepare these centers?
Oh, lots of work would have gone into preparing these centers. We would have started the assessments from January this year to ensure that these shelters were fit for use. We also ensured that our shelter wardens had the training. We had meetings of the shelter committee, which comprises persons from the Barbados Defense Force, Barbados Fire Service, the Barbados Police Service, a number of agencies that will come together and assist us with getting these shelters up and running. Over the past 3 days, we had intensified our efforts and, just to make sure that these shelters are ready to house the shelterees. And I'm very pleased with the progress that we've made. I'm happy with where we are now. A lot of shuttering has occurred. We have 98% of our shelters shuttered. As you are aware, we use schools as shelters. There are 19 schools right now out of the 33 that are shelters. It therefore means that we will not have school tomorrow because persons will be in the shelters at that time. We will continue to keep you updated.
Thank you for that. I mean, that was going to be my next question about whether there was school tomorrow. So I'm sure parents would be glad to hear that that question has been answered. I want to ask you, there have been quite a few issues with a number of schools. Would that have impacted their availability to be used as shelters?
No, not at all. Not all of the primary schools and secondary schools are used as shelters. To be classified or to be categorized as either a Category 1 shelter or a Category 2 shelter, there are a number of criteria that need to be met. Therefore, those schools that had environmental issues over the past academic year or even before were not considered as shelters at all for this hurricane season.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramona Archer Bradshaw. Pearson and Derry will throw back to you here. We've been speaking with Chief Shelter Warden, Dr. Ramona Archer Bradshaw, Mr. Keith Roy Halliday from the Barbados Water Authority, and Minister of Home Affairs and Information, Wilfred Abrams. Studio, it's back to you.
Thank you so much, Sharika. Of course, we know we'll be checking back in with you at some point during the night. But we move on now to the parish of St. Philip, where our Anne-Marie Burke is at a shelter there, the Hildeskeen Primary School. Anne-Marie, good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I am actually here at the Hildeskeen Primary School. What I can tell you before you even get into this particular shelter is that I would have stopped over at Blackman and Gollop, where they have about 22 persons. And here now I am at Hildeskeen in St. Philip. The conditions are actually picking up here in this region. Of course, most of the hurricane is supposed to be concentrated in the southeastern side of the island, so in the east. And standing with me, I have the shelter warden. Good evening.
Good evening, Anne-Marie.
Yes, you can introduce yourself to everyone.
Good evening, Barbados. My name is Wayne Bryan, and I'm the principal at the Hildeskeen Primary School.
Now, what was the intake like this evening coming into the shelter? How many persons do you have now, and when did it really start to arrive?
Well, we had a 74 persons coming in from as early as 6:15. At this present time, we have some 39 persons in the shelter, 26 females, 13 males. This is made up of 7 families, primarily 9 children, all females, no male children, with us 50 babies.
What was it like though preparing the shelter? I heard the chief education officer speak to it, but in terms of being here on the ground, what was it like to prepare for the scheme for this upcoming shelter?
It was easy. I would have received some of that training across time as well, and I'm one of their trainers. It was quite easy for us because from as early as I think it's Friday afternoon, many of our students assisted with readying this space that we are now in. And some of my teachers came back in today and assisted me with putting the final touches in place.
Do you think that Hildeskeen is one of these shelters that usually will have a number of persons coming in?
Well, this is my first time as a shelter warden, and my first time at this school. This is my first academic year at the Hildeskeen Primary School. Mm-hmm. I've never served in this capacity before, so I can't speak to the history of the number of people who would have passed through before. But I remember some stories that the former principal, Mr. Clark, would have told maybe not these kind of numbers that we are seeing this evening. I think people are taking this event rather seriously.
Right.
So I said people started coming from as early as 6:50.
Right. And you would have opened at 6 for sure.
6 for sure. Before 6 we were here.
Okay.
I was actually here for the entire day.
Okay.
Putting things in place, and when the word was given that shelter should be stood up at 6.
Right.
We were here from before. From about say 5 o'clock this evening, a gentleman came and spoke to me and asked me if the shelter was going to be open, because he had intentions of coming by for sure. And he spoke to me about that.
In terms of the capacity, what's your capacity like here at this shelter? How many persons can you actually house?
This can house about 40 persons. Right now.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you so much. And of course, I know you also have the DEOs with you as well.
We have a number of them with us this evening. We also have a first aider with us, and we are happy for their presence. The police would have been passing through a couple of times, and they were checking up on us. Okay. And so we are happy with that. Okay, well, I wish you and your team all the best. Pearson and Derry, I'll throw back to you. I'm going to come back to you as well, because we have members of the DEO as well here at the scheme, and we also have a chat with them to see how they have been preparing and how they have been playing their part in this exercise, as well as we get ready to weather the storm with the upcoming hurricane. So back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Anne-Marie. You've done a good job, but don't go anywhere, because I want to ask you a question. What was it like for you out and about as you made your way over the hill to ski? What are you seeing? What are you experiencing?
Actually, Pearson, was people saying that there was no traffic. There was absolutely no traffic. I think it very from CBC up to St. Philip. Of course, my first overview at St. Philip. I also made a stop over at the Northern Vultures Private in St. Patrick, but I didn't get any persons there. It was actually quiet. I know the shelter was open, but to get into the shelter was a little difficult. So then we left and we came to Hill the Ski. I absolutely passed 0 cars on the road. So Barbadians are actually heeding the call to stay indoors and to stay safe as we begin to weather the storm. But what I can tell you is that as I made my way to the east of the island, I would say the winds have been picking up, and the rain started to fall as soon as I arrived here at Hill the Ski.
Fans indeed. Thank you so much, Anne-Marie. We'll be checking back in with you a little later on. As you can tell, we have our team out and about everywhere. And one of those places is the Combermere School, where Crystal Hoyt is with one of the shelter wardens there. Crystal, good evening to you.
Good evening, Pearson. We are here at Combermere School with Principal and Chief Shelter Manager, Ms. Julia Beckles, who's willing to give us a quick update on the number of persons currently in shelter. Ms. Beckles?
Good evening, Barbados. Here at Combermere, we have 43 persons being sheltered, 24 females and 19 males. We do have about 11 children among that total.
Can you tell me a bit about the preparation in terms of getting Combermere ready for this particular hurricane?
Certainly, our shelter team, our in-house shelter team met in May. And we looked to make sure that every aspect that had to do with sheltering the public, that we took care of that. That included the emergency warden, the head of the ground staff, the head of the cleaning staff, the secretary treasurer. We all met and we looked to see that Combermere was prepared. And we thought that when we did have that meeting, that we were ready. Everyone knew what they were supposed to do. And therefore, tonight is only an operationalizing of what we would have discussed and prepared for.
In terms of the essential items stocked here, can you give me any details on that?
We have water. We have canned items and teas, of course, because especially in the morning, we do know that some of our, especially the elderly folk, they would want something hot. Good old-fashioned Bajan hot tea.
Okay, thank you so much. Pearson, I can also tell you that over at Harrison College, there are 9 persons also being housed there, 2 children and 7 adults. 2 of them are women and the other are males.
See, you're wearing your slick there, Crystal. That means that you're prepared for all eventuality.
I am indeed. I can tell you that outside was very wet. We did have a lot of rain here in St. Michael.
All right, Crystal. We will lose you just a little bit there, Crystal, but thank you. We'll be checking back in with you a little later on, as well as this evening continues to unfold as we continue to really watch the weather.
All right, so we're heading now over the seas to St. Vincent, to Jennifer Richardson Herbert. She's on the phone with us. She's a communication officer for the Caribbean Digital Transformation Project. Good evening to you, Jennifer.
Good evening. How are you?
I am well, Jennifer. We're holding on, and I hope that you are too. This is Derry. I'm joined by Pearson. And talk to us a little bit about the preparations and what the feeling is like in St. Vincent at this time.
Well, at this time, in St. Vincent, it's a little eerie. The environment is a little eerie. It's like the calm before the storm. Earlier this afternoon, the wind started to pick up, but now it's a little stale. And we are basically just waiting. By now, most people would have completed their preparation, given the short notice that we had anyway, because we had our first official notice yesterday around 11 about this hurricane that is barreling down on us. And we have been told that we are expected to get a direct hit. So persons have been told to complete their preparations, get enough food to last for at least 7 days, because after this hurricane, there's another system coming up. So at least 7 days, food stuff. Those who are going to the shelters have been encouraged to move quickly by tonight to get into the shelters, especially those people in the low-lying coastal areas. They have been urged to move, those in the Grenadines, to move to higher ground because it is coming at them. And they have also asked yesterday and today the supermarkets and the gas stations to remain open late, which they did. And Vincentians flocked in droves to the supermarkets and the gas stations. You really had to wait long to get in and out of the supermarkets. And people are practically taking all the food out of the supermarket. So that was done. The Prime Minister addressed the nation today again and emphasized the urgency of the situation, asked the boat owners to pull up their boats, the seabathers not to go into the water at all because swells are expected to peak between 30 to 26 feet. And that presents a very dangerous situation for fishermen, seabathers, and other users of the sea. So they have been asked to not to venture out. Persons I know have started to go into shelters. I do not have numbers for you, but persons have begun going into the shelters, which opened this afternoon at 6 o'clock. Persons within the villages have been busy removing debris from around their homes, getting whatever limbs of the trees cut, boarding up. Businesses have been boarding up their windows, and homeowners as well have been doing that. Today on the call-in radio, you have persons calling about the amount of water they have, stored, they have catch up to store, because we're expecting this really bad weather. We have never experienced a Category 4 storm in St. Vincent, hurricane in St. Vincent, and it's a little frightening for a lot of people because we're not quite sure what to expect, and you're not sure if you could completely prepare for it, but that is what we're doing. We're doing our best to ensure that when it does hit, if it does hit, that we are prepared and we can safeguard lives and limbs.
Pretty much like what we're doing here as well, Jenny. And I know that St. Vincent has had a tough last couple of years with the eruption of the volcano. You've just come off the ICC Men's T20 World Cup with a renovated stadium, and you have your new airport as well. So there's a lot to be lost if Hurricane Beryl does impact the island.
There is a lot to be lost. The airport closed today at 6 o'clock. The new stadium, well, ain't nothing much we can do to protect that. That is at the mercy of Mother Nature, and we hope for the best where that is concerned. We have had it tough. Some people forget we had Hurricane Elsa as well. We had COVID, and in the midst of COVID, we had the volcano. Now we are having this hurricane, and by Wednesday, we're expecting another storm developing depression, following this. So it's been a rough ride, but Vincentians are quite resilient. We will ride it out.
As a Christian,
and hopefully all will be well.
I'm sure as a Christian woman, your faith is strong, and I'm with you on that one. Thank you so much, Jenny. We'll be checking back in with you as we continue also here, Barbados, to watch the storm. Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome. Thank you for calling.
We're going to head back now to Anne-Marie Burke, who is on the outside, bringing us all reports of what is happening. Anne-Marie, are you still at the Hildesteen Primary School?
Yes, I am studying. What is happening is that along with the shelter wardens and of course some teachers who come in to volunteer and some other volunteers, we also do have some other support systems like the Red Cross and disaster emergency management. Standing with me now is a familiar face with CBC. He's usually next to me at school sports for BSAT as one of our commentators, but he serves now in the capacity as one of the members of the St. Philip North Disaster Emergency Management Service. Good evening to you, Danny. Good evening. Now, what is your role in terms of care at Hildesteen at the hurricane shelter?
Well, the role here is to just make sure that the incoming people that come into the center or to the school have an adequate space and as comfortable as possible, and we can do what we have to do to make sure that they are comfortable.
What's training like going into having to function in this role during such a passage of a hurricane?
Well, we were trained before, so basically a lot of people got training in stuff like medical, the medical aspect, even in the chainsaw.
Are you located at every single one of the hurricane shelters?
No, we just located here. Sorry, but church.
Yes.
With the Church of the Nazarene.
Which is just across the road. So if anything happens, to just go over.
Presently, we have 39 people here, so we are almost full to capacity. And they're doing very well.
And I must mention as well that 2 persons in the shelter actually have this one in the. How do you deal with persons coming in with disability?
Well, we can't really turn back anyone, so we just probably give the medication and everything, and we go from there, whatever we have to do.
Thank you so much, Dennis. I'll let you. But before Dennis was played out, and now bring in Dwayne Lashley. Dwayne is actually from the Red Cross. Good evening to you. What is the Red Cross role now within the capacity of the shelter? What is your role here?
Well, my role basically is just to make sure that everyone is healthy, first of all, and everything that we not only control it, but minimize anything that can actually happen to the person who may have diabetes, hypertension, those kind of things, make sure they have patients, and I monitor them after those calls.
Okay, now in terms of your population, how was it preparing from the Red Cross perspective? When they talk about the foundation, you didn't have to representatives there. So are you located in the shelter?
We tried our very best. So approximately 10 of the shelters, there are these. So what they would be training would be like, first thing that you see there are trained persons. Some others are even advanced services, like some and also the nurse. So that helps us come in there. So we assist them and we come in and we say, okay, where are your leaders? Here we go. I'm the director general with profits. You want to jump into that.
All the voluntary organization.
Oh yeah, definitely. Persons, especially if they're interested in it.
We don't have any issues to deal with within the passage. I hope it's a smooth sailing for you. Thank you very much. So as I mentioned, I'm here at the Hildesteen Primary School. I'm looking outside and I can hear the rain is starting to fall now. On our way up, we also saw some lightning just off the southern coast of the island. And I guess right now conditions are slightly picking up. The wind is getting a bit higher. So I can say on the outside that things are starting to really get into the meat of the matter. So back over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Anne-Marie, and continue to stay dry and safe. At 14 minutes now to the hour of midnight, we want to remind you the BLPC's operational teams met today to put measures in place for managing the network during the passage of Hurricane Beryl. They want to assure us that they are committed to maintaining safe and system continuity as long as possible. Their protection systems are designed to automatically trip any circuits impacted by the hurricane. Additionally, the teams will be in control centers throughout the night, monitoring all systems. And don't forget that emergency number for the Barbados Light and Power Company Limited, 626 9000, 626 9000.
You're watching Weather Watch, which is brought to you with the compliments of Barbados Light and Power Company Limited, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. The Barbados Water Authority, Choose Water First, Blue Waters, and Juicy Patty. Just to let you know, Cooperators General Insurance Limited is advising its policyholders that in the event of adverse weather event conditions, we can be reached at the following numbers to report claims. Those numbers are 233-3210, 231-5980, 253-9683, and 233-3060. We can remind you of all those numbers later on, but please secure your property and ensure that all of your important documents are stored in waterproof containers of plastic. You are reminded that during the inclement weather, stay tuned to the media, stay indoors until the all clear is given, and please be careful. That's a message from Cooperators General Insurance.
All right, our coverage continues. I'm told now that we have on the phone, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, Sonia Ramana, the director of SV Academy in the UK, and she's here with Indira, Margarita, Alexandra, and Tiago, and I understand they're in Barbados on student exchange. Good evening to you.
Good evening. Good evening, Barbados.
How are you doing?
Yeah, we're doing fine. We're doing fine.
All right. Well, tell us first of all how long you've been in the island.
Well, it's coming up to our second week now. We've only got 3 more days left.
Wow, so coming down to the end of your trip, and here you are bracing yourselves for a hurricane. We can see all the kids on TV. How are you kids doing?
We're good.
What have you what have you been doing to occupy yourselves? Because, you know, I believe at this time normally you would be in bed, but because of the coming hurricane, I imagine there's a little bit of a bit of excitement where that is concerned. What have you been doing to stay occupied?
We've just been playing football games and preparing for hurricane.
All right. So, Sonia, tell us about, is this the first time you are bracing for a hurricane, first of all?
It's the first time that we've actually been in a hurricane. I think it's a historic time for us and for Barbados.
Okay, so I imagine you've been collecting water. You know that the water has been shut down. Our pumping stations have been shut down. And I imagine you've been to the supermarket and doing all the things that we as Bajans have been doing. We normally do this a little bit later down in the year. I think June is early for this type of storm, especially a major hurricane impacting the island. But I imagine you've been making preparations and making sure that you have all the essentials in the house.
Yeah, it's very unusual for us. Obviously, we don't get hurricanes in the UK, but everyone that we've met in Barbados has been very, very helpful in letting us know how to prepare and how to keep safe at this time.
As we said earlier, we have Indira, Margarita, Alexandra, and Tiago. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes.
Tiago. All right, so let me talk to Indira. How old are you?
I'm 15.
So are you all the same age?
Yeah, some of us are a bit older.
Okay, so how are you feeling specifically? Are you afraid? Have you been saying your prayers? And most of all, have you been in contact with your parents, your family in the UK?
Yeah, I have called my family in the UK and they've all been saying their prayers. They're a bit nervous, but I'm just happy I'm here with people who can support us and all of the local community have been really supportive as well.
Rita, tell us some of the people that you've been interacting with as you've been bracing for this hurricane.
I've been interacting with everyone that I'm here with, obviously. So we have a good connection, and with like people of the shops, like everyone on the street, see how they feel, and it's nice because you can see that they're not as worried. So it keeps you calm as well.
That's brilliant. What is the weather like? Can you tell us what parish you are in? What part of the island are you?
In St. Michael.
St. Michael. So is it raining? Are you getting lightning and thunder? What are the weather conditions?
No, we are not getting anything, actually. We've only had a bit of rain and
All right. So Alexandra, are you the lone male in the group? I seeing somebody between there. Are you the lone male?
I think there was a mix up.
You are okay. All right. So Tiago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So have you been keeping the ladies calm? Are you getting ready to keeping everybody calm and keeping everybody relaxed and getting ready for this storm?
Yeah. We've all been getting I think we're all calm because we're all prepared for the storm and we've heard that it's coming. So we're ready.
All right. So I think we got the names mixed up there slightly, but thank you so much for connecting with us. We want you to stay safe, and we'll be checking back in with you a little bit later on to see how you're doing.
Thank you.
What a story they're going to tell at the end of this all, indeed. Remember, we are watching the weather as we get ready in Barbados is to welcome, so to speak, Hurricane Beryl, which has been upgraded to a Category 4 hurricane, as the Met Man has been saying. It's very close, so we need to watch it very, very keenly as well. But a lot has been happening across the island today. As a matter of fact, a number of gas stations across the island ran out of gas, diesel and LPG, which left many Barbadians scrambling to get essential fuels ahead of Hurricane Beryl's arrival. At just minutes to 6 this evening over at Jackman's, a few last-minute shoppers were breathing a sigh of relief, thankful that the service station there was among those still serving customers.
You mean every record?
Name's Brian Bowen.
Okay, Mr. Bowen, obviously this shelter here at St. Lucie Parish Church in the Parish Center. Tell us what time you will open and how many people you have at the moment.
We opened at, I think it was 6:15, and started getting our first shelter release, I think, at 6:45. Right now we are 16. We're only allowed to carry 4 more, but should some come, especially with children, we would not turn them back.
I mean, obviously with a system of this Category 4, what are some of the things that you will implement in order to keep everybody safe in this area? Because obviously you're up north, so you've got to make sure that when payments come that you have everything in place.
Well, so far I can say that we got everything pretty well in place and everything like that. We have standby generator just in case if electricity go off. We have lanterns, rechargeable and everything like that, and everybody bring something to eat, something to sleep on, and I guess we're confident. And should there be any problem, the defense forces at St. Lucie School will just make a call and they would send a nurse or doctor, whatever they would, as we have medical supplies inside and everything. So,
this is nothing new to you. You seem very confident, very calm.
Well, I was doing this for the past 6 years.
Well, okay, so what does this really entail when you're in charge of the shelter? Is it that you have to make sure everything is secure structurally, physically?
Yes, that's something that we does every year. February, especially with the Ministry of Education, they come down and make sure that everything is in place, and then we fill in the booklet and everything in the itinerary for all the persons that work with thing and everything like that, and by the time the hurricane season starts, they're ready.
Okay, and how long do you anticipate you'll be here until?
Well, I can't really say. We cannot leave here until the all clear is given. So I would say once the hurricane pass by 3, 4 o'clock, whatever, then the all clear might be given around 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, but I don't know. But that comes down from the ministry, and we cannot close until such time.
Okay. Thank you so much, and you guys be safe.
You're so welcome. Thank you, and you all do the same.
Thank you.
Good night.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Well, that's a video that popped into us from Damien Best as he chatted with the folks in one of the shelters at St. Lucie. He's moved on now to St. Joseph, as a matter of fact, where he is, and he's reporting live. Now, Damien, good evening to you. Where are you?
Good evening to you, Pearson. Good evening to all our viewers and listeners out there. I'm in the Joes River area in St. Joseph. We've made our way over from the west coast, traversed to St. Lucie, and came right around the coastline. We were in Crab Hill a while ago. We made our way to this area particularly because we're trying to see how the impact of the outer bands would take effect on the eastern end of Barbados and along the northern side as well. But as you can see behind me, we still have the remnants of what should have been a tree over on the left-hand side, which is fallen here in the George River area. There's no wind, absolutely no wind at the moment. But I'll tell you what, it has been interesting coming from the west side over to the eastern side of the island because we've had patches of rain. So in between, I would say Farley Hill and getting down to the East Coast Road, Army-Bourne Highway, we've had some rain and some heavy rain. I call it white rain in one particular spot, and then we moved into a dry patch. So it has been like a roller coaster of, I don't want to say emotions, but a roller coaster of weather conditions here in Barbados as we await the passage of this Category 4 hurricane. No one is outside. We found about 4 guys who were liming at a bus stop, having a beverage in St. Lucie. That was the only individuals out on the road. Other than that, it has been, everybody's buckled down. I've seen some places with some boarding, and everybody seems to be keeping safe and taking this one very, very seriously. You just heard from some of the person in charge of the St. Lucie Parish Church shelter there and give you an indication of how many people have come in. But nonetheless, Pearson, it has been quiet so far. We've had a little bit of a rain in between, but it's smooth so far.
Damien, those are the squalls you've been experiencing, but thank you so much for keeping safe there in St. Joseph and moving across the eastern side of the island as well. Damien Best, out and about.
Thank you so much. And we're told that our teams now will make their way inside as this system intensifies and we get ready for the passage of Hurricane Beryl. There are 33 shelters in operation. As we heard earlier, there are 34, but one is off that list. That is the Coleridge and Parry School. It seems as though most of these shelters opened between 6 and 6:15 this evening. At 11:20, there were 398 people who were inside of those shelters, and some of those shelters that we would have spoken to our reporters at, the Combermere School, the Hilda Skeen Primary School, as well as Harrison College in use there, the Blackman Gollop shelter school being used as a shelter as well. So again, know those shelters that are close to you, especially if you are living in an area or staying in an area that is prone to flooding. Get to that shelter as soon as possible.
This is going to be a long one, folks, and just want to remind you, Weather Watch is brought to you with the compliments of Barbados Light and Power, electricity powering our nation, progress since 1911. Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. Barbados Water Authority, choose water first, Blue Waters and Juicy Patties. And so we want to encourage you always to stay with us at the stations of the CBC on radio and on television and online, reminding you also, wherever you are, as safely as you can, to send us your videos and your pictures of how you're being impacted by the passing of Hurricane Beryl. Send them to 228-5562. Those numbers again, 228-5562. You can also call us there if you have something to report to us as well. We do have our folks over at the DEM, and they'll be waiting to hear any reports at all. You are to call directly to the Department of Emergency Management or to the EOC and let them know of your concern there as well. But also, if you're contacting Cooperators General Insurance, call them on 282-5461. That's 282-5461 or 233-8600. Many numbers to contact Cooperators General Insurance.
All right. Well, earlier today, Barbadians continued their preparations for the hurricane. They rushed primarily to supermarkets and hardware stores to purchase those last-minute food and hurricane supplies.
gas. All the rest empty, shutting up, wrapping up. Nobody have gas on the island. So I hear them Jackman. Thank God for Jackman.
Yeah, so it's come to our understanding from customers that a number of fuel stations are also without fuel. As you can see, we currently still have, but we're trying right now to close up because we have to prepare the site. We have to wrap the pumps. We have to make sure that all the merchandise and the equipment is safe and what's not. But people are coming. A lot of people are on E. A lot of people, obviously, like lady here, obviously work at the emergency centers and what's not. So we're still trying to accommodate as much persons as possible. You have hundreds of persons coming to the site. For the last 3 days, it has been extremely busy.
Recap yours.
All right, so earlier today, Barbadians crowded supermarkets. As we told you that story there, that extract would have been about the petrol and Barbadians crowding the gas stations across the island to make sure those vehicles are filled with gas. So we're going to go now to the Barbadians crowding those supermarkets and hardware stores, in particular for last-minute shopping. Andrew Lowe visited a few businesses and heard from some of those shoppers.
I'm just getting a few more canned items. But in terms of the house preparation and things like that, I have my water, bottled water and collected water. I have my extra food stuff, my batteries, my battery lights and so on. So I'm well prepared.
And this Category 4 storm that is coming across, what were your thoughts on that?
First time, I'm hoping still that it will not impact us, at least not greatly, but I'm prepared for the worst.
I just want to be prepared, concerned because obviously the impact of the rain and the winds that might come, so just want to be prepared, got everything for the family.
What are you topping up on?
There's some bottled water, some stuff for the children to eat, canned goods, the necessary stuff that you will need for the household.
And you're all boarded up, shuttered up. How are you preparing at home?
Yes, I already got everything. The windows already secured, boarded up, everything like that, and we got all the water and everything secure in the house, and ensure that the house secure and everything's fine.
I do nothing different out of the ordinary. I trust in the Most High, and He can protect the nation.
Well, earlier today, Barbadians continued their preparation for the hurricane. They rushed primarily to supermarkets and hardware stores to purchase last-minute food and hurricane supplies.
From as early as 6 a.m., Barbadians were on the road rushing to supermarkets and hardware stores, as well as doing other preparations in anticipation of the approaching Hurricane Beryl. Assistant Store Manager at Fullyman Megastore, Jacinia Archer-Holder, said the store, which usually opens at 9 on Sunday morning, opened half an hour earlier to accommodate the rush. When we got there, just before 11 a.m., certain items were almost sold out.
We've been selling from ladders, generators, searchlights is a really big seller for us. Tarpaulins, everybody's asking for radios. We are actually out of stock right now of 5-pound buckets. And everything is selling. Everything is selling. We've had busy foot traffic from the time we've opened to all now. The agents are really preparing and they're taking it very serious.
Over in Oistins, chairman of the Oistins Bay Garden Committee, Kimar Harris, said a decision was taken to close the fishing and entertainment complex at 6 p.m. He added that tents and some of the other infrastructure recently installed in time for Cricket World Cup would be taken down or otherwise secured.
We'll be taking down all of those as we speak, which is as early now as 9 o'clock this morning, to secure them all loose objects and so forth on the compound. We have teams on the grounds all now clearing those stuff from here.
Since sea conditions were forecast to deteriorate, fishing boat operators at the Bridgetown Fisheries Complex and Oistins Boatyard had taken their vessels out of the water to safe spaces. Boat owner Ramon Toom said operators had to move swiftly to protect their properties.
Everybody take precautions, get the boat out of the water, carry it into the complex where it's a lot safer. Because as long as they're coming from that direction, out here, as soon as the wind come out the south, it don't be easy. Out here it look like Bashiba. I'm telling you, just a little wind coming out the south, it's get really, really big. But when we ain't accustomed to a hurricane coming, especially a category 2, 3, everybody's getting
Meanwhile, Anglican priest, independent senator, the Reverend Canon Dr. John Rogers, called on Barbadians to have faith but be prepared.
So I want to encourage Barbadians to make all necessary precautions, prepare ourselves for what is to come. Some of us may have properties that can withstand the wind, but we know that there are persons in our community who do not have the types of properties that can even withstand a storm. And so we pray for them, and we pray that there'll be, as this storm passes, there'll be no loss of life, and that whatever happens, we'll pull together as a community and seek to assist each other.
He also asked Barbadians to spare a thought for their Caribbean neighbors who are expected to be impacted by Hurricane Beryl as well.
That report there from Wendy Burke. We go live now to Crystal Hoyt, who is with Kimar Safri of the Barbados Alliance to End Homelessness. Crystal, good evening.
Hi, good evening, Pearson. We are here at the Barbados Association to End Homelessness with Kimar Safri, who's willing to give us a quick update on how many persons are currently in shelter.
Hi, Barbados. Thank you, Crystal. We just have close to 40 persons in the shelter, including 2 children and I think about 6 women. The rest are men. Persons are still coming into the shelter at this present moment. We're trying to get everybody off the streets, as much persons that we could find to get in the shelter or use the other shelters around Bridgetown. But we are close to 40 persons right now.
Are you having difficulties getting some of the persons into the shelter? Because when I was along Bridgetown, particularly in Jubilee Gardens, I did see 1 or 2 homeless persons who have decided to camp out that side.
Yeah, we are having difficulties, and these persons are persons that are more chronic level and mental health issues. This is because they think it's a normal any other day where the rain fall. And we've seen it over the years that we've been here. And we're trying to encourage them as much as possible to move out of that thinking and get into a shelter. But some of them fear the mental health issue may be a challenge. Some of them fear that the fact that they have drug addiction would be a problem, but we're telling them just use a shelter. It doesn't matter. Right now, it's just to get you off the street. Your safety is paramount to us. And so that as much as we've been pushing, but some persons want to see how, or believe that because they've been on the street for so much years, they're going to see how this rally up for them.
In terms of your preparation here, can you tell me a bit about that?
Yeah, a lot goes into it. As I said, we've been working from 2020 to now, having gone through COVID, Le Soufriere, and a number of other storms and the hurricane of lately. So we put in place things like making sure that we can house as much persons as possible, especially women, especially the children, which is of key concern to us. We have our backup generator. We have our lights in place in terms of if electricity goes off. We are fully, fully system with camera security, so we have to make sure the security is here. The water teams, the clients also play a critical role in making sure that they keep everybody in check. We just do everything that we can. Water supply is here, just to make sure that as much as we are here, that they're safe when they're here. Food is paramount. We have over 100 ready to go kits just in case we have to go on the street after and help persons. We have enough to clean up on the road where we are finished, because we did have to, in the last hurricane, we had to go outside and clean up and, make sure that the area is safe for passage. So a lot goes into it, but I must say the clients also take part in making sure that we're prepared and after as well.
Mrs. Safri, thank you so much for that update. We're here at the Barbados Association to End Homelessness, still actively working on getting a few persons off the streets, but things are getting a bit windy out there. Yeah.
So don't go anywhere, because I still want to talk to you. How has your day been? When did it start, and what have you been doing in yourself to get prepared for this hurricane?
Well, Pearson, the day started pretty early. Obviously, lots of shopping going on, and one of my first stories today was regarding gas. We did have quite a bit of the gas stations running out of gas, and Barbadians finding it quite difficult to get gasoline, to get diesel, to get LPG. So that was quite of a challenge. They were able to get some. Probably one of the last remaining gas stations to be open was over in Saul Japman's. So we are it was a busy day to say the very least, and it's heading into a busy night. I know that the team has been called back in to base, so we are actively trying to get back there before the weather gets any worse.
So describe the weather conditions. You just spoke a little bit about some increasing rains and so forth. Could you tell me a little bit more about what you are experiencing weather-wise?
The rain has definitely started. It's picked up. Very windy, very, very windy, particularly along the south coast. We came down through that Hastings section. So the weather has picked up. The rain over in Bridgetown is not as bad, but on the south coast, we're seeing a lot more rain.
It's often a very busy artery, even on a Monday morning, bright and early as it is in the day. Could you describe for us what outside feels and looks like in terms of traffic?
Happy to report there's no traffic on the road currently, and we didn't see any outside of one other media entity, no other persons on the road.
All right, do be safe as you make your way back inside as well. Crystal Hoyt, thank you so much for reporting for us out and about. She's just reported there from the Barbados Alliance to End Homelessness.
All right, so we are being told we've got an advisory to share with you from the Barbados Meteorological Services. It's coming up in just a couple of minutes, but as you just heard, Kimar Safri of the Barbados Alliance to End Homelessness, 40 people in that shelter there, and there are 2 children included as well. And he mentioned it being a bit difficult, Pearson, to get some of these people off the streets due to maybe the mental capacity or such like. And I imagine that job is difficult. Trying to get people to safety when, in their minds, they're thinking, as Mr. Safri says, it's a normal day.
And it's not a normal day, nor is it a normal night. We're already into July the 1st, by the way. It's now 13 minutes after midnight. And so we are continuing to track the storm. We're watching the weather. Hurricane Beryl is literally on our doorsteps. We're hoping to hear the very latest advisory, and we'll bring that to you in just a moment. But one could well imagine that it has become closer still to Barbados. Whether it's still wobbling or not, we'll find out in that latest advisory. Whether the eye is as defined or not, we'll also find out in that latest advisory. But what we can advise you at the moment is to stay indoors, stay off the roads. It's not the time to go flying a kite or even checking the surf. So be very, very careful, ladies and gentlemen, not to go out and about at this time. Stay with us. We will definitely be bringing you the very latest and telling you what's going on. So stay tuned to your television, stay tuned to your radio stations, and you'll be informed indeed.
CBC Weather Watch is brought to you with the compliments of Barbados Light and Power. Electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. Barbados Water Authority, the Barbados Water Authority, choose water first. And Blue Waters and Juicy Patties. And we say thank you so much to our sponsors and partners as we bring you the CBC Weather Watch. We are going to head now back to the DEM, the National Emergency Operations Center. Our Sharika Griffith will join us once again. Sharika, what is the latest?
Hello, Derry, Pearson, and our viewers. This time around, I'm joined by the Environmental Health and Safety Coordinator with the Barbados Light and Power, that's Corey Harris. And we're going to ask Corey to, basically speak to what sort of preparations Light and Power would have done in anticipation of this system. Corey?
Hi, good night. So Barbados Light and Power would have started their hurricane preparations from early in the year, actually. So one of the things that we would have done specifically for this event is to make sure that we have enough fuel for the engines. We have run through a lot of scenarios with our team to make sure that we could respond. One of those things that we identified that is important is the ability to respond after the event. So a lot of emphasis has been placed on where we can position the vehicles and to make sure that we can respond with those vehicles without flooding, etc. Going over our restoration program and a couple of other things such as making sure that our ability to correlate the information, because we appreciate and we do expect a lot of information to start coming in with outages. So some of the things that we put in place is our ECI Restore app that we would like customers to just download. You can easily find this app on our website. So if you go to our website and type in ECI Restore, you can find the link to download the app. That actually helps us gather information to help us correlate that information and respond in post activities. So there's a lot of work that we do in the back end to make sure that we can respond, but we do ask that customers, all of us, be patient, because this is not the norm. We are going through roughly a Category 4 hurricane, and that is new territory. We're asking you to be patient because we do not intend to turn off the electricity. What we do intend to do is make sure that you get electricity safely. And that also means that when we respond, that we are safe. So some of the things that we take into account is to make sure that not only are we providing this electricity to you at this point in time, but please appreciate that if it goes off, it might go off for a little bit longer, because we have to make sure that we are safe while we're responding. Because here at the NUOC is a collection of entities that are working together to make sure that the island is safe during this time. So as you can appreciate, if the electricity go off, we got the roving response unit, we got the fire, we got the police, we have the BDF, and many other entities that are out there that are trying to be safe during this time. And we actually collaborate with each other to make sure that it is safe to do so. So we're just asking for a little patience, and we do have a good record of restoring power. So
we certainly
stand
would
by.
want your teams to be safe, as you said. Can you tell us if there have been any reports of outages so far?
To my knowledge, there have been 2 small outages. One of the trucks was heading to Kingsland not too long ago. I believe that they're going to check a fault condition at this point in time, but we would have to play it by ear as more come up, because right now the system is not heavily affecting us, but we believe between the hours of 2 and 10 today that we may get more reports of outages.
Are you able to say what would have caused the current outages that have been reported?
Not at this time.
Not at this time. Okay, thank you very much for that, Corey. We'll now move over to Chief Technical Officer with the Ministry of Transport and Works. That's Jason Bowen. Jason, can you speak to us about what the ministry would have been doing to prepare for this system? I know your teams were out there over the last few days working hard.
Well, I must say the ministry, well, we weren't waiting until this time to start carrying out any drain cleaning or so. We have been cleaning all over the country throughout the entire year. We have a number of wells, 70 wells over the past year. We would have cleaned or carried out some kind of maintenance function. A number of water courses would have been cleared. We've constantly clearing water outfalls to the sea and so forth. Over the last couple of days, though, however, what we decided to do was to target a number of known flood-prone areas for some cleaning action, just to be on this to move more on the safer side, to ensure that at least to minimize any possibility of flooding occurring in those areas. So what we would have done, areas such as Woodburn in St. Philip, we would have targeted we had some retention ponds which would tend to hold back some of the water which would flow into the Woodburn area that normally would have flooded that area in terms of for flooding. So we would have cleared those retention ponds so that we could store more water. Areas such as Watton, we would have cleared that retention pond as well, so as to ensure ensure that there is maximum amount of capacity for the storage of water. Other areas we would have done lots of drain cleaning. Can't remember all of the areas that we would have targeted at the moment, but there are numerous areas in terms of outfalls to the sea. Graham Hall, that sluice gate has been cleared. There's an area by the Hilton Hotel along Bay Street in the area of Lobster Alive, and also by the area of Harbour Lights. We have cleared some outfalls there to the sea. Whole Town, particularly in the area of the lagoon and the police station, those areas normally would flood, so we would clear those outfalls to the sea. And also in the area of Spice Town by the Salt Pond, we would clear that access to ensure that there's free access for water to flow out to sea there, so that to minimize any flooding in those areas. But for the most part, cleaning of drains has been a year-long process. It's not, we didn't wait till now to carry out that activity. That has always been ongoing.
Let me ask you this, because I know there have been concerns in the past about the fact that these drains have to be cleaned because of improper disposal of waste. Are you still seeing that?
Well, yes, that is still constantly occurring. When you look at what is in what we remove, it's not just soil that was eroded away. We still see plastics. We still see cups, all kinds of inorganic material that we see in terms of what we remove. So that is still an area of concern, which we will definitely target going forward with some educational activities, so as to hopefully reduce that activity.
Okay, and finally, should there be any damage to any of our roadways, how is the ministry preparing to be able to get on the ground and deal with that once the all clear is given?
Well, once the all clear is given, all of the reports that would have been received at DM are normally forwarded, well, relative to roads damage or whatever the case may be, they're forwarded to MTW. Once we have that information, the ministry will, from the various depots, target the areas. If the trees that need to be removed, we will go and remove them. We have a number of routes along roads that we can go to clear roads of any fallen trees, debris, and so forth. Damage to roads, we have the teams ready and waiting to go in and carry out any kind of repairs necessary on the roads. Even if we have to do temporary fixes until later, we are prepared to do that.
Okay, that's excellent news. Thank you very much. We've been speaking with Chief Technical Officer with the Ministry of Transport and Works, Jason Bowen, and also Environmental Health and Safety Coordinator with the Barbados Light and Power, Corey Harris. Studio is back to you for now. We'll have updates as the night goes on.
Thank you, Sharika. We'll stay with you indeed as it happens. It needs to come on back to us. It's 23 minutes after midnight. Hurricane Beryl, this is advisory number 16 on the major Hurricane Beryl. A hurricane warning remains for Barbados. Hurricane Beryl remains a strong Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour, and therefore the hurricane warning remains in effect. An outer band of Beryl will have heavy showers and storm force winds across the island after midnight. The center of Beryl is expected to pass about 80 miles south of Barbados early this morning. After midnight, though, storm force winds will be accompanied by hurricane force wind gusts as the eye of Beryl passes to the south of the island. Marine conditions continue to deteriorate with increasingly large ocean swells expected closer to midnight morning. You are encouraged to monitor the Department of Emergency Management, the Barbados Met Services, and GIS websites for more details. So at 11 last night, the eye was located near 11.5 north, 58.1 west. That's about 240 kilometers southeast of Barbados. The system is moving in a westward direction at 20 miles an hour. The maximum central pressure is 959 millibars. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 45 kilometers, that's 30 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 185 kilometers, that's 115 miles. A hurricane warning therefore is issued when sustained winds of 64 knots, that's 74 miles per hour, 119 kilometers per hour or greater, associated with a hurricane or forecast to affect Barbados within 36 hours. The next update they tell us will be at 2 o'clock this morning. For more information, of course, you stay with us here on the stations of the CBC.
That's right, Pearson. Thank you so much. And the stations of the CBC, CBC TV 8, we're joined by our radio stations at 94.7 FM, Q100.7 FM, and 98.1 The One. So we've been hearing from officials at the Department of Emergency Management. It is dubbed for this period the National Emergency Operations Center. Our Sharika Griffith is on the ground there, and we'll be checking in with her a little bit later. As we told you earlier, our reporters now have been told to come inside as this storm picks up on the outside, and we want you to send us any videos, any pictures that you are able to take safely. We're not telling you to go outside and take anything, but if you do have video that you want to share with us, you can send it to us at 228-5562, or you can give us a call here as well at the same number, 228-5562.
We'd certainly love to hear from you indeed. Say again. It's 26 minutes after the hour of 12. And Derry, how was your preparation today? I know you said to me that you were scattered across the island, trying to get into a supermarket, trying to get into a gas station and the like. How was it for you?
I wish I could have coned myself today. I worked this morning on the air on QFM from just after 10 because I got to work late. But my day was hectic because I had to make sure my house was in order. And I also have to check on my dad, who is blind. And so I came to work, went to the pharmacy, as I said. I spent a bit of a longer time there because everybody was trying to get all their medications, all those prescriptions filled. I met a gentleman who said his lady friend was complaining of a scratchy throat, and he bought about 9 different mints, lozenges of every brand, of every kind, to make sure. He said, well, she can't complain. This something ought to work. So, you know, people making sure they got their cough syrup, those older people getting those prescriptions filled. And then, as I said, I was on the road a lot, so the gas stations, as Crystal reported earlier, the gas stations were filled. Not only today, but yesterday, I realized people started making sure that their tanks had gas in them, because you never know when or how you might have to move. So for me, it was the pharmacy, my father, work, I left work a little bit later than I planned, and then I got home. My father. And so coming to work, though, I think it was Crystal, someone said it was eerie. And Andre Harewood, our QFM announcer, came in with me, and we were driving silently, and then I said, this reminds me of COVID. That time when the shut down at a certain point, curfews. The roads were just bare. I did see one person picking up bottles in the Baxter's Road area, because we went through town just to see what businesses were shuttered, if there was anybody on the road. I probably saw about 6 cars on the road in all on my way here to CBC. So it was raining when I left home. It was raining. The winds are the gusts are coming here and there. But for sure, the rain had started to fall when we were on the road. What about you, Pearson?
Not as eventful as yours, indeed, but I had the high wind. I was watching the seas, however, because, you know, the seas tend to tell the tale before anything else. And they were relatively calm. I was looking for huge waves, you know, looking rough and untidy, but it looked pretty serene in my neck of the wood, indeed. But I want to remember those who are deaf or hard of hearing, because they too need to be kept abreast of what's going on. So if you do have a relative who is reaching out for some need, then these are some people that you can contact right away, because these are emergency first responders. And as we have shared contact details for others, we'll share contact details also for emergency first responders for the deaf or hard of hearing community. There's, you know her, Bonnie Leon. So you see her all the time with us, every newscast. And you can call her on 238-3819. Paula is sharing that information with you again for Bonnie, 238-3819. You can also contact Dario Nightingale on 245-5411.
You can message as well on those numbers.
Okay. Sandra White Belgrave, message on 844-4141, or Lionel Smith at 244-3140. These are emergency contact numbers for the deaf and hard of hearing community. We need to also provide services for those members of our society. They're not different from us. They're just like all of us. They're just hard of hearing. And that's not a negative term either. So we just want to remember those as well. So please help those around you to stay connected with what's going on as well. So there are many members of our community. I remember I spoke earlier about the children, how they also need to be kept abreast of what's going on sensitively. Also our elderly, as the Prime Minister reminded us this evening as well, that we need also to look out for those who are challenged in any other way, whether it's mobility differences or some other kind of challenge, to make sure they too are kept safe during the passage of Hurricane Beryl.
All right, so we've got to remind you as well, or to let you know, that the Department of Emergency Management is on Facebook and Instagram at DEM.Barbados for the national emergency updates. Of course, you can stay with us right here on CBC TV 8 and the CBC radio services as well. You can check there for those updates as well. But as Pearson mentioned earlier, the Hurricane Beryl, the eye located near 11.5 degrees north, 58.1 degrees west, or about 240 kilometers or 150 miles southeast of Barbados. The system is moving in a westward direction at 20 miles an hour or 31 kilometers an hour. The minimum central pressure is 959 MB. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 45 kilometers or 30 miles an hour from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 185 kilometers or 115 miles. All right, so we've got someone on the phone by the name of Diana. She's reaching out to us from St. Peter. Good morning to you, Diana.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Well, I am just looking out every now and then because one large ackee tree has fallen.
Wow.
It missed my garage.
Wow.
And the camera.
Okay, so I imagine then you're getting some high winds in St. Peter.
Well, the first set of rain that came down, I looked through the window. I said, something looks strange out there. So I went downstairs and turned on the light to realize then that the tree was down.
Wow.
It was like God just laid down there.
You didn't hear it at all?
It was just like, I can imagine. I said, wow. Miss the what is it called? The thing over the garage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you
just lying there apart? So I guess I would need help now to get it removed.
Get out, yes. Are you alone? Are you home alone?
Me and my husband.
Okay. So how did you prepare for Hurricane Beryl?
Well, the first thing, I don't have transportation, so I was in trouble. So I had to be catching bus, and some persons give me a little helping hand yesterday for sure. So I needed bottled water and various little small item things. So I catch the bus and the pickup and whatever else, and I did what I had to do, but I got help yesterday.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
Diane.
so I didn't wait to go to church today because of no transportation.
Okay. So is it raining now? What's the weather like?
Well,
is it still?
every time it's getting a little gush. So since that the tree is down, I couldn't get up and looking out every minute. But my husband is sleeping.
Oh.
He's sleeping. I am up. I am not sleeping.
Is that unusual, Diana? Is that unusual for he to be sleeping during the storm and you up and about?
Yes, yes. He goes in early.
He's that kind of man.
He goes in early because he even didn't know the tree was down. I wait there and said, listen, the tree down, the tree down.
You disturbed his
sleep. You got some work later on today when the all clear is given.
Diana, where in St. Peter exactly are you?
This is Diana Reefer, and I live in Mile and Quarter.
Oh, you're in Mile and Quarter. I was okay. Yeah. St. Peter, do you know your chairperson for your district emergency organization?
I really don't know. That's the truth.
I'd like to tell you. May I?
Yeah.
You're to call Dave Hurley.
Dave Hurley. He's from Boston.
Diana, I don't know Dave.
Oh.
But I can tell you that Dave's number
Uh-huh.
is 838
838
83
83
38.
38. Dave
Hurley.
All right? So when you get a chance, call Dave. And let's see if Dave can help you with the tree that's fallen in your, just short of your garage.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Pearson.
You stay safe, Diane.
You all stay safe because I'm in my house, but you are out working.
This is kind of like a house arrest. And
I am looking at you.
Thank you for watching.
And Jerry.
Thank you for calling.
Okay.
Take care.
Have a good morning.
Likewise to you.
Bye-bye.
Dan just called us on 228-5562, and you can too, 228-5562. That's the number also for receiving all of your WhatsApp videos and pictures and so forth. We'd love to see just what's happening there. If Diana could have gone outside and just snapped a picture and sent it to us, or
Should have
video,
done it through the window.
we would have shown you. So we want to see just what's happening with Dan there in St. Peter. But we'd love to hear from you now. 228-5562 or 228-5562 is the only number to call or to send your WhatsApp messages indeed. So I can repeat for you very shortly the information for those who are deaf or hard of hearing, how you can contact them. It's right here in my phone. I have to just go right through a number of areas. So if you can help me, Derry, in the meantime.
Of course, while Pearson, fumbles with his phone to get that information. You have it?
I do have it.
Because the young people know how to maneuver the phones.
And I have it. I'm young.
Older people.
So here are the emergency first responders contact numbers. Remember, Bonnie Leonce. You can contact her these are emergency contact details for the deaf and hard of hearing community. Bonnie's number is 238-3819. You can send by WhatsApp, you can call. Or you can also WhatsApp Dario Nightingale on 245-5411. Sandra White Belgrave, 244-4141. Or Lionel Smith on 244-3140. And while I was telling you all of that, there was Bonnie sharing it with you as well on your screen. So to all of you, good luck. We hope that you can reach out to someone, and that someone will definitely be able to come to your assistance where necessary.
Well, we talked about the shelters. We reached out to our reporters who would have visited a number of shelters across the island earlier or last night as we await this Hurricane Beryl. And we want to remind you or to let you know that the senior warden is the supreme authority in the shelter, and his or her decision is final. We want to also let you know that the senior warden and all assistants are not responsible for any item of personal property of any occupant of the shelter. So keep those personal belongings close to you. Keep an eye on them at all times. Anyone who is seen defacing or in any way damaging the shelter or any item of its furniture and equipment will be prosecuted. Smoking is not allowed in the emergency shelter. The consumption of alcohol in any form is strictly forbidden in an emergency shelter. I don't have to tell you this, but I will tell you this. Firearms will not be allowed in an emergency shelter. Neither will offensive weapons be allowed in that emergency shelter. So make sure you know those shelters that are close to you, especially if you are in a flood-prone area. For example, the Category 1 shelters in Christchurch, Blackman and Gollop Primary School, the Christchurch Foundation School, the Dunamis Outreach Ministries of the Wesleyan Holiness Church, and St. Christopher Primary School in St. George. It is the Cuthbert Moore Primary School, the Ellerton Wesleyan Holiness Church in St. James, the Gordon Greenwich Primary School in St. John, the Lodge School, and in St. Joseph. Tambourine Hall Branch Library located at the Eric Holder Municipal Complex. We'll share those shelters with you as we continue here on our broadcast for Weather Watch.
We have many friends who are on the island with us, guests of Barbados, and so the Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporated is also paying close attention to how this is impacting you. We love to hear from the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association as well as to their measures of preparation and whether or not any of their guests are in particular need. But the BTMI reminds those who were scheduled to depart the island on Sunday or Monday that you are to contact your airline for updates or cancellations. The team at the BTMI is ready to assist you. You can contact them directly via their helpline by calling 628-4150. That's for the BTMI, 628-4150. That's the helpline. Or send an email to contactcenter@visitbarbados.org. contactcenter@visitbarbados.org. So again, if you are one of our guests or island who was to fly out yesterday or even today and your flight has been cancelled, contact your airline directly, or for help you can call the BTMI on 628-4150 or drop an email to contactcenter@visitbarbados.org.
Well, as we've been telling you, we've been checking in with our Sharika Griffith at the Department of Emergency Management, and we heard from Keith Roy Halliday of the Barbados Water Authority. I know a lot of us were perplexed when we heard, I think I heard just before 7 this evening that the water was going to be shut off. They do apologize for the late notice, and he said that system is something that is in place when Barbados is threatened by any kind of weather. They take steps to protect their equipment in terms of its integrity, and they learned, he said, a hard lesson with Elsa, that storm that passed us a couple of years ago, with the loss of significant pumps. And he did mention that this equipment is expensive, and so the systems were shut down to protect their integrity. All pumping stations are offline or were offline at that point, and he says this is the process for such weather systems. They do not deplete immediately, and the shutdown is phased over a period of several hours. The critical pumping stations are not immediately shut down. He says it takes about 3 hours to do all. The Bell was one of those critical pumping stations which supplies a large catchment area. There were 40 stations and they had to be done manually. So the Barbados Water Authority on the outside working to make sure that we have water after the passage of Hurricane Beryl.
Any action in your neck of the woods, folks? Any action at all? You can take it by video and you can send it to us on 228-5562, and we'll be happy to share with the rest of Barbados as we keep Barbados informed. Or you can call us yourself on, like Diana did from St. Peter, on 228-5562. Those are the numbers to call. But the Barbados Light and Power Company reminds you that there is no planned shutdown, so you should have your current as we speak. Please be assured that they are committed, however, to maintaining safety and systems continuity as long as possible. The protection of our systems are designed to automatically trip any circuits impacted by the hurricane. Additionally, the teams will be in the control centers throughout the night monitoring the system. What a sense of relief to know that the team is on standby in the centers monitoring the lighting network, and to be able to swoop in where comfortable and necessary to do so. So thank you, Barbados Light and Power Company, for supporting our coverage, and thank you for that update as well.
CBC Weather Watch is brought to you with the compliments of the Barbados Light and Power. Electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. The Barbados Water Authority, choose water first, and Blue Waters and Juicy Patties.
To remind you, Cooperators General Insurance Company Limited is advising its policyholders that in the event of adverse weather conditions, they can be reached by calling 233-3210, 231-5980, 253-9683, 233-3060, 282-5461, or 233-8600 to report a claim. Please insure your property and ensure that all of your documents, important documents, are stored in waterproof containers or plastic. You're reminded that during the inclement weather to stay tuned to the media and stay indoors until the all clear is given. And so the Cooperators General Insurance is reminding you to please keep safe, as we are here as we continue to watch Beryl. Now, we are awaiting the next update for around 2 o'clock, as the Met Services has been reminding us, but we want to hear from you. 228-5562. You're literally our eyes and ears out and about, and so we want you to give us a call, 228-5562, and tell us what's happening in your neck of the woods. Also, if you can, take some pictures, take some video, and you can WhatsApp it to that same number, 228-5562.
Well, it's been a busy month of June in terms of ICC T20 Cricket World Cup. Of course, we were hoping, and it did happen, that the weather held off yesterday for the final of that ICC T20 World Cup at Kensington Oval. A lot of people were very thankful. But we've got another viewer on the line from St. Lucie. Good morning.
Same number, 228-55.
You're watching your TV, turn off your volume and listen to your phone.
In terms of ICC
See, they're watching TV.
Cricket World Cup, of course.
So we're listening to ourselves.
So should we let yourself finish? 228-556. So we want to encourage you. You're going to be on delay. You will be on delay.
So
228-5562. Call us. Turn down the volume and only listen to your telephone. That's exactly where you're going to hear us. 228-5562. The number is to call. The number is also by which you can send us your video or your pictures of just what's happening in your neck of the wood. We hope you're ready, and we hope that you have been totally prepared as well.
So far, I've noticed that there were 3 hot items in terms of preparation for Hurricane Beryl: gas, bottled water, and I have the other one written down somewhere near here. But gas and bottled gas and bottled water. I have someone that I purchased my water from. I called him this morning. I said, I better get another case just in case. And he said, and this was at 9 o'clock this morning, he is sold out. So I know that that's a hot commodity as well, especially now that the pumps have been turned off. You'll want to make sure you have some water to drink. I hope that you have enough water to wash up the wares with, to make sure that those toilets are flushed. A lot of people these days have water tanks now at the back of their houses, but there's still some of us who live in the older houses who are not so lucky. So I certainly hope you got your water, your potable water as well. Damien Best is joining us now for an update. Damien, good morning. Where are you?
To you, Derry. Good morning once again to our viewers and listeners. I am in the parking lot of the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation. Yeah, just to kind of get a little feel of the atmosphere here in the Pine. At the moment, little drizzle coming down as I look off into the distance, getting a little darker in terms of cloud cover. So I do believe that we might be impacted by this system in just a short while. There was not much wind just about 2 minutes ago, but it seemingly has started to pick up a little bit more. But most of it seems to be pretty calm on the outside. The highway, not busy at all. Only 1 or 2 vehicles passing in between, but nonetheless, it's been super quiet from the time we left here about 3 hours ago, and went over onto the west side and went all the way up to Crab Hill in St. Lucie and came around down to Army Bourne Highway. It's been pretty quiet. Only 1 or 2 people are relaxing in their neighborhood. Some people are in their galleries and taking in a little bit of as well. But it hasn't been as busy as you would have expected in terms of the autobahns impacting Barbados.
Well, as you're in the car park, could you look for SA3134? Make sure it's safe and sound over there.
Damien,
I think it's a talk. It's good. You're looking good.
I know when you were reporting earlier, I can't remember what part of the country you were, but remind us where you were when you saw that tree fallen across the road.
Oh, that was in Joes River. We were coming up a section in Joes River, and the tree had tumbled over. So I do believe if the system does get a little bit worse than what it is right now, we might see a little bit more of that happening. It was a tree that myself and Melissa Farley, along with my camera person there, Chris Wood, managed to orchestrate and move over the road. Being good Samaritans that we are, and great Barbadians, we managed to move it out of the way. But yeah, I do suspect it's gonna have a little. You're gonna have a little bit more of that. What I can say is that the the DM and all the persons involved have done a good job so far in terms of positioning. When we were in St. Lucie, we saw the Army trucks and various utility vehicles parked in the St. Lucie area, St. Lucie Primary School. So that is going to be one of the focal points, I guess, for deployment in the St. Lucie area. And when we moved around, we saw a number of personnel vehicles. As I mentioned before, we passed through some of the shelters as well, the St. Lucie Parish Church in particular. And everybody seems to be just waiting up this one. It's one of those nervous waits. I've got a number of messages from people who said they're a little bit nervous, category 4, they've never experienced something like this. And myself, never experienced a category 4, so it's going to be interesting wait and see.
Well, stay there until we come back to you, Damien.
Thank you, Damien.
He's not going to say a word to me now. He's not going to say a word to me forever. We have a caller coming in, but before we take you, caller, get ready to turn down the volume on your radio or your telephone, all right? Heading to 6 Roads.
Radio or TV.
Or TV, to take this call. 6 Roads, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
There you are. How are you doing?
I'm good. When you suggest, fairly good. And good afternoon, Gary.
Hello. What you're calling?
Good morning, Gary. I spoke to you that today.
Okay. Remind me of your name again, please.
Dite.
Oh, Dite. Hi, Dite. Okay. I know Dite is a friend of the family. All right. So what's the weather like there, Dite?
It's quiet. It's not unusual. It's usually windy, but it's not nothing extraordinary.
Okay.
Well, it's good all day. We had a few spots of rain, maybe an hour ago, but right now it's just cool, a little bit brisk rain, but it's okay.
Have you been following the information given by the Met Office in terms of when the eye of the hurricane is expected to pass by Barbados? Have you been following that?
Yeah, I've been following it. I was saying that maybe 4 in the evening time, early morning, the nearest point, because, what I say is going south of us, at the nearest point, with the coordinates at 59 and 13 point what now, it will be near there around maybe 4 o'clock, even at 6 o'clock, you get some weather. So I know that the weather would have come to the after 2.
You sound like a man who has done this many times before.
Yes, I used to work with my family at Light and Power. So
you worked at Light and Power?
Yeah, I'm on the road.
You were one of those crew who would have been on the road. I've heard that at a time like this, as the possibility could be of power surges, that it's best that you turn off at your breaker and not just simply unplug things. Is that good advice?
Yeah, you can turn up. You can turn off the breaker if you need to, but you need to keep the fridge on. So the fridge is nothing. You can let the fridge on, but the electronics, the televisions and those kind of things, that it's a surface of surges, the fridge can carry it. But these things are left to happen, like when the electricity goes off, like a tree branch hit the wire, and it's good trip, and it clear itself, the circuit will come back on.
Right.
And that sometimes will cause a problem.
What have you been doing to prepare your property, to secure your property at this time?
Well, when I was outside, we were putting everything, I think I left to get doorway to secure those. One thing I didn't do is board up the windows, and this thing I regret I didn't do. But then after I realized that the hurricane would not be that close to us, I didn't feel much of a problem. But I usually move everything, even the garbage can, I make sure it's heavy. I put that to a bottle of water and I keep it down, and move the chairs I have outside, put it in a safe position. Everything I have, that left of blow, I secure it.
You've done
it. And I get myself, that's as usual. I test my lights. I have some solar lights I bought inside the house, and try them out. And that's it.
What about your neighbors, though? You can't be selfish.
Yeah, we are right. My neighbor, one time I missed my step ladder. And I really, we never had it, you know, because we this is how we live. But, you know, partly when he went looking for me, I went to talk church, the others.
Yes.
But he's boarded up and everything is okay. So we're happy. And I am right now inside here, just prayers and best wishes for my work colleagues. So normally, like, now, as I said, I'd be out there. It's not like before we be out all the time. But because of the new laws, labor laws, and litigation now, it's not safe to go outside.
Right.
But normally we used to work on any kind of condition. As long as you can make it, you go on the poles and the wind blowing. You always like to do is get the electricity back on. Because that's how we get paid.
We thank you for your service indeed, but thank you so much for calling as well, all right?
Thank you, Dite. Stay safe.
I'll talk to you sometime.
Okay.
Take care. Have a good night. Now, don't forget, folks, give us a call on 228-5562.
All right. And of course, we want to remind you that our coverage...
We'll come to that in a minute, but just to tell you that government has taken the necessary steps to prevent major flooding across the island from Hurricane Beryl. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Transport, Works and Water Resources, Cynthia Bradshaw, says both the drainage unit as well as subcontracted drainage teams were on the ground clearing the drainage systems at flood-prone areas. She was speaking to the members of the media at Woodburn St. Philip, where a team was clearing the retention road, which allows for the catchment of water prior to it making its way into neighboring communities.
Clearing areas from Spikestown to Brandon's to Hoystons, Graham Hall. We're making our way in all of the districts that are commonly known to flood. We are taking as much steps as we possibly can to mitigate the flooding. It's not to say that the flooding will completely be eradicated, because as you can tell, you know, the extent of the system is quite large, and there will certainly be no doubt impacts to several parishes across the country. But what we're doing is trying to mitigate the amount of flooding that may occur across the island as a result of the heavy rains at this point in time.
Ms. Bradshaw says while clearing the drainage systems will continue even after Hurricane Beryl has passed, she's encouraging Barbadians to pay attention to what is happening with the drains in their districts.
Reach out to the drainage unit if there are any issues in terms of us being able to come in to clear those areas. We have our teams on the ground trying to go into a number of districts to be able to clear a number of the areas. So we've been into Kensington New Road, in particular this morning, Fontebelle area. You know, we've been in several communities and responding to a number of the concerns from residents over certainly the last few weeks as well.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Pearson. Well, we've been checking in since this broadcast started with Sharika Griffith at the National Emergency Operations Center located at the Department of Emergency Management, and she joins us now again. Good morning. Hello once again, Sharika. All right. Well, while Sharika gets ready for us here at the CBC, are you ready, Sharika? Good morning.
Good morning to you again, Derry and Pearson. As we told you, we have quite a few stakeholders here at the Department of Emergency Management. So this time around, we're going to bring you some updates from fire, police, and BDF. So we'll start with the Barbados Defense Force. We have Major Randolph Charles, and he is the BDF Liaison Officer. Major Charles, can you talk to us about what some of the preparations you would have done going into the hurricane season?
All right, well, just briefly, the BDF usually every year goes through specific drills to ensure that all personnel involved are aware of and are equipped, not only to understand how the equipment is used, but in order to be able to execute the necessary drills that are required for recovery, for assisting individuals, especially civil ministries and other BDF personnel, police, fire, in recovery, in various aspects assistance in order so that this assistance will bring some type of relief to the island in short order.
Okay, so once you got the official word that we were expecting Hurricane Beryl, it is a case rather where you would be stationing teams around the island? Is that what happens?
Yes, there are teams that are positioned in various parts of the island. All the bases for sure, and every year we do set up. There's a team at the Dara Jordan Secondary School in St. Lucie. There are various teams. There are response teams. There's a drone team. There's a quick response team as well. There's a team that deals with reconnaissance and assistance. And these teams are all set up in order to make sure that we are able to assist all the necessary stakeholders in ensuring that we have a very positive result at the end of the entire exercise.
Do you go out during the passage of the system, or is it a case where the teams have to wait until the all clear is given?
We usually go after the all clear is given.
Okay. All right. So we'll move down now to police. If you don't mind just sliding the microphones down. With us, we have Acting Senior Superintendent Rodney Archer, and he's the Operations Officer here at the National Emergency Operations Center. Thank you for joining us. I know it's a busy time for you. I'll start with the same question. Tell us about what sort of preparations police would do to prepare for events such as this.
Well, good evening. Good
morning
to all. Prior to the commencement of the hurricane season, we do a number of drills. We ensure that our equipment is working. We ensure that persons know what their roles are come an event like this. And we actually go through a tabletop exercise to test persons' readiness for such events.
Now, we would have gotten some reports that there are still some vehicles moving around at this time, even though, people would have been advised to shelter in place at this point. Is the police out there trying to get these people off the road?
That is the difficult one. They are endangering our lives when they do engage in this kind of illegal activity, but we would still be on the road until it is absolutely necessary to come off. And when we do encounter persons who are not supposed to be on the road at this point in time, we will take the necessary action.
Now that you've said police could possibly be in danger when they go at this time, should they receive a call, say, about some sort of violent incident, do they go out now that people have been advised to shelter in place?
As long as we deem it to be safe enough to respond, we respond. But we weigh the consequences, and that decision is made at the time as to whether or not it is safe to go. There are some instances that will require that we will have to go, despite the fact that the situation is a dangerous one.
Right. That's certainly something to consider. And if you don't mind moving down the table, we'll go now to the Barbados Fire Service. With us, we have Divisional Officer Patrick Edwards. Can you tell us, are there any reports that you would have received at this time that perhaps would have required the response of the fire service?
Good morning, Barbados. Quite happy to say that we have not received any of those requests so far for the morning, and we certainly hope to keep it that way.
Okay. Can you talk to me about your preparations on the fire service end?
Our preparation for the season, which is always ahead, it is a really tricky one because it comes immediately after the dry season, which we have lots of grass fires and all that. So there's a pretty quick turnaround into the hurricane season. And we normally work in conjunction with the Army, where we involved in drills such as urban search and rescue in preparation for these particular events. We also participate in desktop exercises with the stakeholders in that particular area. And once it gets close to that particular point in time, we will normally engage our SOPs where we go about and ensuring that all of our portable pumps, all the pumps on board our places are working, because we know traditionally it comes with flooding. And it's important that all of that equipment is indeed in readiness. So that forms the nucleus of how we go about in preparing for the season.
Have you noticed a change in some of the type of training you may have to do given these new challenges that we're seeing with climate change?
Absolutely, absolutely. And not only climate change, but our infrastructure, how we are doing things change over a period of time, where sometimes you will recognize that at one particular point in time, you will see water settling in a particular area. And with development and all that, because water makes its own natural path, you will recognize that where never used to flood would all of a sudden start to flood. So we always got to be cognizant through our risk analysis and all that to be able to prepare the service that the Barbadian public needs in order to always to keep them safe.
Okay. Thank you very much for that response. If I can go back to Acting Senior Superintendent Archer, would you be able to tell us what your role is here at the Emergency Operations Center?
Well, at the Emergency Operations Center as the ops officer, my role is to coordinate the various agencies. There are a number of agencies assembled in the operations room, and my role would be one of receiving reports coming in, deciding which agency should deal with such a report, discussing with that agency, discussing with the body, determining a plan of action, executing, and if it is possible, then to analyze the results to see if we have arrived at a correct decision. But mine is one of coordinating the agencies.
It sounds like a very difficult task. So based on what you've just said, can you tell us about what sort of reports you would have received so far, if any?
We've only received one report so far.
And that was?
And that was one where an elderly lady called to say that she wanted to relocate because her house was unstable. That's the term she used. We engaged her. We asked the police. We determined that we will have police officers speak to her to find out exactly what she meant by unstable and what her true desire was. And they would have engaged her, and she finally decided that she was going to stay home, and if the situation becomes more dire, she would call back. But that is the only report that we received today.
That's interesting. Given that, what would your advice be to people, really? Because, of course, we have been hearing the warnings that you should move before and not after.
Irrespective of the advice that you would give persons, there are some persons who are so connected to their residence, irrespective of its condition, they would prefer to stay and ride out a weather system. The advice that I would give to a rational person is that if you know that your house is not very stable, go to a shelter at the earliest. That is the advice I would give.
I certainly have to agree with that. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We've been speaking with Acting Senior Superintendent with the Barbados Police Service and the Operations Officer here at the National Emergency Operations Center. That's Rodney Archer. We also spoke with Divisional Officer with the Barbados Fire Service, Patrick Edwards, and Major Randolph Charles, the Barbados Defense Force Liaison Officer. So for studio, it's back to you for now.
Thank you, Sharika. Indeed, great work coming from there. 9 minutes after 1 o'clock now, as we go to a call coming in from Grenada. Her name is Lisa Taylor, as a matter of fact. Good morning to you, Lisa.
Good morning. How are you?
Well, today, how do you do?
Well, a little anxious, maybe more than a little.
You are literally in the path of the oncoming storm, the big hurricane and tell us how you feel about that and what preparations have you been making?
Well, I've prepared my workplace and my home as best I can. We bring to this experience, obviously, a very important anniversary. On 7th of September 2024, we were meant to be remembering Hurricane Ivan 20 years ago. The reminder has come a little earlier. And I think that is obviously, for those of us who lived through that experience, it necessarily makes you quite anxious, especially when you're hearing information about a possible Category 4 and maybe even 5. So I think we've all done the best we could. We've paid a lot of attention to our documents and, things of that nature, and that's one of the lessons we've taken from Ivan.
Could you relive that experience just briefly for us, this Hurricane Ivan back then 20 years ago, and what that meant for you then?
Ivan was a life-changing experience because all of us of a certain age grew up hearing about Hurricane Janet in 1955, most of you, if you had a grandparent or a parent. And so we didn't have a lived memory. We only relied on stories. And Ivan brought home to us, the awesome force of nature. It literally flattened Grenada. It affected us very profoundly. It's taken us quite a long time to make what we thought, or we still think is a good recovery, but it affected the housing stock, obviously it affected the economy, and was a traumatizing experience. And I think that remembered trauma is what a number of us, I think lots of Grenadians tonight, as we wait to see what comes with Monday morning, are reliving those memories. And for a lot of people, it will bring a lot of anxiety and a lot of pain and a lot of fear. That's our lived reality right now.
Authorities are saying to you, and what your Prime Minister is saying to the nation as well?
Well, he has urged us to use the 2 Ps, to prepare and to pray. And I imagine the preparations now, I don't imagine anyone is still prepared. I think we're all hunkering down. And I'm certain that there's a lot of prayer being offered up across the island. They've taken no chances. They've declared a state of emergency. So as of 7 o'clock last evening, Grenada has been under a state of emergency, and that will continue, I think, for 3 days in the first instance. So whatever comes, we are meant to stay where we are, shelter in place, or those of us who are not secure about our accommodations, we've been urged to go to shelters. I understand from reliable sources that offer has been taken up by a good number of Grenadians. And so we pray and we wait, and we hope that when it comes, we'll survive it and it will go quickly.
From your experience as well as a Grenadian as well, what are the most vulnerable communities that you think would be more severely impacted by Beryl?
Well, Grenada is the topography of Grenada, there are coastal areas that would have to be concerned. We have historical areas that flood rather easily. We've just come actually from a period of a tropical wave that brought a lot of rain and shut down a couple of the water systems even before Beryl comes to town. So the people at the coast, the people who have the traditional flooding experiences, landslides, if you're at a higher elevation and there's a lot of wind action, you'd be justifiably concerned for the strength of your roof to survive the onslaught, especially with the wind speeds that we're expecting. So it's a combination of different things depending on where you are. But certainly landslides and flooding, if the rain is as expected, will be a couple of the threats that we'll be facing.
We've had tremendous traffic lines at petrol stations, at the supermarkets, and almost everywhere in preparation for Beryl. I suppose it's been the same there in Grenada.
Yes, yeah. As a matter of fact, a couple of the supermarkets that, even those that don't traditionally open on a Sunday, there were Sunday openings to accommodate, people wanted to get their last-minute supplies. I experienced, not because I was joining the line, I was trying to navigate, along the traffic route today and realized that there was a lot of last-minute filling up of gas tanks and that sort of thing. So all of those experiences. But I want to hope that Grenadians, because some of us, there are those of us who are quite young and didn't have the experience or were too young to remember. But I think a large portion of the population is sufficiently of age to remember what we went through. And I'd like to hope that the level of preparation was adequate. And the rest of it, we leave it up to God. There's not much else you can do after you've prepared.
There's a lot we can learn from your experience in St. Grenada as a passage of Ivan then. We have to learn here in Barbados with the passage of Beryl. And we want to thank you, Lisa, for calling in and sharing with us from your experience about the things that we need to pay attention to. We wish you well. We hope that nothing...
As do we. We wish you well. We wish our comrades in St. Vincent who are also in danger.
Yes.
And it's a unifying experience in that sense. And we all hope that we'll get through it together.
Absolutely. Lisa Taylor from Grenada, thank you so much for talking to us.
Good morning to you. Bye-bye.
As well. This is Weather Watch on the stations of the CBC, brought to you by Barbados Light and Power Company, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. Barbados Water Authority, choose water first. Blue Waters and Juicy Patties. I'm Pearson Bowen alongside Derry Bowen.
Pearson, I just want to tap back to what Ms. Taylor said there in Grenada, and she said the wait. Ivan was traumatizing, and for us here in Barbados, I think Damien alluded to it, the wait is a strange feeling. I don't know for you, because we've never experienced a hurricane. We've had Elsa, we've had Tomas, we've had a few tropical depressions, but a Category 4 hurricane is something that I don't know if I am prepared for it. So it is a very strange feeling. They have had that experience, and she says that she would hope that Grenadians remember what that was like and prepare themselves. The Prime Minister, she says, told them the 2 P's, prepare and pray. And so for us here in Barbados, for me at least, it is a very strange feeling. I don't know, we say God is a Bajan, but with this system coming, all I can say is a strange feeling. I don't know what to expect. So it is a strange feeling for us indeed.
As it would happen just early this week, well, last week now, we had one of those sessions here in preparation for our coverage during the storm with the Department of Emergency Management as well as the Met Services. And within a matter of hours, we were then pressed into action preparing for Beryl. It just so happened. And it started as that depression that quickly went very quickly to a tropical storm and very quickly to Category 1. And then it just moved up the numbers at the snap of a finger. It truly has been, again, as the Prime Minister would have hinted, all about climate change. How things are just swiftly changing as a consequence of the rapid changes in climate.
It is true. We've got some...
Cynthia has sent us a WhatsApp.
Okay.
We thank you all for WhatsApping to us indeed. So let's see what Cynthia has to say or Cynthia has sent. Remember, you can send those WhatsApps to 228-5562.
We have to check our phones. Okay.
All right. Derry, you check and you tell me what you see, since I'm not as adept as you are.
All right. So she says, hi, CBC family. There is wind in St. George. I am trying to keep safe and keep my child who has a disability safe as well. Someone is asking, not sure if this is the same, but we've got another message asking if it is too late to go. Okay, so is it too late to go to a shelter? This is another question. This person says, I'm getting nervous. Worst case scenario, who do I get in contact with? This person says they live in Rices in St. Philip. So we're going to look for that. We're going to look for that information as well.
I'm not sure if it's too late.
No.
You can make your way to a shelter as soon as you possibly can. I'm not sure which is the nearest shelter to you where you are. Derry is going to find out what's the nearest Category 1 shelter to where you are there at Rices, St. Philip. But don't panic. Stay calm, because in panicking you just make matters worse. So stay as calm as possible. Don't be nervous. We are staying with you as well. So get your documents together. Those important documents. If you have to take medication with you, make sure you have them secured and put into a bag. You got that? Whatever little things that you need to keep you through. Your toiletries, a couple unmentionables, and those kinds of things to keep you comfortable. And then if you want to take along some snacks as well, that'll be good as well. But just prepare yourself, have that handy bag, and then you stand by to head off to...
You can go to the Hilda Skeen Primary School. We had Anne-Marie Burt reporting from there. Or the Ruby Church of the Nazarene as well. So in St. Philip, the Hilda Skeen Primary School and the Ruby Church of the Nazarene. So if you can get there to one of those two shelters, then I'm sure you feel a little bit more
Yeah.
comfortable as well.
And if you are concerned about transportation, just I hope you have a friend, somebody who you can call and ask them to give you a ride. We also have another message coming in, said, blessed good morning and safety to you, Pearson and DERRY. We are getting some intermittent rain, winds and thunder at Hanson in St. George. That's the breadbasket, so a little bit of rain there can help, but thunder as well in Hanson, St. George, those thunder showers you're having, well, keep those messages coming in. We'd love to see some video or some pictures as well as to what you're experiencing. And then another message says, just want to know you to know that Richard is watching from Dallas. Hey, Richard, thank you so much for watching, and is praying that everyone stays safe as the system passes through the area. So to Richard in Dallas, thank you so very much for messaging, and thank you so much for watching as well. Richard, maybe you can tell us if you have any relatives here and where they are, so that we can also see if we can make contact with them as well.
So remember, you can send those WhatsApp messages or those videos, or you can call us at 228-5562 and let us know what is happening in your area. So Kimberly Skeet, who is on duty in Q100.7 FM, I think she just sent me a message. She says 6 Roads Church of Christ is closer for that person who is hoping to get to a shelter. So thank you so much, Kimberly. And don't forget that we had that advisory at 11 last night. I think we were due an advisory around 2 this morning. It's now 21 minutes after 1 o'clock. We've got more WhatsApps coming in. Very strong winds in Merrick's in St. Philip. I know St. Philip is always windy. I spoke to someone who lives in St. Philip today, but he said it's always windy, yes, but it was gusty today at points.
Another one says, winds here in this, it's a windstorm right now. Winds here in the city is now picking up. Wind howling like the devil here at Callender's Christchurch, just up the hill from where some of us live. Mile and a quarter St. Peter at 12:40 was pretty calm, this messenger said.
Okay, and what is this? Good morning. Oh, from
Canada.
From Canada, yes. Thanks for keeping us updated. Hello to you, Canada. Again, like Pearson told Richard in Dallas, if you have relatives here, you can send us a message where they are. In Ealing Park South, the winds are very high. This person says, my windows have been flexing for a while. So the winds are definitely picking up.
Well, the system is due to pass to the south of the island, and obviously that wind that comes around from the top there will affect the southern part of the island. So we want you to stay safe. If your windows are rattling, now is not the time for you to try to fix it in that high wind.
No.
You know, let's hope and pray that nothing untowards happens and that you and your family remain safe. But if you have to evacuate your home, head to a shelter, consider where the nearest shelter is. Start looking, and plot your path to the shelter as quickly and as safely as you possibly can.
So Hurricane Beryl remains a strong Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles an hour or 215 kilometers an hour, and therefore a hurricane warning remains in effect for Barbados. An outer band of Beryl will bring heavy showers and storm force winds across the island after midnight, so that's what we're seeing now, I guess. The center of Beryl is expected to pass about 80 miles or 130 kilometers south of Barbados early on this Monday morning, the 1st of July. After midnight, storm force winds will be accompanied by hurricane force wind gusts as the eye of Beryl passes to the south of the island. Marine conditions continue to deteriorate with increasingly large ocean swells expected closer to mid-morning. The public is encouraged, of course, to monitor the BMS, the DEM, the GIS websites, of course, the CBC TV8 and its radio services for further information on Beryl. So as of 11 o'clock last night, the eye was located near 11.5 degrees north, 58.1 degrees west, or about 240 kilometers or 150 miles southeast of Barbados. The system, as Pearson just said, is moving in a westward direction at 20 miles an hour or 31 kilometers an hour. The minimum central pressure is 959 millibars. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 45 kilometers or 30 miles an hour from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 185 kilometers or 115 miles.
Your WhatsApp messages, your WhatsApp videos, your pictures, please, at 228-5562. That's the number to send the WhatsApp pictures and videos to, and your telephone calls as well. We just had a message popping in. Extremely strong winds in St. Patrick's, and the windows are shaking. Now that caused me to catch my breath for just a moment. That's where my godchildren live. So I'd like very much, hopefully that's not them, but extremely strong winds there at St. Patrick's in Christchurch. Windows are shaking. Let's take this call on 228-5562. Good morning.
Good morning, Pearson.
Hey, Mars.
Good morning, Derry.
Morning. How are you doing?
I went up there working in the Pearson in my house. So I know that I couldn't see it because once Jesus is in the boat, they can smell the storm.
Amen. Amen.
Yes.
So how is it there for you, Mars?
Very, very windy out here.
Mm-hmm.
Strong winds.
Marcel, where in St. Philip are you?
I'm Bladeshill, St. Philip.
Bladeshill, okay.
Yes,
so
please.
You describe it as strong winds. Is it unusual wind?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Pearson.
Mm-hmm.
It's very windy.
How prepared have you been, Marcel, for this?
I prepared myself as much as I could, Pearson. As you know, I'm on my challenge.
Yes.
But my son looked after me very well, thanks to neighbors. And we have the house with, boarded up and so on. We have our water catch. We have our dry food stuff and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And my batteries and my lights and everything. And so little lights I have here, in case the current go off,
right,
that I can turn it on. It comes on like the light on light and power.
Nice. All right. So, Marcel, you mentioned your challenge and the community that you have to work with you. Is this a group of friends, a group of family? Because everybody knows Marcel. I think when people hear this voice, they will say, oh, that's a lady that calls in on Q 100.7 FM every day. So talk to us about your community. I know you mentioned your son or sons, yes. But
the neighbors next door.
Right.
Like my children also.
Okay.
So they all come over and try to make sure I secure the dog and give him a different home and everything.
Right.
And they share the different materials they have and so on, if they can help out, So we just live like that along, not only in storm time, but we live like that all the time. Because they always look up for me.
Wonderful. Marcel, have you been able to sleep at all tonight?
Yes, I had to do a job, yes I did.
Oh, you did?
So I went to do a job, and I know I left here, so they were talking, and I got back up and found them still talking. Chris, is there anything to get for you?
A cup of tea will do, thank you.
You want to listen or take me?
Well, you work it out. I'm sure whatever it is much appreciated.
You need milk and sugar?
No milk, sugar, yes.
Okay, 2 sugars or 1?
Marcel, do the thing break for me now.
All right.
Thank you.
For you?
I will take some of Pearson's tea.
You can have Pearson's tea. His tea is specially made.
Oh, dear. Okay. Well,
get your own.
All right, Morris, thanks, sir.
Yes,
you stay
safe. All that time. If it get any worse, I will give you another call.
Yes, please do. Please do.
Good morning to Barbados, and please be safe. Let us pray and ask God to help us and direct us at this time.
Amen, indeed. Thanks, Marcel.
God bless you all.
Okay, Marcel calling from Bladeshill in St. Philip, indeed. Just applauding you guys, keeping us all in the know. Let's hope my fellow Bajans pay attention and be alert. Hi, good morning from Bowling Alley, St. Joseph. It's raining and the winds hold up now, but they're thankful. Church Village, St. Philip says the winds are very strong. Good morning to Pearson and Derry. The winds are picking up here at Shop Hill. I'm hearing a screeching noise. I just hope it's not the MCTV antenna. So do I.
I
really hope so, indeed. But this is Storm Watch on the stations of the CBC, brought to you by Barbados Light and Power. Electricity powering our nation progress since 1911. Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. The Barbados Water Authority. Choose water first. Blue Waters and Juicy Patties. Back in a bit.
Thank you so much. CBC Weather Watch is brought to you by our sponsors, Barbados Light and Power, electricity, powering our nation's progress since 1911. Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. Barbados Water Authority, choose water first. And Blue Waters and Juicy Patties.
With the stations of the CBC, Prime Minister Mia Amor Motley is giving Barbadians tonight the assurance the government is doing all that it can to ensure all are kept safe during the passage of Hurricane Beryl. And she says the island may be spared the full wrath of the weather system. She was giving a weather update on the impending weather. Rachel Agard filed this report.
Hurricane Beryl will affect Barbados, but officials do not believe it will bring the worst of the hurricane-forced winds. However, there will still be strong tropical storm winds. Word of this from Prime Minister Mia Amor Motley during a weather update to Barbadians. Hurricane Beryl was at the time 200 miles southeast of Barbados and expected to pass 80 miles south of the country early Monday morning.
The hurricane force winds are Category 4 winds at 130 miles per hour, making it a very dangerous hurricane. But we do believe that the Barbados will not get the brunt of the hurricane force winds. It seems at this stage that we will definitely get tropical storm winds. They have indicated 40 to 60 miles per hour and the possibility of gusts going to hurricane force. That means, therefore, that we still need to be extremely vigilant. Indeed, while we were taking the brief, Mr. Best Sabu indicated that they were already seeing 40 mile per hour winds at Charnock's in Christchurch.
Officials also expect no more than 3 inches of rain, but there is the potential for flash flooding in areas.
People should not be lulled into a false sense of security because of the absence of rain. We don't get notice on when a gust may come. And I want to urge Barbadians to stay inside. There is no reason for anybody to be on the road now unless they're an essential worker. And even then, there's going to be a point when the essential workers cannot be on the road as well. So I'd like us please to take heed and do not put at risk anyone else's life because of anybody's curiosity or desire to go outside.
Prime Minister Mia Amor Motley also apologized for the late notice from the Barbados Water Authority on the shutdown of water across the island. However, she says it was necessary to safeguard the integrity of the infrastructure.
Regrettably, the reality is that if they don't shut down the pumping stations, it is likely that the pumps as well as the circuitry in the facilities can be seriously affected. And they have advised that if they don't do that and the pumps are destroyed, especially now with the difficulty in supply chains, that you can take from weeks to months to get back pumps, which would mean that those districts would be without water for weeks to months. And none of us want that. So I'm sorry that the notice came so late. The other difficulty, I'm told, is that there are over 40 stations that they have to go to, both pumping stations and boosting stations. And they have to go to each one physically in order to be able to shut it down. And that also means that the workers will also be at risk, and they too need to get off the road, certainly no later than 11:30, quarter to 12.
Prime Minister Motley also asked all to pray for those in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada who are in the path of Hurricane Beryl. Rachel Agard, CBC News.
All right, Rachel, thank you. Just big thank you also to our interpreters who are here assisting us. Share the message with those who are deaf or hard of hearing. And remember, if you do need an emergency first responder for the deaf or hard of hearing community, Bonnie Leons is one you can call. She's there talking to you as we speak on 238-3819. You can message her. As well, Dario Nightingale at 245-5411. Sandra White Belgrave, 844-4141, or Lionel Smith at 244-3140. Those are the emergency first responders for the deaf or hard of hearing community.
All right, so we are encouraging you to call or WhatsApp us 228-5562. You can send us videos as well. We've got some more messages coming in. This person says, I am in the city and the wind is really picking up and some rain also, but we all have to put God first and pray for the best. This person says it is extremely windy in Watton. And then we have someone that says, good morning, guys. I'm stuck to my TV, up to date with the hurricane, thanks to you guys, all the way from St. Vincent, Canouan and St. Vincent. The rain has just begun, keeping our prayers up. Hope my aunt Menelva Scantleberry and family in Black Rock in Barbados are all good. So good morning to the Black Rock family, the Scantleberry family in Black Rock, and we send our prayers to you in St. Vincent as well.
But good morning to those in Canouan in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I know some folks.
I like how you say it,
Pearson. It's from Canouan. I know some folks from Canouan. Okay. That's why. Okay. And so, you know, it's a very close-knit community there in Canouan. It's a relatively small island, a small population, but they are into what they are into, indeed, in a very big way as a community. And so to you in Canouan, thank you so much for watching. We know we have viewers in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and thanks to our friends there at the NBC station in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well for taking our coverage. Thank you very, very much indeed. Hello, Barbados family. Just want to hope that everyone in BIM stays safe and to wish the Barbados Police, the Barbados Defense Force, and all of the agencies hope that you get through this crisis safely. This one goes on to say, my daughter Janelle Cummings and grandson Nathan, also my cousin Winston Eiffel, and my mother Elsie Spencer, is in a care home. And they're obviously wishing the very best to her other daughter, Melissa Harper, that everyone stays safe during the passage of Hurricane Beryl.
Okay, so we've got a couple of messages from Bush Hall. Good morning. Wind blowing strong here in Review Road, Bush Hall in St. Michael. And then someone else says the wind in Bush Hall is very strong. So we're getting those gusts coming in now in St. Michael.
Good morning to all of you away from home and family to keep us up to date with the information. All right. Good morning to Pearson and Company. Orbin Simon in Trinidad and Tobago, in Port of Spain. As a matter of fact, Orbin is an avid listener to Q 100.7 FM and very active as an early morning wall crawler. To you, Orbin Simon, thank you for checking in. No rain in Port of Spain at the moment, she tells us, but you know the system is also headed in your direction, Orbin. We hope that you do take all precaution. No rain in Bacons right now. It's probably Bakers right now, but the wind is trying to compensate for the lack of wind, and so the wind is trying to compensate for the lack of rain. That's at Bakers. Good morning. Wind blowing strong here at Review Road, Bush Hall, St. Michael. That's the one you just did?
Yes, I did that one. And we got one from Ron Johnson in Brooklyn, New York. Good morning to all of you at CBC. Here's hoping that all will be well. Keep up your good work. Here's hoping that my fellow Bajans will pay attention to be alert, prepared, and safe. So thank you, Ron, for those good wishes. We certainly accept them.
So let's get back to the phone. Remember, you can give us a call too on 228-5562. Let's go to Shop Hill, St. Thomas, where we say good evening or good morning now to you, Rhonda. Good morning.
Good morning, Pearson.
Hi, St. Ron's.
Yes,
how is it there?
Electricity no gone up. Electricity no.
Oh, it has?
Yes. So I calling from my cell phone.
Well, you know, that is not a planned outage by the power. They are not planning any outage at all. So something happened.
Right. Something probably let down something, but oh yeah, like I said, darkness. I got all my lights and I listen on my little transistor radio.
Did you charge your charger? You know what I mean? The battery?
Yeah, I got everything charged up. I
know you're a girl who works and lives in that space as well. So describe for me, Rhonda, what the weather is like where you are.
Well, as I said before, every now and again the gust of wind, and I hear this creaking sound, so I don't know what's going on out there, but I ain't inside here.
Would you have removed any flying, what could potentially be a flying object from outside so that, you know, nobody gets injured?
Exactly, because even my plants, I had some lettuce plants at the pot. I put them in a safe place early this morning. Right? So
right now it's just So right now for you, it's just lie down, listen to the radio, or watch the TV when the light come back on, and just read out the storm.
I can listen to the radio, so I can lie down here and listen to the radio because Richard fast asleep. I can't sleep.
Yes, yes. All right, sweet Ron. Thank you so much
Yeah,
for calling.
okay.
All the best, okay?
Yeah, thanks. Same to you, and
Thank
Gary, and
you.
be safe.
All
Thank
right.
you. Sweet Ron's interesting nickname there, Pearson. All right, Chief Shelter Warden Dr. Ramona Archer Bradshaw says that 33 shelters across the island remain open to the public. As at 11:30 p.m., there were 402 people at shelters seeking refuge from the weather system. Dr. Archer Bradshaw says assessments of the schools began in January to ensure they were fit for use and shelter wardens given the necessary training. She adds those schools that had environmental issues over the last academic year or before were not considered as shelters for this hurricane season.
Over the past 3 days, we had intensified our efforts and, just to make sure that these shelters are ready to house the shelterees. And I'm very pleased with the progress that we've made. I'm happy with where we are now. A lot of shuttering has occurred. We have 98% of our shelters shuttered. As you are aware, we use schools as shelters. There are 19 schools right now out of the 33 that are shelters. It therefore means that we will not have school tomorrow because persons will be in the shelters at that time.
Anytime there is a weather system that threatens Barbados and the severity will be high, a number of steps are taken to protect the Barbados Water Authority's assets. And General Manager of the Barbados Water Authority, Keith Roy Halliday, is apologizing for the short notice given on the shutdown of its pumping stations.
We have learned from the past where we have not taken the level of precaution that we are now taking as we would have done in Elsa, during Elsa, Hurricane Elsa, and as we are doing now, that we often suffer a loss of significant equipment, a loss of significant pumps. And whenever we resume operations, we find that it takes us weeks, sometimes months, to be able to recover, even though that may not be obvious at all times to all and sundry. The pumps are extremely expensive and they're not necessarily easily replaceable, and sometimes based on special order that take time to be able to replace, even though we have spares.
Mr. Halliday says the shutdown was done in a phased approach but started later than the initial 7:30 p.m. time to allow for all to get an adequate supply of water. He adds the systems do not deplete immediately and the major pumping stations to go offline are the most critical, which is done manually.
When we did it during Elsa, it wasn't as widely publicized or broadcasted, and therefore many people were none the wiser. This year, in the spirit of transparency, we're trying to make sure everyone understood and see exactly what is happening. So each time we have this type of situation, we will let the public know what is happening.
And a number of gas stations have run out of petrol. We brought you that story earlier, and of course we are hoping that everyone has those tanks filled at this time.
All right, we're going to try to head over to the Met Office now to hear from the Director of Met Services, Sabu Best, on the latest coordinates. We just want to know exactly where Beryl is, exactly how strong Beryl is, exactly what Beryl is doing. And so for that update, let's see if we can get over to Sabu Best now. Mr. Best? All right, I think, Mr. Best, if you could just pause for a moment. We cannot hear you. I'm not sure if you need to do something where you are, but we're watching with you. I don't think he's hearing me either. But we're hoping to see and hear from Mr. Best in just a moment so that we get to hear him coming through. All right, so As he comes, we will tell you now about those gas stations across the island that ran out of gas today, diesel and LPG. That left many Barbadians scrambling to get essential fuels ahead of Hurricane Beryl's arrival. At about 6 this evening in Jackman, a few last-minute customers were breathing a sigh of relief, thankful that the service station there was among those still serving customers.
Not getting no gas. All the rest empty, shutting up, wrapping up. Nobody have gas on the island. So, out here in Jackman, thank God for Jackman.
Yeah, so it's come to our understanding from customers that a number of fuel stations are also without fuel. As you can see, we currently still have, but we're trying right now to close up because we have to prepare the site. We have to wrap the pumps. We have to make sure that all the merchandise and the equipment is safe and what's not. But people are coming. A lot of people are on E. A lot of people, obviously, like lady here, obviously work at the emergency centers and what's not. So we're still trying to accommodate as much persons as possible. You have hundreds of persons come into the site. For the last 3 days, it has been extremely busy.
All right, so let's see if we can head over now to Sabu Best, who is at the ready to tell us the latest positioning with Hurricane Beryl. Mr. Best, let's see if we can hear you.
Good morning. Good morning. I have another update for you on Hurricane Beryl. Here we have the radar reflectivity. You can see the eye of Beryl continue to move towards the west. It looks like it may actually be doing dead west in the last few frames that we see in the radar image. But what's more important to us is this developing band that we've been watching on the north side of the hurricane. That band has been quickly approaching the island, but it's not very intense in terms of rainfall at this present moment. We're going to keep an eye on it because we realize that the bands have been intensifying as they move further and further west away, into the Eastern Caribbean. You can see how this one intensifies like that. So there's a possibility that this band can also intensify as it moves into our area. What's more important, as we dig into the band, we can see this is actual radar velocity or measured wind speed, if you like, component towards the weather radar. And we see there's some fairly strong winds as approaching the island from the east-southeast. And we take some measurements in there, we get winds up to about 60 miles per hour, about 3,000 feet up. That could probably translate down to the ground 50 miles per hour or so. There's some 1-2 spot area gusts that can go to 60 miles per hour, maybe higher. We're also watching even stronger winds that may pass, say, 50, 75 kilometers just the south of Barbados are actually close to hurricane strength. And so therefore, that's why any wobbling in the center, north track, bring those winds very close to Barbados. Again, these strong winds we're watching approaching the island from east-southeast, 60 miles per hour, 3,000 feet, down to the surface, it can be 50 miles per hour sustained. When do we expect those winds in here? Approximately 2 hours. Can be slightly less than that now, but approximately 2 hours, those winds should be in here. We already had gusts to 52 miles per hour here at the airport. Sustained winds already touch storm force, but it's made its way back down slightly again, but it's going to seesaw a bit until the next 2 hours or so. There's going to be more sustained up into the 40s and 50 mile per hour range. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for more dates throughout this early morning.
You bet we will. Thank you, Sabu Best, Director of the Met Services there with the Barbados Meteorological Services. That's why you're experiencing the strong winds. And based upon what he says, it seems as if we haven't yet felt the strongest of them still. So we want you to still continue to be cautious and careful as we monitor Hurricane Beryl. Now, we have some more WhatsApp messages coming through. We'd love to hear from you as well. We want to hear your voice. Call us on 228-5562. 228-5562. You can also send your video and your pictures and messages via WhatsApp at 228-5562. A couple of messages came in while we were sharing. One from South Carolina. We love to know we're being seen and heard and reached all over the world. Can't sleep, this writer says. My family is in St. Philip and St. James, and this writer is praying for the safety of his fellow Barbadians.
And then we have another one that just came in. Good morning, Pearson and Derry. Wind now picking up in Sargent Street in St. John. So those gusts that Sabu Best mentioned, he says we're going to expect some strong winds in approximately 2 hours, but we are already feeling those gusts in parts of the island.
Yeah.
as well.
I have a contributor who is watching us in Dominica, as a matter of fact, sent me a message who says, I'm up and listening. I'm in the parish of Canefield in Dominica. We're getting showers off and on, they tell me, but nothing to worry about at home. And so at Canefield, Dominica as well, thank you so much for viewing us as well. So thank you all for reaching out. Remember, send us your messages on 228-5562. 228-5562. Send us your videos and your pictures at 228-5562. Call us on 228-5562. She thinks I'm crazy. But I wanted you to make sure that you get it, indeed. Remember, our CBC teams are out and about as safely as they possibly can. They're reaching out and they're trying to connect and bring us the images outside so we can see it and we can share it with you as well. But we want you two to be a part of our coverage team when you do and safely take those pictures and videos wherever you are and send them to us as well.
You know, when you were speaking to Sweet Ron's, I remembered what the other item was that was flying off the shelves today. Transistor radios, believe it or not. I was actually talking to a friend of mine who was trying to purchase one. I don't remember where he went, but I remember him saying, oh, they're out of transistor radios. And so I did a little interview. I told him, well, ask the person, you know, did they have a good set? The person said, well, they've had them in stock for a while, but for this particular storm, as Bajans were preparing, the transistor radios were flying off the shelves, as were batteries. And I don't know if the younger people among us know what a transistor is. It's a very small radio. Well,
they'll learn now.
But in the event that the electricity goes off, like it did with Rhonda, she's able to keep track still. She can tune into one of our radio stations that have joined us here on TV8, 98.1 The One, 94.7 FM, and Q100.7 FM to listen to our weather watch.
Have you met yet the portable fans that are battery operated?
Yes, and the rechargeable fans as
Thank you.
well. Those are, yes.
I drove everywhere yesterday. I got the very last two on the island
Oh, so
yesterday.
it's you. It's him, people. But it was worth it.
It was worth it. And you know me, I can't take heat.
No, you can't.
I like to be cold all the time. So for me, it was critical that we get that and we secured and we did. Feeling really good for myself right now. Damien Best is out and about. Damien Best has chosen the role of being on the road. Damien, where art thou now?
Contrast in terms of the conditions of the coastline. We've made our way around the west, north, and then the east. We've ended up here on the south coast, and this is a popular beach, Miami Beach. As you can see, the storm surge has intensified here. There's water coming into the area, which is usually a parking lot, a mini parking lot, and a picnic
garbage
spot.
can.
And you can see the garbage cans on the sand. The surge is coming up towards our position. Really intensely planned. You can see almost to our camera position. And definitely the storm has, or the hurricane has not even arrived on our doorstep and yet fully. But I can imagine in the next few hours or so, this area will be completely flooded, and we'll wait and see how things will go. But this is the position here at Miami Beach, and I can tell you that this will be one of the focal points if it does intensify in terms of this hurricane category 4.
Oh, there, Damien there reporting from Miami Beach in Christchurch. You know, that's just off the Atlantic Shores Enterprise area. And to hear of that happening, wow. And look at this. We're watching right now the surf as it comes in off the beach there. I'm not sure exactly where it is. It looks to be Oistins.
It's Christchurch,
the Oistins area in Christchurch. And we can see, yes, it's relatively desolate in the area. People have taken heed to take shelter. But the sound of the wind coming in the microphone and the waves are beginning to build as the sea gets a little angry as a consequence of the wind speeds that are coming through. And we can see the palm fronds on the coconut trees swaying as the sea reacts to the passage and coming of Hurricane Beryl.
That surf is definitely coming up, so it's getting closer and closer, people. So we really hope that you are prepared. Thank you so much for that video, and thank you to Damien as well, who is out and about.
I'm sorry. 228-5562. There's something she just did that made me laugh. All right. We want to share you some other videos as well. We're thankful to you, all of you who've been sharing your video content with us. Remember, safely capture it, send it to 228-5562. 228-5562. Also, give us a call there and let us hear from you as well. What's happening in your neck of the woods. We'd like to know that you're okay. And even if you're not okay, just share that with us. We'll see how best we can possibly help you as well as we ride through this together. You know, in this studio where we sit, oftentimes heavy downpours, we can hear it. I haven't heard any yet for the night, and I'm anxious to hear some downpours. I'm that kind of a child. You know, but there are downpours at Oysters, I'm told, and want to share with you now just what our team has been capturing so we can share it with you as we take a look and to tell you in Oysters, I'm trying to define exactly where that is.
Oysters.
Exactly where that is.
Okay, so we've got, as we look at this video, we have Ava in Bathsheba who's joining us by telephone. Good morning.
Good morning, Derry.
How are you doing?
I am hunkered down, not sleeping much, as the wind has picked up tremendously here, and we're getting a lot of heavy gusts, a lot of howling. Over here, no rain, or very little rain, but the wind is beginning to, cause me to get concerned.
I think I can hear a little bit of it, Ava,
Yeah.
as you speak to us.
Yeah, and as we've got the house shut down, there's a little bit warm on the inside, but you can't risk opening up.
Right.
What's causing you the concern, Ava?
Well, where I am, I'm situated in the hill above Soup Bowl, in that area. So we're sort of like below where you would get a lot of wind coming across to my home.
Right.
So
you get the full blast of the wind
Yes.
coming off the Bathsheba coastline there.
Yeah, and in the last weather system that passed here in this village alone at Phillips Road where I am, we lost about 5 roofs in this one area. So it will concern us when the wind picks up like this.
But knowing that, how did you use what you know to prepare for this system?
Well, I have tried to batten down as much as I could, trim trees and so on that are above the house, to the wind side, what we will call the wind side of the house, and picked up everything that is possible to cause a missile, garbage cans and all of that we've brought inside and put under the cellars, find ways to store them. And we've collected our water and got everything prepared in case we have to move.
And if you have to move, do you know where to go?
Well, for me, our shelter, nearest shelter would be at Tamarind Hall, the Tamarind Hall Library, which is a mile or more than a mile up the hill.
You have transportation, Ava? If you
Yeah,
have to, okay.
we have transportation.
Okay.
But I'm hoping that we don't have to use it.
Right.
So is it just you in the house, or you have other people?
So we up there, we're a family here, and we've got family members all around.
And so you're the only one worrying?
Well, the others are sleeping. I can tell you this, but I don't sleep when we got bad weather like this. I really don't sleep.
Eva, I'm like you. I am amazed at the ability of some people to sleep through these kinds of events.
Yeah, I've been up all day preparing and so on. So I was a little tired, and I had a few winks in between, it would doze off, but the TV's on, and I'm watching.
So when you said you spent the whole day preparing, what were you doing?
Well, I catching up water, and and I have a barrel and fill that, and everything that could hold water I've filled, and tried to fill some smaller containers like gallon bottles and things like that in case that you have to move away from the place. And then I've got my mom away from me, so I went there as well and did the same thing for her and whatnot. So it's been an up and down running around situation. Yeah.
Okay, well, Eva, I hope that you are able to get some sleep, and I hope that you really stop worrying. You don't have anything to worry about.
I'm not worrying. I just praying.
Concerned.
Yeah, and I'm concerned because I know what the wind can do.
Okay. Do you work, Eva?
Yes, well, I'm retired.
You're
at the
retired.
moment.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. So even if the all clear is given at some point, you don't have to worry about going into work.
No, I can lie down and rest.
All right. So when the others now have to get up and go, you can lie down and rest as well.
Yes.
Ava, thank you so much for sharing with
You're
us,
welcome.
and I hope that you remain safe and the house remains safe as well.
I hope so, and I want y'all to be safe as well, and it is always a pleasure to have you in the house when situations like this keep us up, keep us together, and keep us informed.
Thank you, and you'll keep us company as well. So thank you,
Yes, please.
thank you for watching. All right. Remember that number, you can call us or WhatsApp us, 228-5562, 228-5562.
We're now 3 minutes after 2 o'clock in the early morning. We expect another update coming from the Met Office any moment now. But to let you know, the Barbados Light and Power Company Limited has issued a public statement regarding what it calls misinformation being circulated. The response has come from Communications Advisor Media, Cassandra Crawford.
Message from the Barbados Light and Power Company. We are aware that there is some misinformation circulating via voice note, and we want to let you know that Light and Power has no plan to shut off power to customers. Rather, Barbados Light and Power's operational teams met today to put measures in place for managing the network during the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Please be assured that we are committed to maintaining safety and system continuity as long as possible. Our protection systems are designed to automatically trip any circuits impacted by the hurricane. Additionally, our teams will be in control centers throughout the night, monitoring all systems. We just ask that you stay safe, Barbados, and remember, we are here for you.
Cassandra Crawford there sharing with us from the Barbados Light and Power just what we need to know. Remember, it was misinformation that was shared, but they have now clarified for you exactly what it is. They have not shut down power. Their team is in the command center just monitoring what's going on. And of course, if necessary, they will be able to respond.
All right. Well, we've got some more WhatsApp messages coming through, Pearson. This one from a Ross student. Good morning. I took shelter in LESC because I was afraid of the roofs coming off. So a lot of people concerned with the high winds that we are experiencing and we are set to experience, it seems, for a while. CBC, we here at the DEM are enjoying the coverage. Great job, especially the inclusion of reports from St. Vincent and Grenada. Stay safe, everyone. And that is coming from the minister. Thank you so much.
In Woodburn, St. Philip, we are told that winds are strong. As a matter of fact, they say very strong. And as you would have heard from Sabu Best just moments ago, it's going to get a little bit stronger as well. But, you know what to do. You know to be very, very careful. Woodburn winds are very strong indeed. Winds are picking up too at Vauxhall in Christchurch. We want you to be absolutely careful. Now is not the time perhaps for you to go outside to try to put down an extra nail. Now is not the time to do that. So please make sure that you are safe there at Vauxhall Christchurch. They're reporting to us now stronger winds yet. And stronger winds are yet to come.
Beijing here living in Turks and Caicos, and I am locked on. Keep up the good work, Pearson and Derry. Praying everyone stays safe. Again, the wind is whistling here in Cumberbatch Road in Fairfield. So picking up. Good morning, Pearson.
Morning, Derry.
The winds are very high in Country View Estate, St. Patrick's. Power lines are dipping really bad. That has to be a scary sight.
Another pause. But yes, so it's a windstorm at the moment. So we just want you to be absolutely careful now that you do know lots of wind, strong winds. Sabu Best from the Met Office has cautioned us about this. And so we don't want you to take any unnecessary actions. Please take all of the necessary precautions to remain safe. If you have to move away from the window because you feel it's rattling a little too strong, move away from the window. Don't stand with your face to the window hoping hoping to see outside, when you should just move away from the window. If your bed, we tend to have our beds up next to the window, you want to remain as cool as possible, move it away from there and protect yourself as best you possibly can. Also remember, those in your relatives who may be deaf or hard of hearing, remember them, because they cannot hear the slightest crash. You must be their eyes and ears in this instance and help them through this particular passage of Beryl, as Hurricane Beryl continues to be a very strong Category 4 system. It has not yet, the eye, passed Barbados to the south, but it's projected to pass about 80 miles to the south of Barbados, but we still will be experiencing some very strong winds, in some instances on the edge of hurricane force winds. So strong winds we can expect, perhaps some strong showers as well, but we want you to be absolutely prepared. If there's anything at all about your surroundings that you're concerned about or you need emergency help, you need to call the Department of Emergency Management. Contact them as soon as possible so it's logged and that they are aware of your need, and they will have a team sent out to respond to your need. Calling us, we are grateful for your communication with us, but the people who act on your concern are the folks at the Department of Emergency Management, and we thank you for heeding that call. But continue to call us on 228-5562. Continue to message us on 228-5562.
And before we get back to the WhatsApps, again, thank you so much to our sponsors, CBC Weather Watch, with the compliments of Barbados Light and Power, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. Barbados Water Authority, choose water first. And Blue Waters and Juicy Patties.
I think for a lot of children and parents, this is one from the Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training. They're reminding parents and guardians that regular classes at all schools have been suspended owing to the expected impact of the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Several schools have been earmarked as hurricane shelters, and residents should identify the one nearest to them and make their way to safety should the need arise. People will be advised when regular school activity will resume. Residents are encouraged to monitor all official media sources for weather system developments and remain in place until the all clear is given. So no school tomorrow. You will be informed when school will be in session yet again.
I got a WhatsApp from someone in the Oxnards area. Wind and rain in short, sharp bursts. This person is concerned about a tree next to their house, and they're worried about that tree falling over. I imagine there's a lot of that on the island, a lot of that thinking. We talked to Ava in Bashi Bush, who said she went out today and she got those trees near to her house trimmed.
Did you move your roller bin?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Did you?
Of course.
I thought it was interesting. I think it was Died in St. Philip who said he moved his in and he weighed it down with water. I didn't think about that.
Who does? But Di was really good to be so thoughtful, But definitely well done. We have a call coming in from St. James, Stansfield. Good morning to you, Stansfield.
Mr. Pearson, good morning, my brother. How are you?
Well, today, how are you doing?
I am humble and behaving myself, and I can't sleep. I just concerned about other people that see they can't sleep neither.
And
yes.
where exactly in St. James are you, Stansfield?
I live in the First Avenue in Carlton.
In Carlton, St. James. Now, yes. Isn't Carlton one of those areas in St. James that is relatively prone to flooding?
Well, not that I know of.
Okay.
Not that I know of.
All right, that's good news then. So tell me, what are you experiencing at the moment, Stansfield?
Well, I indoors, and the wind just passing over. I indoors. I ain't opening nothing, Mr. Pearson.
As well you should. And because if anything should happen, Stansfield, where will you go?
Well, they have a shelter right there in the school, whatever.
The Gordon Greenwich Primary School, I imagine.
Is that the one?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
Miss Bowen, how are you?
I am well, thank you. A little cold because I'm sitting next to an Eskimo, but I'm thankful that I'm here and safe. I want to ask you, you mentioned that the area you're living in is not flood prone. It's Carlton, Lower Carlton. But I want to ask you about your accent. Is it St. Lucian?
Yes, please, I am.
Okay, so have you been in contact with your family in St. Lucia? I imagine you still have family there.
I just finished spoke to them a while ago. They tell me the rain falling and everybody indoors. You know,
so they're
I
just
there to see, waiting to see what happened, and I just wish everybody well and everybody be safe, please.
okay. Stansfield, thank you so much. And
And
you
Mr.
stay
Mason,
safe
I
as
haven't
well.
heard your voice for a long time, and good night to everybody.
It's been a while. It's been a while. Thank you, Stansfield. Take care.
Yes, please.
All right. 228-5562 are the numbers to call. 228-5562 are the numbers to send your WhatsApp messages, be they video or images. We'd love very much to receive them and to hear from you. We thank all of you who are viewing us all over the world. Thank you for your messages. I know you have concern for your relatives at home. If you message us and you want to inquire about them, please feel free to do so. 228-5562. If you've never dialed us from anywhere else in the world before, it is area code 246-228-5562. Our team remains at the Emergency Operating Center. Sharika Griffith is there, and hopefully very soon we'll get to hear from her and them.
More WhatsApp messages coming in. Good morning, Darian Pearson. Winds are high and howling in Church Hill, Christchurch. Good morning, guys. I'm in Fitz Village, St. James, and it's awfully quiet. Strangely quieter than other mornings. We had a bit of rain earlier.
But that's because, you know, the system is passing to the south of the island, and because of the extent of the wind bands, outlying wind bands, the south is going to expect the most of it.
Yeah.
So Fitz Village is going to be relatively quiet. I suppose that St. Lucie and St. Peter will also be relatively quiet. And mind you, I'm not there service at all, but that's my thinking about what's happening
I
there.
think they'll be thankful as well because, you know, normally when we have some kind of system coming, it comes from the north and you get all the flooding and the rain and the different kinds of weather down that side of the island.
So Churchill, you should know that area. That's where you went to school at
It's
the
the best
foundation
school in the country, yes. Thank you. Continue.
Okay. High winds and howling in that area as well. Good morning. Very windy in Ruby Park in St. Philip. Again, the southeastern area. Windows are rattling. Sounds like a scary movie we're being told there. I hope you're careful and that you're careful enough to secure your windows. You know, we've gone away so much now from taping down the windows.
Yes,
we've gone away so much from
days.
boarding up the house. And then we take it for granted that when we make those kinds of investments into our windows, that we didn't need to continue to do so to secure that part of the house. But perhaps this should give you pause for any other occasion that might arise.
I'll tell you something. In my moving around today, I saw quite a few houses with shutters. So I think it's something that a lot of people have started investing in because they're newer houses. So I think people are building these houses now with the shutters. So they're definitely hunkered down and waiting to ride out this storm.
I was making my way through Oistins today, you know. One of the things is to have some cash in your pocket. So I was stopping by the ATM and I was watching what was happening there at Southern Plaza. You saw the whole Massey complex, the whole area there, everyone was boarded up and they had the sandbags as well. So businesses are protecting their investment.
Yes.
I think as homeowners, we also need to protect our investment. And so we need to be mindful of what we need to do to ensure that there is recovery of our investment, which is insurance, and Cooperators General will remind you of that for sure. But there are other forms of content insurance that you also need to pay attention to, not just the home alone.
For sure. I saw the sandbags in effect in the city in Bridgetown when we were coming up here tonight. Quite a few businesses had the shutters and the sandbags as well. Good morning. I am following from Guyana. I am praying all night. I can't sleep. God is with you. Indeed, He is.
Always is. Here in Fairy Valley, Christchurch, the winds are picking up. Note what they say, very strong here. Fairy Valley, I pause because these are areas that I know quite well, and so, you know, the winds are picking up at Fairy Valley in Christchurch. We are also told that the winds have also picked up in St. Andrew as well.
For sure. Good morning. Praying for God's mercy from New York. I imagine a lot of people who are living overseas and still have family here on the island must be sitting on the edge. A lot of people saying that they can't sleep. Not only the ones who are here experiencing it, but those who have family members here. I mean, Sansfield is here riding out a storm, and his family in St. Lucia, I'm sure he must be worried about them as well.
We have a call coming in from Prospect in St. James. Now it's Roger on the line, I believe. Roger, good morning to you. How
Nice
do you,
and Prospect. The wind not too high, probably about 25 miles an hour.
Roger, you have a wind, something to measure the wind speeds?
Yeah, but the wind is just not really, but I got a good idea. But the wind not that high in Prospect, Rich.
What gave you that idea?
I just know it is not high. I hear a lot of people calling in and saying the wind is high. Probably when it's not no more in that area, probably about 40 more.
You sound a little jealous, Roger.
Not really.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm enjoying it. I usually track the hurricanes from off the African coast right down to the passes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what have you done to prepare for this system, Roger?
Oh, well, I checked the roof and I bought some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Yeah, and that's something I do every year. Check the roof to make sure the roof is good. Change some nails to screws. You know, to secure the roof better.
You do all this work yourself, Roger?
No, at all. I get my carpenter to come and do my work for me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm hearing some wind blowing into the phone, and I'm curious, is that the fan?
No, not the fan,
or that's
the fan. The wind is good. The wind is good here. It's not too bad here
Okay.
at all.
Just checking. I just want to test your 25-mile-an-hour theory.
But I just want to know that good news is coming in the next report, though.
Oh, good news is coming in the next report.
Good news is coming in the next report.
Okay.
What do you call good news?
Yeah, good news. I leave it to you all.
Okay.
What do you call good news?
Good news is coming in the next report at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll leave it to you.
All right, Roger.
All right, take care. Have a good
Stay
night.
safe.
Good morning. Take care.
All right, good. As we continue to really track what's happening with Hurricane Beryl, we can tell you government has taken the necessary steps to prevent major flooding across the island from Hurricane Beryl. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Transport, Works and Water Resources, Santia Bradshaw, says both the drainage unit as well as subcontracted drainage teams were on the ground clearing the drainage system in flood-prone areas. She was speaking to the members of the media at Woodbourne St. Philip, where a team was clearing the retention pond, which allows for the catchment of water prior to it making its way into neighboring communities.
From Spitestown to Brandons to Oystons, Graham Hall. We're making our way in all of the districts that are commonly known to flood. We are taking as much steps as we possibly can to mitigate the flooding. It's not to say that the flooding will completely be eradicated, because as you can tell, the extent of the system is quite large, and there will certainly be no doubt impacts to several parishes across the country. But what we're doing is trying to mitigate the amount of flooding that may occur across the island as a result of the heavy rains at this point in time.
Ms. Bradshaw says while clearing the drainage systems will continue even after Hurricane Beryl has passed, she's encouraging Barbadians to pay attention to what is happening with the drains in their districts.
Reach out to the drainage unit if there are any issues in terms of us being able to come in to clear those areas. We have our teams on the ground trying to go into a number of districts to be able to clear a number of the areas. So we've been into Kensington, New Road, in particular this morning, Fontebelle area. We've been in several communities and responding to a number of the concerns from residents over certainly the last few weeks as well.
Meanwhile, Minister of Home Affairs, Information and Public Affairs Wilfred Abrams says the work undertaken by the drainage unit was a must since it's being predicted that the approaching system will be a massive hurricane. He adds that coming right behind Beryl is another system.
So the works that are going on here are not just for now. So even once the all clear is given tomorrow, you're then going to see the teams out continuing the work, trying to prepare for the one on Wednesday. There's a continuous process, but we can't do it alone. People need to report places that they know are flooding, that they know flood. We also need to be responsible for how we dispose of our garbage. If you go to the pump house, the main place that takes the water out of Fontebelle, Bridgetown and the surrounding areas, and Murphy's Pasture. Anytime there's rain falling there, we go to where the screens are. Half the blockage is being caused because there's plastic bags, bottles and other debris blocking the screens that stop the water from getting into the pumps. So, I've been making this appeal for the last 2 years. Right? We as a government are doing all we can, but we need Barbadians to also try to do their part as well, right?
Indeed, Minister, we agree with you. After observing the work at Woodbourne, the minister has visited Oystons to see the hurricane preparations in progress there. Let's go. I can't recall exactly where. Miss Gittins.
In Bath. Good morning.
Morning. Good
How are
morning. Very heavy wind up here. Very, very heavy wind and no rain.
Wind and rain.
The rain, the wind was previously, but the rain no start.
Okay, so how have you been preparing for this particular system?
I'm all right.
You're alone?
I fill up the water. No.
Okay. Okay. So who else is home with you? Are they asleep? Because it seems that everybody else in the house is leaving a one person up.
My grandson.
Your grandson is with you. Is he awake?
But he's downstairs.
Oh, he's downstairs. All right. So you said you've got your water, you've got your dried goods.
Yeah, everything.
You have everything, and you're not concerned about the roof and the wind?
I don't know. If the roof come off, I go out to bed. If the roof come off, I go out to bed.
Fair enough. We laugh because it sounds a little hilarious, but has that ever happened to your property before, though, where the roof was lifted? Miss Giddens, or is it me?
Miss Giddens, are you there?
All right, Miss Giddens, unfortunately, had to somebody said she's under the bed. But Miss Giddens, be safe,
please.
Be safe still.
Please stay safe.
228-5562 are the numbers to call, and 228-5562 are the numbers to which you can send your messages by WhatsApp and your videos and your pictures. Communicate with us.
We do have some more WhatsApp messages coming in. Good morning, Pearson and Derry. I can't sleep. I am watching you from Salem, Massachusetts. My name is Maggie Rouse, hoping you are protected and safe as you ride through Beryl. May God protect and bless you all. So Massachusetts. Good morning, Maggie. I hope that you are well too, and if you have family here, that they are safe and nice and warm.
We love these messages coming in from all over the globe. And so this one now comes from Bermuda, as a matter of fact. And it reads, my immediate family is at Clifton, St. Philip. It's very windy there on the mountaintop. Prayers go out to all the island who will be impacted. Thanks to our Prime Minister and to all the essential workers. I will continue listening. Thank you, CBC, indeed, from Bermuda. Thank you for also reaching out to us via our WhatsApp, 228-5562 or 228-5562 for messages and videos. Indeed. But we want to hear from you. Hey, let's go to Trinidad. What's happening, Trinidad? Good morning.
Greetings. My name is Dookie, Leslie Dookie.
Hello, Mr.
I'm calling from Aruta. It's quite near to the airport. Sure. It's a popular town, you know. What is happening is we are getting ambiguous, fragmented type of information here. So I've tuned into your station, and I'm very satisfied with the coverage, the comprehensive coverage.
Thank you.
You know, I feel certain that you have your finger on the pulse of how to do it, and you should come across here and teach these meteorological officers. You know, because as I said, it's confusing. 1 minute it's coming, 1 minute it's not coming. I don't know what to do just because I'm on a night shift here, so I just got the time to interject and land on you. So it's you know, what's the status in regards to Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, the system is passing to the south of Barbados. That much we can tell you. It's 80 miles to the south of Barbados, which almost heads towards Grenada and perhaps Tobago. We will get an update any moment now, but as soon as that update is coming, we will share it with you. So stay connected with us, Dookie, there in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
What do you do traditionally, though, to prepare for a weather system like this in Trinidad? What do you do?
Well, I'm an engineer specializing in floodgates, gates for flooding. And I am extremely busy. This is why I'm working overtime to get things going here. What we do here is exactly what you do. There are bulletins that will, come out of the appropriate departments, and also the information given to the public. It's quite same. It's like a script they read on, So again, the other things like tying down loose objects and so forth. Again, those are something that one should do and should know the debris and old things that you have in the back of your yard, they should have been, dumped long ago, but that's now going to come and clutter and debris. Flooding is a problem in Trinidad. It's a big problem. And, the government has done many things to alleviate it, but it's much more than just piecemeal kind of things, as you would know, right? So in Trinidad, to answer your question, the bulletins have gone out, no school tomorrow.
Right.
Most of the workers will not go out tomorrow, but also although the government said, the department says, hey, we need you to run this country. But I don't think, coming out tomorrow might be very serious. Depending on what you say now, as regards to where is the eye of this thing and how dangerous it would be. I am not convinced yet that, Trinidad will be in this loop,
Yeah, one never knows because it's shifting one way or the other all the time. It's constantly moving, and so we're tracking it as well. But stay tuned, and we'll update it in just a moment. All right? Thank you, Dookie.
I will.
Good.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Dookie watching us there in Trinidad and Tobago. It's good to hear from all over the world, from all of you.
It's good to hear from our residents here as well. In Farm Road, Ellerton, the wind is picking up very strong. No rain. Wishing all family, friends, and everyone to stay safe and stay inside. So Ellerton getting some of those winds as well. Remember our last video update from Sabu, the director of the Barbados Meteorological Service. He said strong winds are approaching the island from the east-northeast. We can experience gusts up to 60 miles an hour. And to the south of the island, winds can get up to 60 to 75 miles an hour. And approximately 2 hours we are hoping, we're hoping to hear from him pretty soon because it's 28 minutes after the hour of 2 o'clock. In Westerhall, Grenada, really quiet still. It's the calm before the storm.
Literally.
Because that is what we were seeing today. A lot of people, the sun was out pretty. The clouds were beautiful in the sky, and it was, somebody said, with the sun out here bright like there ain't no hurricane coming, what's going on? That was one of our colleagues.
Yeah.
But we had that today as well.
It's been a little bit unusual trying to track it, but now we know we're getting all the wind and some rain as well. A message coming in too from St. Lucia, as a matter of fact, and thank you to all of you who have been reaching out to us from all over the Caribbean and all over the world. St. Lucia says, calm still, no rain, just a little wind, be safe everyone. But I can tell you St. Lucia is coming. It's coming, and I can't guarantee because I'm not God, but I can tell you that the system itself has not been downgraded. It is still a very strong Category 4 system, and you need to be prepared. You need to be prepared. You have mountains there in St. Lucia, and so we want to caution all of you everywhere, even in St. Lucia and Grenada, to watch out for the approach of Hurricane Beryl.
Ruth Skeet is watching from Birch Bay, Washington. She says she's praying for her family in Barbados. She says, I cannot sleep because my mother, Ella Holder, in Ballantyne's Garden, Christchurch, my sons in St. Michael and St. Joseph, my sister in Coverley, my grandchildren and great-grands in St. James and St. George, and her in-laws in St. Lucie, all her lovely friends throughout the island. She's praying for her island, and she says she wished that she was at home with her family. So she's got family scattered all across the island of Barbados, St. Lucie, St. James, St. George, St. Joseph, St. Michael, and Christchurch. And we certainly hope that your mum especially, because you have to look out for the elderly in Barbados, your neighbor basically, it doesn't matter. I think we need to all look out for each other. Just check in with people and see how they're doing during this storm. Hello from Cayman.
Hello from Cayman, watching on YouTube, and certainly we're streaming this broadcast as well, not just televising. So thanks to all of you watching everywhere. A big hello, this one says, to my dear friend, Miss Donne St. John. Miss Donne St. John, a YouTuber, someone who's watching on YouTube, that is saying hello to you. Prayers to all indeed. So thank you so much for reaching out from the Cayman Islands. And we know we have lots of Barbadians who have migrated and lived and worked in Cayman Islands, and so to all of you, thank you so very much. Good morning too. I'm watching from Philadelphia. I'm praying for the safety of my family and friends there in Barbados, in St. Lucie, St. Michael, and Christchurch. This writer says they're so worried that they're checking in on the family and some are sleeping. Can't imagine sleeping with a hurricane. This
Hello,
is from
Gail.
Gail. Gail is from St. Philip, from Philadelphia. But speaking of St. Philip, let's reach out now to Cindy, who's on the phone. Cindy's calling from St. Philip. Cindy, good morning to you.
Hi, good morning.
Oh, Cindy, what a bright little voice you have there. How are you doing?
We're hanging in. What about you guys?
Oh, we're hanging in as well. You don't seem at all to be in any way afraid, fearful, concerned, none, right?
I wouldn't quite say that
What would you say?
because we're getting, we have a lot of high winds. Like, I have a breadfruit tree and it is literally leaning because of the wind. And we're getting rain periodically, and we've heard like a couple clocks of thunder, but no lightning. But we are getting the high wind and the rain.
We're in Christ. Where in St. Philip are you?
I'm in 4 Roads.
You're at 4 Roads, St. Philip, and your breadfruit tree is leaning. Did you trim the tree?
It's a very big tree, and we have trimmed some of the branches because we have some power lines running through it,
Right.
but the wind just has it really shaking.
And how near is that tree to your house? If it should, heaven forbid, fall, where would it land?
If it was to fall, it would probably land on our storage shed and not necessarily the house.
Who else is in the house? I'm not getting into your business. Cindy, who else is in the house with you, though?
I have my parents and my son.
And nobody thought to cut it down?
Well, we call it on power, and they keep saying they're going to come, but we haven't seen them come yet.
Well, they're hearing you
And
now.
This is like 4 or 5 months we've been calling.
You sound like a relatively young person. Have you ever been through any adverse weather, even so a hurricane in Barbados?
Yes, I've been through Elsa.
That's the only one you can recall.
That's the only one, thank God, I've been through.
And how old are you roughly?
I'm 40.
You're 40.
Oh, I thought she was a young person. I want to sound like her when I'm 42.
So
Yes,
do I.
Yes.
So, what lessons did you learn from Elsa that you think you took into your expectation of Beryl?
Make sure you have everything put up.
Fair enough, fair enough. Cindy, I wish you well. I hope that very soon you can reach out to someone from the district emergency organization near you in your parish and inform them of the tree that is causing you some concern. And as soon as possible after the system, and as soon as they can get out to you, they will hopefully come over to lend you some assistance. All right? You're in St. Philip, right?
Thank you.
St.
And
Philip.
you guys stay safe.
Let's give you some information, Cindy, if you can. Do you have a pen and paper available?
Yes.
All right. Your district emergency chairperson is Maria Mayers.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to spell Maria?
I think I know the spell it.
Very good, Cindy. And her number is 236
Mm-hmm.
49
Mm-hmm.
09.
09. Okay.
Yes. Please reach her and let her know your concern. All right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, too, as well.
Bye-bye.
Now, let's head over to Trinidad, to Tobago, as a matter of fact, and hear from Farley Augustine, who is the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly. Mr. Augustine, good morning to you.
How are you doing across the Barbados?
So far, so good. We're knocking wood on that one. That's because the system is, as you may have heard already, is to pass about 80 miles to the south of us, but it looks as if it has its eyes on Tobago. What are you guys doing there to prepare?
Well, we have several shelters all open across the island from 5 p.m. yesterday evening. We also have staff at all of these stations. These stations are equipped with pots, and waters, and MREs, which are meals ready to eat. All stationed there, we have augmented our staff in terms of the defense force on island. So we have an increased number in the defense force on island, and they are currently doing reconnaissance on the hour around the clock. We also have our emergency operations center that is running 24/7. That's coordinating a response at varying points all around the island. We have the Met Office that's also providing critical additional support. We have already signaled that there will be no work and school today, Monday, because we are expecting within the next hour or so to feel the brunt of the hurricane that seems set on passing over our island. And we essentially are just buckling down at this point and hoping for the best. We have basically just started getting the rains, and so we estimate that what we're getting now is just the front end of the storm that is coming with some gusty winds, but we are yet to feel the full brunt of the hurricane, which we perhaps expect within another hour or so as it passes over us.
Mr. Gustin, how do people have people left and gone over to Trinidad to seek shelter, or is everyone staying on the island of Tobago?
Our citizens of Tobago are more or less staying put on island. We had quite a number of domestic tourists or Trinidadians that were on the island for the weekend, because this weekend is known on our calendar as Island Crashers Weekend. And that's like a huge college-based fete weekend where students who have completed CXCs and CAPE and university students post their exams will crash the island of Tobago and fete from Friday till Monday. They held their last fete on Sunday morning, and it was a struggle getting them off the island, but most left up to 9 p.m. on the inter-island ferry service last night. And then our last flight out of Tobago was just after 10 p.m. So we were able to take our domestic tourists off the island. Our international visitors, however, are resident and still on the island with us. And we are ensuring that our emergency plan response include our hotels, our Airbnbs, our general guest houses, and so on. So they are part of our response plan on island. But generally, the Tobagonians on island are staying put. We got quite a bit of trouble getting people to appreciate that this is serious, and that's because we have not had a serious hurricane on the island for quite a while. The last time Tobago was devastated by a hurricane was 1963. Hurricane 4 was a Category 3 hurricane at that time. And at that time, at least 85% of the housing stock on the island was completely destroyed. At least 90% of the forest cover and tree cover on the island was also destroyed. So that was quite a big hit in 1963. So you can well imagine that we have not had much recent experience in terms of hurricanes at this magnitude. So it was quite some trouble getting people to appreciate that we have a Category 4 hurricane coming, and that's a biggie. That's something that you should pay some attention to. As a matter of fact, late last night, when I was part of a reconnaissance team in one of our communities northeastern side of the island at Charlottesville, we had to force people to abort a fisherman fete. They were insisting on having a fisherman fete instead of being at home preparing for an incoming hurricane. So I think islanders have now settled in and just praying for the best, having prepared for the worst.
You as well. Just to put things into context, we are 166 square miles, just shy of 300,000 people. Tobago, describe its size and population.
Tobago is 116 square miles, and our population resident on the island at our last census is around 69,000. There might be about 300,000 Tobagonians that live in Trinidad on a day-to-day basis. So there are more Tobagonians living off the island of Tobago than in Tobago. Our diaspora is huge. For Tobago, we have significant green assets that we will hope a hurricane will not destroy. So, for example, our forest reserve, which is called the Main Ridge Rainforest, is actually the oldest protected rainforest in the entire Western Hemisphere, having been protected since 1776. It is the oldest piece of green legislation anywhere in the world. And so we will hope to God that this hurricane does not come and destroy that rainforest. Tobago, being part of Trinidad and Tobago, is fourth most populous in the world for bird population density and bird variety. And so we will hope a hurricane doesn't come and destroy that either. Our reef systems boast of the largest break coral in the world, for example. Again, we will hope that a hurricane and strong storm surge does not do damage on our reef systems and our ecosystems there. And most of our communities are placed along the coastline, sandwiched between the rainforest that runs along the interior of the island, and of course, the beach and the coastline along the exterior on both the windward and leeward side of the island. So again, our communities are pretty vulnerable in that most of our communities are in fact coastal communities with essentially only one community on the island, one village on the island, main village on the island that does not have access to a beach, essentially. So that should tell you how much we are dependent on coastal existence and living with the sea. So for a small island state such as ours, and one that has not had a major hurricane pass directly across the island since 1963. We have experienced the tail end of other hurricanes, such as Hurricane Ivan, that destroyed Grenada. We just got some damage from some tail end of wind and rain, but Ivan did not pass directly over us. So you can well imagine the anxieties for us as a government, seeing that this might very well pass over us and that there might be a potential for some damages that we just have to work with post-event.
Indeed, I suppose you've been very, very busy and naturally possibly also reaching out to some sister or brother governments to seek their support should anything happen. Who have you been making contact with, Mr. Augustine, to apprise them of what's potentially going to happen for Tobago and to ensure that you do have that kind of reciprocity when you need it?
Well, nationally, we have been in collaboration with the Ministry of National Security, and that has resulted in increases in terms of the strength of the Defense Force on island. Under the Ministry of National Security, we have the ODPM, which is the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Management, and that's based in Trinidad. They have been partnering with TEMA. TEMA stands for Tobago Emergency Management Authority on island. We have also been working closely with the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. That's through Minister Alwari. So Minister of National Security is Fitzgerald Hines. Minister of Rural Development and Local Government is Minister Alwari. We have been in close contact and conversation. So we have been partnering with them. Our meteorological service is a national service that has a base and a strong outpost in Tobago, while it has one across at Piarco in Trinidad. So we have been partnering there and have been part of those conversations. We have been part of meetings and conversations and planning along with SEDIMA, which is regional in nature. We have had the meetings with United Nations agencies that have responsibility for disaster management and preparedness as well. So we have been having those conversations internationally, regionally, and locally. And we have been getting quite a lot of support from partners on all fronts, at all tiers, when it comes to response to a disaster such as this.
That's very, very good to know indeed. And of course, we here at the CBC and in Barbados, we stand at the ready to assist you with your messaging to ensure that the help you need can get out to the rest of the world as well. So, Mr. Farley Augustine, the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, we want to thank you so much for coming over to us here at the CBC, but we wish you safety and your people of Tobago as well, all safety as they prepare to receive Hurricane Beryl. Is a category 4. I know it's unusual for a lot of you, as it is for us here in Barbados as well, but we wish you safety and we wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This is Weather Watch, the CBC's Weather Watch, brought to you with the kind compliments of the Barbados Light and Power, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. The Barbados Water Authority, choose water first. Blue Waters and Juicy Patties. We're back in a minute. received from the meteorological services that Beryl, as said by the director then, is very close. He does not anticipate that the eye should pass at the moment, but it would pass sometime later on in the early morning. Then we should begin to experience the full brunt of it. But in the meantime, there are some feeder bands that will bring heavy rain and wind intermittently, and so that is what we are experiencing at the moment. But given the distance away from the island at which it will pass, he does not expect that we will be experiencing the full brunt of the Hurricane Beryl, which is a very dangerous category 4 hurricane based on the latest information we would have received. We also would have spoken this evening with the Barbados Water Authority, who informed us that they have shut down the water network since just after 8 o'clock this evening to protect the integrity of the infrastructure of the pumping stations across the island. It's something they do at times like these when bad weather is expected. And as soon as they're given the all clear, then they will do the opposite, which is to turn it back on. It takes a little while, so we ask you to be very patient. But you know, leading up till now, you would have been told that you needed to collect water, to store the adequate supplies of water to assist you during a time like this. And one would presume that you would have heeded those calls. For those of you who are paying attention also to where you need to go, should you need to move to a shelter, I hope you're also paying attention to that. But pay also attention to the children. The children need also to be kept abreast of what's happening. Just be mindful of how you share the information. Truth is good, but be sensitive to the fact that they are yet children, and so they need to also be protected through this particular storm. The latest coordinates were 11.2 at 8 o'clock, 57.3 west, and as Sabu Best, the director of Met Services, said, it was very close. And so because it's very close, it is required of all of us now to even pay closer attention to our readiness, closer attention to its track, closer attention to its size and the intensity of the winds, because we do anticipate there will be storm force to hurricane force winds impacting Barbados well into early tomorrow morning. Mr. Best did say sometime around 7 o'clock in the morning we could expect perhaps the worst of the Hurricane Beryl. But very soon we'll be expecting to hear from Prime Minister Mia Motley, who has been gathering the best minds around her to feed her the information that is critical. Having just come out of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup, now to have to deal with this, another one of those situations which we know we can believe our Prime Minister has the capacity to be able to manage. And so, as she has always addressed us, let's not be foolhardy, let's hearken our hearts to wisdom. And so we hope that throughout the night, that's what Barbadians have been doing, paying close attention, staying where you need to stay. But for those of you who know that your dwelling is threatened by high wind or rain, perhaps time now for you to relocate to another relative or perhaps to a shelter. Do not wait until things begin to deteriorate to the point where you are stuck to be able to ask for help. Move now if you have to move now. Pay attention also to the messaging from the Department of Emergency Management, because they, at some point, once we've been given the shutdown, will not be able to come to you. So it's important that you begin to pay some attention to what you need to do now in preparation for the passage of Hurricane Beryl. We also got word this evening from the Barbados Light and Power Company. We would have heard from Jackie Marshall-Clark because there was some misinformation, but I believe the Prime Minister is now ready to address us. Prime Minister, good evening to you.
Good evening, Kirsten, and I hope that you are safe there at CBC as well as all of the other workers who are through the night.
I am indeed, and so we hope that you are where you are a Prime Minister as well. Can you share with us what you know that we need to know?
Well, I wanted to be able, just before we close off, I've just taken the last briefing as a result of the 8 p.m. Information, and also as a result of the fact that the Hurricane Hunter has gone back in at 8 p.m. tonight. We do expect, let me just say that the hurricane, as it now stands, Hurricane Beryl, is 200 miles southeast of Barbados, and we do expect still that it will pass 80 miles to the south of the country early in the morning, as you heard from Mr. Best earlier in your news broadcast. The hurricane force winds are Category 4 winds at 130 miles per hour, making it a very dangerous hurricane. But we do believe that the Barbados will not get the brunt of the hurricane force winds. It seems at this stage that we will definitely get tropical storm winds. They have indicated 40 to 60 miles per hour. and the possibility of gusts going to hurricane force. That means, therefore, that we still need to be extremely vigilant. Indeed, while we were taking the brief, Mr. Best, Sabu indicated that they were already seeing 40-mile-per-hour winds at Charnock's in Christchurch. I had, where I am, also some rain and some slight gusts, probably not as high as 40 miles per hour, but the point is that you can tell that there's bad weather in the atmosphere. We expect, therefore, that the system will affect us, but we give thanks that we do not believe that it will be the worst of the hurricane force winds, but it is still strong tropical storm winds. And we've seen what tropical storms have done to us in the past, both in terms of loss of property, loss of roofs, and loss of other infrastructure. They do not necessarily expect more than 3 inches of rain, but the problem is that there is the potential for flash flooding as a result of intense rain in specific places. I do want to say that people should not be lulled into a false sense of security because of the absence of rain. We don't get notice on when a gust may come. And I want to urge Barbadians to stay inside. There is no reason for anybody to be on the road now unless they're an essential worker. And even then, there's going to be a point when the essential workers cannot be on the road as well. So I'd like us please to take heed and do not put at risk anyone else's life because of anybody's curiosity or desire to go outside. I want to urge you, I heard you person making the point about children, and I add to it elderly. There has to be a sensitivity to take care of those who are not accustomed to this kind of thing. Panic without even action coming from the hurricane can be damaging. And therefore, more than anything else, I want us to have a calm assurance and to do the things that we know that we must do to keep ourselves safe and to ensure that people, at the same time, send up prayers to pray for the best, but continue to prepare for the worst. The reason why I'm saying this is because during the afternoon, and you may have heard Sabu talk about the issue of wobbling. And if the system wobbles to the right, effectively to the north, Barbados can be more effective. And that's why I've waited to the 8 p.m. address as late as possible, where I can still reach a large number of people to address you, because we are conscious that even though we are appearing to avoid the worst of it now, there is still the possibility that the system can move. What happened this evening as well is that the system slowed down. I think yesterday we were looking at the system moving at 22, 23 miles per hour. It's now moving at 18 miles per hour. At the same time, I understand that there is a process happening now where the eye wall is undergoing a replacement cycle. And that probably means that the intensification of the hurricane will be halted at this point in time, which is good news ultimately, not just for Barbados, but for our neighbors, because we really certainly don't want to see it going to be in a Category 5 hurricane. I think you would have addressed, and let me say, over the course of the day, we would have had the continued preparations. The Deputy Prime Minister spoke earlier in the news about the work done by the drainage unit throughout the day. I can report to you, having just taken a report from the Chief Shelter Warden, that the 33 shelters are shuttered and are open, and people are still coming into it. And we urge people, those who want to go there, please go as soon as possible, because we don't want you on the road much later. There are a couple hundred people who are already in shelters. There are 33 Category 1 shelters, as you know, and those are already operational. With respect to the utilities, you started to address the issue with respect to Light and Power. Light and Power has indicated that they are happy that they can keep their system open. They have put measures in place to manage the network throughout the passage of the hurricane to maintain safety and continuity of the system as long as possible. Their protection systems are designed to automatically trip any circuits that may be impacted by the hurricane, and they have teams in the control centers throughout the night monitoring all systems. There is a difference with the Barbados Water Authority, I'm advised, and I'm told that the General Manager of the Water Authority has been speaking to people. I want to apologize for any late notice that was given by the Water Authority. Regrettably, the reality is that if they don't shut down the pumping stations, it is likely that the pumps as well as the circuitry in the facilities can be seriously affected. And they have advised that if they don't do that and the pumps are destroyed, especially now with the difficulty in supply chains, that you can take from weeks to months to get back pumps, which would mean that those districts would be without water for weeks to months. And none of us want that. So I'm sorry that the notice came so late. The other difficulty, I'm told, is that there are over 40 stations that they have to go to, both pumping stations and boosting stations, and they have to go to each one physically in order to be able to shut it down. And that also means that the workers will also be at risk, and they too need to get off the road, certainly no later than 11:30, quarter to 12, given the feeder bands and the gusts that Mr. Best and the Met Office have advised we will be facing at tropical storm levels. This is not an easy moment for us all, and I hope that we recognize that we may well be facing more and more of these circumstances, and as we do so, it's a change in the way of life. Now is not the time for me to address that in detail. Now is the time for me to ask you to ensure that all who need to be inside are inside, and that people are safe, that we continue to pray, as I said, but at the same time, make sure that we batten down all that we need to batten down. I hope that we will have the ability to be able to have an all clear tomorrow that will see minimal damage, but at this point in time, we don't know until we go through the entire system. So this is the unfortunate nature of wait and see, but it is what it is. I'm happy to report that we have had significant levels of support offered by our neighboring countries in the Caribbean and Latin America in particular. And we also have had all of our development partners in terms of the financial institutions speak to us and indicate that they are here for us should the level of damage be so significant that we need to be able to invoke our natural disaster clauses, or that we need to be able to find additional contingent funding to be able to assist those who have been badly damaged. So I want people to go to sleep with the calm assurance that we got you. We got you. And just the one thing that we can't do is to stop the hurricane. But the one thing we can do always is to prepare and to become more resilient. And I believe that with that, we will talk again as soon as we can, Pearson. And I want us also to send up a special prayer for our brothers and sisters in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. It does look as though the hurricane will go through the Grenadines. The eye of the hurricane will go through the Grenadines, and therefore means that St. Vincent as well is likely to be affected, like Barbados, as well as Grenada. As to the extent to which they will be depends on the continued track and movement of the hurricane over the course of the next 8 to 10 hours in particular. So my friends, let's be safe, let's send up prayers for each other, and let's hold each other. And as long we have a tradition in this country of listening to the radio and listening to the television as we go through the night, and then there's some who can sleep easily. And those who can sleep easily, I am envious of you and pray that you do so. But Pearson, I think that's it, unless there's anything else that you want to ask me at this point in time, or any of our sister radio stations that are connected to us, because I did ask for everyone to be connected at this point in time. And you would notice that I am talking to your home because I really don't want to be in the road.
Well, you've answered all the questions I had on my paper to ask you very, very succinctly indeed. And I'm not sure if any of our partners would want to chime in at this time. My technical crew could advise me if there's anyone who wants to raise a question. But certainly, Prime Minister, we hope that you too stay safe where you are. You know, one can't assume because you sit in the position of Prime Minister that you are, you know, without the possibility of some damage. Well, please be very careful yourself.
Well, I must tell you that speaking to Prime Minister Gonzalez this morning, he made the point to his residents that the official residence in St. Vincent was built some time ago, and that he too is concerned about his own roof and is battening down in the downstairs of the house. So you've made a very valid point, and it just shows you that none of us are immune from this system, and therefore I really want Barbadians to take it seriously. and recognize that we may be doing this a lot more. You can't talk about climate crisis and not expect the rubber to hit the road. And it hits the road regrettably with us, with the first port of call coming out of the Atlantic. And the significant thing is that the heat in the water, if you listen to all of the meteorologists, is reflecting heat that would normally be associated in September. And you know September is a danger month normally for us. So that better contextualizes where we are and why we're here so early on the 30th of June.
Indeed. Prime Minister Miyama Mottley, thank you so much for joining us this evening to share your words of encouragement. I like what you said, we got you. That is the word I think most Barbadians will go to rest tonight knowing that the government of Barbados, we got you. Thank you so much, Prime Minister.
Thank you, and I look forward to speaking to all of you immediately after the system and doing whatever we have to do to bring about recovery to those who may have suffered. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Of course, you know, we'll be staying with you right through the night here at the CBC, interrupting coverage as we go, and we will have continuing coverage at 11 o'clock here as the combined stations of the CBC rise it out with you as we watch Hurricane Beryl. Now, just to remind you, the Prime Minister did say that based upon the latest information, the system is now 200 miles to the southeast of the island. The center should pass about 80 miles to the south. It's moving at 18 miles an hour, so slower than it was a little earlier on today, with Category 4 winds up to 130 miles an hour, with Barbados perhaps experiencing tropical storm force wind about 40 to 60 miles an hour, but that can shift given the variability of the system. It could shift one way or the other. While the island does expect, however, some flash flooding from about 3 inches of rain, and we want to encourage as many of you as possible to stay inside. We've heard confirmation that there are 33 shelters open. Some people have already begun to take shelter in those shelters. They're all shuttered, so one can rest assured that those two have been attended to as it relates to the integrity of those buildings. The Prime Minister reminded you that the Barbados Light and Power Company has confirmed that they will stay on. Basically, the light will stay on, the electricity will continue to flow, but their technicians will continue to monitor. Where necessary, they will intervene to adjust that as well. We'll be back with more in just a moment, right here on CBC's Weather Watch.
Thank you, Pearson. At 8 minutes after 3, advisory number 16A on Major Hurricane Beryl. A hurricane warning remains in effect for Barbados. A feeder band from Hurricane Beryl is expected. Force winds of 50 miles per hour to 60 miles per hour, gusting to hurricane force, and some heavy showers across Barbados within the next hour from around 3 a.m. Well, it's now 9 minutes after the hour. A hurricane warning remains in effect for Barbados. The center of Beryl is still forecast to pass about 80 miles or 130 kilometers south of the island a bit later this morning. Additionally, marine conditions continue to deteriorate with increasingly large ocean swells expected closer to mid-morning. Although Beryl has weakened slightly, it remains a strong Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 120 miles an hour or 195 kilometers per hour. At 2 a.m., the eye was located near 11.5 degrees north or 59.1 degrees west. This is when you're working with another Boeing, or about 175 kilometers or 110 miles south-southeast of Barbados. The system is moving in a westward direction at 20 miles an hour, 31 kilometers per hour, with a minimum central pressure is 965 MB. Now, hurricane force winds extend outward up to 45 kilometers or 30 miles an hour, or 30 miles rather, from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 185 kilometers or 115 miles. A hurricane warning is issued when sustained winds of 64 knots or 74 miles an hour or 119 kilometers an hour or greater associated with a hurricane are forecast to affect Barbados within 36 hours. The next update we expect to be approximately 5 this morning. The public is encouraged to monitor the BMS, the DEM, and GIS websites, the respective social media pages, and the local media networks for further information on Beryl.
All right, thank you, Derry, of course, for that update. I hope Dookie in Trinidad has some information, gleaned something from that as well as we continue to watch Beryl, indeed. We have Mervyn, who is on the phone. Mervyn, good morning now to you. Is Mervyn still there? It seems not. Let's try to get Mervyn back on the phone. All right. So, folks, just remember to be safe out there. The Barbados Light and Power Company reminding you that their teams are standing at the ready should they need to intervene. And they have reminded you they have not shut down the system. And certainly, we just want you to know that you are sure to have your electricity as it goes. Reliable service being provided by the Barbados Light and Power Company. Remember, powering the nation's progress since 1911.
Okay, we've got some video that we have up now showing you. Look at those trees. The winds are really picking up. And this looks to be in the city, I believe. It looks like it's in Bridgetown, yes.
Listen to this.
Just where there by the Corinage.
Corinage, yes. You heard the
Yes,
howl
I
of the
heard-
wind?
Yes.
Wow, look at the seas beginning to respond as well. The waves are rippling. The boats are still in the bay and bobbing in the water. But certainly, you know, it's unsafe to have it like that because boats will tend to crash against each other. But this is all still in the Bridgetown area, in the Corinage, as we watch what's happening there as the winds continue to affect the marine conditions right there in the basin of the area there in town.
Oh, so this is the airport, the Grantley Adams International Airport. Those cones have blown over. But again, the winds that we're speaking of, and then this is now where the winds are expected, the part of the island that is expected to be affected most by Hurricane Beryl. And of course, Grantley Adams International Airport, situated in Christchurch here in Barbados. So just getting some video there of nothing but vehicles. I expect security staff will be on duty, but
well, the airport was
so
closed
strong.
yesterday
Well, yes,
from
at
7 or
7,
so.
yes. So winds so strong that they've blown over those cones there. So gusty winds that we are hearing about. The winds are expected, I remember Mr. Best saying, up to 75 miles an hour in some instances. So those trees blowing in the wind, a good indicator of how high those winds actually are.
I took a moment to step outside and to just listen to what it sounded like outside. And as opening the door to the lobby, you heard the howl of the wind immediately. It was not pretty at all. All right, just to remind you too, since we're looking at the airport as well, that the BTMI is reminding all of you who would have had flights booked to travel out on Sunday and today Monday to contact your airline for any update as to when you will be accommodated again. If you need emergency assistance, you can call the BTMI on 628-4150, or you can send an email to contactcenter@visitbarbados.org. So again, those numbers, 628-4150, or email contactcenter@visitbarbados.org.
And we want to thank our roving teams on the outside, bringing us all of this footage to share with you, of course. They have been reporting from some shelters across the island as well earlier. Another video is up, a little dark, so trying to see exactly where this, those
somebody's sparking. A pole sparking. I know we had one of our contributors in. And the crane in St. Philip. So we want you to, that's the kind of thing we're talking about, why you cannot be on the road at this time and sightseeing and trying to figure things out, because these things are likely to happen where poles can spark because something rubs against the electrical wire or electrical wire broke. And we want you, if that should happen, you should note the pole number. The pole number is listed on your light bill. Your light bill will tell you the pole number, and you will call that information into the Barbados Light and Power Contact Center and give them that detail, and they will attend to it as soon as possible.
Before we get to the phone lines, quickly, we'd got a WhatsApp earlier after 2, located in Rices and Phillips. So I'm wondering if that is the same pole. There are sparks coming from that pole. Persons closest have turned off their power, and they had said at the time they would try to contact the BL&P. And Cassandra Crawford has been in communication with us, and she has reminded us to do what Pearson just said, get those pole numbers so that when you call, they can identify exactly where it is. The emergency number is 626-9000. That's 626-9000.
All right, let's get to the phone. Let's hear from you now. Remember, the number to call is 228-5562 or 228-5562 for your messages and WhatsApps. Good morning. Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, where are you calling from?
Lakes Village in St. Andrew.
Lakes Village in St. Andrew. Could you describe for us the conditions there?
It's very, very, very windy.
Very, very what?
Windy.
Windy.
Yeah, strong wind.
But are you living on the side of lakes that's pretty near to the beach?
Just inland from there.
And so that's an area that's also prone for flooding?
It does, but it runs off.
It runs off pretty easily and pretty good. That's good. So are you concerned about the volume of wind that you're getting at the moment?
I'm very, I haven't slept yet.
What concerns you most?
I don't like this sound of the rain.
Are you scared?
They say I can take the rain,
But you can't take the wind.
but I can't take the wind nor the lightning.
Okay, I understand the lightning too, but so are you comfortable in your mind that you've done all you can to secure your property?
Yes, it is.
You don't sound too sure.
The electricity is off right now.
It is off at the moment?
Yeah, so half an hour now.
And have you called the contact center to let them know? 626-9000?
Yes, I called, but I didn't get through it.
All right. You understand why? Because it's, after all, we're experiencing tropical storm force winds as Hurricane Beryl passes by. But did you do all that you could possibly do, you believe, leading up till now to make sure that you're okay and that your family is okay as well?
Yes.
All right. And if you should have to evacuate, do you know where to go? In St. Andrew?
I guess the other school.
You're guessing or you don't know?
Well, the other school is a Category 1 shelter.
St. Andrew, Derry. All right. Once you're certain of it, I'm certain for you. But I just hope that it is the case. That's the nearest to you, no doubt from Lakes. And we will keep listening and we'll let you know, all right? Is there any other friend or relative across the island who's been reporting in to you or expressing some concern where they are?
Well, in St. Lucie, it's really strong wind now as well. And St. John is strong as well, and the electricity off at St. John as well.
That's what you're hearing from your friends?
Yeah, my relatives.
All right. There's a privately owned Category 1 shelter, which is the Hillaby Seventh-day Adventist Church as well. That's not too near to you, I don't think.
Very far from me.
Yeah, I thought so too. So let me see. Where else in St. Andrew can I advise you to go? St. Andrew.
Family or friends? By a family or friend house.
All right. I don't see it to hand, but we'll try to find one for you. Keep listening and we'll let you know, all right?
Okay, all right.
You have a good morning and stay safe through the storm. All right, good. There she is calling from St. Andrew. We'd love to hear from you as well, wherever you are. 228-5562 or 228-5562 for your WhatsApps as well. Mervyn, I believe, is back. Mervyn?
Yes, sir.
Right, you were telling me something. Go ahead.
Yeah, the top of the flat prone areas, there are two spots. There's a large gap between Infinity and Southern Palms. When the rain set up, they're going to fall. When they set up, no tourists can pass. You got to drive in. You can't walk. Tourists got to rubber shoes
Right.
and walk through a sea of water between the hotels on the main road and inside the gap. It's a nuisance. And then you go up and time out. Between two sets of time out. There's a house, they ain't time out. Every rain fall, them can't get out like that. They got their boots. or what may have
It floods there as well.
but the large gap between Infinity and Sabu, that is ridiculous.
That's
every
what it was.
Every year. You see next floor. I know, I George got, I miss Ackley. George got to take off the shoes to walk to the water.
I know, I could well imagine, Mervyn, how uncomfortable that is. But I want to thank you for bringing that to our attention. And I'm sure that the authorities are listening very keenly. And I know you have a very strong community activist there as well who will ensure that it's followed through as well. Mervyn?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, you be safe. Thank you, Mervyn.
And a reminder too that when you call us at 228-5562 to listen to your phone and not your TV or your radio, so we don't have any feedback. We've got a lot of WhatsApp messages. We got these after 2 this morning in Rendezvous. It's quite windy and it's raining with lightning. Lightning, somebody said they don't like. I think it was Jalissa that mentioned that just now. I am with you there, Jalissa. I don't like lightning at all. So that scares me tremendously. In North Carolina, winds are picking up in Sargent Street. So listening in North Carolina, but they're able to tell us that the winds are picking up in Sargent Street. Listening from Long Island, my entire family is in BIM and I am praying for my homeland. Messaging from St. Philip, we have angry, gusty wind, not much rain, but the wind, my God, it's horrible. Be safe, everyone. So just an example in that expression, you could tell how high those winds are. A lot of people saying that the howling of the wind gets to them, and that's what makes them a little bit afraid.
Do you know Neil, who is in Miramar, Florida?
Yes, Neil is an old schoolmate of mine from Foundation, a former Foundation athlete as well. Hello to you, Neil. Thank you so much for listening and for watching. I know his daughters are here as well. So, Neil, thank you for tuning in. He is a pilot, so he's in and out of Barbados some days. So thanks, Neil, for tuning in. You've been able to get some WhatsApp messages.
I've got one left to tell about. This one is coming in from the United Kingdom, as a matter of fact. Prayers to all from all of us here in the UK. This one reads, we'd love to get some more messages from you. You just need to send us that message by emailing
228-5562
by texting.
Messaging, yes.
It's a WhatsApp message indeed. So get on your WhatsApp and send it to us, but also get on your WhatsApp and send your videos and your pictures to us as well.
Okay, so I think we've got some more video to share with our viewers. Of course, those listening on 98.1, the 194.7 FM and Q 100.7 FM, we'll try to describe what we're seeing. So this is the South Coast. And this looks like water that's normally calm. There's little ripples of going through. Where is this? Ooh, no, that is a different video. These are actually waves crashing up against a seawall. It seems like we're trying to figure out exactly where this is. We're told it's on the South Coast. Oh, this is Oystins as well.
By the jetty area.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Now, those are tumbling waves right there.
Yeah.
So clearly the wind is making a difference there, has picked up quite some speed, and we can see the difference by the wave action there in Oystins. And that is a very wide opened area, so you know, the sea will thing.
Miami Beach, the parking area.
So that means the waves have really crested and come all the way up into the parking area there at Miami Beach. What we call Miami Beach, Enterprise Beach for others, but that's in the Enterprise area. And so we thank you so much for sending your videos. We want to see more. We want to get a sense of what's happening outside. We sit almost in a cocoon here in the studio, and we want for you to help us see and experience what you are experiencing. So take safely your videos and your pictures, and you can send them by WhatsApp. You see the information right there on your screen. And that looks like
Sabu Best.
The very intrepid Sabu Best, Director of the Met Services there. Let's check in and hear what he's talking about.
Onshore, approaching, expect the winds to get up. 45, 55 miles per hour, probably the next half an hour. It's gonna get pretty dicey. We already got gusts here at the airport, 56 miles per hour. And the gusts can easily go to 70 or maybe 75 miles per hour. This is really, really strong. Stay tuned for more updates. Stay safe, everyone.
Yeah, Yeah, the wind there almost taking his breath away. Sabu Best, Director of Met Services, they're on the outside of the Met Services location, and you know they would have had an open area right there because it's very near to the airport. Very open area, so you get a full blast, nothing to impede the flow of wind making its way across there. That one we were able to get recorded about an hour or so ago.
Yes.
So the wind speeds no doubt would have changed either upward or downward. I'm not certain, but certainly very brisk winds coming in there from the southeastern end of Barbados. You know, Duki is watching in Trinidad. Duki, I hope you're now a lot more sure of just what the storm is as it approaches your area.
Well, we've got some more WhatsApp messages to share with you. Boston is praying for their family and the entire Barbadian community. Good morning, guys. Kelvin Benjamin from Calabishi, Dominica, following you on YouTube. Not much to report on from where he lives, but just had a heavy shower accompanied with light wind. Great job, guys. Thank you, Kelvin, for checking in with us and sharing that information from Dominica. As we remember that the islands down the chain, some islands down the chain, are expected to be affected by Hurricane Beryl. We spoke with the Chief Minister of Tobago in the House of Assembly, and he spent some time with us explaining what they're doing, what they've done. They haven't had a major hurricane touch Tobago since 1963, and he said it was difficult to get people to understand that this storm, this Hurricane Beryl, is serious. He talked about breaking up a fete. Some people had a fisherman's fete. You know, Trinidad and Tobago, the land of fete. But they had to break up a fete to get people inside and to get them prepared for the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Good morning, TV8, with great love from Nigeria. Good morning, Nigeria. I quite thank your station and your government for the prompt updates on the hurricane. God be with you people, and God will protect you all and my kids. Keep up the good work. All over the world we are here from CBC. I'm contacting you from Montego Bay, Jamaica. I would like to thank you for your continued coverage of Hurricane Beryl. My eldest son lives in Christchurch, and like most fathers, I am concerned about his well-being. Keep up the good work. Rudy Robinson talking to us and reaching out from Montego Bay, Jamaica. So,
yeah. I've had a personal message coming in now to me from my good friend Tracy Fowler. Tracy Fowler, who is a fellow broadcaster. She's in California, and she's messaged to say to us that she's been tracking all day and watching as well from California. She's sending love and prayers to everyone here indeed. So thank you, Tracy, all the way from the other side of the world, literally. Thank you for watching. I'm sure that those who know you well, as I do, are very appreciative of your concern and your prayers for us as well. Tracy Fowler messaging to say. Thank you, Tracy.
Okay, so Pike Cornerson Lucy says the wind is picking up. No rain. Winds are absolutely high, whistling with a lot of exclamation marks in Oistins. Brandon is watching from Trinidad. Trinidad is calm at the moment, he says. Tobago is now experiencing moderate winds and slight rainfall. Your Caribbean neighbors are here with you, and you are in our thoughts and prayers. Stay safe, BIM. I'm checking my messages as we speak. Cassandra Crawford of the Barbados Light and Power wants us to remind people that if they notice any sparking on a line supplying power to their home, please turn off the main breaker. So if you are noticing sparks on a line supplying power to your home, please turn off the main breaker like that we're seeing right there near the crane area in St. Philip. With these winds, Light and Power crews are not on the roads, not just yet. Safety in everything is always paramount, she says. So they are aware, but some advice there. If you're noticing any sparking on a line that's supplying power to your home, please turn off the main breaker as soon as you can.
It's 3:30 in Barbados right now, and it's Monday, July the 1st, as we continue to watch the storm, and we are watching for Beryl indeed. We have some more messages coming through by WhatsApp. Remember, you can send us those messages on 228-5562, but you can also call us, as this caller has, 228-5562. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Hi, can you see me?
No, I can't.
I can't see me either, but it's good to hear you. And how are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks.
Good, you're
And you?
welcome. I'm well too, thank you. Where are you calling us from?
White Hill, St. Andrew.
Oh, there. White Hill, St. Andrew. Now, your area is known for land slippage.
Yeah.
How comfortable are you at the moment?
I'm very comfortable for really lying because actually it's very windy up here. And we have a little rain during the wind, but it's very windy because I was actually sleeping and I heard like little galvanized fly both and tree limbs and stuff. But apart from that, I don't know. I can't say if we have any damages and stuff out here until they give you the offer to go, and then we will go and assess the damages.
Oh dear. So you heard what sounded to you like galvanized flapping?
Yeah, and like fly, I heard a piece of galvanized. Actually, that is what woke me because I was sleeping. So probably from one of the neighbor's house or something.
I was just going to ask you whose it was.
Pardon?
I was just going to ask you whose galvanized it was, but you've answered it for me. It's one of your neighbors' galvanized.
Yeah.
And so that caused you concern. Have you done, Carlita, all that you could to prepare yourself and your property for this passage?
I certainly did because I have to lead by example because I'm a member of the St. Andrew DEO, so I have to lead by example.
Right. So as a member of the DEO there, have you been receiving calls or concerns from anyone at all?
Well, not as yet. But actually, I'm also a damage assessment officer, so after the offer is given, I will go out and assess the damages in my area.
Right.
I'm a trained damage assessment officer, so I will go out after the offer is given to see what damages has been done.
Oh, we hope nothing has happened there.
We hope not.
But
we
so
always hope for the best.
Indeed, so as we all are. So for the moment, it's mostly wind. You have not had rain.
Just a little rain in between, but the wind is howling and it's very high.
Right.
And I realized it was picking up slow speed.
Right.
And you hear the howling sound, so it really scares me a little.
I understand, Carlita, but we wish you well. So stay safe, all right?
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye. Carlita Andrews there calling from St. Andrew, as a matter of fact, the White Hill area. This is watching
Weather Watch.
Brought
to you by Barbados Light and Power. Electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. Barbados Water Authority.
Choose water first, Blue Waters and Juicy Patty. Before we go to tell you other things, I want to let you know that Cooperators General Insurance wishes to advise its policyholders that in the event of adverse weather conditions, they can be reached by calling these numbers to report a claim. You can call 233-3210, 231-5980, 253-9683, 233-3060, 282-5461, or 233-8600. Please secure your property and ensure all of your important documents are stored in waterproof containers or plastic, they remind you. And they remind you also that during the inclement weather, you're urged to stay tuned to the media and stay indoors until the all clear is given. Please keep safe from Cooperators General Insurance. This is CBC's Weather Watch. We're back in a moment. This is CBC's Weather Watch right here on the stations of the CBC. Thanks very much to our sponsors this evening, Barbados Light and Power, electricity power our nation since 1911, the progress. Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. The Barbados Water Authority, choose water first. Thanks to Blue Waters and thanks to Juicy Patty. I'm Pearson Bowen, with me is Derry Bowen. We're riding this through with you, but you can help us ride it through too by giving us a call on 228-5562 and talk to us. Tell us what's happening in your neck of the woods. Remember, we're also receiving your WhatsApp messages, your WhatsApp videos, your WhatsApp pictures. We'd love to see what's happening outside. Safely taken by you, of course. And you can send those also to 228-5562. We'll be happy to receive them from you. Many people are watching and paying attention from across the world, and we thank you for sending your messages to us wherever you are. Remember, you can also give us a call. The area code is 246
228
5562. Right. The producer was saying something. I was just paying attention to hear it again.
Yes, I do have some more WhatsApps to share with you. We've got someone who had messaged us earlier in Bagatelle, Redmond, Clover Crescent area. They said the power went out and the winds were now picking up. All is well here in Mullins, St. Peter. No real wind or rain yet. God bless all of you. Keep up the good work. Good morning. Messaging from Long Bay in St. Philip, and the wind this side is extremely high, as expected. So from Mullins, where was no real wind there at that time yet, to St. Philip, Long Bay, and the winds are extremely high.
I think we can knock wood, thank God, do all of those things. We've not heard of any severe damage to property or life, and that's fantastic. One of the messages coming in to me says, excellent coverage. This is watching from Belvedere in Kent, the United Kingdom. Wow. Thank you so very much. This one says, my mother is in St. Philip, so these updates are very, very useful. Thank you for watching us from Belvedere in the United Kingdom, and we're happy to know that we can allay your fears and concerns about your mother in St. Philip.
We also have, just down the road, we got a message. Good morning, Wendy in Haggett Hall. Another message from the UK. Prayers from all of us here. They said, this one from Trinidad, it's calm at this time. We don't have overnight live updates as you do. So I searched and got you and tuned in. And we're happy that we could assist wherever you are in Trinidad. Thank you for tuning in to us here at the CBC. Now, Harold is in Springfield Gardens, Queens, New York. He's listening to our storm watch, our weather watch. He says his aged mother and aunt live alone in Congo Road, St. Philip. When I last made contact with family around 2000, so I expect that's 8 o'clock yesterday, Sunday, they were all right, and he prays that they remain safe.
Good morning. This one says, all the winds are right now picking up heavy here in Silver Sands, and the rain now begin to fall. Reading it as I received it. Hi, good morning. It's my first time in Barbados experiencing this, and I'm scared. I'm from Guyana. That's the message coming in to us from Guyana. Guyanese who is in the island as well. Don't you worry. As the Prime Minister says, we got you. We got you. So don't you worry, just make sure that you do all that you need to do to be prepared and to be safe wherever you are. We will ride this out together. So don't you worry, our friend from Guyana.
There's one from a Barbadian who is locked on in the Cayman Islands and enjoying the coverage. I will continue to lift up everyone in prayer. Stay safe. We take in those prayers. Thank you so much, that Bajan in the Cayman Islands.
This one also reads, I am up at 2:08 this morning, concerned for the Barbadian people with Hurricane Beryl. God protect. Indeed, we agree with you.
Yes, we do. I like this message here. I know. Hi, good morning to both of you. We only have wind here in Vault Road, St. Thomas, and a lot of breadfruit falling on the pig pen's rooftop. Breadfruit cuckoo Tamara.
Listen, I laugh easily. Don't do this to me. But not a bad idea, come to think of it. Make wise use of the things as they're presented to you. This one reads, good morning, teacher and Derry. That's you, Derry. What loss? Wind howling strong here at Pritchard Hill, St. Patrick's. Good morning to you, Slender. Thanks for keeping us up to date. Be safe, both of you. It has to be Slender Glenda. So Slender,
Glenda.
she knows who I mean, and she knows why I call her Slender Glenda.
And why does she call you teacher?
She knows why she does as well.
Well, we want to know.
So Pritchard Hill at St. Patrick's, thank you so much for checking in. We're told that the wind is quite strong there at St. Patrick's as well. And hey, good morning, very windy in Ellerton, St. George. Now, I have a 2-year-old nephew who lives in relatively near to Ellerton, St. George. I cannot imagine what Noah is going through at this time. But little Noah, if you're watching, we want to wish you well, Noah. This is your first experience with this kind of weather, one not to be forgotten. Joycelyn is calling in from St. Lucie. Joycelyn, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
How do you do, Joycelyn of St. Lucie?
I'm scared.
Why, Joycelyn of St. Lucie?
The winds, Pearson.
The wind?
Yes, please.
Where in St. Lucie are you watching us from?
Harris's.
Oh, Harris's. Not too far from where I'm from.
Yes.
Yeah. So the wind right now is, what is it, howling? Is it blowing
it's
trees?
howling, but it's strong.
Describe how strong.
Real strong. I even, wait, what I do, I have a sheet folded and cover my ear and press it up so that I will hear it.
You took a sheet to cover your ears.
Then
so you wouldn't hear.
I press my ear, I don't do it, I can't hear the wind.
You're scared of the sound of the wind?
Wind, thunder.
Okay,
And
you're that
lightning.
kind of girl. You're that kind of a girl, Joycelyn. So why are you so scared right now? You mean you've heard some high wind before?
No, but this wind.
Any kind of wind.
This wind.
Have you done all that you needed to do, Joycelyn, to prepare yourself for this system?
Precisely.
You have?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Everything that you know you should have done.
Like
What
what?
you gonna do, my son did.
Don't talk so fast. Tell me.
What I did, what I couldn't do, my son, he did.
Oh, he did. All right. So all you need is to trust the system, Joycelyn. Trust yourself.
I'm praying.
All will be well, Joycelyn.
Joycelyn, I want to ask you a question. Have you looked outside, or are you too scared to do that?
You are afraid of Joycelyn?
But I took the light and I went out in the house.
So you didn't even look through a window to see?
I pulled the curtain back, the bedroom window, and I looked down the street.
And what?
I looked down the street, everything is to the wind. There are a number of trees up, like big trees, like the hedges and the palm tree coming up down there. You can see that going.
Right. So it is strong wind. So strong that you can't stand the sound of it.
Nope.
So how many other houses are in your area, Joycelyn? A lot?
One, two. No, it's not a big area.
I know.
Houses are only on one side of the tenant.
Right. But, you can all depend on each other. So we always reminded that we need to work as relatives, as friends, as neighbors, and express ourselves in that kind of way. So if something happens, do you know where to go?
I can't go to bed because right now I am recuperating from a broken knee.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
She said.
Yeah.
She's recuperating from a broken knee.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry to hear that, Joycelyn. But we wish you well. We wish you a speedy recovery from it as well. But,
Thank you.
take care of yourself, Joycelyn. Don't you worry, all right?
I want morning bread, though.
Me too.
Morning bread.
I know the feeling.
What's the difference that will happen with morning breaks?
Oh, you can see what's going on. Outside will be bright.
Or you just want to see?
Yes.
Yes.
You know.
Morning bread. Morning come.
All right. It's coming just now, Joycelyn. All right?
Okay.
Thank you. Take care.
Hi, Terry.
Thank you. I hope you get some rest at some point, Joycelyn.
I hope so too.
All right, before we get to this story, just a reminder from the Communications Advisor, Media, Light and Power, Cassandra Crawford, that if you are noticing any sparking on a line supplying power to your home, please turn off the main breaker with these screws. The Light and Power with these winds, the Barbados Light and Power crews are not on the road. So safety and everything is always paramount. And as we've been telling you throughout this broadcast here on Weather Watch, get the pole number. Pearson says you can get it off of your bill get that poll number so that when you do get through to the crews at Light and Power, you're able to give them all the information that they would need. Winds now picking up in Savannah, in College Savannah, in St. John. Good morning and thank you for reaching out to us, College Savannah. You stay safe. Also in Rockdundo, St. James, the wind is light with occasional moderate gusts and no rain at present. That sounds like one of the weather forecasts that we read here on air at the CBC Rockdundo. Good morning to you in St. James. Hi, I'm Sandra. I've been trying to call you guys for ages, not getting any reply. I'm in Gibbons, Christchurch. My God, the wind has now kicked up a few notches. Sounds really scary, but enjoying the experience. Rain has just started coming down fiercely. She says, wow. Hi, Sandra. Stay safe. And at least you're getting some kind of enjoyment out of this. Some people are cozied up in bed. So thank you for sharing that with us as well. Keep those messages coming. Keep those calls coming. 228-5562. You can WhatsApp us or you can call us and we'll talk to you right here during our weather watch. I want to remind you of those shelters in St. Lucie, the Connelltown Pentecostal House of Prayer, the William Donald George Parish Center, St. Lucie Parish Church, in St. Michael, the Black Rock Seventh-day Adventist Church, the Lloyd Erskine Sandiford Center, the University of the West Indies. In St. Peter, the shelters, Coleridge and Parish School has been taken out of commission, but there's the Roland Edwards Primary School. In St. Philip, the Hilda Skeen Primary School, the Ruby Church of the Nazarene. In St. Thomas, the Hillaby Seventh-day Adventist Church, the Hillaby Turner's Hall Primary School, and the Lester Vaughan School as well. Remember, there are 33 shelters in operation. We heard from the National Emergency Operations Center located at the DEM a while ago. Those shelters are in operation. They've got the shelter wardens, and they have been receiving people from as early as 6 o'clock yesterday, Sunday, between 6 and 6:15. Those shelters were opening, so they are fully operational. So if you are afraid, some people are afraid of being in the house or parts of the house shaking, a lot of people reporting that the windows are rattling, then maybe you can try to safely get to the shelter that is nearest to you.
And we hope you get to do so very, very soon if you can do so and do so safely. Remember 228-5562 or 228-5563. Our team is really working all over just to make sure that we stay up and we stay with you to bring you assurance at this time of concern for many, many of you. And we have a caller on the line. Is Adrian his first name? Adrian, good morning.
Good morning, Pearson.
Hey, how you doing, Adrian?
Okay. I hear in Thornbury Hill, Blue Road.
You're Thornbury Hill?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Just don't know to the bogs. You can feel the wind came from the south. Real strong.
Wow. You know, my mother used to say, when the wind is contrary, as in coming from the south, as you say, you know you're in for bad weather. Is that your experience as well?
Yeah, I have it already before, but a little stronger than before.
This one is stronger than before?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I'm a girlfriend scared.
So therefore, what are you going to do to assure your girlfriend that all is well?
Yeah, we just pray the Lord and make sure everything come through the morning.
That's the most that you can actually do, right?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. And so you're pretty much comfortable, though, that you have done all that you need to do to be prepared?
Yeah, I do that already today before everything starts. I make sure everything's safe.
Excellent, my friend Adrian. Well, thank you for calling and keep us posted should there be any change, okay? All right, Adrian. Thank you, Adrian. All right, so we've got a story in we want to share with you now. It tells us that a number of Barbadians have heeded the warnings from officials to seek shelter if necessary at any of the island's 33 hurricane shelters. As of right now, there are over 400 people in shelters, and close to 100 of those are at the Lloyd Erskine Sandiford Center. Richard Foster is one of them. This elderly man told our Crystal Hoyt how he's feeling.
It's scary because we have never ever even have a Category 2 storm. Certainly this year is unprecedented. I've decided to come here because with this weather system at a Category 4 and its location, I am not taking any chances with it. I prefer to be here, write it out, and then tomorrow see what happens.
Did you have concerns as relates to your home?
Well, the last weather system that passed Barbados was not even at a Category 1. And I saw like the galvanized at the back lifting and trees swaying in the wind and things like that. So it looked very, very, very dangerous to me. And then the water start to build up on the road as well. So I know with a Category 4, I know we would have a lot of damage in that area, so I decided not to stay.
Well, Shelter Manager Tahir Batson provided details as it relates to those in the shelter and preparation.
This is the Lloyd Erskine Sanitary Center. Currently, we have approximately 87 personnel or shelterees in the shelter, which is made up of 45 males and 42 females, one of them having to be at least 3.5 months pregnant.
Can you give me some details as relates to your preparation for this particular hurricane, as well as the supplies that you have on hand?
Okay, well, leading up to the shelter being open as a shelter, we basically did some sheltering, securing, installing the shutters, the windows, preparing sandbags to be placed by the doors just in case you have flooding, so to avoid water having to get inside the building, placing the sandbags by the doors. Basically setting up the room to accommodate the personnel, and yeah, basically have everything in place to accommodate the numbers that we have at this time.
Well, over at George Lamming Primary School, a family of 8 sought shelter.
You've decided to seek shelter here at George Lamming Primary School. Tell me why.
Yeah, well, first thing, it's close to where I live. I live right in Carrington Village. I just think where I live, well, it's pretty safe, but I think here much more safer than, staying at home. So I just feel in my spirit to come, here and seek refuge with the family.
You speak about your family. How many persons are with you?
Myself, my wife, and 6 kids. My wife, we were planning to stay at home, but I just got up this a few hours ago, and I told my wife, she was a bit reluctant, in coming, but she said, I told them, I think we should go, I'm not scared or anything, I just want to be on the safe side.
Well, some stories there coming in from Crystal Hoyt of her experience while interacting with those in the shelters, sharing their reasons for taking shelter at this time. We want to head back to the phones. We have some more callers coming in. Remember, you can call us on 228-5562. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Remember, folks, when you call us and we say to you, hold on, that's the time for you to turn off your radio or turn off your television. Simply listen to the telephone. You hear the same thing, trust me. So do that for us, please, and we'll flow very, very smartly. Had a message coming in, by the way, from again, another personal message this time from a friend, Rhonda Blackman Smith. Rhonda, good morning to you. She says, great coverage. Thank you, Rhonda. Everything is calm in King Garden, St. Thomas. No strong winds, no rain. And she wants all of you to be very safe. Rhonda, you do too as well. Thank you so very much for reaching out to us here at the CBC.
A WhatsApp message coming in as well. Good morning from Halton Terrace in St. Philip. Not a lot of rain, but the wind is howling. Keep safe and take care. That from an old Erdistonian schoolmate of mine by the name of Elan. Good morning to you, Elan, and thank you for checking in as well.
We're told that Father Charles Martin of Dominica, who's watching as well along with everyone else, is sending his prayers to all of us here in Barbados. Father Charles Martin of Dominica, thank you so much for sending your greetings and prayers for all of us as well. We appreciate it dearly. I've been gone through yourself, no doubt, the passage of Hurricane Maria, I think it was, that would have really hit Dominica quite hard. And you may have lessons to share. So if you can, just share those messages with us as well so we can share it with those who need to know.
All right, so I'm communicating with Cassandra Crawford from the Barbados Light and Power, and she's letting me know that there is an app that residents can download. It's the ECI Restore app for the collection of key utility data to support the restoration of power after a natural disaster. So if you do have the Wi-Fi, as many of us still do, thank you so much, then you can download that app from the Barbados Light and Power, and you can share. They can share their reports for response, and after the all clear, if they have mobile access. So, Weather Watch with the compliments of Barbados Light and Power, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911, Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford, Barbados Water Authority, choose water first, Blue Waters and Juicy Patties.
Remember, Cooperators General Insurance Company Limited is advising its policyholders that in the event of adverse weather conditions, they can be reached at the following numbers to report your claims. You can call the Cooperators General Insurance Company at 233-3210, 231-5980, that's 231-5980, 253-9683, 233-3060, 282-5461, or 233-8600. Please secure your property and ensure all of your important documents are stored in waterproof containers or plastic. You're reminded that during the inclement weather to stay tuned to the media and stay indoors until the all clear is given. Please be safe. From our friends at Cooperators General Insurance. Big thank you too to the Barbados Light and Power Company, electricity, powering our nation's progress since 1911.
Another WhatsApp message coming in. Here in the Pine, the winds feel warm. No, we didn't go outside, just opened a window, kind of found that odd, warm winds. Well, they say that sometimes it's warm, it's this warm temperature that is a good feeds these adverse weather systems. So maybe that would be a part of what we are experiencing with Hurricane Beryl. We're expecting an update. We're expecting
remember, if you're watching,
yes.
very soon. If you're looking at your telephone bills, and we've told you if you've experienced anything with your poles outside, you need a pole number. Take a look at your screen if you can. I will describe this for our listeners on the radio. It's listed right below your address and your account ID. You'll see it very clearly on your bill, pole number, blah, 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 blah. That's what we're talking about. So just look at it very carefully. Your address is given, your account ID, and then the pole number area that lists your number to your pole, the pole that's nearest to your door where you receive your electricity from. So that's what you need to be able to provide to the Barbados Light and Power Company, and their team is at the ready. They're there at their command center right now, 626-9000. You can call them, share the information, or as Derry would have shared before, use the app if that's more convenient to you. There is an app for that. And you use it and get into them with your concerns, and they will log it and get to you as soon as safely able to do so. Same thing applies with you with fallen trees. You need to contact the Department of Emergency Management or your district emergency organization and inform them, and they will take it from there as soon as possible after the all clear. Sandra is calling us from somewhere in Barbados. She's on the phone, 228-5562. Sandra, good morning.
Good morning. I'm calling from the city.
You're calling from the city?
Yeah.
Now, the city is a big area to me, Sandra.
High.
The wind is very high?
Yes, and my windows are shaking. My granddaughter went into my bedroom sleeping. So it's terrible down here. I never experienced wind like this area. I look through my window and see the power lines dancing.
Wow.
It's very high. But my daughter is checking in for us because she's working at the hospital. And she's sleeping there, so she's checking every minute. But You know, my granddaughter, she's a bit scared.
Right.
She's 11. She's crying.
Yeah.
So.
And it's your job to calm her as we're trying to calm you. Sandra,
Yeah,
where
I'm fine. I'm fine. But
good.
My other grandson up with his grandmother, but I know she's good because she wanted all her grandchildren before.
Don't give her too much money information here.
No.
So Sandra, tell us where exactly in the city are you?
King William Street.
King William Street.
Right, Santo Domingo Alley, King William Street.
Okay, that's where you are, and that's a very densely populated area.
Not really. It just got a couple of houses. We live right behind the back of NASCO, so there's about 8 houses down here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a family area, but it's cool and quiet, but just that the wind.
Right.
Have you gotten any rain?
No rain.
No
Just
rain.
that I look to the window, the coconut tree dancing, the palm tree, the ackee trees.
Everybody dancing.
Right, and just the wind got the whole house shaking.
But you know why, right?
Yeah,
Why?
because it's coming from the south side.
What else do you know about the system?
Well, I know it's a Caroline 4. I was just you know, as far as I hear the bulletin, I was just like listening to it and watching it all and watching Sabu best out there.
Yes.
But I pray that we will rally out.
I pray so too. But now that you know, knowledge comforts you. So now that you know, just calm yourself. All will be well. Okay?
Yeah. I can't sleep because, you know, when the wind shake, when the windows shaking and all sort of things.
And with the little 11-year-old being scared. But your job is to also calm her. Okay, Sandra? So just focus on her. Make sure she understands what's going on. Keep her safe. She'll be all right.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I hope you all feel safe too.
Appreciate it, Sandra. We do. I'm next to Derry, so I feel very safe.
Okay.
If you believe that. Thanks. Thank you, Sandra.
3 minutes after 4 o'clock, I know that Sandra, like Jocelyn, was it, is waiting anxiously for morning to break because somehow in the light, you know, you feel a little bit more safe, a little bit more comfortable. So I know that feeling.
228-5562 or 228-5562 for your WhatsApp messages. You know, send us the videos. Send us the pictures. You're talking to me about trees dancing. I'd like to see them. We can't move. We have no clue.
Not a clue.
At all as to what you are seeing, what you're experiencing.
You can't even look out the window.
There's no window. So as much as safely possible, you know, capture the images and you send it for us. Send it to us at that same number, 228-5562. And we'll be happy to share it with you. I'll certainly be thrilled to see what is happening out there. Not thrilled about any damage or danger for you, but you understand what I mean, don't you? So 228-5562 are the numbers to reach us at by telephoning us and also by sending us your WhatsApp information. We'd love to hear from you. For those of you watching all across the globe, thank you for taking the time to pay attention to what's happening here and taking the time to care about your relatives here as well. We'd love to hear from you too. Remember, you can send us your WhatsApp area code 246 to Dookie who called in and to all of those who called in from Grenada and so on. Name. It's a different name. Real different for real. But you know, thank you so much for calling in. We're happy that we can keep you company. Those of you who are calling from Grenada, who are in from Guyana, thank you. Barbados really appreciates your care and your concern at this time, as we are equally concerned for our fellow Barbadians as we take ourselves through Hurricane Beryl. Going to Lowlands, St. Lucie now. Good morning.
Yeah, greetings in Jesus' name, Brother Pearson, and to everyone, the listening audience in Barbados and the rest of the world.
We appreciate that.
Right. Now, this time is the fourth watch of the night, which will be from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock. But it's the first watch, which was 6 to 9. This is the word that was given to me by the Holy Spirit, the scripture, the inspired scripture, Psalm 33. Psalm 3:33. Now, I have read it from the King James Version. During the second watch would have been 9 to 12. And after I read it, I had a sweet sleep. I've awakened, and at this time now we're just into the fourth watch of the night, which I repeat is from the fourth watch, we're from 3 to 6. And I've read it again from the New King James Version. So to all the listeners, because there's a lot of comfort, there's comfort in the scripture. And when you read that psalm, you would realize exactly it covers, so much. And I'm sure it will be a source of not only inspiration but comfort to every reader. So it's important. Right at Lowland, everything is just quiet.
Good.
Beautiful.
Yes.
And this is the time really, is the ideal time for worship. And I will just go to the front and I will call it the morning glory. Morning glory is from 4 o'clock.
Right.
That's morning glory. Time Jesus rose early and spent time. And I think I'm thankful for what is happening now, because this is an opportunity not only to recognize that our God, the Creator, the Sustainer, He is in full control. And when you read that Psalm 33, take note of the significant verses from 1 to 22. This is it. And this will be a source of comfort not to all, because our God, the Creator, Sustainer, is in full control of absolute everything.
Yeah,
There's
you're
no
so right.
reason to be fearful, because He has not given us a spirit of fear,
Understood.
power, love, and a sound mind. So
Minister
thankful
Phillips,
the
Minister Phillips.
I'm going to stop now so other person will have an opportunity.
Thank you.
But the
Appreciate
word
it.
of God is absolutely important. And I
All right.
repeat, Psalm.
There you go. She's Psalm 33. Thank you so much, Minister Phillips, calling from Lowland, St. Lucie. I know her because I know her son and her daughter. Her son would have gone to school with me. Her daughter would have worked with me as well in other times of my life, of course. Minister Phillips. Sonia is calling from Belleville. Sonia, good morning.
Belplain.
Belplain.
Sonia, you want to beat me? Sonia, you.
No, Mr. Bourne.
She renamed you as well.
All right, Miss Sonia. So how are you doing today, Sonia? Yes, ma'am. How are you doing today, Sonia?
Here, the wind here on the East Coast where I live at Belplain House here, the wind is so high, howling, and from 2 o'clock we have no light, no internet.
Ooh. So you feel like a fish out of water?
I cannot get through to the light bill. I could give you the phone number here on my light bill.
What's your poll number?
H I 8 5 6 3.
All right, let me see. It's I, the letter I, H 563.
H-I-H, 2 H's.
Hold on, Sonia.
H-I-H.
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you, Miss Derry. H-I-H 563.
3. Yes, please.
All right, Miss Sonia. H-I-H 563.
3.
All right, Sonia. So that's your electricity that's gone. But you don't have any connectivity.
It's 2 o'clock. No light, no internet.
All right. Well, they're listening, they're paying attention, and they'll get that sorted out for you as soon as possible, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. You stay safe too.
Miss Sonia, you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Person, you can understand that handwriting?
I can. H1H563 is my handwriting. 228-5562. Those are the numbers to call. Those are the numbers also to use to send us your WhatsApp. So we're going to head to the Pine, just outside of our neck of the wood here. Good morning. Good morning. All right, let's see if the Pine can come through. We'd like to hear if you can describe for us just what we are experiencing outside. You see, we are operating right now from almost like a cocoon, a studio in a building. And so our outers don't allow us to be able to hear and experience exactly what's happening outside because we're in an inside room inside the building.
It's true.
So
we
if you can
depend
help
on
us,
you.
yeah,
Yes.
we really do. 228-5562. So please send us your pictures, please send us your videos, please call us and share with us what's happening outside as well.
And speaking of sharing, a message from the U.S. Embassy. After hours, in case of emergency, a duty officer can be reached by calling the embassy switchboard at 246-227-4000 and dialing extension 3066 to speak to the Marine Security Guard on duty. The duty officer in Grenada can also be reached at 473-407-2495. So that's a message there from the U.S. Embassy. We're going back now to the phone lines. Good morning.
Good morning, Derry.
Hi, where are you calling us from and what's your name?
Fairfield Road, Black Rock.
Black Rock. And who are we speaking to? Paula?
Yeah.
Okay, Paula.
Pollard.
Go ahead.
We have a lot of wind. Lot of wind. And there is a paling next to me. That paling fell down. So it's just wind. And during the early hours, we had little rain. So it's rain and wind, rain and wind. Everything is going fine and fantastic. I am on a top floor in our apartment. So, you know, I get in a lot of wind there. But I'm a Grenadian. I want to say good morning to my people in Grenada. And I know all of them will be preparing because you know what we went through during Hurricane Ivan. So it's not first time for me. And I'm just cool and calm.
So having gone through Hurricane Ivan, and, you know, is there any kind of advice you could give to us? Because a number of our residents are calling. Some people are scared. The wind really has taken people by surprise.
I could give a lot of advice to people. I would like people to take this serious and prepared because that's what a lot of Grenadians did not do. And then after they were sorry. So I will tell people here, don't take this as a joke. And don't use the word God is a Bajan. Just take up the advice, listen, prepare, make sure they secure yourself. Whatever house you have, doesn't matter whatever house you have, make sure you're prepared and secure yourself because a storm is a storm. It could lift anything. Anything. I saw it. I live in it. So it could lift anything.
So you've lived to tell the tale and you're sharing that with us. Thank you.
Miss Grenada.
Have a nice...
Say nothing.
Thank you. Thank you. You stay safe.
I have a message coming in from my very good friend Sonia Small Als. She tells me that where she is, the wind has picked up significantly. It woke her up. She got up to howling wind and the shaking of trees. So that's what she's experiencing where she is there in St. James. So thank you, Sonia. Be safe yourself. We hope those trees are nowhere near your property. But if they are, you know what to do.
All right.
We have some other messages coming through as well. I'm told that Father Martin in the priest of Alfonso Church in Goodwill, Dominica. And of course, while Hurricane Maria had impacted Dominica then, he took upon himself to take in and feed some as well, to give them shelter and to give them some food as well.
Okay, we've got a message from a Barbadian residing in Panama and is following coverage here at CBC. They say their thoughts are with us all in Barbados. Continue the good work at CBC and be safe. Thank you. So reaching Panama, Nigeria, the United Kingdom, California, New York, where else? All over the world.
Yeah.
CBC stretching far and wide.
So to Sonia, who called with her poll number H1H563, Sonia, you see, the Light and Power listening. They've sent to us and said they've got your number there. As soon as they're able to, they'll get to you as well. So don't you worry. Don't you worry, indeed.
Another WhatsApp message in Mayfair Terrace, Leadville in Christchurch. The winds are suddenly very high. So suddenly high winds there. That message came in at 12 minutes after 4. From My Lord's Hill, the wind is now picking up with some rain. Says we're doing a great job. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Listen to this one. A personal message coming in from a lady I call Miss Matty. Marlies. She's saying to me that ever since she's been watching us since 1 o'clock and can't sleep, the wind is howling. It sounds like a donkey cart coming down the hill. I am out looking out at the Sam Lawrence Castle because she lives in that area. So she has a great view of the new Wyndham Grand. And she says it's shining like a beacon over there on the hill. She swears that they have on all the lights. And so, that, you know, she's just up keeping us company as well. So thanks, Miss Matty, and stay safe right there. Just a beautiful view overlooking that coastline of right there onto the new Wyndham Grand.
So you know you gotta ask.
What?
So a donkey cart going down the hill is different than a donkey cart traveling on a straight road?
The wheels, they tumble over the stone going down the hill. They create a different sound. I'm a country boy, remember?
Okay, Pearson. Saitomia is on the line here joining us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from right here in the point, just a stone throw away from you, and it's really windy, very windy. There's a lot of wind, very little rain, but it is a lot of wind.
Now I know, Sai, you are not a frightened woman.
No, I'm not. I'm a prayerful woman, and I'm giving thanks to God. I was
Let there be light. Lights are back on.
Did I just say that? So
We've
here
lost
we
power
are.
here in the Pine, so
But
I
you know,
assume
our
our
generators are
emergency,
switched on.
yes,
Yep.
have been switched on.
Well done indeed.
The Carrington Village area, we have high winds, but no rain as yet. Good morning. Bailey's Primary was listed as a Category 2 shelter. Can anyone shed light on why the close was not opened? My 67-year-old dad, I think that's what they're saying, is that they're closed, not open. My 67-year-old dad called to say the school never opened. He is sheltering in a little opening passage.
Listen, if you said Category 2, you're wrong. You should go to a Category 1. You know, and so if you're going to a Category 2, that will be closed. You have to seek shelter at a Category 1. You said you're there at Bailey's Primary School. That's where you went. So I'm supposing you're pretty near to that in St. Philip. Derry's turning pages very quickly to let us know the Category 1 shelters, which is what you ought to be using at this time, that are stood up. The Category 1. I've said that more than once so that everyone gets to remember. It's Category 1 shelters. So let's see if we can find that. Derry, do you have it already?
I am checking. Saitomia, are you still here? Have you lost power in the Pine? You can let us know. 228-5562.
We have it on our screen. The Category 1 shelters are Ruby Nazarene, the 6 Roads Seventh-day Adventist, the 6 Roads Church of Christ, or the Hildeskeen School, not the Baileys. So, sir, if you can, take your father over to that spot. Either one, the Ruby or the 6 Roads area, or which is Hildeskeen in the Ruby area generally. So is Sai still there on the phone? Let's try to see, because in losing the power adjuster, it affected even our telephone system. We love to for you to give us a call, 228-5562, and call us now. Let's see if we can get connected with you as well. This next message says, hi, blessed good morning, Pearson and team. The wind is so high at Kendall Hill. Wow, the trees are howling. Do have a safe morning. Thanks for having our back. It's our pleasure. So there at Kendall Hill, the trees are howling, I'm told. So thanks for your WhatsApp message as well.
Good morning, Pearson and Derry. The winds have gotten much stronger now in Sergeant's Village in Christchurch. You're both doing a great job with the updates. Thank you so much, and thank you for sending in that information.
Another one says here, the trees are really dancing with the increasing strong winds, and the rain is off and on at Brandon's St. Michael. So thank you for writing in for Brandon's as well. But the trees are dancing. What a song they should be dancing to. But the wind, no doubt, is creating that constant swaying motion. But wind is what we're pretty much expecting from this particular system as it goes by. As you would have heard from the director of the Met Services, we should be expecting almost storm force winds, in some instances hurricane force winds, as the system moves to 80 miles south of Barbados as it makes its way towards Tobago and to the Grenadines as well. Cheryl is on the phone. Cheryl, good morning. Cheryl? All right, we'll see if we get Cheryl's voice coming through. Cheryl is calling us from St. Lucie. I want to hear from my people from St. Lucie. So Cheryl, don't put down. We'll try to see if we get our audio worked out for you if it's at our end, as we do as well. So keep calling us. Keep calling us, 228-5562. The electricity is also off at Bentley Tenantry in St. Philip. Where's Bentley Tenantry? Do you know?
In St. Philip. Okay, so just a reminder.
Minister Philip, you've got to pray for me. It's the 4th hour of the day.
If you see the line sparking, or if you see sparking on a line that supplies power to your home, the Barbados Light and Power is telling you to turn off the main breaker. Again, with these winds, Light and Power crews are not on the roads. Of course, we will all wait for the all clear. Safety and everything is always paramount.
My good friend Joseph, who Grannies, Joseph, you guys should know him immediately. He is ready to say he's at Kingsland in Christchurch. The winds here are getting stronger, he extends, but all is well so far. Joseph, stay calm, stay cool, stay collected, stay safe as well, and let's wait this one out as it goes as well. But thank you so much for checking in, Joseph. All the very best to you at this time. Another WhatsApp came in from the QFM WhatsApp note that was sent to us. I am at St. Matthias in Christchurch. The wind is increasing in St. Matthias, Christchurch. Continue sending your messages. Continue sending your calls as well on 228-5562.
We say good morning to Marcia John, who is a Barbadian living in St. Vincent. It is calm there at present, she says. We had some heavy wind and rains around 12:30, which lasted about 15 minutes. So it's calm at present in St. Vincent. Marcia John, a Barbadian living there. Stay safe, Marcia, and I hope that you are prepared.
It would be good to hear from you, Marcia, where exactly in St. Vincent you are. Whether you're on the eastern side, they call it the leeward and the windward sides. I'm not sure. Well, where exactly are you? And could you describe for us the conditions generally there when there's bad weather? If you expect more flooding, land slippage, anything like that, give us a little bit more if you can. We're grateful for that, Marcia. Thank you so much for reaching across the seas as well from St. Vincent. 228-5562 or 63.
We've got Yuli in St. Philip. Do I have that name right?
Yuleen?
Yes, my grandparents' son.
Hey, Yuleen, how are you?
I am blessed. I'm thankful.
It is good to hear you. It's good to hear you. I'm glad to know that you're comfortable at least while being thankful as well. Are you really okay or are you scared? Which is it?
No, I'm not scared. Number of years ago, I used to be scared. But, another guy, he's younger than I do. From the time I was a little child, I used to be scared. Even if the rain fall too hard, I used to be scared. I used to go up on the bed. I used to go up on the bed.
Yeah, that was Derry too a few years ago, just a few years ago. So it's don't get worried, it's not just you. So you need.
I was going to say yesterday evening early up, or some yesterday morning. I haven't shut my eyes from then up to now. I haven't shut my eyes.
You have to relax, so Yulene. Don't be so stressed about this whole thing, Take some time to take some sleep.
I listened to everything, girls that was on before you.
Yes.
Talking, and then you came on, you and Derry.
Right.
And I hear all of that. Emerald, named Nelson.
Yes.
He and somebody else was on.
And Kimberly and
those, Mark Anthony, yes.
Yeah. All of them get girls and boys on. I listen to them and they come on, you come on.
Yes.
You were long hours.
Listen,
this is you must be going to sleep.
If
I don't understand.
Yulene, you don't have to tell me twice. Sleep is the next thing for me to do. But I'm glad to know at least where you are, you're feeling very safe, Yulene. I want to wish you well and have a.
I can't see you with this closed down.
Oh, because you get hot. Yeah, I have that problem sometimes, so I like to have wind constantly going in the area too. So.
Oh, that wind was blowing early. Just the wind was blowing and no rain on that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, thank God, girl.
I'm okay. I'm here with my son.
Fantastic.
I'm here with my son. So
thank you, Yulene.
He's in his room sleeping, and I
listen.
Go and check on him. Is well.
Wake up Keith and tell Keith there are things to do about the house, okay?
Yeah.
All right, Yulene. Thanks a lot. You take care now. Take care. Yulene Goddard calling us there from St. Philip.
I wonder what things she would wake up Keith to do around the house.
To find things to do around the house. She's up.
We have Miss Evelyn now on the line with us. Good morning. Hello.
I like the pronunciation. Evelyn, not Evelyn.
Evelyn.
Totally different.
Hello.
Yeah, I haven't experienced a hurricane since 1955
Wow. Where are you calling us from, Miss Evelyn?
in Mount Salford.
Mount Stamford, St. James.
And I had an exam to take that same year.
Oh, you lived off the island.
Cancel.
Evelyn?
Yeah.
You lived outside of Barbados for a little while.
UK.
Oh, in the United Kingdom.
I lived in the UK longer than in Barbados.
Okay, how many years did you spend overseas?
You don't even want me to tell you how many years, but I make sure I come back.
A young girl like you, Evelyn? A young girl, you can't tell me how many years?
Young? Yes, I tell you how old I am, you're not going to believe me.
You try me.
I'm in my 80s.
Even by near to you?
Very near.
Our ages are very close.
And every year I come back. Like now I'm out here trying to, from 2007, my mom died, 2006.
Mm-hmm.
2007, I was trying to sort. My dad leave the property to me.
Okay, so you're still...
From 2007, I was trying to sort this thing out. And it's only this year. Every year coming back. The COVID couldn't come.
Right.
And I don't even know. When they tell me you're going through now, I said, don't you think you owe me a discount? Every year I was coming from 2007 and 2004, my son died, my second son died from cancer.
All right. Evelyn, I'm so sorry to hear you.
2003, someone I leave here and went to England with, which was my first son, godmother, died. And from 2003 till I don't know when, somebody was dying.
Oh dear. So Evelyn, that's a really heavy story for you to tell, you know. But how are you doing?
If I got to tell you all, I would really like to tell somebody the life since I leave Barbados, 1958.
Wow.
Debbie, you remember?
December 1958.
I wasn't even a thought.
In
1958,
You
wow.
don't remember?
So that's a long, long time. So you've seen a lot of changes here in Barbados over that period of
She
time.
left in 1958.
Well, I mean, she's been coming back. So she's been coming back since the early 2000s, you said, Miss Evelyn. But how have you been preparing for this storm? You're fully prepared?
To tell the truth, all I got is water.
Me too.
And my son just come in last week.
Yes.
You know, the time the plane crashed, the plane landed in.
Right.
And we thought that, I even thought that we would have to hang around.
Oh boy.
He hasn't a clue. But yet, when everything that was in the yard, he carried in the basement and locker. He got more. All I do is catch water.
So you have water to last you for a good few days at least.
When I come here, every year I come here, and I leave bottles of water in my kitchen. When I leave here, come back and find the water.
Still there.
I just give it to my nephew to his plants.
Yes. That's smart, Evelyn. Well, look, Evelyn, I want to wish you well. We wish you well from the CBC. Thank you so much for calling. Don't be afraid. Let not your heart be troubled.
I'm not afraid. Because I remember my father's cousin, 2 doors away from me, she had a tree with a flower. And that tree knocked her house down over. Put it on, lean it, and you would never believe on her wagon. I don't know if you all know about a wagon.
Of course.
Glasses and everything.
Yes.
That lean, and not even a glass got broken.
Wow.
All right.
And he got his friends where he worked to come. That was during the week. I had an exam at Cumbermere School.
All right, Evelyn, thank you very, very much for calling. We wish you well through the storm indeed as well. You know, there is someone wrote that says, we should have a sitcom called The Boyens. Would you co-star?
Co-star? Yes. Be the star.
Okay, sorry,
all
miss.
Right. Okay, so good morning, Pearson and Derry. Thanks for keeping the updates coming in. On the west in St. James, we are experiencing gusts of high winds, but no rain at this time. This is from Dr. Grandison, who says, continue to stay safe. Thank you. You continue to stay safe as well, Dr. Grandison.
We hope that people, as they move off to shelters, they've taken their medication, not to forget your medication, not to forget your medication. So thank you for checking in, Dr. Grandison. You're quite right. And for those of you who find yourself stressing at situations like these, don't forget to reach closely for your medication if you need to take medication urgently as well. Spare a thought for those asthmatics as well who become,
anxious,
with stress,
yes.
very anxious. I hope that you've stocked up also on your Ventolin for a time like this.
Hello, sending in a message from Paris, France. As I watch the coverage on YouTube, I'm praying for everyone down in Barbados. My sister is sheltering in a place at UWI, and I just hope everything goes calmly. There are 17 students in the room who have pulled together their resources. Please don't forget the UE students, especially those who are away from home, probably for the first time for any length of time, and doing their studies here at the UWI.
Wow.
So we reach out to you. We say good morning, stay safe, stay calm. And Pearson talked about reaching out for that medication. Don't be afraid to reach out for somebody to talk to if you feel like. Or I have a friend who does not like the wind. From yesterday, she was messaging saying cheese dawn bread, cheese dawn bread. This morning, she's afraid of the wind. And you would think she lives alone, she doesn't. But I told her, you can reach out to your brother, pick up the phone or WhatsApp. We're in a chat,
She reached out to you.
Well, yes, but I mean, I'm here now, so she reaches out, But in those instances where you start to feel a little anxious and the phones are still working or you're able to reach out, don't be afraid to.
We have one coming in from Kelvin Benjamin, who is in Dominica. Kelvin Benjamin, the long one boy, he says, having gone through Hurricane Maria with wind peaking at 175 to 200 miles an hour and sustained winds of 165 miles an hour, he just wants these people going through Beryl right now to just relax, he says. You'll be fine, stay safe and relax. It will soon be over. Thank you so much indeed, Kelvin Benjamin from Dominica.
From Arthur Seat in St. Thomas, the wind is so high, the electricity has been off before 2 this morning. They have no electricity in Arthur Seat in St. Thomas.
They're listening. So this is Elvis Roach, who is watching the coverage from Den Haag in the Netherlands. I hope I pronounced it right. If I didn't, I'm sorry. From the Netherlands. Thank you so much, Elvis Roach. With a name like Roach, you got to be from Barbados.
Yes.
Thanks for sharing the experience, he says. Hoping for a good outcome and minimum impact. I have immediate family at Westbury Road, St. Michael, and all over Barbados. So he's wishing everyone well. That's a message coming in from Elvis Roach to all of his relatives there at Westbury Road and all over the island from the Netherlands.
Good morning, Storm Coverage team. I always appreciate the work the CBC team does during these times. I'm messaging from Fords Road in Clapham, St. Michael. No rain, just lots of wind.
Sounds like what's happening all across the island indeed. This is Weather Watch, which is brought to you with the kind compliments of the Barbados Light and Power, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Co-operators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. The Barbados Water Authority, remember, choose water first. Blue Waters and Juicy Patty, indeed.
Well, the BLPC's operational teams, that is the Barbados Light and Power Company Limited, they met today to put measures in place for managing the network during the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Please be assured that they are committed to maintaining safety and system continuity as long as possible. Their protection systems are designed to automatically trip any circuits impacted by the hurricane. Additionally, the teams will be in control centers throughout the night, monitoring all systems. They are urging you to stay safe, Barbados. And don't forget that emergency telephone number for the Barbados Light and Power Company Limited, 626-9000. 626-9000.
Also, Co-operators General Insurance Limited wishes to advise policyholders that in the event of adverse weather conditions, they can be reached at these numbers to report your claims. You can call 233-3210, 231-5980, 253-9683, 233-3060, 282 5461 or 233-8600. Please secure your property and ensure all of your important documents are stored in waterproof containers or plastic. You are reminded that during the inclement weather, stay tuned to the media, stay indoors until the all clear is given, and be safe from Cooperators General Insurance. Remember, the numbers to call are 228-5562 or send us your messages by video or picture to 228-5562 as well. We love to see and hear from you.
All right, don't forget, we've still got a couple teams on the outside. They've been sending us those videos and keeping us updated as well from the various shelters across the island. We also have our Sharika Griffith, who is stationed at the National Emergency Center of Operations, or the National Emergency Operations Center. So we hope to check in with her at some point in the near future.
As it generally goes, we expect another update from the Met Office around 5. They tend to give a 5 a.m. bulletin, and so we're hoping very soon to hear from them where that's concerned, so we can plot the next step of Beryl as Beryl makes its way across the region. Indeed, as you recall, Sabu Best, the Director of Met Services, was saying that we should expect the eye to pass around 7 o'clock this morning, 80 miles to the south of the island, and so that's why we stayed up with you. In the event that should something happen, we are with you. And we want to remind you that you want to be with us by calling us on 228-5562. As we say, good morning, how are you? Good morning.
Hi, morning.
Hi, who's calling and where are you calling from?
This is Wes. I'm calling from Britain Hill. Britain Hill Bonnet.
Oh, so how's it there now?
It is windy. The rain is falling on, off. Let me say it falls for a few seconds and then it will stop. But it is very, very windy. Trees bending. I see a couple of peelings moving, but it's very, very, very windy.
Is it howling?
I would say so. Yes, I would say howling. Because at one point I was in the balcony watching it and then everyone inside.
As somebody would say, big frightened man. Listen, what's your first name?
My first name? Kendall.
Kendall, I suppose you have a cell phone, right?
Yes, sir.
Kendall, you can't take video?
You will see Kendall run inside from outside.
Kendall, you can't take video? Kendall?
Yes, sir.
Can you operate a camera and take video?
I can operate a camera and take video. I guess you want to see the trees.
Yes.
See the trees bending.
I want to see this dance that you're talking about, Kendall.
Yeah.
I want to hear the howl of the wind that you're talking about, Kendall.
I will go back on the balcony.
Appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Don't run back inside till you take the video and send it here.
No problem.
And you remember what number to send it to, right?
The same number here.
Yes. What's the same number here?
228-5562.
Well done, Kendall. Like that. Thank you so much, all right?
All right.
Good. I'm looking for this video. I am looking for this video from Kendall. 228-5562, the numbers to call. 228-5562, the same numbers to send us your WhatsApp video and messages.
Yes, true. That's true. So make sure that you get those numbers, those videos in. We hear a lot of people saying the trees are dancing in the wind. So it is true. We want to see it, but we want you to take those videos or those pictures very safely, or as safely as you can. But the thing that's coming through is the wind, the wind. And you notice the ladies are saying the wind is howling. But the gentlemen seem to be able to take it in stride. So again, we can't see anything. We can't hear anything on the inside. I don't even know if the rain falling. Person says he can hear if the rain falls.
You can from here.
When we're in this studio, but I'm sure it's fallen since we started this Weather Watch broadcast, and I haven't heard
probably
a thing.
lightly.
So
all right, just got a statement coming in from the Met Office as well, because you know, apart from tracking Hurricane Beryl, there's also that other system that's on behind Beryl. I call it on behind, and it's referred to as tropical wave of interest. The Met Office is saying that they continue to closely monitor a tropical wave located at 38 degrees west, about 1,500 miles or 2,400 kilometers to the east of the island, moving westward at 15 to 20 miles per hour. Now, at 4 o'clock this morning, just a few minutes ago, the just want you to know that it is distinct from Beryl, but they're continuing to monitor this tropical wave that's very strong and it's coming across just behind Beryl. It's about 1,500 miles away from the island. And as we've been telling you all week long, practically, we should expect the impact of that around Wednesday or thereabouts. We'll also keep you all updated on that.
All right. So again, those Category 1 shelters in Christchurch, the Blackman and Gollop Primary School, the Christchurch Foundation School, the Dunamis Outreach Ministries of the Wesleyan Holiness Church and St. Christopher Primary School, that's Christchurch and St. George, the Cuthbert Moore Primary School, and the Ellerton Wesleyan Holiness Church. In St. James, the Gordon Greenwich Primary School, St. John, the Lodge School, St. Joseph, the Tamarind Hall Branch Library located at the Eric Holder Municipal Complex. In St. Lucie, the Connelltown Pentecostal House of Prayer, the William Donald George Parish Center at the St. Lucie Parish Church as well. The Category 1 hurricane shelters in St. Philip, the Ruby Nazarene Church.
They're rolling on the screen.
Yes, they're rolling on the screen as we speak. In St. Peter, you can check out the Roland Edwards Primary School as well. Gordon Greenwich Primary in St. James, Queen's College, and the Church of God in St. Peter, the Roland Edwards Primary School. We heard the Chief Education Officer, Dr. Archer Bradshaw, say that the Coleridge Parish School had been taken out of commission. St. John, the Lodge School, and the Tamarind Hall Library, Eric Holder Municipal Complex in St. Joseph. Hillaby Seventh-day Adventist Church in St. Andrew, Connelltown Pentecostal House of Prayer, and the William Donald George Parish Center at the St. Lucie Parish Church in St. Lucie. Another Category 1 or 2 Category 1 hurricane shelters that you can get to if you live in those various parishes.
When you receive a message from Dr. Alison Leacock, you pause.
Oh
again.
boy.
No. Terry, you know I can't control my laughter when you start. But thank you so much, Dr. Allison. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for your kind words as well. So we do humbly appreciate them from a true professional in the business, Dr. Allison Leacock. Thank you so very much.
A real broadcaster.
We're 17 minutes to go to the hour of 5 o'clock. We're expecting soon another update from the Barbados Met Services. What a slew of WhatsApp messages have been coming through. This one reads, "Good morning, here at Grants Gap, my next door neighbor banana tree dancing and the wind is howling. Thank you for keeping us up to date. Thank you so much. We appreciate you for keeping company with us as well."
Morning all. Thank you so much for the coverage here in Eastland, St. George. Very high winds and the cock is crowing.
As in morning,
it is morning.
has broken.
Yes, it is.
This next WhatsApp that came in says, "Good morning. Electricity just went off at Graham Hall Park in Christchurch. That came in just a little while ago. So for the Barbados Light and Power Company, now you know that's another area where electricity service went, Graham Hall Park in Christchurch."
So we take a pause from the WhatsApp messages. We've got some more to share with you, but we've got someone on the line. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, what's your name and where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from St. James.
St. James? What part of St. James?
Husband St. James.
Husband St. James. Okay, so what are the conditions like there?
The winds are very high. We're not getting any rain right now, but the winds are howling.
So these howling winds. Somebody have to send us some sound. I need to hear this howling. I have no idea how howling wind sounds because I've never heard it.
You never heard a wolf? You never hear a wolf howling?
That's how it sounds, like that?
Yeah, like a wolf.
Wow.
What does it sound like?
Like a wolf howling. Okay, so are you prepared? You've got your water, you've got all your dried goods and food and everything?
Yes, everything. I'm just sitting on watching Pearson and Derry.
Have you been able to sleep at all?
No. I was up all alone.
Okay, well, thank you for keeping us company.
My husband couldn't sleep, so I had to stay with him.
Okay, such a good wife. That's a good wife.
That's the howl of the wind. Check the howl of the wind now.
So, we're getting some video, Mel.
Okay, so we will
hear it?
Pearson and Derry all the best and get home.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Now that is the howl of the wind you can hear on your radio, you can hear on your television as well, and we're looking at the video.
This
that
is
has been
Kendall.
sent from Kendall. I want to see the trees, Kendall. I can't see a single dance.
But we could hear it though. You can hear the
Yes.
wind literally
Yes.
howling, so you get a sense of what it sounds like.
Another WhatsApp message that came in says, I came from Seattle for the cricket. We are at Crane Resort. It is 3:30 a.m. and my flight back to Seattle via New York is cancelled. The wind is very strong, water is turned off, but so far we still have electricity. So yes, at Crane in St. Philip, they still have electricity. The water was turned off simply to protect the integrity of our equipment at our pumping stations. But as soon as the system passes, the water will be restored for us to flow. But welcome in from Seattle. So sorry that your flight was cancelled. I hope you checked your airline and that you are able to rebook for the next flight out back to Seattle. But thank you for spending time in Barbados. What a story to tell. Let's head back to the phone lines now. Good morning. Hi, good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from? Good morning.
Good morning.
What's your name and where are you calling from?
Terry, I'm calling from Chaco Hall, St. Lucie.
Terry of Chaco Hall, St. Lucie. Terry, let me see if I can tell you what you're going to tell me. Hardly any wind, no rain.
Yeah. That's correct. No thunder, no lightning, no anything. The wind is very minimal.
Yes.
The road is clear, no debris, and everyone is asleep. And I seem to be suffering from anxiety and just insomnia.
Really?
Nothing is happening up here.
Oh, that's the part that got you. The fact that, according to you, nothing is happening up there.
Yeah, it's a little too quiet.
You wished
nervous.
you wanted some action.
Well, it's night, so if it was day, I wouldn't even mind. But since it's night, I'm a little anxious. But everyone seems to be asleep.
It's been like that the whole night?
Yeah, it was.
Oh.
We had like 5 minutes of collective rainfall, and that's about it. Nothing else.
But you know, it always rains in St. Lucie, so thank God for the break.
For once in my life, I believe that St. Lucie is a different country.
Don't start me up, Terry. Don't start me up, Terry. I'm a St. Lucie man. All right,
Tyreek.
So, in what ways were you prepared for the passage of this system?
Well, we have water, we have our personal goods, we have a generator, we have safety supplies, medications. I think we're very prepared, and like I said, nothing is going on, so very grateful for that.
Is this something you normally would do when you hear of what we call bad weather approaching the island?
In terms of preparation?
Yeah.
Yeah. My family and I, we always seem to follow the directive from the Met Office and from the emergency professionals, so...
How obedient thou art.
You know, it's a St. Lucie thing.
Of course it is.
No, it isn't.
Of course it is. Terry, we want to thank you so much. But don't worry, you know, we're hopeful that all is well with the other parts of the island as well, and that Beryl passes by swiftly. And we hope the best for our friends down the island chain as well. But thank you so much for calling, okay?
Yes, thank you, Sue Pearson.
Right,
you know, a lot of Barrows live in St. Lucie.
Say it again?
A lot of Barrows live in St. Lucie. They seem to be protecting us.
Anyway, have a good morning. Take care.
Stay safe.
I hear him.
Stay safe, Tyreek.
228-5562, 228-5563 with the Beryl. So it's a good, rich name. You know, I wonder if people would still name a little baby girl Beryl. Would anyone do that?
No.
Okay.
Here's another WhatsApp message. Hi, good night. This is Kim. I'm in Paynes Bay, St. James, and the winds down here are ferocious. I can see the trees outside literally bowing, and it's howling. Not a nice experience at all. Thank you, Kim, for sharing that. And you stay safe. And it's easy to say to relax, you know, from where we're sitting. But, you know, try to just inhale and exhale. I can't imagine that experience. One person said, good morning. I am listening and viewing from Grenada. Thank you so much for joining us from Grenada. We send our prayers to you as well.
There's Andrew, who is a Bajan, who's checking in from Arizona. And he's wishing his sister, family, and all in Barbados a very safe transition through this hurricane. Blessings to all, coming from Andrew in Arizona.
And from St. Matthias, Christchurch, winds was doing Dixie from something to 2 a.m. I hardly sleep watching and listening, could hear the galvanize. Thank you guys. I just keep praying all will be well. That is Tricia L. I hope that you are safe as well. Tricia, good morning here in Bowling Alley, St. Joseph. The wind is so high and heavy and the electricity gone off. Okay, thanks.
There's one that also says, good morning. My family and I are in St. Vincent on vacation. I guess they're in from St. Vincent. Rain has started, thunder and lightning, trusting God to protect us as I'm worried about my country. But oh, you're in St. Vincent on vacation. Yes, that's what you're saying. You're in St. Vincent on vacation. Rain and lightning, thunder there in St. Vincent, trusting God's protection, worried about the family and her country, Barbados. Also feeling a bit scared at the moment there in SVG. We're praying for you as well. So please, you and your family stay safe there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
A very good morning to the CBC team. I am from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, living in Amsterdam, Holland. I would like to thank you all for the excellent coverage. Well done. It's long daylight here, but I will be with you all for as long as it takes. Thank you all.
If you've been to Six Men's, you know that's right there next to the sea.
Yes.
It just crashes onto the beach. Well, good morning, Pearson and Derry here at Six Men's Bay. The winds are pretty gusty now. Very little rain though, and the sea is relatively calm. So mostly wind in the area of Six Men's Bay.
Good morning. My name is Edwardine from the UK. I am sending love and prayers to my family in St. Philip, Christchurch and St. James, and also to all of my friends across the island. Stay safe. Thank you, Edwardine. Person is reading.
Yes, I'm reading, so I'll get back to you. But we want to thank you so much for continuing to share with us your thoughts, your comments, your experiences as well. Remember, the number to call is 228-5562. That's to where we go now. Good morning to you.
A blessed good morning, Pearson.
Good morning to you too, Cotsy.
Oh, yes, sweetheart.
There you go. Sweet like a snow cone, right?
Yes, a blessed good morning to everybody in out of Barbados.
Thank you so much, Cotsy. To you too. How are you doing?
Cotsy got these two things out of wind high, now the lightning. I could enjoy the thunder going and coming.
Right.
But Cotsy good.
I'm glad
Everything he has the Almighty, he is who in charge, not me.
Always, always.
And you lay everything at his feet, he can take good care of us. He promised to never to leave us alone. Am I right or wrong?
You're so right.
He said, he said to you, when in the world, peace, be still.
Yes.
As long as you put your faith and confidence in your Almighty, say your prayers, wrap up, to sleep, and tell me I had my sleep. I just had a hot cup of tea, a loaf of salt bread and some butter. My pipe's still on, but it running pencil, a lead pencil size. But I don't worry about water. If you put go off the balance of the week, Cotsy could look after, she says. I don't play when it comes to this time of the year.
You know, you gotta love you, Cotsy. Cotsy has such a practical view of things.
No. I raised up in the old school. And my grandma said always, he put going off catching a boat for buckets.
Right.
When you see me, I clean my deep freeze and put it up to all to freeze back hard. So if the house electricity go off, I can take things out the house fridge and put them in deep freeze. I will still keep.
Okay.
Empty all my drums, buckets, everything, wash out with their water and fill them back. A tip of bleach in the bucket and fill with water, and that will keep. But the last water it does catch is the cooking and the drinking. I cover it down in the name of sweet Jesus.
Amen.
Then you last me rumble like a foul there and a head. Every year you gotta take catch water, do this, do that. Go in the supermarket early and start picking this and picking that and putting it aside. If the covers can't hold, pack them in boxes. You know that?
Right. Of course I do.
Right,
come on, Cotsy. I'm a country boy.
We country girls, we know them things we wear in the rough times when you had to try to fight for survival early.
All right, Cotsy.
But otherwise, Cotsy sweet and everybody keep it sweet and be safe in the name of Jesus.
Okay.
All get all sweet. Safe.
Thank you. All right, you take care.
Okay, sugar.
All right, bye-bye. Cotsy, our good friend. All right, so we want to thank you so much for sending your videos as well in. We want to share with you some of what has been sent to us as well. Remember to continue sending your footage. Look at the dancing trees, Derry. This is coming in from St. Philip. And the howl that we've been talking about as well. These trees are swaying from side to side. That's the howl.
Very noisy.
Because it's quite windy in St. Philip. St. Philip has been bearing quite a lot of the brunt of this. That's why St. Philip and Christchurch, after all, the system is passing to the south of the island. But obviously, sun has not yet risen, so it's still quite dark. But look at the trees bending in the breeze. And that's what we're talking about when we talk about the
wind
trees
is
are
very
dancing.
high, as you can see.
Oh, description, go ahead.
Trees are blowing. I just took a chance and came out on the gallery.
I like this. She actually did commentary for us.
Yes,
Derry.
we got it with commentary.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. That's very thoughtful of you. Very thoughtful. She just came onto the gallery. I love that word. Love that word.
Yes,
She just
old-time word.
came onto the gallery. And so she thought she could share with us and share with you as well just what she's experiencing there in St. Philip with the gusty winds causing the trees to bend one way or the other. And as a consequence, the howl as it moves across the wind moves across her area as well.
Well, as Pearson said, we're sharing our messages with you. And this one is a nice one that we got with the CBC TV 8 logo. Thank you and congratulations. Good broadcast of Hurricane Beryl, all-night coverage and sign language inclusion. And this comes from the chairman and board members of the Barbados Broadcasting Authority. I didn't see this part here at the bottom. The professionalism of Pearson Bowen and Derry Bowen as broadcasters is a breath of fresh air. The BBA thanks them and the interpreters for their service to Barbadians at home and abroad. And we thank you for that message. And we also want to say thank you to Paula. You are seeing her currently on the scene or the screen, or sign language interpreter, and Bonnie as well. It's not a bad thing working with Pearson Boyne, you know. He's not a bad fellow. So continue to send us your messages. Thank you to the Barbados Broadcasting Authority, 228-5562. We like the videos. We got that one there with some commentary, but we like to see the trees dancing. We remind you, take the video safely. We're not telling you to go outside and shoot anything, but if you can do it safely, be sure to send them to us here at 228-5562.
Take care of the children, folks. Take care of the children, folks. Take care of the children. Keep them safe, keep them warm, keep them protected throughout this system.
Keep them comforted.
Indeed. Take care also of our elderly who would need assistance, because they too from time to time can misunderstand what's happening. So be patient in explaining what's happening to our elderly folk as well. Also remember our people who are deaf or hard of hearing. There's a community of people who are alive or active, who are very contributing members of our community. They want to be kept abreast of what's happening, and that's why we have Paula and Bonnie with us spending time so that they can share our messages with you and with them. And so we have the emergency first responder contact information to share with you now. Remember, you can always reach out to Bonnie Leonce. She's at 238-3819. You can call her or you can message her. Send, however, your messages if you need these assistance to Dario Nightingale. He's at 245-5411. Sandra White Belgrave, she's at 844-4141. Or Lionel Smith, you can also message him on 244-3140. These are folks who are first responders for those of the deaf and hard of hearing community. We want to never forget them.
And this just in, DEM officials are encouraging people calling into CBC to also call and make their reports to the NOC, the Operations Center at 438-7575. That's 438-7575. So you're calling us here at 228-5562, but the DEM wants you to call in those reports as well to 438-7575 so that they are aware of what is needed and what needs to be done as well.
We are just 30 seconds away from 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, we expect the next update from the Barbados Meteorological Services. And as we await that, we continue to interact with you. We are going to Sean Ox in Christchurch and say good morning. Good morning.
Honestly.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing okay so far.
Hi, what's your first name?
Carry on.
What's your first name?
Carry on.
Oh, Carry On. Carry On, you are living at Sean Ox in Christchurch. You're right there by the airport. You're right there by the Met Services.
Windy.
Talk to us about what you're experiencing.
Yes, great. The wind is very high. We're getting a lot of scattered showers. And also, my mom is in St. Vincent.
Oh.
So she experienced power outages and rain.
Your mother is in St. Vincent as we speak?
Yes, please. And start.
And so for her, it's been a power outage and lots of rain.
Yes, please.
And meanwhile, for you, it is just lots of wind.
And rain.
And you have some rain as well.
Yes, please.
When did the rains start?
It's going in between on and off from 2 o'clock.
Right. Are you visiting or do you live here?
I live in Barbados.
And you've been living here for a little while now?
Over 20 years.
That's a long time. Is this the first system of this nature that you've been experiencing?
No, I have experienced all.
All? When you say all, what do you mean?
Like, I'm here from 2004.
Oh,
Yeah.
so all that happened to Barbados. But prior to that, what about in St. Vincent? Have you had any encounters with hurricanes or storms of this magnitude?
No, I never been to St. Vincent. Got my mom there.
Okay. But so far, so good for you, right?
Yeah.
Is it just yourself on the island or you have other relatives who are staying with you?
I have 2 kids. One is disabled.
What kinds of preparations have you made for your disabled relative?
Okay, I have a bag and everything packed just in case I have to leave.
Right. But thankfully you've not had to leave.
No.
And if you should leave, where's your nearest shelter? Do you know?
We have Walden and I also have a...
Say it again?
Can't remember.
Where would you go?
I can't remember. Walden.
In Christchurch?
Primary school.
The Blackman and Gollop.
Okay, you can go to the Blackman and Gollop. You can go to Christchurch Foundation School. You can go to Dunamis Outreach Ministries or the St. Christopher Primary School. Those are the Category 1 shelters.
Okay.
So do you know where they all are?
Yes, please.
Wonderful, wonderful. Or, you know, there's some other public categories that you can probably, yes, those are the ones, yeah. So I wish you well as you go by as well. So you please take care of yourself and your siblings.
Yeah, you could actually see through my window. You could see the airport.
You can see the airport?
Yes, and the Met Office.
There you go. So you are like a Met official for us right now. But thank you so much for calling. We wish you well as you ride out the passage of Hurricane Beryl, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much. 228-5562, 228-5563. It's now 3 minutes past 5 o'clock on Monday, July the 1st. We started this on Sunday, June the 30th. So we've turned a calendar page for right now on your almanac. And so we welcome you to July the 1st. You know, they said once before, June too soon.
June too soon is right. The DEM officials are encouraging all of you who are calling in to us here at the CBC. They're asking you to call and make your reports to them at the NOC 438-7575. That's 438-7575. That's the National Operations Center located at the DEM. That number for the Light and Power, the emergency 626-9000, 626-9000.
Numbers to call. Thanks, of course. This coverage of Storm Watch, Weather Watch, brought to you by the Barbados Light and Power Company Limited. Electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. The Barbados Water Authority. Choose water first. Blue Waters and Juicy Patties. I'm Pearson Bowen. With me is Derry Bowen as we turn the clock on another hour, and we welcome you back to our continuing coverage of the impending Hurricane Beryl as it bears down on Barbados and the other islands of the Eastern Caribbean. We're right back after this.
CBC Weather Watch brought to you with the compliments of Barbados Light and Power, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. Barbados Water Authority, choose water first. Blue waters and juicy patties. And you know, Pearson, we've been talking and hearing about these different hurricane terms. We actually discussed this in one of our meetings where, you know, we would hear the meteorologists talk about different terms, and we would always be like, you know, be a little lost. But this one caught my eye, figuratively, the eye of the storm, the low pressure center of a hurricane. Winds are normally calm and sometimes the sky clears. That's the eye of the storm. Now the eye wall, the ring of thunderstorms that surrounds a hurricane's eye, the heaviest rain, strongest winds, and worst turbulence are normally in the eye wall. You've heard of millibars, the MB that we would have been talking about in those weather advisories. It's a metric measurement of air pressure. And here's one. What is barometric pressure?
Tell me.
But you should know it. You read it all the time. The force exerted on a surface of unit area caused by the weight of the air column above atmospheric pressure. It indicates the presence and movement of weather patterns and affects many physical measurements. So just a little bit of schooling here on Weather Watch here at the CBC. Of course, we are joined by our listeners on radio, 94.7 FM, 98.1 The One, and Q 100.7 FM.
And you. Truly you indeed.
Yes.
Remember, we're taking your calls on 228-5562. We're also taking your videos and your pictures via WhatsApp on 228-5562. We'd very much love to interact with you, to hear from you as well. Your stories are quite funny, actually, quite a matter of fact. It just helps to lighten the moment and just ease some of the pressure. Not the barometric pressure that we just spoke of, but ease a little bit of the pressure from time to time. To our friends and colleagues down the islands, St. Lucia, Grenada, Tobago, all of you are also watching. We thank you so much for paying attention, as we are hoping very soon to get the very latest update bulletin coming from the Barbados Meteorological Services. But the latest that we did have said it remained a Category 4 storm, a hurricane, and so we're all urged to pay very close attention. The very maximum winds of about 185 miles an hour, which is brisk. And so we'd like very much for all of you down the islands to also pay close attention as it's coming your way, with a projected possibility of picking up speed or picking up intensity. This one has been very, very early on in the system, never before our side of this Caribbean, across the Atlantic, and certainly we need to pay close attention to what's happening in our seas. We've talked a lot about climate change, how the sea water is heating up to the point where these systems find it possible to gain the energy to really take off and become quite devastating to our islands. If you have not yet paid attention to where your shelters are, we encourage you to pay attention to it now. Get to know exactly where it is, because as the system passes later on this morning, we expect even those winds to pick up even more. Let's head to the phone lines now. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, how are you?
I am doing pretty okay. How are you?
I am doing pretty okay too. Thank you for asking. What's your first name and where are you calling us from?
Okay, my name is Sonia, and I'm calling from Kendall Hill in Christchurch.
Sonia from Kendall Hill, Christchurch. You're calling for someone?
Yes, I'm calling on behalf of someone. Her name is Joan Sargent, and she's at C8 Avenue, British Land, Silver Sands, Christchurch. She is confined to bed, and she takes that part of her roof is off, and she's in the house alone.
Okay, Sonia, are you able to take this number? We got a message earlier from the National Operating Center. They're located at the DEM. You can call 438-7575. You need to call them as soon as possible. Not sure when they may be able to get to Miss Sargent, hopefully as soon as possible, but 438-7575. You are related to Miss Sargent, or she's a friend of yours?
Okay, well, I actually were a caregiver with NAB, the National Assistance Board, and she's one of my recipients.
Okay, so she was able to reach out to you, thankfully.
Yes, please.
Oh, dear. Okay, so we certainly hope that she gets that help as soon as possible. But again, give us that address. June Sargent and 9th Avenue.
Breedy's Land.
C8 Avenue.
C. Isle Avenue?
Egg
Avenue.
C. Egg Avenue
Yes.
at Breedy's Land, Silver Sands.
Yes, please.
All right. C. Egg Avenue, Breedy's Land, Silver Sands in Christchurch.
Thank you. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the good work. Keep it up and y'all get home safely.
Bless
Thank
you, Sonia. Thank you so much as well. We're just 12 minutes after 5 o'clock now. Let's head over to Trinidad and Tobago as we're joined on the line by Josanne Leonard. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning.
How are you doing?
Great job you guys are doing. So lovely to see you all doing the marathon.
Thank you so very much. How do you do?
Well, I'm just following your coverage because unfortunately, we don't have very much media coverage here, in real time in Trinidad and Tobago. So that's a bit unfortunate. So we're getting a lot of the information from you, actually.
Well, we're here to serve. We're here to serve the Caribbean. We're the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation. Is this video? Can you see what we're seeing at the moment? Video, and is this from Trinidad and Tobago?
If it's a little clip, I had just done a little clip on my front porch. So I'm not sure because I'm not seeing it.
Okay, because what we're seeing is what you shot. Could you describe for us then what we're looking at? Is this Port of Spain? Where exactly are we looking at?
Okay, so I'm in the Diego Martin Valley. There you go. So that's really just outside of my building. And it was just one of the showers that came down. But you can see how very still it is. There's no really significant windows. So that tree's right outside I'm on the 3rd floor.
Right.
So when it's panning there, now it's panning to the north, which is like looking towards the Caribbean Sea. Those are the mountains there.
Wow. What are your Met officials telling you about this Hurricane Beryl and what Trinidad can expect?
Well, Trinidad was put on an orange alert. As far as I'm aware, it hasn't shifted. It was put on an orange alert late yesterday afternoon. Tobago remained on red alert. So in terms of the most recent advisory, I guess one might be coinciding with the time that one may be coming from your Met office in Barbados around 5, a little after 5 in the morning. We're probably almost there.
So Josanne, did you have what change in weather did you have and when did it happen, if anything?
Well, I think in terms of Trinidad and kind of monitoring what people are saying on social media, different parts of the country have been seeing sporadic showers of rain, some in heavier parts. The advisory was that the north and eastern part of Trinidad would probably be where we would see probably more rain, but we've had rain from a system that moved off. Then, of course, Beryl coming in, and then more rain to come behind with the system coming in. So it's been a lot of water on the ground, a lot of flash flooding. But I don't think we've seen any significant, or at least at this point, I can't tell you that we've seen any significant weather in terms of Trinidad. Now, where it might be closer to the coast, again, we don't have the reports coming in yet. We have to, I'm going to monitor social media a bit. But I just talked to a friend in Tobago to kind of get an update on what's going on there, because Tobago is really expected to take the brunt of this. And he was saying to me that it's the northwest coast Tobago communities where some feeder band rains, and they've been experiencing some light winds. And of course, what we're hearing from the NOAA is that it appears that the eye is set on Grenada, but Tobago will continue to experience increased winds and rainfall well into about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, I'm seeing another message pop up from him saying increased rain intensity now being received on Tobago's southwest coast with slight wind gusts. So it means that it could be, and it would be gusting more heavily and frequently on the north and northwest coastal areas, not to sound like a Met person, but of course that's where they tell us about this northeastern quadrant of the system of Beryl. So that's probably what's happening there.
Okay, well,
as someone who's been in the business for quite some time, Josanna, a noted Caribbean broadcaster yourself, has Trinidad ever been impacted by a significant weather system? And could you share with us some of the experience, if so?
Well, I mean, you know, I'm not going to date myself, but you've heard no. I mean, we've you know, they always say because we're so far south, and that's why we have boats come here to dock, et cetera, because we're supposed to be south of this major hurricane belt. But with the whole, you know, and people not taking it too seriously, the whole thing with climate change is that this is really so very unusual. Hurricane Flora would probably be the one that comes to mind that would have wreaked havoc in terms of Tobago, and that was described by the Chief Secretary. But I mean, I don't remember Flora because I wasn't even in Trinidad at that time. I was still in England. But the point is, it's something that for the older people, they remember, and they still talk about Hurricane Flora. Of course, some of the other systems, we have feeder band weather and so, but nothing on what we were anticipating with the trajectory of Beryl. And of course, it's really concerning for Tobago, which you know, which will feel the brunt of her movement across the southern Caribbean.
Right, and there's so many natural assets that Tobago has that one doesn't want to see them in any way destroyed. I want to look at messaging now, because you did talk a little bit about the fact that, you know, you're hearing very little or significantly not much coming from your Met services there. How concerned are you that that is happening where not enough is being told about what one can expect?
Well, I'm not, you know, I don't really want to be too critical of the Met services because, you know, I suppose because, you know, there may be something to be said about the communication between Trinidad and Tobago, because I have no idea, or I should say we in Trinidad, except through contacts that we have and sort of looking to see what people are maybe saying on social media, that we have no idea what they're saying to them in Tobago. And that to me is a bit of, you know, it's something that we should be pretty ashamed of in the region generally, that we bemoan the fact that we know in real time what's going on in other parts of the world, but we hardly ever know what's going on in real time in the region. So hence the reason that the CBC broadcasts, with people recognizing that they can still, you know, they can still communicate, they can still send messages, and even get information, is actually filling that gap, in which we should probably be a lot more coordinated, given the severity of the system that's passing through. And even if it wasn't, that we should be communicating in very, you know, in very much more real time, so that we know what's going on. I mean, you should be sitting there and really knowing for sure what's going on in St. Vincent and so, you know. So, you know, kudos to the team and to the CBC for doing this, because at least it's keeping us connected and it's keeping us informed.
All right. So thank you for reaching out to us, Josanne Leonard. You mentioned...
It's to Tisha's credit, because she just called me to say, I'm calling you.
Okay, right. Well, thank you to our producer, Tisha Hines. But you mentioned, Josanne, before we let you go, tomorrow morning, as in Tuesday morning, you mentioned expecting some weather.
Oh, no, yesterday was Sunday, today is Monday.
Right, okay. So I just wanted to be sure, because...
Okay, sorry about that.
That's all right.
I'm still thinking like Sunday
That's
into Monday
fine.
when it's...
It's still dark out.
Sorry, Monday to Tuesday, but my mistake, sorry, yes.
That's okay, okay. But thank you so much, for taking the time to speak with us, and we certainly hope that communications improve over the next few hours for you in Trinidad, and that you continue to stay safe.
We will, and to our brothers and sisters in Barbados, and of course Grenada and St. Vincent, and as this thing Beryl goes up the Caribbean, she hits Jamaica and the rest. You know, we all have to be alert. But thank you so much for staying in touch, and I'm staying with you. I mean, I stayed up all night. I just had a fresh cup of coffee, so it doesn't mean I'm going down anytime soon.
Thank you.
Okie doke. Take care.
Josanne Leonard there from Trinidad and Tobago, and renowned broadcaster across the region indeed. And so we thank her for checking in with us and sharing from her perspective just what's been happening there in Trinidad and Tobago as well. Your WhatsApp messages continue to flow, and we thank you so much, no pun intended. 228-5562. And we have a message coming in saying, good morning, my name is Edward Dean from the United Kingdom, and sending love and prayers to my family in St. Philip, Christchurch and St. James, and also to all my friends across the island, encouraging all to stay safe. Another says, good morning, watching from Toronto. Thank you, Toronto. Thank you for the coverage, CBC. You're doing a wonderful job. My family is at 4 Roads, St. Philip. When last I spoke with my husband, this lady writes, he told me the neighbor's roof went at 4 Roads, St. Philip. Prayers go out to all. So if that's your situation, they're at 4 Roads in St. Philip. The number to call for the DEM, Derry's going to check for me in just a moment. But if that's your experience, you're to call immediately into the National Operations Center at the DEM. That number, Derry?
438-7575. That's 438-7575.
So for you in Toronto, if you can reach out to your friend again to let your friend know that number. If your friend is not paying attention, obviously caught up with what's happening right now. 438-7575. Please ask them to call that number immediately. Morning, we are so close to you, but have now lost power at Fort George Heights. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, bear with them. Bear with the Barbados Island Power. They'll work that out. They're listening. They're paying very close attention. Sending love, this next WhatsApper says, and prayers from the United Kingdom to all family and friends. Hope all will pass soon. Good morning, following the live CBC coverage from Switzerland. Thank you for following us from Switzerland. My parents and all of my friends are in Barbados. My thoughts are with everyone in Barbados and the Caribbean, and hoping for the best from Switzerland. Thank you, Switzerland, indeed. Good morning, I am at Foul Bay, St. Philip, experiencing shrieking, not howling winds.
Shrieking.
What's the difference in sound? Do it for us.
Think of a banshee or a woman.
Call us and do it for us. I'm not joining you on that one. But let me hear the shrieking sound, not the howling one that you're speaking of. Just a little bit light relief for the moment, indeed.
I got a WhatsApp here. This viewer says they have a guy in Alabama who's trying to reach the program. He needs the WhatsApp number. That's 228-5562.
Area code?
246-228-5562. Thank you, teacher. By the way, I'm in Brighton, St. George, and the wind is pounding. No damage to property. So that's an interesting description. The wind is pounding, it's shrieking. Person wants an example of what it is. We've been getting videos coming in so we can hear ourselves and see what it is like on the outside in parts of the country.
All right, so 228-5562 for the calls, 228-5562 for the WhatsApp messages as well. You know, Derry, you spoke earlier, and I did mention this too, about our esteemed colleague, the Most Honorable Dr. Alison Leacock. She reached out to us to express her congratulations on what we're doing. She knows the marathon because she sat in this chair 20 years ago. You remember that? When we sat up, we all, Barbados sat up and we listened to the dulcet tones of Dr. Alison Leacock, and she shared that she kept us all calm. I believe, if you can direct me, do we have Dr. Leacock with us? Well, we just want to share with you what Derry read earlier on, what she sent to us as well. Mm-hmm. She expressed appreciation for what we're doing here, Derry and me, and also to our interpreters in Bonnie and Paula for being able to keep everyone everywhere informed. And to you, Dr. Leacock, we thank you too for being a shining example, having led the way, sitting here, as the message tells me, 20, that amount of years gone by already?
I would remember.
I remember the experience, but I cannot remember the time. Did that length of time already expire?
But you know, the time goes very quickly these days.
I
think it's going on and going. Just tomorrow is Christmas. Okay. I'm telling you.
Yeah, time
That's
does
how
fly
quickly it goes.
Very quickly. But Dr. Leacock, thank you for your words, and thank you for your service as well, as the Americans would remind us. More messages are flowing through while we wait on more of your calls, and we're hoping very soon, I hope, to get that 5 o'clock update coming in from the Met Office. Hint, hint. Good morning to all the CBC staff and Lady J, Veronica Barrow, a Bajan living in Boston, Massachusetts, this one writes. All my family and friends are in Barbados. I'm sending love. Thank you so very much, Veronica Barrow. Good morning. My name is Tristan. Now, this is not the Tristan who is working with us this morning, but this is from Tristan. Tristan is messages from Copenhagen in Denmark. Good morning to Tristan in Copenhagen. Praying for safety for everyone back home. His family is at Maxwell and Parish Land in Christchurch. Thank you so much, Tristan at Copenhagen, for your message and your care and concern for your relatives at Maxwell in Christchurch.
Well, I was about to do it, but we got a message, a reminder to shout out the crew working hard and tired, just like us, keeping us on the air, keeping us fed and watered, so to speak. I don't want to start calling names because I know I'm going to forget somebody. But we've got a quality control team. We've got our producers, our PAs, our directors, our VC editors, stage floor manager, and then of course our radio team still upstairs monitoring in 98.1 The One and Q100.7 FM as well. So
and it's so heartwarming because this is all voluntary. These folks have given up their time, they've left their families and their homes, and they've come to keep you company and to keep you informed. And to each of you, you around the building today, we say big, big, big thank you. Our Chief Executive Officer is also here keeping us company. This one writes, another WhatsApp, I am here at Leadvale. The wind is extremely high, so I am unable to visualize any damages on the outside. She says, God is our hope and our strength. Thanks to CBC for clear, concise coverage. Thank you for sending your message as well. Let's head over to the phones now to hear who's calling. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
This is Teresa Ward from Atlantic Park, St. Philip. Up here, I'm seeing some little signs of sunlight. The skies are a little orange, but you still have some dark clouds passing. The wind is a little heavy, but nothing to talk about.
So now that you can see, you can breathe a sigh of relief, right?
I mean, I was breathing a sigh of relief all the time, but when we got the word from the PM, we know that up in St. Philip here, sometimes you can get it worse, but the wind was heavy before, but now it is subsiding. You can still see the trees swaying and stuff, but not like from about 1, 2 o'clock this morning. But as I said, I'm seeing sunlight, like the sun wants to rise. The sky is like a yellow, but it's looking, to me, good. No rain.
Good. Well, that's fantastic to hear indeed, and we're glad that the sun is beginning to rise, and now you can see the bit of the gild that comes after the stormy weather indeed. But more weather is to come here. This is not yet past us.
I know, but you know what I'm saying? At least there is still a silver cloud.
Tell us. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, you're going to say?
I mean, yes, I know there's still the weather to be coming, but at least we still have hope.
All right. Thank you so much for
and
calling.
Thank you all for doing your good work. Thank you all for staying up, for keeping us abreast.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your comments, indeed.
5:30 in Barbados and across the Eastern Caribbean, a number of Barbadians have heeded the warnings from officials to seek shelter if necessary at any of the island's 33 hurricane shelters. As of right now, there are over 400 people in shelters, and close to 100 of those are at the Lloyd Erskine Sandyford Center. Richard Foster is one of them. This elderly man told our Crystal Hoyt how he is feeling.
It's scary because we have never ever even have a Category 2 storm. Certainly this year is unprecedented. I've decided to come here because with this weather system at a Category 4 and its location, I am not taking any chances with it. I prefer to be here, ride it out, and then tomorrow see what happens.
Did you have concerns as relates to your home?
Well, the last weather system that passed Barbados was not even at a Category 1. And I saw like the galvanized at the back lifting and trees swaying in the wind and things like that. So it looked very, very, very dangerous to me. And then the water started to build up on the road as well. So I know with a Category 4, I know we would have a lot of damage in that area, so I decided not to stay.
Shelter manager Tahir Batson provided details as it relates to those in the shelter and preparation.
This is the Lloyd Erskine Sanitary Center. Currently, we have approximately 87 personnel or shelterees in the shelter, which is made up of 45 males and 42 females, one of them having to be at least 3.5 months pregnant.
Can you give me some details as relates to your preparation for this particular hurricane, as well as the supplies that you have on hand?
Okay, well, leading up to the shelter being open as a shelter, we basically did some sheltering, securing, installing the shutters, the windows, preparing sandbags to be placed by the doors just in case you have flooding, so to avoid water having to get inside the building, placing the sandbags by the doors. Basically setting up the room to accommodate the personnel. Yeah, basically have everything in place to accommodate the numbers that we have at this time.
Over at George Lamming Primary School, a family of 8 sought shelter.
You've decided to seek shelter here at George Lamming Primary School. Tell me why.
Yeah, well, first thing, it's close to where I live. I live right in Carrington Village. I just think where I live, well, it's pretty safe, but I think here much more safer than, staying at home. So I just feel in my spirit to come, here and seek refuge for the family.
You speak about your family. How many persons are with you?
Myself, my wife, and 6 kids. My wife, we were planning to stay at home, but I just got up this a few hours ago, and I told my wife, she was a bit reluctant, in coming, but she said, I told them, I think we should go, I'm not scared or anything, I just want to be on the safe side.
And as we continue, Director of the Barbados Meteorological Services, Sabu Best, has been experiencing firsthand the intensity of the wind associated with Hurricane Beryl.
This is Hurricane Beryl really starting to blow. We've got gusts close to 60 miles per hour right now. Sustained winds, tropical storm, sustained winds 40 to 45 miles per hour and climbing. Just as we predicted, stronger winds are now coming onshore, approaching. We expect the winds to get up 45, 55 miles per hour, probably the next half an hour. It's going to get pretty dicey. We already got gusts here at the airport, 56 miles per hour. And the gusts can easily go to 70 or maybe 75 miles per hour. This is really, really strong. Stay tuned for more updates. Stay safe, everyone.
All right, so we're expecting another update, an update on the advisory coming soon. We go back to the telephone lines and we say good morning at 25 minutes to 6. This is CBC TV 8 and its radio stations. Morning, where are you calling us from?
Evergreen Road, is any high Evergreen Road. And well, the government gave me a new house because the house didn't look good. The other house didn't look good. I live in a family member house here. And the man cleaned up out there, some of this, some things about here, move on. That's why the fence there and the gate down. The gate down so the wind blowing the gate. And the kitchen cabinet outside, Papa, screen with 2 galvanized. But every minute I in the bedroom, I can hear the wind busy in the galvanized. I can hear the wind busy in the galvanized.
Oh, wow.
I'm here by myself.
You're by yourself?
My son in England called me already, but he tried to call me back.
All right. So I
I
hope.
got the other son in, but he tried to get some rest and everything could be all right, but I ain't heard them all.
All right. Well, at least.
Look at the young baby.
All right, thank you so much. At least it's daybreak now, so we can see bits of sun. Some people are telling us a lot of cloud in some areas, but at least a bit of sun. And we're here to keep you company. And of course, you can call us at 228-5562. You can WhatsApp your messages to us as well. We've got some more messages. We've got some messages as well. Our producing is asking us about BLMP, the hurricane safety. They're currently experiencing the impacts of Hurricane Beryl, which has led to power outages for some of their customers. Please be assured that their teams are in control centers, monitoring all systems, and are still working to maintain system continuity for as long as possible. The safety of the crews is of utmost importance. Restoration efforts will begin as soon as it is safe to do so following the all clear from the Department of Emergency Management. In the meantime, you can make reports via the ECI Restore app. We had that up on our screens for you a little earlier. So you can make your reports via the ECI Restore app. They appreciate your patience and understanding during this period, and the Barbados Light and Power Company Limited urges you to stay safe and please take all the necessary precautions.
All right, one of those messages coming in came from the St. Christopher Circle in Christchurch. It's also talking about electricity being off. Now you know you can also make contact the electricity services aware of what's happening there. Jeremy Gittins is watching from the United Kingdom on our YouTube stream, and he's thanking us for keeping folks connected. Thank you, Jeremy. All the best indeed. Good morning out here. Good, but the electricity gone off. I was listening to Pearson on 100.7 FM. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. Good morning. This one says, I'm Karen James, tuning in from Tobago. I am along the north road of the island and we're experiencing intermittent showers accompanied by some winds. I pray for the safety of my friends like Karen Catwell, Janet Greenwich and Shanil Brooms and all of our other Virgin Atlantic friends family in Barbados as well. Thank you, Caribbean, for the updates, Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation. Thank you so much indeed, Karen James, coming in there from Tobago. A message from the Jersey in the Channel Islands and the United Kingdom and France, just between there, the Channel Islands. We're really enjoying your broadcast, watching via YouTube as well. You're both doing a good job, Derry. They told you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Being a frequent visitor to Barbados, she's very closely watched the storm. Looks like Barbados has escaped the worst of the hurricane. Perhaps we have. And there's a message coming in from Doug Mackenzie. Doug, so sorry for misrepresenting you, but thank you very much indeed. We have a Mr. Thompson from Oistins. He's on the phone line. Mr. Thompson, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
How are you doing, Tomty?
Not too bad.
All right. How's Oistins looking?
Well, plus cloudy. We're getting a lot of breeze now. Yeah.
So go ahead.
I just want to thank God for covering Barbados. I know this is going to be a safe one passing through.
Your faith is strong, indeed. I thank you for that as well. You say you're from Oistins. Where exactly are you in the Oistins area?
Just at the foot of Iceland Hill.
At the foot? Oh.
I just come down the hill, yeah.
Okay.
Can you see the gas station? We got a message here that the old gas station in Oistins, the roof over there, we've lost Tompi. You know Tompi?
No.
Okay. just asking. The crew here wants to know, Mr. Thompson. But anyway, we got a message. We got a message here. Good morning. Please inform the persons in charge of gas that the top of the old gas station on Oistins has come off and people are smelling gas. So any authorities listening that can assist with that. The top of the old gas station in Oistins has come off. I believe that's the roof or the top. I'm not sure. But he says people are smelling gas. So that's pretty urgent.
The old gas station?
Yes. I don't know if that is a gas station opposite where the buses turn around. I don't know. Remember, there used to be a gas station there in that area. Over by Granny's. Thank you,
Yeah, but-
Tisha. So not
Okay.
sure. Hopefully we can get some help there as well. This WhatsApp message made me smile.
Why? Sorry.
My name is Kathy over here in Kingsland. My brother from Arizona sent a message earlier. Such a great job from the CBC as usual. Derry, I love you, but Pearson got me cracking up and keeping my anxiety down. He got me cracking up too. Winds are high and now raining. Hoping all family and friends are okay. Praying for my beautiful island.
I apologize for my offbeat humor from time to time, but thank you so much, WhatsApper. And that's what, you see, these are tense times for a lot of people, and sometimes you just need to lower the tension just a little bit so we can more focus on what we need to focus on and get through it together. That's what we're seeking to do this together. This next WhatsApper says, good morning. Please inform the people in charge of gas. Oh, that's the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Derry, will delete it.
Put on your glasses.
I apologize. Delete it.
Yes.
But thanks for that. Peter Aline. Peter, good morning to you. Glad to know you're up and keeping us company as well. She says, enough wind, no rain where she's living. And she's hoping that we can really be good indeed. Thank you so much, Peter. All the best to you as well. We hope you weather this system as well safely. Thank you so much for checking in.
Well, Weather Watch right here on CBC across TV8 and our radio stations 98.1 The One, 94.7 FM and Q100.7 FM, brought to you the compliments of Barbados Light and Power, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911, Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford, Barbados Water Authority, choose water first, and Blue Waters and Juicy Patties.
Remember, Cooperators General, they wish to advise their policyholders that in the event of an adverse weather condition, they can be reached to report your claims at 233-3210, 231-5980, 253-9683, 233-3060, 282-5461, or 233-8600. We remind you to secure your property and ensure all of your important documents are stored in waterproof containers or plastic. You're also reminded that during the inclement weather to stay tuned to the media, stay indoors until that all clear is given, and please keep safe indeed. We thank you so much for staying in touch with us. 228-5562 or 228-5563. 16 minutes to go to 6 o'clock. Who would have thought? In the dark of night, we sat here now in the almost bright sunshine of a new day. We're still here with you because we are waiting patiently for the passing of a barrel and the information coming from the Met Office to indicate its latest coordinates. You said? All right, let's head back to the phone. Good morning. Hi, good morning. Morning has broken, and so we want to hear from you. 228-5562 or 228-5563. Send your videos, send your pictures. Know that you can see for yourself. Tell us what you see by video to WhatsApp 228-5562. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, not bad at all.
Wonderful to hear. Who is this?
This is Pauline calling from St. Lucie.
Pauline from St. Lucie.
Rockfield in St. Lucie.
Rockfield, St. Lucie. How is it happening? What's happening there, Pauline?
Well, the wind is still strong. Still very strong, but we had a little rain in the night. But I find that the wind is lowering and it rising sometimes.
Right.
But other than that, it's still strong right now. Every now and again, you know, so I was looking around to see how outside look, and so it's clear, outside is pretty clear, but the wind is still strong.
You know why that's happening?
I don't know.
You don't know, Pauline? I thought you were watching us the whole night. Pauline, because there's an outer band, right?
Yes, please.
That is constantly swirled, that's extending outward from the eye of the hurricane.
Okay.
And so from time to time, it will come over and lash us. And that's when you experience those strong winds and so forth, and then it calms down and it goes again. That's what's been going on.
Right, but I was up from 2 o'clock.
Okay, so you probably missed the
I
part.
tried calling you all and I could not get through.
But you got through now, Pauline. I'm so glad you did.
Yes.
Are you okay where you are in terms of the preparations you would have made for the hurricane?
Yes, I had made certain preparations for it, because I didn't know it would have been so strong.
Right.
You know, but other than that, I'm okay right now.
Have you never experienced winds this strong?
Yes, when I had Thomas.
Uh-huh.
I had lose some of my roof and everything.
You did?
Yes, but I had rectified that. That was Thomas. But I remember in 1955, I was only 12, and I could remember all of that when we had Hurricane Janet.
Right.
Right. But other than that, now the older you get more scared, because when you're young, when you're a child, you don't think about these things,
So true.
But when you get a certain age, these things are very concerned to you when these things are happening. But other than that, we're okay, and I'm glad that y'all on CBC is okay as well. I heard you this morning saying that you went out and look out, and the wind was howling.
Yes, it was. It really was. Yeah. But tell me something though, Pauline. When your roof was lifted when Thomas came by, how scary was that?
Well, the point, it was very scary. I didn't even know what happened till the morning early when I got up. The roof was below the house, all the paling fall down and everything. It was very scary for me, but that time I was much younger.
Right.
It was very scary, but we had to try and the neighbors came and helped me put the roof back together and everything, so I called in the carpenter and I got everything fixed back in a hurry.
I'm a little confused. You're in the house, the roof gone, and you did not know until you woke up?
Not all.
Oh, it's part of it?
Part of it, yeah.
Yes, a part of it, not all.
And you didn't sense the difference at all until you woke up?
Until I got up and looked outside in the morning. I saw the roof out. I heard when it went over and land below the house. Oh. But I didn't know how far it was coming from. When it came from this third bedroom, right to there and gone over the roof, gone over on the ground. Okay. Right. But it was very scary.
I can imagine.
Right now, I don't really want to see anything like that again.
Neither would I. That's the truth for you,
right.
Pauline.
So I just went and looked at the roof and everything, see everything is okay.
Good.
And everything around me is all right. I'm only concerned about my neighbors around that, if anything they're affected or anything, right?
Fantastic.
I will still have to wait till it's all clear to move out to see what is going on.
See? A true St. Lucie person. You know what to do. Thank you, Pauline from Rockfield.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you.
All right, Pauline, thank you for calling us. So we are heading over now to the Department of Emergency Management. Remember, we would have checked in last night, believe it or not, the time is flying, with our Sharika Griffith, who is on the ground there at the National Emergency Operations Center. Sharika, what have you got to report for us, if anything? No Sharika as yet. All right. Just a reminder to stay inside and away from windows, skylights, and glass doors. Find a safe area in your home. If you lose electrical power, turn off major appliances to reduce the possibility of damage. If flooding threatens your home, turn off electricity at the main breaker, move valuables to a higher level, and find safe shelter. Do not touch any electrical equipment unless it is in a dry area or you are standing on a piece of dry wood and with rubber foot wearing gloves. I tell you, stay away from the electrical equipment one time. Don't even put on the gloves, nothing. Leave it to the experts.
Don't try to remember to do all those things.
Don't do nothing. Don't do them things. If you live along coastal areas, be alert for storm surges that may result in further damage to properties. And do not be fooled by the hurricane's calm eye. The worst part of the hurricane occurs once the eye passes over and the winds blow from the opposite direction. So trees, shrubs, buildings, and other objects damaged by the first winds can be further destroyed by the second winds. Wait for the official all clear.
I think we also need to be mindful of the fact that there is another system following on the heels of Beryl at the moment, though it be a tropical wave. Nonetheless, it's going to gather and flow on the energy created by Beryl, Hurricane Beryl, and so we need to watch that very carefully as well. So sustained periods of rainfall is possible right now and leading into part of the week as well. Let's see if we can connect now with Sharika Griffith at the Department of Emergency Management. I see your face. Hello to you, Sharika.
Hello to you again, Pearson. You haven't heard from us for a while, but I can guarantee you we're still very much here working on the job. And we have the latest 5 o'clock update, so we're going to go to Jonathan Allen. He's a meteorologist one with the Barbados Meteorological Services. Jonathan?
Good morning, Barbados. I have an update for you. At the present moment,
Hurricane Beryl is located along 11.7 degrees north, 59.9 degrees west, and that's about 100 miles to the south of Barbados. It's currently moving westward at 20 miles per hour. The maximum sustained winds have decreased a bit by about 10 miles per hour or so, and it's now 120 miles per hour and that's being seen up to 35 miles out. Other than that, the storm force winds extend up to about 125 miles out. We are through the worst of it. Most of the wind speeds that we will experience throughout the night would have been up to storm force. They were just under hurricane force at some points in time while they were gusting, but we are through the worst of it. And we should be out of danger around noon today.
Well, that's certainly good news, Jonathan. Thank you very much for that update. We'll now go to Minister of Home Affairs and Information, Wilfred Abrams. Minister, your reaction to what we would have just learned. It seems that we have passed the worst of it, but of course, the all clear still has not been given.
Thank you so much. First, I want to again thank the team at the NEOC. I want to thank all who are involved. I want to thank the media for being here. What you, the public, can't see is the look on the faces of many people here who are bone tired. Right? I thank you for your service. I thank you for struggling through with us. I also want to give a big shout out to the team, Pearson and Derry at CBC. The job you all have been doing has been stellar. We've been watching it the whole night. I love the fact that you were able to connect with people in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because it keeps it, and Grenada, it keeps it very real for us. I mean, we in Barbados were praying that we do not get hit, but the reality is the storm is there, and if it is not coming directly at Barbados, it's going directly at somebody else. So we just need to bear in mind our brothers and sisters in Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and just let's extend our prayers to them as the storm heads in their direction. Now, we're midway in the cycle. As was indicated just now, the worst of it is past. However, there's still a fair amount of it to come. The storm conditions are expected to last for another couple of hours. The sun is coming up. Right? I've been seeing the comments on social media, and a lot of people can't wait to get out and go and see what has been going on. Please do not leave your homes until the all clear is given. We're going to get a report from somebody from Leighton Power about some of the down lines. Some of you are without electricity, so you know that the lines are down, right? It's not just water that's an issue for us after a storm. The all clear is meant to ensure that it's safe for persons to use the roads and to go about their business in a way that will not endanger them or endanger people having to respond to them. So once we are satisfied that it's safe to do so, our drone team is going to be deployed, and we are going to traverse the roads of Barbados to identify trees that might have fallen, houses that might have been damaged, and downlines, at which point crews are going to be dispatched to try to clear before the all clear is given for persons. So you may see first responders or emergency personnel on the road before the all clear is given. That does not mean that you have a license to go out. Until the all clear is issued from the NEOC, you are supposed to remain in your house. It's not because we're trying to exercise power over you. This is because we're trying to make sure that nobody gets injured unnecessarily and for foolishness. So I know in the day of social media, everybody wants to be the first to get something out. You want to be the first to have a video. You want to be the first to show something. You want to be first to show house damage. Don't do that in a way that might cost you your life. Or even more, you may wish to take risks with your lives. But if something was to happen to you, a first responder or response teams will have to be deployed to try to assist you, and you might end up putting their lives in danger. So you're going to hear this over and over because this is critical for everybody to hear. Do not go anywhere until the all clear is given. That is pretty much it from me. want to say, look, we dodged the bullet, or we're in the process of dodging the bullet. The gusts are still coming, the storm force winds are still coming. While we may, technically speaking, be past the worst of it, there is still more of this system to come. So stay in place and be responsible. Please keep yourselves safe. We've had no reports so far of injury to persons. I would like to keep it so. I would like that the passage of this storm is marked by no injury to anybody. So we will keep advising you as the need arises, but stay safe, Barbados.
Minister, you mentioned the use of drone technology. Can you speak to what the benefits of using that would be in terms of improving the time?
Okay, so if you remember with the last system to hit Barbados, normally when it is safe to do so, teams are deployed. Those will consist of the police, the BDF, roving response. They would be deployed to literally drive the length of the major arteries in Barbados to check for debris, check for fallen trees, check for fallen poles, to ensure that it's safe for people to come out and use the road. What they also do, they look for areas that need clearing, and then they would send the information back into us at the NEOC, and teams would be deployed from the NEOC or at the direction of the NEOC to clear areas. Now that process to drive the roadways of Barbados used to take about 2 hours. You sending teams out, it would take about 2 hours for them to come in and feed back the information and to get the teams going. The last time that we had a system and we used the drones to actually do the visual identification, we can sit here in the NEOC and see the video and see the information from the drones as the drones are going. The drone process took about 7 minutes to cover the entire Barbados. So 2 hours went to 7 minutes. So as the information was coming in, Light and Power was able to deploy their teams immediately. The rapid response persons went to clear the roads. So the drone technology has eliminated a lot of cumbersome waste of time, where you would need to use human personnel to do something that they could otherwise be doing. And you know, we got to embrace the technology and use it for good. And one of the major things that we've done in our post-disaster or post-event reconnaissance is the use of drone technology. That's been a big plus for us.
Excellent. Now, as I mentioned, we are here at the Department of Emergency Management, and joining us now to provide us with an update on the types of reports that they've been receiving so far is Director of the DEM, Kerry Hines. Good morning to you, Ms. Hines. Can you tell us what's the latest in terms of the types of reports that you would have been receiving?
Good morning, Barbados, from the National Emergency Operations Center. We have a total of 17 reports thus far at the call center. The 9 reports of power outages, 3 reports of downed utility poles, 2 of roof damage, and then we have a combination of fallen trees. We did have an instance of a pole fire and an unstable home. Now, of the 17 reports, it was spread across 7 parishes. Christchurch had 5 instances of the damage, with two instances being the roof damage, 2 downed poles, and you would appreciate as well, because we're in this type of weather, we did have experiences of the power outages. So there was one reported from the Christchurch area. In St. Andrew, we have 3 reports where we've seen electricity off, and one of them was as a result of the downed utility pole. In St. George, we have 2 reports, one where the house was reported as unstable, and 1 instance of power outage. In St. Philip, 3 reports. We had a pole fire there, sparks on the pole and the electricity being off. In St. Thomas, 2 reports of power outages, and in St. Peter, one fallen tree on a fence, and St. Lucie, just one report in terms of power outage.
So at this stage, given the types of reports that you would have been receiving, are you more or less shuttering teams to go and deal with this, or do you have to wait until the all clear is given?
Well, we have noted the reports, and because of the power outages, we usually funnel that information to the Barbados Light and Power. They will log it, and then they will decide when they need to go to deal with the particular instance. We do not like to go out in the middle of the storm unless it is absolutely necessary.
So what about the case of the unstable home? What would the advice have been at that time?
We ask persons to seek alternate shelter if they can by a neighbor or a family friend until we can get to them to provide any level of assistance.
And if you could reiterate, because I know one of the things that stood out for me when you spoke prior to the arrival of Hurricane Beryl was the importance of leaving before, as opposed to waiting to now, obviously, where, as you said, the first responders, chances are, cannot come out to get you. If you could just reiterate the importance of that.
Barbados, it is very important that you understand your vulnerabilities. If you know that your home may be compromised for whatever reason, please seek shelter at a friend, a family member, a neighbor, and we do have 33 Category 1 shelters available for public use. Just also to update in terms of the shelters, right now we have 30 of the 33 in use. Persons, there are about 424 shelteries scattered across the 30 shelters. But please continue to monitor the media platforms, the various media platforms. Stay inside and wait for the official all clear before you move around. It is very important that you stay safe.
How would you say the number of people in shelters compares to previous systems that we've experienced? Is this number an increase?
This number is a definite increase. Usually we don't have hundreds in shelters, so I think persons would have heeded the warnings. We don't usually have the instance of the possibility of a Category 4 hurricane. I think persons definitely would have taken the advice and just erred on the side of caution. And it is very important that persons continue to do that. Hopefully, we will note in as well that there is another potential system behind this one. So please err on the side of caution and continue to stay safe.
I certainly would want to echo that advice. Thank you very much, Ms. Hines. We go now to Corey Harris. We spoke with him earlier in the night, and he's back now to give us an update. He is the Environmental Health and Safety Coordinator with the Barbados Light and Power. Corey, what can you tell us?
Well, good morning, Barbados. What I would say right now, excuse me, is yes, we did had a report of several outages, both small and very large, throughout the island, ranging from the north. We had a circuit that goes to feed the Belle Plaine area that had a series of outages. We also had similar instances across the island. For instance, our circuit that feeds Arch Hall, our circuit that feeds Wildy, and our circuit that feeds Carrington and Holtown. So these sorts of outages were expected. We do understand that our equipment, in the instant that it detects a fault, will operate. That is a security and a safety mechanism. So we made the decision up in the early that once those breakers field open, that we will not re-engage until we get eyes on. And just like what Mr. Abraham said, there is an inspection process once the all clear is given, that Light and Power has been gearing up to execute once the all clear is also given. So our plan is actually to inspect, make sure that we do not turn on power to endanger lives, because we do not wish to create any unsafe conditions to the public. So with that in mind, we ask you very much so to remain indoors. I know that persons might be anxious to assist and try to send in a lot of information. We welcome that information, but we want you to do so safely. So if you can remain indoors where you can send in the information, especially with poll numbers, we would correlate that information like I said before. So we do also have recorded there were instances of down poles and wires on, and that also creates a dangerous situation. So being indoors and being away is one of the great ways to remain safe. But in the event that persons decide to go and venture outdoors, and this is really geared towards the first responders, we encourage folks to stay far away from down power lines. If you can, remain indoors and adhere to all of the safety protocols that have been coming out from the DEM. Remember, we're here to make sure that persons are safe. It might feel a bit uncomfortable, but please adhere to all of the conditions that we would have highlighted in the media and all our social media platforms. We also would like to let you know that in the event that you have to make a report, we actually put the poll number on electric bills. So once you go and you pull out a nearby electric bill or the service that is being affected, you could quickly look at the bill and identify the poll number that is associated with that service. That poll number allows us to zero in on what the fault condition is. So you make a report and you say a neighborhood, let's say for instance Sergeant Village, it means that we may very well have to search the entire Sergeant Village to find the fault. But with the poll number, it helps us be a little bit more quicker and respond faster.
Can you remind people of the app that they can use to make the reports?
Yes, we have the ECI Restore app, which can be found on our website. That app allows you to make reports and allow us to correlate that information, because part of our process is using that information to basically come up with a strategy to quickly restore power to the folks in Barbados.
Okay, thank you very much for that update, Mr. Harris. I'm sure that we will be speaking to you again before the all clear is given. And last but not least, we're going to have an update from Acting Senior Superintendent Rodney Archer. We also spoke with him earlier, and he is the Operations Officer here at the Emergency Operations Center.
Good
Senior
morning.
Superintendent, all over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, Barbados. Thank you. It has all been about all clear. I want to let the public know that we are somewhere off from the all clear being given. And we have been receiving pockets of information about persons venturing onto the streets. When persons recklessly do this, they are endangering the lives of law enforcement. It is unfortunate that we would have to come out onto the streets to take those persons off the streets. But it is our intention to forcefully ensure that these persons are not on the streets. When the all clear is given, it is to indicate that the streets are now safe, but we have not yet gotten to that point. So I want to encourage people to stay indoors. We've had reports of fallen electric wires, and that creates a dangerous situation for all. So I don't want persons venturing onto the streets to cause police officers to go into that unsafe situation. So I want to plead with you to stay off the streets until the official all clear is given. There are two all clears. The first one is in relation to the crews that would have to go into the streets, sweepers, I call them sweepers, to ensure that or make the streets safe. And then the official all clear is for the public. So I want to urge persons to stay off the streets until the all clear is given.
There you have it. Thank you very much for that, Senior Superintendent Rodney Archer. And the messaging has been clear. The sentiment has been echoed by everyone that we've spoken to in the last few minutes. The all clear has not been given. Even though we appear to have been past the worst of it, the hurricane is still affecting the island. So we need you to stay indoors. We understand that you want to go and see what's going on, but please wait until you've gotten the official word from the government to do that. Until then, please continue to follow our broadcast and we'll keep bringing you the updates. Pearson and Derry.
Sharika, thank you so much reporting there from the Emergency Operations Center at the Department of Emergency Management. And we'll stay with you right here at the CBC as we continue to weather watch. Remember, the winds have been intensifying across the island as Hurricane Beryl moved even closer to Barbados. The sea over by the Oistins jetty behind the Belinda Cots Fish Market has waves crashing onto the shore. Those waves are expected to get even bigger. Now, over in Bridgetown by the Carinage, the boats are bobbing and tugging at their moorings as the water churns in response to the high winds. The effect of the wind is also seen in the trees that almost seem to be battling with a brisk breeze. What a thing to be happening indeed across the island. I'm joined now by Kimberly Skeet from Q100.7 FM. As you know, we have been carrying this across the stations of the CBC, and radio has been a critical part of it. Kimberly, good morning to you. How's it been?
Good morning to you, Pearson. Good morning to all of our listeners and our viewers. I think it's been, so far, it's been quite a bit of a hold your breath kind of moment, or moments, because the hours seem to last forever. But I do believe that everyone has been weathering the storm, or the hurricane rather, in their stead, keeping our prayers firm. We also recognize that right now, the worst of it is over, but it is still very much hurricane conditions. So as was said before, as was advised, let's stay indoors, let's wait for the all clear. One thing that I must say, Pearson, that stood out for me was when I took a look on the outside this morning as day began to break. I saw birds moving around, and you don't really see the birds
in bad weather.
Yes. So that to me was the sign that we are almost there. Notice we said almost.
You're being so biblical this bright and early the Monday morning, the 1st of July. But the latest bulletin advisory number 17 from the Met Office says a hurricane warning remains in effect for Barbados. Beryl's eye has been passing south of Barbados. Feeder bands of Hurricane Beryl will continue to bring storm force winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour across the island into the late morning. So yes, we're very much still, as Kimberly said, in the throes of this. Now, Beryl remains that strong Category 3 hurricane, Category 3 instead of Category 4, with maximum sustained winds of 120 miles an hour, that's 195 kilometers. At 5 o'clock, the eye was located near 11.7 degrees north, 59.9 west. That's about 130 kilometers, just about 110 miles south of Barbados. The system continues to move westward at 20 miles an hour with a maximum central pressure of 965 millibars. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 45 kilometers per hour. 45 kilometers, that's 30 miles from the epicenter. And the tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 185 kilometers. A hurricane warning, therefore, is in effect still for Barbados. So this is not the time for you to think that it's okay to hit the roads and go sightsee, to move limbs and lamb. No, it's not the time to move, indeed. Derry Boyne has left the chair. Kimberly has taken it over, but Derry Boyne is outside to experience what we need to have experienced for a little while now. Derry, bonjour, ça va? She doesn't have a clue what I just said. I can't hear you.
Let me tell you, when we came outside a few minutes ago, it was light gray. The sky was a light gray, and the wind was blowing. You could.
And there she is with that claw, the Derry Boyne claw. I'm sorry, I just love to tease her. But Derry Boyne is outside. She's going to hopefully reconnect with us in just a moment to get a sense of what's been happening outside. Kimberly had a peep, but Derry's now physically outside in the car park of the CBC to experience for us just what it is that others have been reporting as well. Now that sun has risen and a new day has dawned, and hopefully we'll get reconnected with her in just a moment. But Kimberly, the good news, I suppose, for you is that there's no school today.
Well, that is true, but I think most of us are relieved. We're quite relieved that that is the case. And for the obvious reason, we've had quite a number of the schools being put into hurricane shelters, Category 1 hurricane shelters, and that takes precedence right about now. So we have to ensure that those who are within the shelters are made comfortable and that they're able to stay there until the all clear. And then after that, there's still the relevant cleanup and reorganizing the schools and the various institutions back to their original state. So I kind of expected that this is the direction we were going to be going.
All right, let's see if we can reconnect with Derry. Derry, let's hope you're a lot more stable where you are now. I'm not so sure what it is that was causing your claw to rise because we were interrupted in your receipt of your report. Derry?
Thank you, Pearson. I'm quite stable.
Okay.
Now, I was telling you when we came out here earlier, it was a light gray and the wind was blowing. Within a few minutes, it started to drizzle lightly, and then the sky just changed. I didn't think it could get any darker, but it's a dark gray. We had a violent rain falling just now, and it was just blowing. I now understand what our callers and our viewers and our listeners were saying when they talked about the sound of the wind. I mean, it sounds to me like tumbling surf, like.
I told you about the claw. She uses the claw and it stops. We got to talk to Derry about that, Kimberly. But you know, I did remember, I did tell you, Derry, that when you go outside, there's a sound outside of it, because I took a little brief break and I jumped outside just to get a sense of what was happening. And I'm not sure where it was coming from, but there was a sound that was unfamiliar. Yes. And that sound no doubt came from the fact that the wind was howling as it was just passing through different openings and that kind of thing, brushing against the solid materials that are outside. But it was a sound I'd never heard outside of the CBC before.
What I'd like to know about is the air or the temperatures, because when we took a little peep outside earlier, the breeze was, it was heavy, but yet it was warm. You had this warm breeze, and it wasn't leisurely. It was literally howling, but you could feel the warmth at the same time. So I'm wondering if that's what Derry's feeling at this point, or if the temperature has gone down a bit since we are still getting those feeder bands, if it's cooling. That's what I'm wondering right about now.
Well, we'll try to reconnect with Derry in just a little while, but of course we just want to remind you to stay indoors, stay connected with us, of course, by calling us on 228-5562. Know that you can see. What do you see? Can you help us understand what it is that you see? And one way to show us is by your telephone call. The other way is to take a video and a picture and send it by WhatsApp. Remember, the same number applies for the call as it applies for your WhatsApp. That's 228-5562. We want to hear from you. We want to know what you've experienced. Have you looked out now and you've seen bits of branches strewn across the area? Did you see your neighbor's garbage can move from there and now it's over there? All of those kinds of things. Share with us in just a little while. Let's see if Derry is a lot more stable where she is. Derry?
Hello again. I'm going to try this for the third time. They say the third time is the charm. So the rain has held up. I was telling you earlier that was violent. The wind was blowing it. It was white, and still the wind is howling. We had some banners on the outside of the CBC. You know, we're all up in the festive, big on everything. And remember when we made contact with the gentleman yesterday to come and take them down, he was telling us that he was making his way up this side because he was dismantling banners up at other locations. So, you know, I can imagine if those banners or those feather banners were out here, I think they'd be down St. Lucie or up by the airport by now. But you can see morning has broken. At this time of the morning, normally you would see people at the bus stop. There'd be cars on the road. People would be walking or running. Not a fella, except for a black open back truck that was speeding going down towards the Bussa roundabout a few minutes ago. So it's cold. I heard Kimberly say something about the temperature. I'm cold. I'm outside with Roel, or one of our directors and producers here at the CBC. He's wearing his hoodie. Nadia is outside in her short sleeve, and I know that she's cold as well. So it's cold, it's windy. I'm sure you could see behind me the trees swing in the wind. We heard a loud banging earlier too. I'm not sure if it's coming from the Parkinson Memorial Secondary School, but it was this, I don't know if it's a door or something, but it was slamming. So for me, the word that comes to mind is violent. So the wind is howling. I get what they're saying now. And so that's what it is like outside here in the car park of the CBC, Pearson and Kimberly.
Okay, Derry, thank you so much. You know, Vanessa Williams has a song, The Color of the Wind. Can you see the color of the wind? Derry says it's white. I'll take Derry's word for it. But there's a development we want to share with you as we return to the Department of Emergency Management. And we hear from the Met Officer, Jonathan Aline.
Hi, Pearson. We would have spoken to Jonathan Allen, meteorologist one, not that long ago. He's informed me that there's been a further development. So we go now to Jonathan to explain what has happened since last we spoke. Jonathan?
Okay, so good morning, guys, once again. We actually just had a small area convergence pass over the island. This is kind of normal. This is relatively normal based on what we expect. After the system passes, yes, it did notice that we were out of the worst of it. But when the system passes through, we normally get these small areas of convergence behind it. And it just means that we're going to get a couple of intense showers passing through every once in a while. But overall, it's still within what we forecasted, the bounds of what we forecasted, which is still going to be storm force, maybe teetering just upon hurricane force, but it's going to be gradually decreasing as the morning progresses.
Okay, thank you very much for that update, Jonathan. But we want to continue to reiterate, even though the worst is past us, we have not been given the all clear, and therefore we want you to stay inside of your homes and stay safe. Pearson and Derry?
Thank you so much, Sharika. It's now Pearson and Kimberly, who's sitting next door to me. At area of convergence, that means an intense set of showers happened. So while it rained in your area, and it may have felt as if it was pretty steady, it was just an area of convergence, which could happen and will happen at the tail end as the eye has passed to the south of Barbados as a system known as Hurricane Beryl, now a Category 3 hurricane, makes its way across the Eastern Caribbean towards the Grenadine Islands.
I think that also could explain the change in temperature that Derry's experiencing on the outside, because once you've got the rain, it'll cool everything down, and you're going to have a lot more of the cold air as opposed to what I experienced well into 1, 2 o'clock in the morning.
What did you expect here in Kimberley that we had a Category 4 system right there at our doorsteps?
To be honest, I really didn't know what to think. The unknown is what placed a lot of us in a state of fear. I don't think shock, because Barbadians, from what I've seen, they've mobilized. They went and did their necessary shopping. They battened down. They moved from home if they weren't comfortable. But I believe that most of us were expecting the worst, but preparing ourselves as best as we possibly can. And there's nothing wrong with that. I gotta hand it to you. It's best to be prepared and have a lesser result than be ill prepared and find yourself with a whole host of other issues.
You know, we've often watched American television and we've seen these huge graphics, these almost frightening, hellish looking images. And so the descriptive terms often used would scare us. So when we hear a category 4 or 5 on American TV, we think, oh my golly. And so when we heard the same lingo here, we thought, oh my golly. Fortunately for us, it was not the same oh my golly experience that the Americans would have had. And certainly, you know, we're so grateful as an island that we have been, all fingers still crossed because we're not yet out of it, spared major damage. There's some video that would have been coming into us from our WhatsApp contributors. Look at these trees again dancing. That means strong breezes in that particular area. This is still in the dark of the night. This was sent to us by Patrick, who would have captured these images as well. The breezes just knocking the trees about, indeed. And so that's been pretty much the look of things. This is in St. Patrick's in Christchurch. You know the area too.
Yes, I do know the area very well, and that's been my biggest fear, to be honest with you. If you live in an area where there's lots of trees, and even though you might trim them, when you hear of a Category 4 hurricane, you start to wonder, did I trim enough? What happens if it, bows until it breaks? These are the things that many of us Barbadians think about in this kind of situation. So I do believe that many of us are quite prayerfully thankful that we've made it this far with no casualties. Now, we have some other video that's been up. I'm trying to see where this is. But we can once again see the trees bowing their heads. And just outside here at the CBC, we saw the same thing. Quite desolate, no one on the road, but the trees are just bobbing. Even the coconut palms are all bowing in unison. It's quite a sight. And this one is in St. Philip. Watch that one, Pearson. Headings, to be exact.
That's on your way to the Crane, on your way to Rice's, indeed. And so that's just an example of how Hurricane Beryl has been impacting the island. We can see it in the trees. We can hear it in the wind as it howls by as well. And so we'd be encouraged you to continue to send us your images. For those of you who may have had any form of structural damage or any trees fallen in your area, do contact the Department of Emergency Management. You need to report it there. Derry left the number with you? I'll get that number in just a moment, but you need to report that information as soon as possible so that they can, as soon as safe, get out to restore that situation for you. As soon as you get that number, I'll share that with you. But now is not the time for you to decide I'm going to jump into my vehicle because it's a 4-wheel and I'm going to hit the road. I'm going to travel everywhere to see. Now is not the time to do that because the all clear has not been given for anyone to come onto the roads to do that kind of work. You would have heard from the Minister of Information and Home Affairs that they will be doing a lot of reconnaissance. They're checking to see to ensure that when they make that declaration that the roads are clear and that people can go about their regular business. So it's not the time for you to go on the roads to do anything, absolutely anything, until it is his thing. So we're going to share the number from the DEM. We're going to put that up in just a moment so that you can see it. I believe that's what has been instructed, so that you know that when something like that happens, what number to call. All right, let's check in with Sharika once more at the Department of Emergency Management. Sharika, once more, over to you.
Hello again, Pearson. This time around, we're joined by the Chief Executive Officer of the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association, Ryan Ford. Of course, tourism is our #1 business, and so we'd want to hear how our guests to the island are doing. Ryan, of course, we are fresh off the heels of hosting a World Cup, thousands of visitors on island. Can you speak to what sort of provisions you would have made for those who remain on island?
Yeah, so for the ones that, first of all, good morning, Barbados. For the ones that have remained on island, obviously they would have returned to their hotels, or if some of them are in apartments, guest houses, villas, etc. So things are fine because obviously if the airport's shut, it means that we don't have more guests coming in to add to what was there before. And because we were able to receive adequate notice, obviously we staff accordingly to accommodate any visitors or locals that were staying in the properties.
Okay. Can you speak to what sort of provisions will be at the individual properties? I'm sure you would have heard from your members what types of things they're putting in place in terms of water storage,
Yeah.
backup energy, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so many of the properties do have the water tanks, and some of them do have backup utilities when it comes to generators and whatnot. And obviously they go through their hurricane plans that they normally have. And they would obviously issue letters and notices to the guests that they are aware. I did speak to one or two properties late last night, and they said they had kind of a town hall meeting in the restaurant, and they would have explained to the guests what to expect and what they can and can't do. And they were also given the timelines as to when to return, because obviously businesses were closed at X time, so you need to be back by this time and whatnot.
Right.
So that's pretty much what has been done on the front level with the guests, with the team members. They would have organized transportation for them, because obviously they need to make sure their families are well. They also have a skeleton staff that would guide them throughout the night, and then they would have a replacement staff that would come in once the all clear is given as well.
With the airport's closure, would you be able to speak to, perhaps any people that were trying to get out but were unable to?
Yeah, there were a few that obviously, when I say few, I don't mean 3 or 4, but there were a few instances that some guests obviously had to return because some of those late flights were unable to be changed, or a flight that was supposed to come in, I think it was like Cal and into Caribbean that was supposed to come in late at night, were not able to do so. So meaning no extra guests in and no guests out. So guests would have chose to stay on a few days extra.
But to your knowledge, we were able to accommodate everyone?
Yeah, we were. Even though we did have a good influx of guests for June, one thing that we must always remember is June is still not December or January. So even though you might have the extra 37,000 or whatever the number is into the island, you still do not have the amount of numbers you have in December and January. So that extra is great because obviously it picks up business and the economy does well, but it doesn't put your inventory at risk because you had less as typical Junes, but then when you add on, you're able to accommodate everyone else.
And as you said, this is usually a low period for us. Speak to me about the impact of having these visitors in for World Cup.
It could only be a positive impact. I mean, obviously some properties do better than others. And it all comes down to what games you have. As you would have seen coming down to the knockouts, you would have gotten higher occupancies. Having special events like a World Cup or a festival, etc., that's where things increase. Typically, we would see around 37 to 40% in the hotels in June. We were above 60-something% for a long period, and then into the 70s now coming into the last weekend. I know when we had the meeting, when we were preparing for the storm, we had polled amongst our membership occupancies from Saturday, which would have been the Saturday night after the World Cup, in all the way down to Tuesday, and many of them were answering with 85 and 90-something%. So when you look at that, the importance of the event, the increase of the stats is there. And I think going forward, not saying it always has to be a World Cup, but some form of special event during the low season would be great for the country.
I certainly can agree with that. Thank you very much. We've been speaking to Ryan
Thank you.
Ford, the Chief Executive Officer of the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association. Studio?
Thank you, Sharika. Now we got the update. Indeed, it's so good to know that all's well with our hotel plant. It is, after all, one of our largest money earners for the island. And that's good news indeed. I was searching for the number for the Department of Emergency Management for those of you who may have some concern with your property or your area. The number to call to make that report is 438-7575. 438-7575. 438-7575. 7575. I've said it many ways. I hope you heard it. 438-7575. The number to call if you've had fallen trees, your roof has been adjusted, anything at all. That's the number to call the DEM. Derry Bourne remains outside in the midst of it all. I don't know what she has to report now. Derry.
Hello. Yes, we are coming to you from the overpass just outside of the CBC. We just had a little break from the rain, but it's coming in bits and pieces. If you look carefully at my glasses, you'll see that they're getting wet. It is windy. You get a sense of the wind a little better at this height. We've got a bird's eye view of the neighborhood. To our right, we can see the trees bending and dancing as our listeners and our viewers were telling us all through the night. But let me tell you, it's cold. That's all I have to say. It's cold. The rain is coming again, but the winds are still with us. Not advising anybody to try this. This is just for the sake of what we do here at the CBC. But Pearson, back to you because we're getting soaked.
That's not a bad thing, Derry. Stay where you are. We're coming right back to you in just a minute, Derry. But you better you than me because I am not brave enough to go that high. Have you ever done the overpass?
Yes, I've been.
Not me. Never have, never will. And there she is up tall on the overpass, and Derry's just braving the conditions outside. It's beginning to rain yet again here in the Pine. Not hard enough that I can hear it in the studio, but clearly, it's wet enough that Derry is cringing outside. She's cold. And now that with the added rain, I can imagine how she is indeed. She doesn't like the cold much as I do for sure. But so Derry's out there braving the weather conditions, and we're thankful to her for doing so. This is our coverage, Storm Weather Watch, which is brought to you by the Barbados Light and Power Company Limited, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. The Cooperator's General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. Barbados Water Authority, choose water first. Blue Waters and Juicy Patties. We want to thank the Cooperator's General Insurance as well, who is advising its policyholders that should you need to make a claim, that you can call these numbers 233-3210, 231-5980, 253-9683, 233-3060, 282-5461, or 233-8600. They remind you to secure your documents, your very important documents, in waterproof containers or in plastic, and to remain indoors until the all clear is given. Please be safe. So, right, we'll take a commercial break and we're coming right back in just a moment.
Well, I guess they won't.
We're 19 minutes to go to 7 o'clock. I'm saying good morning to my friend Sonia in Nevis who's watching, who's making fun of me when she caught me in the big yawn. That's all I can call it. Sonia, it's all right. Make fun of me all you like. That's okay. But certainly I want to thank you for keeping me company. It's been my pleasure to keep you company through the storm, the major part of it. I'm going to pass it over now to Kimberly, and the Admiral will come in to join her in just a moment. So be safe, everyone. See you again soon. Kimberly.
Thanks, Pearson. And you certainly brought a certain sense of calm to everyone out there. You know, a little smile, a little chuckle, it helps. It helps to take the edge off. And speaking of taking the edge off, we're also getting some responses from those who are within the shelters. We have our principal and deputy principal over at the Queen's College. At Queen's College, they have 5 persons within the shelter. Plus 4 support from the DEM. So we've got some reports coming out. From them, of course, everything is quite good. Everyone is comfortable, and they've had quite a safe time. We've also had some WhatsApps that came in over in the Christchurch area. This is now getting heavy rains along with the wind. This is from over in the Lodge Road area. So we're getting some reports that the winds and the rains, they're starting to meet. Remember, we were told that we will see some small convergence. Yeah, sounds like a very big term, but those are the intense showers that some of us might be experiencing depending on where we are at this time. And as you know, we are now at a Category 3 hurricane. That is what Hurricane Beryl is at this moment. She's been downgraded to a Hurricane Category 3, and that is also a plus. But we want to make sure that while this is happening and things seem to be easing up a bit, that everyone stays indoors, everyone stays safe, and please continue to listen to your radio. Also, stay with us if you still got electricity on TV8 as we continue to update you as things unfold. Now, I do believe I had a bit of a notice that just came to mind. Let's go to the phone lines. We've got someone on
Hello,
the air.
good morning.
Hello, good morning.
How are you, Kimberly?
Doing good. Good to have you.
Nice to hear you too. I'm calling from Northumberland, St. Lucie.
Northumberland in St. Lucie.
Yes, I wanted to get Pearson because this is his hometown,
Uh-huh.
but he's all gone off now. I wanted to say outside was a bright, bright orange. And then all of a sudden it just turned dark and gray, and the wind and the rain came down so hard. Also, we don't have no electricity down here. I should say no electricity. The poles don't have no electricity, but some of the houses have half electricity. One half of the house are on, and that half is off, which is very unusual.
Yes, I've heard of that happening before during Elsa. It seems a bit unusual, but our friends from the Barbados Light and Power, they are best able to explain what causes that. And how have you been handling the weather thus far?
Well, I slept through the whole thing.
Wow.
It wasn't that bad down here.
That's good. That's good. And
My worst fear about weather was Thomas, not this hurricane. Thomas was a howling wind.
all right.
He come way up to the door and he howling like you want to come in the house.
Wow. Wow.
But this one, God protected us. At least we don't have no life lost in Barbados.
True
And
that.
I hope he will protect the rest of the Caribbean.
Amen. And we continue to pray for our brothers and sisters across the Caribbean. I want to thank you for sharing with us over in Northumberland, St. Lucie. I'm now joined by the Admiral. Good morning to you, Mr.
Morning,
Nelson.
Kimberly, for the second time
Yes.
this morning. I took a drive to CBC in a car because I don't have the truck. And I was a bit apprehensive for a while, but I haven't seen a fallen branch.
This is good.
Which is quite good. I saw leaves on the ground, and one of the things I noticed, the blue section of the garbage cans are all over the place. So people have not stored their garbage cans
As
at
they
that level
should.
properly. I saw a few of the original cans, but a lot of the blue pieces out. So when cleanup starts, it's going to be very difficult to try to identify which piece is yours.
I know where mine is.
Well, you're very smart. But all in all, we've had a lot of wind, more wind than rain. The major part of the night, the first part of the night, was a lot of wind.
Yeah.
No rain. The rain just about started maybe an hour ago for many people,
Yes.
and it's just about beginning to come a little harder. Now, I'm in the wrong space because I like to be outside at these times to capture the moments, but it's okay. I know you guys have been working pretty hard. Pearson needs a break. I told him go get some sleep. We will look after things here. So Barbados, I certainly hope you're doing well on this day. It's a tough day for us. It's an even tougher day for St. Vincent and Grenada because very early last night, Grenada closed down all services, all utilities and everything in the country. St. Vincent and the Grenadines started around 7:30 to shut down most of the area. And I'm really anxious to hear from our crews in St. Vincent and Grenada. We got lots of people from the various media resources in those islands.
Yes.
And I'm hoping that we can get some reports to find out how our neighbors are doing. Here in Barbados, let me say to you, we're not bad off here. I think so far we have done reasonably well, except, a few people calling in here and there. Look, a loss of electricity, okay. A loss of water, fine. Retention of life, most important.
I think that's what really matters. And you so rightly mentioned, at this point, while the worst is over for us here, one of the things that we have to still bear in mind is that Beryl is still traveling. Yes, she's a Category 3 now.
Indeed.
The intensity has diminished somewhat, but she's still traveling, and our prayers and our thoughts go out to our neighboring territories because we also want them to weather this hurricane successfully and safely. So we'll continue to reach out to those across the region as we bring you up to speed. We've got family everywhere. When you think about it, as a Caribbean people, I'm sure you could think of a cousin, an aunt, an uncle, sister, somebody in some part of this belt. So let's keep our prayers firm for them.
We've also got a lot of concerns in the diaspora. My friends in Atlanta, Boston,
Yes.
New York, Canada, all sending all sorts of messages. They've been watching. The world is an open space now. So they've been watching. We are not 100% out in the clears yet, but we are not doing too badly here. What about animals at this stage, though? I was a bit concerned about that because I brought the 2 little dogs inside for a while. Lots of people may not want to do it. Lots of people don't have
Mine
house
lives
dogs.
inside, so what I did was made sure that the extra bathroom moments happened before we had to be dealing with any rains. So he stays indoors.
So you didn't allow him to drink anything?
Of course he'd been allowed to drink. Then. Yes, then.
Okay. Do you put down those special mats and stuff? So
yes, you have to put down the little puppy pads. Those are the things that sometimes you need to do. And if you don't have the puppy pads, the old newspaper works very well. Old towel and old newspaper, they work very well. But one of the things that came to mind is, what is that rule of thumb that they put out if there is a pending hurricane and you're unable to keep your pets or livestock? There's usually
somewhere that you can take them?
That and or setting free. I would love someone to clarify when you set them free, because I saw a whole host of animals before I left home.
I'll say to you, if I set mine free, I'll be looking for them for another week or 2. They'll just be happy to run away. I'm told the Hurricane Hunter has now made its way in to the hurricane itself. So we should get an update maybe in the next half an hour to 45 minutes. We've got Haggett Hall on our lines. Let's say good morning to you, Barbados. Welcome.
Good morning, Amaru.
Morning, Guy. Kimberly's also here.
Good morning.
Good.
We ain't got much. When we had about 5 o'clock this morning, we had some terrible gusts, but it's cool enough. The rain is coming down very hard.
Good.
Yes.
I'm very happy that you guys can call and report no major damage. I know we get excited about these things, strangely excited about the coming of a system. But when you look at the amount of money that's being placed in the buildup of the infrastructure and keeping your country at a particular level, you don't want something to come and destroy all that. Then you go way back, you have to almost start from the beginning again and come all the way up. I am happy that we are at this stage that I have not seen, based on my travels here to CBC moments ago. I haven't seen a roof off. I haven't seen a fence down or anything. As I said, just a couple of leaves on the ground, just one or two little branches, and I felt, well, good. We're in good harbor.
Well, we've had 17 reports, with some of which would have given information regarding downed poles, fallen tree.
It's going to be obvious. It's a category
There's
3.
been at least one unstable home that has been reported. But as you so rightly said, it hasn't been anything that has been major.
Nah, we got to give
and
thanks.
We have to be very thankful
Give thanks,
for that.
yeah, man. Give thanks.
I think that what you mentioned regarding persons being excited when we hear about weather system, especially in our line of work, this is the first time I can, speak the truth and shame the devil. This is the first time I was not excited at all.
Yeah, because once it starts to get into the category stage,
yes,
you begin to, oh no. Because if we didn't do too well with a storm, I mean, it's something. Now, let me make this abundantly clear. There's no all clear here.
No, we're
still pretty much
in a hurricane.
In the hurricane mode. There's no all clear. I'm just saying to you that we have to give thanks because at the end of the day, we did well so far.
Yes.
And they say, I don't like this term, this thing about Grenadians, God is a Grenadian and God is a Bajan and stuff. I don't believe in that crap. I just think that based on the wind direction, we were able to be very fortunate here. We've still got Chris to look at because Chris has developed on the back end of this.
We have our tropical depression of interest has gotten a name.
Yes, yeah. It's
all right.
So we got to be very careful with that because we're watching these things. We've had some prayers. Somebody talked about school. It's cool.
No, there's no school.
Please,
we made mention of that earlier.
Where are you going?
We've been getting lots of calls apparently
about
inquiring about school. Let us start again by refreshing your memory.
Seriously?
Plenty of our schools have been utilized as shelters. Therefore, there's no school, and by the same extension, there's no work. We are still very much in the center of a hurricane.
Hurricane mode.
We are in hurricane mode, and therefore, until the all clear is given, the place for us all to be is at home.
Is at home.
We're happy to be at home with you.
Where are we going? Who's the person? Who mentioned school? Who mentioned work? We're the only ones at work, along with the security forces and the emergency personnel and stuff. You stay home, stay in safe harbor, and look after your youngsters. You school them at home today. That's where school should occur. School them at home.
Well, I'm bearing in mind that this is coming on to the end of the school year, not even just a school term.
Man,
so chances are this is a good opportunity to have some family time. If I were at home, this would be probably an opportunity if there was electricity, because I really don't know.
There's a lot of electricity. I'd say, Kimberly, I wanted to say this. Barbados Light and Power, they've done pretty well.
Yes.
Electricity has remained in many homes across Barbados. I'm very happy about that. My concern was the pronouncement of the shut-off of water so close to the actual shut-off time, because we only got that notice just after 7 to be told that it was going to be taken out at 7:30. I felt that a decision like that might have and should have been made about 5 o'clock. Give people, Bajans are late. Some Bajans after 8 o'clock were still filling up containers.
I will be honest with you and say
don't lie on TV.
While I agree, I have to be honest. I have no choice here. While I agree that having an extra 2 hours notice would be good.
You need that.
My memory is not as short as my height. So given what happened last year or last time, what I did is that since 7 o'clock in the morning,
All right.
started filling up all the water.
So here's the problem. We had a lot of people across the various gas stations, the bus workers, et cetera,
who would not have enough time, and I appreciate that.
And that's my argument. When I heard the last bus leaving the terminal was 8 o'clock, my first question was, how on earth is he going to get a bath? I'm hoping that his people at home would have a bucket of water or two safe. And so these are the things that I like to think about.
And as I said, I appreciate that. I definitely would not, beat anyone over the head for it. But one thing that I've noticed is that having that backup plan of water,
very important.
Not even just during the hurricane season, but to refresh it from time to time, because things happen.
Okay.
Things happen.
A second reconnaissance aircraft in. We've got some live footage outside of the CBC, so let's have a look at that live footage.
Okay, so as we can see, it is rather rainy.
Yeah.
It's cloudy. I'm noticing that the all the trees are actually swaying, but the coconut palms always seem to do the biggest bow because of the stalk.
It's not a big sway. It seems to be more of a gentle breeze with the rain, of course, is falling. I saw the reindeers outside. I thought they were going on the overpass.
They did.
That's where the excitement is.
They were on the overpass. In fact, Derry came back in here rather soaked.
Yes, I saw that. It doesn't look too bad here. Gray skies, which is normal for...
Looks a bit like white rain.
It looks like white rain, yeah.
Yes.
I said, we give thanks. Reverend Sisley, I want to thank you, Father Paul. They've been praying for the people of the country, and I want to thank you very much because, we take prayer in these days and we throw it aside. It's very important that we do that. Barbadians themselves have done well. Faye says, the rain is pouring in the north. It was expected. I believe there was something like, I was told, kind of like a shift towards the north. It started to really impact the south very early in the hours of the morning, because I remember being at home and saying, I hope my colleagues at work are safe, but it was really knocking down on the windows early in the morning, and now we're hearing that the north. So give us a ring, 228-5562. I believe that's the number in position.
Yes.
And
you can send us WhatsApp there as well.
You can send us WhatsApps, yeah. If you want the number, 230-7040.
I'm still getting in
WhatsApp number by now. And you can, even if you wanted to send a voice note, you can send a voice note. Let us have a listen to what exactly is going on in your area. If you are in any perilous condition, maybe we can reach out to the DEM and offer some assistance here. If you are without water, and you really should not have been without water, because as mentioned earlier, that this is about 3 or 4 days, maybe 5 days, close to a week, we've been saying that a system is coming. So you need to put these things in place.
Yeah, it's necessary. Over in Walker St. George, the heavy rain and wind squalls are now affecting the members in Walker St. George. They had virtually no rain during the night, but that has started to change in the last hour or so. There doesn't seem to be any damage to the trees in our surroundings. This is from Dr. John Webster.
That's good.
You will know him as the Birdman on many a morning Barbados years ago.
Yes.
He still reaches out, especially around this time. It'd be interesting to find out what is the practice in terms of the birds, how they migrate during this time.
Well, the older people used to say that the birds are very aware of a coming system.
Yes.
So they would disappear. Where they would go to, I never knew. But they were very aware. I think most animals are aware of a pending system. We humans take it at a different level because we've got to protect them and ourselves. But the birds, the migratory birds, they always find some way to go. It's amazing.
Have you noticed that the monkeys that seem to plague your properties and your rooftops, they just disappear? Totally disappear.
What do you say? We should have this type of weather all year. The farmers will love that, the pests they are. The rain and wind really falling in St. John now, I'm told. I got a report from up there at Mount Tabor in St. John, Reverend Sisley. The rain and wind is pounding and pouring. Well, certainly hope you've got your homes protected. Those systems last year, year before it was, I remember talking about having the systems in place, your UPS systems and all that, making sure that your television, particularly television, is not just plugged into the socket. You need to have a system where when the electricity goes, it fades that electricity to you. These are things, we live in a hurricane-prone area, and these are things that we should have in place at all times. There are some bulbs too, those bulbs for your home that you can buy. They are rechargeable. So they're charging all the time. When the electricity goes off, they come on. These are things we have to start to deal with here.
That's something very important to note, Nelson, because we have elderly folk who might not necessarily be as savvy.
Yes,
and
exactly.
we also need to help by bringing them up to scratch. They might not necessarily need to know how the technology works, but putting it in place so that they can have these necessary aids put, for their advantage.
Okay, just before we go to the phones, quickly, St. George, it's been raining all night, but recently it's been really falling hard. Wind howling loud, trees swaying widely as well. Nice, colorful report. Let's go back to our phone lines. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Admiral.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you doing? Kimberly?
Yes, good morning.
Hallam?
Yes, Hallam.
Yes. I was up all night with you all. I wanted to get in the supermarket yesterday. I didn't get in the supermarket, but I was up all night with you all, and we all did a wonderful job. And thank God for the praise of the saints. Thank God for the praise of the saints. Thank God that God has brought us through the worst.
Amen.
Yeah, we give thanks for that. Thank you, Guy. Stay safe and have a good day today if you can.
Yes, I'm here reading Psalm 33 as one of the elders said on the radio this morning.
Nice, very nice.
God bless you. God bless you, Admiral and Kimberly and the staff at CBC.
Bless
and
you
we
too,
thank
sir.
you. Blessings
Thanks
to you and your family.
The Pine is without electricity now. No electricity in the Pine. I think we're going to hear this for a lot of areas in Barbados. Good morning, Admiral. It's very windy in the Six Roads area and had some showers. So I can tell you, I just came from pretty close to that. Sheila Sample says, I'm here in New York. I've been listening all night. Thank God for CBC informing us and the goodness towards the people in the homes of the country. She says, now I can go to sleep. Yes, Sheila. You can go to sleep. Hopefully when you get up, we'll still have some good things to say to you. Current conditions in Foster Hall in St. John. I've got a video. I don't know if my team can access this video from my phone, but it makes no sense me watching this here all alone and being selfish on television. But someone sent me a video here. There must be a number here that we can send videos to.
You can send that video to 228-5562.
There you go.
228-5562.
Well, let me forward it to 228-5562.
I think you should do that. Now, I was told, well, we saw some video footage over in Headings, and I got a report from my former neighbor over in Headings who says, this wind boy can't done.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go back to our phones. Good morning. Welcome.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm
Welcome.
calling from Hildesky.
Okay.
Yeah, the shelter.
Yes.
How is it over there?
Yeah. It's cool. We had a good night. Everybody slept.
Wow. You slept.
Everybody slept, not me.
Slept through it all. Yeah. Tell me, how is the hurricane shelter made up, though? Because people ask a lot of questions. What do you got there? Coffee, tea?
Everybody brought their own stuff.
Okay. That's good. That's good.
And everybody happy and cool.
Okay. Why did you find it necessary to go to a hurricane shelter?
Well, I live alone, so I ain't getting a chance.
Right. That's good. Living alone.
Makes sense.
Yes.
Well, I just want to say that the staff here is very nice. They even give us tea to drink.
Right.
And to make sure that we are okay all during the night.
That's very nice.
Excellent.
Very kind.
Roughly, how many do you think are there at the shelter with you?
I'm not sure.
All right. Well, that's all right. Most of the shelters.
We're still glad that you feel safe where you are and that you had a good night.
Yeah.
And from the reports we've been having, it seems that the shelters are very well taken care of.
Yeah. I worry too about the differently abled.
Yes.
And who takes care of them, because some of them are pretty much alone too. I know that particular department has been doing a lot of work in trying to secure members of that community, but I certainly hope we don't have any situations where they're not taken care of. All right, we've got, you want to announce that for me? Kenville Horn of the
Yes.
Vincentian newspaper. Is Horn? Yeah,
Yes.
he's on the line. Kenville. Good morning, Kenville. Kenville Horn of the Vincentian newspaper is on the phone. Miss Kenville, are you there? Hi, Kenville. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning to you. Good morning to the people of Barbados and those who are listening to us.
Kenville, we've been very concerned about the situation in St. Vincent. What can you tell us?
Well, as I can tell you so far, let me just get this for you. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we anxiously await Hurricane Beryl, which is expected to hit at Category 4 today, midday.
Wow.
On Saturday, the Prime Minister, Ralph Gonsalves, addressed the nation. He indicated that the hurricane is expected to hit the country sometime around midday on Monday, which is today. We anticipated hurricane-like condition as early as Sunday night. However, we have seen light wind and sort of moderate rainfall so far. By all indication, the hurricane is traveling from the south, so it means that the Grenadines Islands, such as Bequia, Canouan, Mustique, will be affected before the mainland.
Wow.
Additionally, the hurricane is expected to bring along destructive waves, so owners of boats have been advised to secure them. The emergency measures were put in place. All emergency shelters were activated at 6 p.m. yesterday, Sunday. Likewise, emergency personnel have been placed on standby. As you know, and a lot of persons who are following St. Vincent and the Grenadines would know that we are in the height of our carnival season. So a number of activities have been postponed, and the citizens have been advised to be prepared for the hurricane by storing up food, water, medical supplies, and so forth.
Right. Kenville, when we looked at the passage of the system earlier, could be about maybe 10 hours earlier, we saw St. Vincent and the Grenadines in its direct path. What preparations have you guys put in place? I know that it is all right to say the average and normal preparations, but people in the region sometimes are so stubborn to react. How has it gone for you in St. Vincent as it relates to preparation for the coming of Beryl?
Well, as I mentioned before, the emergency personnel, they're on standby. So, as the Prime Minister indicated, this is probably the main way of being prepared for this disaster. I'm sorry, I have a bit of hoarseness going on, but the citizens themselves has been storing up their food. They have been securing the medical supply. We were instructed yesterday to stay at home, but I saw a number of persons still going about their business because they were awaiting, these signs. They were awaiting the signs for the hurricane. But by all accounts, and from what I'm seeing, that persons have been storing up on food supplies. They have been securing their animals as well, because we do a lot of farming. So they have been securing their animal, and I think just the basic preparation that you would see when you're expecting a hurricane. I've been seeing those things in place in terms of those preparation, those measures being put in place to ensure that we don't have as much damage as we would have if we weren't prepared.
What is not available to Vincentians now as it relates to your utilities? Because I believe I'd seen a report last night that you guys were basically closing to some level.
Yes, well, actually the supermarkets the schools, everything have been closed. Everything, I think the gas stations as well, they're all closed down. So, as far as I can tell you, that nothing is open at the moment.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Well, that will be a common trend
Yeah.
across most of the islands who will be affected.
Yes.
Kenville, we are an open door to anything that happens in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As you know, Barbados is standing by and ready to support. Make sure that you stay in contact with our team here at CBC and let us know how your day unfolds, because it looks as though it's going to be a rough time for you today.
I want to give you an idea. If you can see here.
Okay.
Okay, if you see in the background. Is the images okay for you?
Yes, that is pretty nice. We thank you for that.
Yeah, so if you look, you can see the skies, they're looking dark. The rain is coming up heavier than it was coming. Likewise, the wind.
Wow.
So I can give you a bit more update as things start to progress. But you can hear it, you can see the trees moving.
Yes.
But it's still not theirs yet. But as things progress, I can give you more information.
Oh, we would love that. We would love that.
Yes.
That's really good journalistic work there.
Keep us informed.
Oh, you're welcome. You're very much welcome.
Thank you, Kenville. Thank you very much. And our blessings here to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you very, very much. Okay?
Wow. Yeah, you're most welcome. Wow, Kim. What a sight.
Yeah.
What a sight.
And they're expecting the impact at Category 4. So is that to imply that Beryl is picking up momentum as she moves across the Caribbean?
Yeah, it is. It's so unfortunate for St. Vincent, and in this case to Grenada, because they've had some rough years.
Yes.
With hurricanes. Nothing can prepare you for the coming of these natural phenomenons. They are something else and very, very unpredictable. I know sometimes we're very harsh on the meteorological offices of the Caribbean, but they too have no control when it comes to perfecting the direction. It's never easy. At any moment, these things can shift and create major damage, intensify and create major damage. Yes, we are at a stage technologically where we can almost predict sometimes intensity in these things, but it changes so quickly, so dynamically. We certainly wish them the very best. I notice St. Lucia has not been called into question, just a few inches of increased rain there. Tobago, it was earlier in the night said that Tobago would have been experiencing some dramatic rainfall and all that. Fortunately, the last report I saw,
it was a bit touch and go coming up to the end.
Tobago was in good harbor. So this is it. I want the region to survive this. We need to move out of all this and continue to do what we've been doing now for quite a while, keeping our people and our nation safe. There's no excitement when it comes to this whole question of hurricanes bearing down on your countries and setting you back. All right, hurricane shelters are occupied. It's good that Barbadians are going out to the hurricane shelters, particularly as that lady said earlier, if you live alone, it's going to be important to be among people. You feel so much safer when you're around people. It doesn't matter to me, but yeah, you do. All right, Claudette says, good morning. Let's believe that as God has done for us in Barbados, he will do for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And good thinking, good-minded Barbadians are never weary of calling on their God for a level of protection. Makes you feel good. Atheists what? We don't have many of them in the country, as you would have heard early in the year. All right. So we are in good harbor. Again, we're making sure that you've got everything intact. I said before you were not good enough with your garbage cans. Driving here, I saw too many garbage cans strewn across the roads and stuff, and it's not good because we've had enough time to prepare. Like, for instance, if your garbage cans was out front, all you had to do is move them into a particular area where the wind would not have affected them.
And you'd be good to go.
Yeah.
Over in Freehill, St. George, a period of heavy showers, very windy. No down lines nor trees. Thank you so very much, Mark, for that update. And I take it that everyone out there is doing well. We've got quite a few that keep coming in. In fact, we did get an answer regarding the migratory birds. I thought I'd share that with you.
Please do.
Yes, that's an interesting one. Dr. Webster says, you mentioned the migrating birds, and it has been shown that birds that encounter a hurricane can actually enter and survive by entering the eye of the system and traveling within it, or travel with it. Many seabirds are often found inland, substantial distances from the shore, as they're basically carried inland safely by traveling in the eye of the system.
Interesting.
I never knew that.
Left to the birds. Go on, travel in the eye. Someone left their iPhone at the ATM near the District F police station. The owner of that phone, you can collect your phone from the District F police station after the all clear is given. What are you doing without your cell phone at this time? It's not easy. You want to have that phone. Don't leave home to go for it. It's in safe harbor. It's in the police custody, and you'll get it back once the all clear is over. All right. St. Lucia, just rain, mainly to the windward side of the country. Just a lot of rain and wind, so I mean, that's expected. It would be good to hear from somebody in Tobago and also somebody in Trinidad. And Lonnie is saying most animals, especially birds, have heightened sonar awareness.
That's true,
that
too.
gives them the ability to be aware of atmospheric and weather changes. I believe that. I believe that dogs and most animals carry a part of it. And we too as humans, fortunately for us, we don't need the sonar power. We've got technology to help us along the way. So we are doing well. The crew at CBC, who've been here all night and working throughout the day, as we will work throughout the day, I want to thank you. I know it's not easy to have left your loved ones and other people at home to come down and do your business, but this is why we are here. This is what we are here for. And I also want to big up the Barbados, the BLNP crew. Thank you so much for keeping most of the electricity on. But we didn't talk about the communication companies. They've also done well. We haven't had a fallout of our phones from Flow or Digicel. So we want to say thank you to you for keeping our communication at a very important level.
Stellar indeed. We also have to thank our sponsors. Remember, the CBC Weather Watch is brought to you with the kind compliments of the Barbados Light and Power, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Corporators General Insurance, for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. The Barbados Water Authority, choose water first, Blue Waters, and Juicy Patties.
Right. So do not take the present conditions of the country for granted. Do not believe that once you don't see a fallen tree or things that are not the norm around you, that's the okay for you to go outside. You don't want to do that. The old people would also say that paling has a way of flying about, and
Yes.
it can disable you.
And
So you want to be careful doing that.
As our last meteorologist mentioned, a small convergence, that is intense showers, will affect or is affecting the country at this time. So we are still very much in hurricane mode. It is just that the worst of it has gone, but we have to stay put and wait until that all clear is given. And if we need to remind you again, that means that there is no school, there's also no work.
Yeah, not for us. Not for us. No going outside. Historically,
no going outside.
Well, I mean, you expect these things to be obvious, right? But they're not
Yes.
that obvious.
Mhm.
So let me give you something that wasn't that obvious to me. Claudette Farnham, who does history, a former student of the Seventh-day Adventist School, but a history major here in
Yes.
Barbados, says
Wonderful
historically,
historian.
yeah, she is beautiful, isn't that? In the early period, with no technology, the Great Hurricane of 1831 mashed us up here. 1831. So no technology, no time to prepare. I believe the same thing might have happened around the Janet era, when people misconstrued what that was all about.
It was a sunny day.
messed
It
up
was
all up, yeah.
bright and beautiful, as a lot of people said.
Your granny's been talking to you, hasn't she? Because you're not that old.
No,
Yes.
but the story was so vivid that I can tell you that that's what I wrote about when I sat Common Entrance.
Okay,
so
good.
It stayed
The
with me.
destruction of Hurricane Janet. Faye said she was informed that there's a house fire. We will have to hear from the Barbados Fire Service as it
Okay.
relates to that, but I hope that, Faye, you don't normally send around rumors, so I hope that this is not one, and don't create excitement for us that really should not happen today, but we'll try to get the team to contact the Barbados Fire Service.
And just
to see
a
what's going on.
reminder, since we're speaking about incidents that might have occurred regarding Hurricane Beryl, if you have noticed any down lines or poles, or there's any damage to your home or other damage to other people's homes or properties, you can contact the Department of Emergency Management at 438-7575. That's 438-7575.
Right. So we want to hear from your areas, exactly what's going on in the various areas across the country. The crew down in St. Lucie coming all the way around. We want to hear from the posse down in Fontebelle, down in St. Clements, where when you look across the skies, it looks so dark. Also to the other side, coming all the way to the other side, way beyond Christchurch in that area, there's also some dark clouds. It started to get a little light this morning, and then it started to darken again. Really confusing weather system we've got here flowing. How wide are the bands? Over 100 miles away from the center of the hurricane, and that's...
So we'll still continue to feel some of the impact. And if you look at the image that's being projected right about now, you can see how far those bands stretch. They're quite wide. And this is quite unusual when you think about the fact that not too far behind is Tropical Storm Chris.
I just sent a WhatsApp to the CBC WhatsApp, so I certainly hope we can get them on. But it's interesting, the videos that people are sending in to us, detailing from their area, which was something I could just plug it in and let you see and share it with you. High winds and rain in the Crane in St. Philip, and power out in the area of Foul Bay. So we do have one or two issues occurring. Chrissy D says, can confirm that 2 fire trucks passed the house with sirens blazing. Not sure about the house fire, but she can confirm that 2 fire trucks were rushed off to the scene. We want to wish
We
whatever's
have
going on
on screen, there is...
yes, that's the video I just sent there.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's working. It's working. There you go. Have a look at the wind. You see, and that's what you can do. Basically, if you don't put yourself at risk, look through the bedroom window, peep through the bedroom window, or whatever you can, and just take a little video so we can see how the winds are impacting in your particular area. If you want to add a little voice note to it, like a little bit of commentary, you want to be today's weather superhero, you can add a little audio to it, once you can do it clearly like Kimberly speaks, and then you'll be all right.
Weather superhero from indoors, though.
Indoors.
Mr. Nelson.
I made that up. I made that abundantly clear. Serena, good morning. Hello,
Good
Serena.
morning. Serena. The area of Christchurch. The rain started around 8:47 last night, and it was just basic heavy rains with lightning and thunder. Then the cold winds hit, and it was late up until 5:32 this morning with howling winds. I just want everyone to be safe out there, and we will get through this together.
Serena, you sound like you could take up a little spot at the meteorological office. Yeah, you sound. We thank you for that. You sound pretty good.
Thank you.
How did you prepare, Serena?
We started to store some water. We went to the supermarket and got the essential needs. So we have stock so that if by chance electricity went out or the water was gone, that we have our supplies just in case.
That's nice. Good.
Yes, please.
Well, thank you, Serena. Continue to stay well. And thanks for your report. That's nice. You got a nice little weather person there.
Yeah.
Sounding really good.
I'm interested to find out how some parents and other family members kept their young ones engaged, because this is a time now where, well, unlike years ago where children would be out and about running, we spend most of our times, in front of our devices. But given the fact that devices only have X amount of time,
correct.
How did we, or how are we keeping our young ones engaged?
You see, Kimberly, before I make a serious announcement, I'm hearing that there's a house fire at Sergeant Village, and this is the true situation. A house fire at Sergeant Village. What is happening there, I wish that family well. Look, you talk about...
This is outside of what we just featured?
Outside, yeah. Apparently there's a house fire at Sergeant Village.
Okay.
We've got a team on the road. I saw Chris and the other crew outside, so let's see if they can do a little bit of coverage of that. But you talk about keeping the young ones safe. Listen, you know how many of my older friends indicated to me last night that they were so frightened. So we all huddled up in one bedroom and hoping that everything goes well.
That sounds pretty right.
Keeping the young ones safe, you gotta keep yourself safe first.
That sounds pretty correct. That's what we do too. We huddle.
2 fire tenders on the scene. So the fire service has responded to the Sergeant Village situation. 2 fire tenders on the scene. I'm going to send another video to our crew here at CBC. Let's see if we can get this on. You can continue to send your videos, but while you do so, make sure, don't put yourself in danger. Whatever you do, don't put yourself in danger. We've got
a report from Sabu Best. Sabu, are you with us? Okay, so we'll go to that report from meteorologist Sabu Best.
Not let go, just pounding. We can barely see the airport. Oh, I'm getting soaked. These winds still gusting at 60 miles per hour, sustained 50. Really ripping through. Really strong. Stay indoors, listen to emergency monitoring officials. Listen. This is very serious. So far, I haven't seen any significant damage in the background. That's very good. So we're holding strong. Everyone, hold strong, hold tight, and take care of everyone.
Sabu. Thanks, Sabu. And while we're at it, given the fact that the over at the meteorologist's office, not too far from there reports that there's no water in St. Patrick's. There's heavy winds and rain, but you could see that given what Sabu has shown us right about now. It's white rain. We have another one that's come in. Let's...
Folks, we're not getting gusts at 65 miles per hour. This is actually stronger than we anticipated. Really strong. Very close to Hurricane 4 strength. It's really coming across. This is mostly across the southern half of the island. Stay indoors, folks. Stay indoors. Hurricane Bird is still pounding Barbados. These winds are incredibly strong tonight. Because look at that, it's just howling across the antennas. It's really dangerous out there.
I'm in the wrong place. That's where I want to be, like Sabu.
Go right ahead. I'll hold down the fort right here.
I like that type of work. Gusty winds and the rain is falling at Hope Road in St. Lucie, we are told. Don't have electricity in the house, so electricity off in sections of St. Lucie. And
you can hear the howling in that particular report. Yeah.
But Sabu needs to blow a bit, you know. I remember our late colleague would go out, and Mr. Mears would go out and cover hurricanes, and he would just be blowing and falling down on all types of things. And when he comes, I said, Terry, was it really that bad out there? And he says, you're kidding? It has to look as though something is happening. I like it. I like that. Bartlett's Tenantry Road. I just sent a video to the CBC WhatsApp that they can show you. We'll have a look at a couple areas. Thank you. The videos are coming in. There's one I'm sending to you guys from out of St. George. There's so many videos coming in here. When I finish, I'll have to flush my phone of all these videos, but we are happy that you're sending them. It's been raining all night, I'm told, around the area of Ellerton in St. George.
Yes, I've been
The
hearing
rain.
that there've been quite a bit of rain over in St. George. Now, just so that we are not taken literally, we mentioned Tropical Storm Chris being not too far behind. Just for a point of clarification, it is not directly behind Beryl.
Yes.
It's actually in the
12.
Gulf of over Mexico.
Right.
Of course, this is what we're experiencing right now is the small convergence with the intense showers coming off of Beryl.
Right.
So just for a bit of clarification, when we said that Tropical Storm Chris is not too far behind, we're not illustrating that is what is there.
Right.
But we have to be on the lookout because it is building.
1,200 and something miles out.
Exactly.
So got some time. Up amongst Stanford, St. James, we're told the wind is very high. Just came down at 5:25. Channels are out, but thank God YouTube is still up and running. Thanks to CBC for continued coverage. And we're also getting thanks from the people of Queens in New York. Thank you for joining our stations here. And CBC continues to getting its congratulations for coverage from our colleagues in the Eastern Caribbean. Well, this is what we do, and when the time is right, we just got to get it right. Well, the footage has been sent to your cell phones, so maybe if you can show a little bit of that footage, I don't know. You guys will have to set that up. In the meantime, for those of you in the various shelters, don't leave until the all clear is given. The all clear must be given before you go.
Okay,
So,
this is
here's
the
that
fire.
footage.
I'm trying to figure out if this is the fire located at Sergeant's Village. Trying to ascertain whether that one is the Sergeant's Village location, but we do have footage of a house fire at present.
Yeah, that is a part of the footage that came in. I've got the actual house fire at Sergeant's Village. I think that was shown earlier here.
Okay.
And we obviously didn't see that fire in the back. But yes, when you send your videos, just label them so that I can label them for the team inside and just not send them videos, because a video of Atlantic Shores is also available up there. That's been sent. And then there's a video of Bartlett Cemetery Road, and it has to be labeled. Give our team a little time to do their labeling and stuff there. But thank you for your quick response. We want to hear some more from you. 228-5562. Let us know what's happening in your area.
We're seeing some, not only the power lines blowing in the wind, but again, we're seeing the palms bowing. And this is with the heavy rains that we're getting now.
No, but let me teach them a little thing about recording, though. Because if you notice, look at this. You're using your phone this way to record. No. Use your phone this way to record so that we get a bigger picture, a picture that can fit almost right across the screen. Right now, we're getting a little piece of picture. So if you're gonna do your filming, do like this, okay? And send us, and we'll be happy to do it for you. It's very difficult to twist it around, because when you do, then you start to change all the dynamics of the video. You don't want to do that. So whenever you record, I see people doing it. They're very comfortable with their phones like this, but this is the better way to record. All right. Got that out of the way. But again, as I say, thank you for sending us your videos, but we want to hear from you. We want to hear what's going on in your areas across the country. We've had a lot of different reports coming. I haven't heard from St. Thomas, have you? We've heard from St. George.
Actually, I think we did at one point. I think I remember hearing from someone in King Garden. Wells Pearson was
St. Andrew. I haven't heard from St. Andrew. No,
We've got
Bathsheba.
another video.
Yes.
And
that one has been recorded vertically too.
Yes,
We need
I'm
it
not too sure where
horizontally.
this is, but let me tell you, those palms are definitely bowing, literally. It's 25 minutes before 8 o'clock, and we're
already.
really now starting to see
To feel some effects.
some of those effects. The heavy rains,
Right.
the winds, it is intensifying. So if there's any question, if there was any doubt, that should be enough to keep you safe and at home and behind closed doors. This is not the time to be on the outside.
Electricity out at Bathsheba. Electricity out. I can't take calls on air, guys. It's not that easy. Electricity out in Bathsheba. I'm told that they're getting pockets of heavy rains and high winds. These things are going to be expected today. And Lonnie jumps in on the recording of the videos. Yes, do it landscape style. Donna says, radio doing a good job. The only thing is we are so jealous we can't see what's happening on radio. That's quite obvious. But CBC TVA is air style, so
we're here
can
with you.
Easily turn it
No.
on and watch it.
We've got someone else on the phone line. I want to. Good morning. Welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Where are you calling from?
Blessings upon you and Mr. Nelson for doing a great job through the storm.
Thank you.
I'm calling from Sutherland Hills and Lucy. It's very windy over here. And some of the power lines and the phone lines is down. But it don't matter if phone because we were out of phone since Monday last week. Today is the whole week we have no landline.
Well, that's
It's
not
very windy.
that's not because of Barrow. That's because of something else. Why would it take so long for the phone lines to be sorted out for you? A week is a long time.
Yeah.
To be without your phone. So that needs to be fixed as soon as possible. I'm so sorry to hear that, guy. Phones are very important, particularly at this stage. The area again? You said with the area again?
Sutherland Hills, St. Lucie.
Sutherland
Hills, St. Lucie.
Yeah. Have some power lines down and the phone lines are down also.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm using my mobile phone right now.
Good. Sutherland Hill. All right, Guy. I'm sure the authorities are listening and would have heard your call. Let's certainly hope that. You know, sometimes we talk about it so easily, but we only feel it when we're in it, and I don't like that. So some people are saying we would like to watch, but there's no electricity.
That is a bit of a drawback. We just saw some footage over at the fish pot, and that looked fairly calm, actually.
Yeah.
Over at the fish pot, that area looked fairly calm. Just a little reminder, since we have encountered some fires, if you do notice any sparking on a line supplying power to your home, please turn off the main breaker. With these winds, light and power crews, they're not on the roads, so you need to turn off your breaker. This is a good time, once again, to make good use of some of the older technology. I heard Derry talking about transistor radios selling out.
It is important
to go back where we started.
Yeah.
Let's join Anne-Marie Burke. I understand she's at the scene. Welcome back. I know that you missed a bit of what we were sharing with you earlier due to some technical difficulties, that can happen in this weather. But I mentioned earlier that there've been some wind speeds picking up over in Pigeon Point and Tobago. We recently sent off that video. Hopefully we'll be able to share that with you. And we will also bring you up to speed with Anne-Marie Burke at Sergeant's Village. Hopefully she'll be able to give us that report fairly shortly.
Shorey Village is doing pretty well. However, there's no electricity since around 2:30 this morning. It is windy and no rain at present. And a person says, I live in Parkinson Road, St. Michael, and here is pretty good so far. Now, if you're doing videos and you're sending videos, Kimberly, I just saw a video where I had to twist my head all the way up and all the way around to understand it. So just keep it stable for us so that we can show it. I think the person had the video doing like that all over the place, and I was twisting up trying to understand what you're doing. So you gotta be firm and direct, okay? You're going live on TV, so just a few little tips for you.
This is amateur camera work.
It is indeed.
Okay. Yes.
Amateur, more destructive camera work than anything else. But yeah, we like to get those videos, but we want to see. We want to see exactly what you're doing. Don't forget, no going outside. No going outside.
Electricity and water off in Leadville.
Leadville, Christchurch.
Over in Leadville, Christchurch. They're without water and light. And someone was trying to call. I take it that they really wanted to text. So we're going to keep you abreast of what's happening there. Remember, you can give us a call, 228-5562. That's 228-5562. Almost said the radio call-in lines.
Yeah, it happens. 228-5562.
You can WhatsApp us as well.
Yeah, more videos coming in. The WhatsApp number is the same.
228-5562.
Yeah, so you can WhatsApp that number, or you can WhatsApp our numbers as you've been doing this morning. Good to know that you are hearing our audio again. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Barbados Light and Power, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Thank you so much, I must say, for doing a good job today. Corporated General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. Barbados Water Authority. Choose Water First and Blue Waters and Juicy Patties. All right. You can also watch us online at www.cbc.bb. So if you don't have the power to run your television system, but you do have your cell phones and stuff, you can also watch our broadcast on www.cbc.bb. And when you get up there, click on the live stream, okay? Click on the live stream. You should not be out on the highways and byways because no all clear has been given. When it happens, you will hear from us first here at CBC. We also want you to be aware of your surroundings. I believe by now we should be at a stage where we understand how comfortable it is once you've done your preparation well. We are going to go back to our telephone lines, 228-5562, to hear from our callers out and abroad across the country. So let's welcome you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Cassian. I'm calling from St. George Dallas, and myself, we have no electricity, and the rain and the wind falling hard, and the wind blowing real hard.
Right. So, all right.
And because I got right now on my telephone, I just carry all my money.
Whoa.
Wow.
Serious. A serious business. Well, you try and hang in there. No electricity and stuff. I hope you got a lamp or two in there. Battery lamp now. I'm not... No oil lamps or anything. I think we should get away from those things.
I got light charge, so all my lights charging.
Right.
Right, nice. That's very nice. Thank you. Very nice. Thank you very much. Strong winds across the country. Bel Air Land, Eagle Hall, electricity off in that area. That's okay. We're going to take a trip in just a moment across to Trinidad and Tobago to find out what's happening there.
We've got Elizabeth.
Okay.
We've got Elizabeth Williams. She's a journalist in Tobago with us. Good morning to you, Elizabeth.
Okay.
We can hardly hear you. We're seeing you, but we can hardly hear you. Much better.
On the island, and some areas are without the wind better Charlottesville, Grace, Mariah, Scarborough, things will come before Lickito, and some roads are also blocked, and there has been a fallen tree in the roadway, along the roadway at so these showers shortly after 1 year, we are at the command center where team is located, the Tobago Emergency Management Agency, where we are at the Therapy Complex at the time for retrieving this report. No totality time, however, but permit a number of the trees. There are some areas with an electricity supply, so the TNTech is looking at that situation at this point. And also, I also have with the community development sector, which will find time and so the area when we go on what happened.
All right.
Yeah,
let me pull this in for you because we are not really understanding what's going on there. We just need to get. That's not our issue on this end, by the way. Though it has a lot to do with that connection, which, as you would expect at this stage, is not really good. I'm hearing that funerals are being postponed due to the weather, and new dates and times will be given once the all clear is given on this weather system. And that's going to be very important. So funerals, if you had any today or tomorrow, that's not going to happen. You're going to have to listen to our stations to hear of the restored dates of those funerals.
Hopefully we'll be able to get back some information from our folks over in Tobago. The bit that I did get is that, let's see if we can head on back. Elizabeth, are you still there? So far, it's better. Yes.
Okay.
Right. Good morning again. So in fact, here there are nothing major, but it have some light winds and some light showers. But on the northern side of the island, we have had reports of fallen trees. On the eastern side, we have had reports of a roof blown off. A family had to be relocated. But other than that, there has nothing major been reported throughout the island. I'm on the ground at the moment trying to assess what is happening and trying to reach out to some of more facilities that we have over shelter to assist families in need of food supplies. So we are just here doing what is necessary to give the support and assistance that is needed.
All right.
In addition, a number of shelters are open at this time where persons are receiving assistance across Tobago, in Bell Gardens, Cologol, a number of areas across the island where shelters are open. There have been no fatalities thus far, but a lot of gusty winds and rain, as you can see in the background. That is what Tobago is experiencing at this time as Hurricane Beryl barrels on.
Elizabeth, how has Tobagonians been preparing for Beryl thus far?
Say that again?
How have Tobagonians been preparing for Beryl thus far?
Right, Tobagonians have been preparing even before today. They have been going to the various supermarkets, making sure they have their torchlight, their necessities, their basic supplies. They have been preparing in terms of ensuring that they have all their supplies necessary. The Chief Secretary, Mr. Fali Augustin, he also spoke in various addresses, media conferences, to Tobagonians and residents on the island to assist and for them to take this very serious, because he said this is a very serious matter in terms of Hurricane Beryl and treating with that situation following Flora from 1963 where 18 people died.
Do you have circumstances where some Tobagonians seek to move back over into Trinidad to be in safer harbor?
No, I mean, Tobago is relatively safe. So persons have been here, but in terms of returning to Trinidad, some persons ventured to the port and also to the ANR Robertson International Airport to try to return home. Some did not make it. Some are still in Tobago, but others, they received the various flights. That was yesterday, but as of this time, all flights between Trinidad and Tobago have been cancelled until the afternoon, until the Hurricane Beryl battles on.
Any major
all
events?
All sailings also via the Scarborough Port have been cancelled at this time.
Okay. Any major occurrences or events that may have occurred over the last 12 hours?
Yes. There was one major situation, even as Tobagonians were treating with the hurricane warning. There was a murder also in Tobago, and it was the 11th murder that occurred on the island. So during the hurricane warning, a young man by the name of Leighton Roach, he was murdered. He was shot several times, in the Mount Pleasant area in Tobago, and he later died at the Scarborough General Hospital. So in the midst of everything, there was a murder on the island.
Wow.
It's pretty sad for Tobago, but we certainly wish them well. Thank you, Elizabeth Williams, a journalist there in Tobago. Now we're going to run over to the mainland, Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad.
Good morning. Well, they don't like you to say Trinidad by itself. It's Trinidad.
Miss Thompson? Gulston. We've got Miss Gulston on the line.
Hello, Miss Gulston.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Barbados. Good morning. Are you guys hearing me loud and clear?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, we are.
All right. So I caught just the tail end of Elizabeth's report, but what I can tell you is that in Trinidad, from around 7:20 this morning, the capital city, I am in Port of Spain, and that is when we started to get some heavy downpours. Overnight was basically very calm in most areas. The city was pretty busy this morning while I was getting into office after 5. You know, a lot of people up and about hustling even after 6. But with that downpour, we just sent a crew out, and I'm hoping to get that footage to you guys. If you guys get it, you'll see Port of Spain will be a little less busy as the rain started to pour down, and people are really now acting a bit more vigilant in terms of the weather conditions. So overnight was pretty calm in Trinidad for most places. The eastern part of the country, just before 7 o'clock, started to report some slight rain. And as I said, around 7:20, 7:25, Port of Spain, the capital city, heavy downpours happening right now in Port of Spain. So we are expecting some flooding, but of course we are keeping abreast to what the Met Service is telling us.
What were you told, really, the impact of this system on Trinidad itself?
Okay, so we are bracing for flooding as well as some wind activity. As you guys would know, Trinidad being so southern, we don't normally brace for this type of weather, at least not at this level of intensity. So we are looking at some flooding. Over the weekend, I don't know if you would have been aware, we would have had some adverse weather conditions. So Saturday was pretty rainy in Trinidad and really had nothing to do with Beryl, right? So we had a lot of rain on Saturday. So yesterday, hearing how things are developed, that is one of the things the authorities really stress, because we have a lot of areas already saturated because of what would have transpired on Saturday. So that is really a concern for some of the southern parts, some of the northern parts, some of the eastern parts of the country, and some of the parts of Port of Spain that may be prone to flooding. So we are bracing for that in terms of the flooding. We've not had much wind activity as yet in Trinidad, but we are definitely bracing. And I'm being told by my editor, you guys should have the footage anytime now, so you guys can definitely see what is happening in Port of Spain, parts of Trinidad. We are bracing for that impact in terms of the wind and rain activity.
How has the weather affected, let's say, schools, utilities, work, etc.?
Schools are closed in Trinidad and Tobago. Schools are closed in Trinidad. The Ministry of Public Utilities have been updating us quite regularly. Our telecommunication system, electricity, TNTech, they sent out their media releases. So we have heard of some power outages in some areas. They are checking, of course, to verify the information as well. You know, in this day and age with social media, we need to verify all information coming in. But we have had 1 or 2 reports of that in Trinidad, more so in Tobago, but 1 or 2 parts in Trinidad. But the authorities are on standby. Security services are on standby. The police, the defense force, the fire service to assist when necessary. Shelters have been opened, right? They were open since yesterday. Persons have been advised to go get sandbags, do your own self-help. We've been passing around emergency numbers around the media, the government, different agencies. We have a lot of voluntary agencies that are activated during this time, and they have also been doing their due diligence in terms of passing on the message. So I think that people are aware of what is going on, and now that the rains have begun in Trinidad, I think that the population is a little more vigilant in terms of what we can expect.
Yeah, we are seeing video here of Trinidad and Tobago. Looks like Port of Spain. Looks like Port of Spain to me.
Yes, that is Port of Spain. Yes. That is Citygate. That is a major thoroughfare in terms of public transportation. So we did have some people come out today. Of course, the government would have been advising public servants and even the private sector. They have to make their own determination. No one wanted to make any umbrella statement for any particular organization. Essential services out. You're seeing the bus there. So bus service is out. Taxi services are out. I saw, as I mentioned, after 5 coming to the office this morning, a lot of people were out and about. Vendors, we interviewed some vendors in Couva. We had 2 market vendors who showed up in Couva this morning, and they said they would stay depending on how the weather conditions, how it advances, so we do have some people out and about. And as you can see there are some persons who are very determined to get to work, and they are doing so.
This is very interesting because I'm seeing people dressed as though they're going to work. So I'm wondering, what were you told as far as impact of this system is concerned in Trinidad?
So we were told to be braced for some heavy wind activity. I think what could have happened as well, because overnight was so calm. This morning was very calm. I mentioned I left home and I would have been about 15 or 20 minutes away from work in Port of Spain in the capital city. And on a day like today, it took us maybe about 10 to 12 minutes, right? So persons, when they woke up this morning, not much rain overnight, just a little something around after 3, I heard some rainfall, but nothing intense. By the time, I was getting ready to leave, there was no rain. The place was very, very quiet. So I believe persons could have had the thought pattern that, it maybe wasn't going to be as bad as we thought, or maybe it shifted away, or I could still get to where I need to go. Because that would have been a conversation in many groups and chats. How are we getting to the office? How are we going to do this if this happens overnight? Because in Trinidad, we were initially preparing for midnight.
Wow.
And at midnight, it was calm. We did a lot of checks in almost every area. There was calm. Where I was in San Juan, which is just on the outskirts of Port of Spain, not too far, after 3 this morning, we started to hear some rain, but nothing as heavy as what we are experiencing right now.
All right,
I even getting ready, I was wondering, if I would come into floodwaters in Port of Spain, but within 20 minutes or so, that rain had stopped. And as I said, it was clear in Port of Spain until after 7 this morning.
Right. Just a question here. Any watches or warnings still in effect in Port of Spain?
They are in effect. Trinidad is under an orange level tropical storm watch, while Tobago is under a red level hurricane warning.
Okay.
So Trinidad is under a tropical storm watch, orange level, and Tobago is under a hurricane warning, red level. And the Met Office has been updating us constantly. So even as we're speaking, I'm checking to see.
Thank you so very much. The voice of Asha Golston, Senior Assignments Editor.
Definitely, they will be looking to get us some more updates.
TV6 in Trinidad. Ms. Golston, we're hoping to relink with you again shortly. We, however, bring things back home. Anne-Marie Burke is on the scene at Bartlett's Tenantry. Anne-Marie.
Hi, good morning to you, Kimberly, and good morning to you, Admiral, as well. Yes, I'm here on the scene at Bartlett's Tenantry in Christchurch. This is just on the outskirts of Sargent Village, where one house has been totally destroyed by fire. We've been informed that there is a sole occupant, a male occupant. At this time, there is no indication that there has been any injury so far. The alarm was raised just about 7:30, 7:45, and the fire has been totally destroyed. The house has been totally destroyed by fire. What I can tell you is that I see about 3 fire tenders on the scene. There are also some police officers to control, and neighbors are standing by. So still working. It has not been totally extinct. But I can tell you that we have no injuries, but this house has destroyed by fire. In terms of the conditions outside, it's still very windy. I don't know if that's something that will be affecting how the fire is extinguished, but there's very windy conditions. We did have a shower of rain earlier as well, a heavy shower. I guess in keeping with the different types of rain that we're expecting to have, we just had a short downpour that has stopped, but the winds are still raging here. So from Sergeant Village, the news is that there is one house fire, one totally destroyed. There was one sole occupant. We understand it to be a male occupant, and at this time there are no injuries. Fire officials and the police are on the scene as they try to contain the issue. So that's over to you guys.
Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie, do you have any idea as to what could have been possible causes? Has that been revealed as yet?
No, at this time it has not been revealed. Of course, they're still trying to extinguish the fire and then investigations will begin. So I can't totally tell you that it was a matter of an electrical surge or etc. So there's no indication. The houses are pretty close-knit, so I must say that it has been raised that they were able to contain it to one house and that it didn't affect the others. So I can't exactly tell you at this time what the cause of the fire is or what would have started the fire, but the most important thing is that I have been contained.
Simple. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Single occupant of that's okay. He's alive. That's most important. Later on, we'll find out what would have caused the fire and all that. But you just never know. I did mention here this morning, and I'm not saying this is the reason for it, but we have to make sure that particularly our older people use battery-operated utilities and don't deal with oil and all these things.
Well, we're hoping that
no
we can
candles.
also stem that situation across the board because, you know, your home is your biggest investment. We go back over to the Department of Emergency Management where Sharika Griffith will bring us our next report. Sharika?
Good morning to you, Kimberly, Admiral, and to our viewers. Now, during our last chat, Minister of Home Affairs and Information, Wilfred Abrams, would have mentioned that drones will be used when it comes to assessing, whether the all clear will be given. So here to talk to us a bit more about that is Officer in charge of the Barbados Defense Forces Drone Unit, Captain Donovan Smith. Good morning to you, Captain Smith.
Good morning, Sharika. How are you this morning?
I am well, thank you. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Still above ground, giving God thanks.
Absolutely. So, tell us a bit about the drone unit. When was it created? How many members do you have? Give us a bit of a background.
So, the Barbados Defense Forces Drone Unit was formed in 2020, just prior to the start of COVID, on the division of Major Proverbs and the then Chief of Staff, Colonel Glenn Granham. And we saw it as a need to, one, get with the times, improve the force multiplying assets, and to provide more efficiency of operation as it relates to using technology for military purposes.
Okay. What sort of training would have gone into teaching these officers in your unit how to use the drones?
So basically what we did, we took every military skill you do on land and just transferred it to the air. And that's to keep it extremely as simple as possible.
Okay. Let's get into the process of when you actually put these drones in the air to help with the assessment. Tell me about that.
So when we launch the drones, which is to put them in the air, what we do is that we assess the area. So in the case of what's happening here with these disasters, we look at any possible clear, safe air launch area. We then actually launch the drone, and then we do what we call area surveillance to do a disaster assessment as to if there are any impossible areas and what is the actual footprint on the ground before the actual foot soldiers or the disaster assessment research rescue teams are deployed.
So I imagine that this will help to cut down on the time it takes to...
Right. So we're all looking at efficiency of operation, smooth operation. Time is factor, time is critical. And the quicker that we can have informed, live, real-time data to make a decision, it makes it easier for the decision makers, especially the National Emergency Operations Center, to either give the all clear or to deploy where assets may be needed from the emergency services.
So you're here with me at the Department of Emergency Management. How will you be able to cover the entire island?
So in terms of covering the entire island, what we do, we have, from the military perspective, we have actually drones deployed at 4 bases, which would be St. Lucie, Barbados Coast Guard, Paragon Base, and St. Anne's Fort. And from there, they cover the north, south, west, and they also have a roving team that will cover the east of the island. Now, because we have a good working relationship with some other entities within corporate Barbados, they too have assets, and they have allowed us to be part of our team so we can actually cover more ground in a shorter space of time. Once this ground is covered, I get the information, live data, and I actually transfer it down to the head of the operation in that emergency operations center, and they will make a decision from there based on what they're seeing with the footprint on the ground.
So how long would you say between the time it takes to launch the drone for you to actually be able to then report what you found?
Literally 5 to 7 minutes.
That's excellent.
Literally 5 to 7. You launch because it's preparation and planning. Once you do preparation and planning, and we anticipate what's happening, then we put the drone, we launch the drone, do the coverage area, what we call the area of operation, and then we actually collate that data and say, listen, this is what's happening in the North of the island, South of the island, West of the island, using all the cardinal points of the compass.
Now, we've been stressing to people that we're still experiencing storm force winds out there. Does that factor into you actually launching the drones? Do you have to wait until that's cleared?
Yes, so the drones have a basic mode of operation. So, for example, some drones can't withstand 35 gusts of miles per hour of wind gusts, and we don't do that. Also, too, even though some drones come with what we call, and not to get too technical, the IP rating, which is actually how much water it can take. We don't do that. So once the rain has subsided and the wind gusts have, reduced a bit, we would then launch the drones to do our assessment and then give the intel needed to make that decision for the all clear.
So I imagine then that involves you getting information from the Met Office then in terms of what the conditions are like?
Correct. So it is a joint agency operation. So collaboration, communication, and harmony is key.
Excellent. And I understand that you also not only do this training here in Barbados, but you do it within the region as well?
Correct. So professionally and privately, I actually, with one of my businesses, we actually go and actually assist the emergency services in actually preparing them for disaster response using drone operations. So we actually teach them how to conduct operations using drones to effectively do what we do here in Barbados.
Now, I know that for the moment the airport is closed, but in terms of flight paths and not flying in those areas, is that something you consider?
Yes, so we actually have a good relationship with civil aviation. So because the airspace actually belongs to civil aviation. So before we launch, we actually call the air traffic control civil. We're going to actually do a operation or coverage in a particular area and keep it within the laws of Barbados. Even though we are law enforcement, we don't fly no higher than 400 feet above ground level and cover a particular area. So once you call ATC, we give them height, area of operation, whether it's 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, north, south, east, or west of that particular location, and we give them time of flying. And when we finish, we tell them we have completed, because you don't want ever to be actually in the airspace to have any accidents in the air. See, we can have accidents on the ground, we can have accidents in the air.
Absolutely. I think I had asked you before, but I can't remember if I got an answer. How many people are actually in your unit?
Right, so we have 10 persons in the unit, and it's growing because it's technology. Technology is what attracts the younger generation.
I was
Not
going to
saying that we're
ask
not young,
if it's the younger people that you're seeing going into this field.
Young is relative, because we are still young, right? And we will always be young. But it forces a different level of thinking. Okay? And it works on your cognitive learning as well, because you're actually taking all of your skills and putting it to good use using the enhancement of technology.
Absolutely. It's certainly a good example of how you can use technology for good. I've been speaking with Captain Donovan Smith, the officer in charge of the Barbados Defense Forces drone unit, telling us a bit more about how they utilize drones to conduct the assessment once the system is passed, or rather once the system has eased somewhat, so that the officials will then have the information that they need to be able to issue the all clear. However, that has not been done as yet. So we advise you to continue to follow us for the updates. But until then, it's back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Sharika. And of course, we're keeping that in mind, that we are still to stay battened down until the all clear is given. CBC Weather Watch is brought to you with the kind compliments of the Barbados Lighting Power, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Corporators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. Barbados Water Authority. Choose water first. Blue waters and juicy patties.
And Corporators General Insurance Company Limited wishes to advise its policyholders that in the event of adverse weather conditions, they can be reached at the following numbers. So go get a pen and a piece of paper and get ready to write. Those numbers are 233-3210, 231-5980, 253-9683, 233-3060, 285-5461, and 233-8600-8600. Remember to secure your property and ensure all your important documents are stored in waterproof containers or plastic. You are reminded that during the inclement weather, stay tuned to the media and stay indoors until the all clear is given. And that's a wonderful script there you can read.
No planned shutdown. BLPC's operational teams met today to put measures in place for managing the network during the passage of Hurricane Beryl. Please be assured that they are committed to maintaining safety and system continuity for as long as possible. Protection of the systems are designed to automatically trip any circuits impacted by the hurricane. Additionally, teams will be in the control centers throughout the night, monitoring all systems as they have been. So, as advised by the Barbados Light and Power, stay safe, Barbados. They're here for you.
Based on the reports we're getting, electricity going off now in more areas than before. I've had so many reports of a loss of electrical power. We've got early reports of another fire, Kimberly?
Yes, in Bridgetown, I understand. We're going to bring more details as they come to hand. And once again, we want to remind you, if there is any sparks that might be happening within your home or your own circuitry that you've noticed, shut the breaker off. That's the best way to safeguard yourself.
Turn the complete house down. Yeah, it's going to be very important. And I hope that they really listen and take the advice, because sometimes you always say it's not going to happen to us, and it does happen to you. So you've got to do this. Take those things out, unplug everything. You should have had these things sorted by now. Maybe it's a good thing that the electricity is going off in several areas to help to protect people from themselves. Save them from themselves. We don't want this. You don't want to lose your prized possessions, not at this time or any time, but particularly at this time. You want to keep yourself safe. We want to hear from you. 228-5562. Give us a ring on the ding-a-ling and tell us what's happening in your area. Make it short, precise, and to the point. If you want, you can still send your videos. You can send them to 228-5562. Make sure that, but once you've sent those videos, though, that, you know, there is an indication as to where and what we are seeing, so that we can pass it on to many, many viewers. Thanks again to the crew in the diaspora for staying on top of things through CBC, www.cbc.bb. You can go on up there. Once you've reached the site, you can click on the live stream and continue to watch what's going on, not only in Barbados, but as you would have seen earlier in the program, also in the region. We're hoping.
I have, since you've been mentioning the region, at least one house has been adversely affected in Kanawan. We're going to see if we can share that with you right here on CBC TV 8. And as we continue to update you on what's happening around the region, we also want to keep you abreast of what is happening here, meaning that we want to ensure that everyone stays at home, listen to your radio, watch the television if you've still got electricity, and wait for that all clear.
Yeah, very, very important. And again, we want to thank our sponsors for making today's presentation possible. I was trying to pull up a report coming out of Antigua and Barbuda based on their airport closure today. So I'm not too sure what's going on there. Is Beryl so far up that area already that they would take that decision? So I'm waiting for that report to develop, and I'll be happy to give it to you. And as I said, we'll be standing by to hear from our colleagues in the various territories, particularly St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Grenada at this stage. St. Lucia don't seem to be having any problems, so that's all well and good for them. They're almost in the same position. Caribbean Airlines flights disrupted due to Hurricane Beryl. So if you would have been booked for any of those flights on Caribbean Airlines, you may want to, if you can, contact your airlines to find out what changes have been made to your flight schedule. Yeah, that was the story coming in from Antigua.
So once again, we want to remind those of you who have been following us right here on CBC TV 8 and or sister stations of choice, because we've been joined up as a simulcast, those on 98.1, The One, Q100.7 FM, and 947 FM. We want to make sure that we keep you abreast of what is happening. As you know, schools are closed because the shelters are currently in use as the schools are currently in use as shelters, rather, and there is no work today except for those essential workers. So if you are non-essential, you should be very much at home. We want to make sure that we keep you informed, entertained, and still very safe.
Barbadians still want to know where we are at this stage. Beryl, so maybe some time that Sabu or one of the guys from the meteorological office to come in and tell us exactly where we are, what's going on, why what the conditions are persisting at this stage. Yes, of course, we know there's a system in the area, but as far as distance and intensity is concerned and time of effect, how long it would last, I think the Met Office needs now to come on board and give us some more information as it relates to this.
Our earlier reports, and I don't want to give him the wrong name, so Meteorologist 1 mentioned earlier on that the small convergence, that is the intense showers, now that Hurricane Beryl is a Category 3 hurricane, will continue for some time. This is going to be across the country. Again, they haven't given an exact o'clock, but they have been looking at the time span closer to midday to see things really peter off. But again, you cannot put an exact o'clock on this.
Yeah.
We're going to go to the phone lines at 228-5562. Good morning. You're on the air.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, there's a roof that is in the middle of the road on top of St. Stephen's Hill, on west side of the old Montgomery School past is in the road.
A roof?
A roof, yeah, a whole roof.
Wow.
At the top of Stevens Hill.
St. Stephen's Hill.
Okay.
By the school, the old school pastor.
Okay.
It's in the road by the shop.
Right.
Do you happen to know whose roof it is, or you just happen to see the roof since it would be glaring?
All right. Well, if there's a roof in the road, we are losing him a bit. But if there's a roof in the road, some family has been affected, or someone has been affected.
I think what we might have wanted to know is if he actually saw when this happened, but clearly he's seeing the aftermath, and I think a lot of us are going to see this aftermath pretty much now that things are starting to.
Yeah, if we can get DEM and the crews, the relevant agencies to assess this in the St. Stephen's Hill area.
Now, I will remind you that you can still give them a call at 438-7575. That's the number for the DEM to report what you've seen. Give them the location, just as you shared with us. I'm sure they're listening, but still good to give them a call, 438-7575. And once the all clear is given, the Department of Emergency Management will come out and attend to this, along with any other areas. Now, we're going to head to Christchurch. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, let's head on over to Christchurch.
Morning. Okay.
I think we lost that.
Lost contact.
We've got video footage in Christchurch.
Let's have a look at
let's
that
see.
footage.
Okay, we are back on the coast.
This is Christchurch area.
This is Accra Beach Hotel.
Accra Beach, yeah. The wind is blowing. Look at how the wind is blowing, the coconut trees swaying in the breeze. So which means that this wind that we've been experiencing all night is still continuing. There is still a lot of rainfall. That clearly is a video from the room of one of the guests at that hotel. And we really do appreciate this effort. This is really good. But the wind is up. So you need to stay off the roads. You need to stay at home, because if you look at that video, you'll see that there is some wind intensity that could be very dangerous. Loose missiles flying through the air can also be very dangerous.
Exactly.
So you need to stay intact and stay at home and stay safe. Video footage from the Accra Beach here in Barbados, Christchurch.
I wonder how visitors, especially those who might have been planning to be on their way home, or those who just arrived in Barbados, are managing going through hurricane, a hurricane environment.
You stay put. You stay put. I've traveled during Hurricane David. I was in Martinique. Never expected a hurricane. You stay put. You stay inside, and you hope that it all goes away. Everything is going to be okay. A couple of days away from your vacation won't hurt. The thing is to be safe. To be extremely safe. Don't take chances. To be very safe. I think human beings understand that kind of living. All right, so lots of stories and issues coming in, and lots of videos still coming in. I'm trying to download a video from Charlottesville in Tobago that's taking a whole lot of time. I would understand lots of people are on the networks across the country, but as soon as we can get that up, I'll be happy to run that down for you. Also getting a public warning message on Hurricane Beryl here, and once that is established, I'll be able to run that for you, but it's taking time. You can still call us on 228-5562. A roof off, a NHC unit in Christchurch. We're told that the roof is off of a NHC unit in Christchurch. I would like that person, Amrel, I would like you to be a bit more specific
is best,
so that we can send some video footage of that roof coming off in Christchurch. Hello, welcome. Good morning. It is 8:30 in the morning across our nation. We continue to monitor the movement and progress of Hurricane Beryl as it affects right now Barbados, and continuing to touch on some of our colleagues in the Caribbean, particularly St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. And it's happening all now for us. We have not had a very bad night. We've had a lot of wind tonight, last night. Not a whole lot of rain. The rain started in the morning period. I know you're hoping for that to open, and it's not opening. We're still waiting.
I've got, so far, good news over in Edie Village. They're doing good so far, and they seem to be battened down well. I'm just taking a look at some of the other WhatsApps that came in.
Okay.
Don't forget that you can continue to call us or send your WhatsApp videos to 228-5562. You can call us here at 228-5562 as well.
Well, I'm going to send the roof off, kind of like a roof off video to the CBC WhatsApp, and hopefully they'll get it up. I remind you though, if you're gonna be doing your videos, make sure it's landscape so that we get the full coverage. You saw the video from Trinidad just now. They fully understand what is necessary to make it possible. It must cover your whole screen and makes it look good watching. So as soon as that is established, I'll be happy to send that across to you. I know there's also this report that comes out of Trinidad and Tobago here. Let me tell what's going on. Hurricane warning in effect now for Tobago. This means there's a higher potential for hurricane conditions, including sustained winds in excess of 118 kilometers per hour within the warning area. And this is very possible to develop even more in the next 4 hours. So we certainly wish our friends well. They're currently in the orange alert zone. After orange, it's red, and that's the maximum. So you start at green, yellow, you go to orange, and then you go to red. Once you get to red, you know that there is some concern. 228-5562. Feel free to call us. Currently watching video footage there of our colleagues in Trinidad and Tobago. I like to call it proper because they get very annoyed when you just say Trinidad. Remember, Admiral, we're company here. But as you heard, they're not doing too badly, and people all dressed up and stuff and going to work. Barbadians, no need to be anxious. This is time to reflect and give thanks, and we've had a couple of reverends praying and all that for the country, and certainly it has worked well for us, at least to this stage. Let's go back to our telephone lines at 228-5562. Give us a ring on the ding-a-ling. Let us know what's happening in your area. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
I call it from Halfmoon Fort St. Lucie.
Okay.
I called to say that the rain stopping and falling every 20 minutes, and the wind is very high, and we electricity and water still on for the whole entire time.
Okay. How are you protecting yourself? How are you staying safe?
Well, my mommy and my daddy, we inside the house, and we got food and water and supplies and flashlights.
Okay.
Have you ever had any experiences like this, or is this your first experience?
This is my first time.
Wow. How old are you?
12 years old.
12 years old.
Okay, so my question is quite on point. How are you keeping occupied? Because I take it you do not have electricity?
We got electricity, we got Wi-Fi and water.
Wait, the first thing she says, we have Wi-Fi and water.
Wi-Fi.
There's something about millennials. They don't say electricity. They just say, we got Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi and water. Well, I'm glad you have your Wi-Fi. I think that's what the teens call it.
Wi-Fi.
But how else do you plan on keeping yourself occupied for the next couple of hours? Since you're home, there's no school.
Like watching YouTube or being on my phone, and I'm watching one of the TV.
Wow. Well, for your sake, I hope that you continue to have some Wi-Fi, or AKA Wi-Fi.
That's good. That's good. It says that we have not done
too bad
here at all. And again, we want to give thanks, because we could have been sitting here not being able to do what we're doing this morning based on what we had initially heard about this system. And we need not take these things for granted. I know sometimes you get very frustrated, you go on out and you spend a lot of money, you buy up a lot of things. And I noticed, Kimberly, this year, Barbadians were really out in the numbers, buying the buckets and all sorts of things, preparing themselves, and that's a good thing.
I think what this has taught us is that, yes, it appears that we're being spared, but the continuous preparation continues. It is still very much the hurricane season.
Listen to me. Hearing, I think a lot of people got very scared when the categories started to excel.
Of course.
2, 3, and 4. Let's go to our telephone lines. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi. Hello. Good morning.
I am calling from First Avenue, McLean's Barbados Hill.
Okay.
Like Paul, the number is VFG224.
GFG?
The wind has it dancing. It was reported before. So I need somebody to come and do something about it, please.
Okay.
Oh, what's going on?
Attached to my home.
What's going on with the pole?
The wind has the pole moving.
Oh, the pole is dancing.
It has a split.
Okay.
But it was reported before.
All right. One of the issues with that, though, is that the emergency services are not necessarily going to get out there, because it puts them at risk too, to go out there and try to solve that problem at this stage. So let's hope that that can stay up until this thing blows off a bit and all care is given, and the authorities will then take that into consideration and work on it quickly for you. But don't expect too much right now, reasonably so, because it's also dangerous for our families who are part of the emergency systems, and you don't want them to be injured going out in the rain and the winds to try to solve your problems. That's one of the issues with this whole hurricane system situation. All right.
We have a call from Kingsland in Christchurch. Good morning.
It's Margaret. I'm calling from Kingsland Gardens.
Yes, good morning. Welcome.
I just want to compliment you guys on a job well done throughout the night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But we have
we have a phenomenon out here. The houses have electricity to the lights, but no electricity to the plugs.
Wow.
Okay, we've been hearing things like that. Again, we cannot explain it to you, but BL&P will be the ones best able to manage the situation once the all clear has been given. We've even had situations where persons have electricity in one portion of the house and then none in another portion of the house. Some people living on top of the hill in the same neighborhood have electricity. People at the bottom have none. So it is quite a phenomenon.
Yeah,
you're quite right.
Very interesting. Well, I wish you well, ma'am. Electricity to the poles and stuff, but not to the homes. I wonder how the photovoltaic systems are doing.
That's a good question.
I hope they've remained intact. That was one of the big concerns with a category 2 or 3 coming into your area. You got these things on the roofs and all the buildings and stuff, and whether they would stay intact was always going to be one of our big queries. But so far, we haven't had any information of damage, and that all
Pretty
is
good.
well.
We're heading over to Church Village. I'm not too sure if this is Church Village, Christchurch, or St. Philip. Good morning. St. Philip, good morning.
Good morning. It is very, very windy here, and the rain started about falling just now.
Okay.
But last night it felt like if the whole place would blow away. Okay. The wind was that strong, and it was howling.
Yes, it was. I wanted to ask about last night for the St. Philip crew, because we were told that this was going to affect most likely the southerly section of the country, but it's good to know that we've survived this. I got a part of that last night issue, so I can tell you how rough it was.
Yeah, it was
night.
very, very rough.
Yeah, hardly able to sleep. Any issues with homes?
Not that I could see, because I actually went outside and everything was good. Nothing in blood or nothing.
All right. You took the risk. All right. Well, you're safe, so stay safe. Continue to be safe. But it's good news when we hear that we don't have any real issues. House roof blowing off at St. Stephen's Hill. It'd be good to hear, because, I mean, sometimes the wind can be so intensified in certain areas.
Wow.
So we'll just have to wait and see.
I think I'm seeing, well, I thought I saw a roof off. Is that the NHC unit's roof that we're seeing off to the right of me?
Well, while they determine that, power just went out at the Crane in St. Philip, in the Crane area, not necessarily at the Crane Hotel, but we're told that power went out in the Crane area. And I'm sure whatever you are seeing on that monitor, we will allow the people of Barbados to see that in just a few. But we've heard of a roof coming off at St. Stephen's. We haven't heard, outside of that, I don't think we've had any other major happenings.
Here it is.
All right, there we go. All right, so that's the roof off.
We're going to head on over to St. Lawrence, to the phone lines in the meantime. Good morning.
St. Lawrence, come in. Good morning.
Thanks for the great job that CBC have done. You and all the reporters and journalists.
Thank you. We're happy to be with you.
It's very windy here. It really is now beginning to fall. I can see the trees swaying and everything.
Where exactly are you?
I'm in Harmony Hall in St. Lawrence, Admiral.
Harmony Hall in St. Lawrence, all right. Wind, lots of wind and...
Lots of rain, lots of rain. Yesterday I had a mango tree here full with mangoes. No, not a mango on the tree.
Well, that's okay. Once once you've been given the all clear, you have a mango feast.
Yeah, but it's very, very windy.
Yeah.
Very windy. But I haven't seen a damage. I have not heard of any damages up here.
All right. Well, ma'am, please stay safe. Whatever you do, look after yourself and keep you and your household safe.
I do believe that we'll be heading back to Anne-Marie regarding one of those fires.
An update. Let's take it in.
Just to the camera, state your name, please.
I am Jamal Perch, the
Now, Mr. Perch, what time did you receive the call for the fire that we're here at Sergeant Village?
We received the call to this fire at 5 minutes past 7 this morning. We were responded from Gordon's Fire Station with 2 water tenders and 8 fire officers initially. Currently, we have 10 fire officers on the scene the fire is actually under control and involve one wooden structure.
When you arrived here at the scene, what was it like at that point in time?
Well, the fire was really going. I had to explore structures. The fire officer did an excellent job of containing that one structure.
We're under hurricane conditions. Was it difficult for you to fight the fire given these conditions that we're under, especially with the wind?
Well, the fire officers are undergoing continuous training, and we prepare for events such as this. So I just want to take this opportunity to commend the fire officers who did an excellent job of doing on this occasion.
Okay, thank you very much.
Emery Burke on location trying to ascertain the reasoning behind that fire. It's going to be very difficult at this stage with all the rains and winds and stuff. But at least what is good about that, no loss of life. A home has been gone, no loss of life. And still, the Barbados Fire Service were able to contain that fire to one position, which is quite good. So the guys are working to keep us safe. Someone said, and I knew this, a home has a two-phase system sometimes for two positive lines. So if someone has electricity to one part and not the other, it means one of the phases might just be out. So that could be one of the explanations for some parts having, some parts not having. I like when the professionals come in though and determine this for us.
It helps. It helps a great deal.
Yeah. Don't leave us scrambling. All right, 228-5562. 228-5563. Look after yourself. If there's anything going on in your area that is not normal, you can feel free to talk to us. The information here is, of course, with the DEM and everybody watching what we're doing, we get a chance to hand down that information so that you can get some assistance. Do you understand? It may not be that immediate because you don't want to put other people's lives in danger, but at least once it's known, then you can get some help in the earliest possible time. It is not necessary now for you to try to plug in everything. That is something that should have been done before. The early hurricane warnings is always very important. And if you take them into consideration, it makes your life a lot easier, like having water to bathe with and to cook with and stuff. These are things that you would have known. And I believe that Barbadians, though, based on what I have seen, would have done very well early yesterday morning. And I want to give them credit. Very early yesterday morning, Carter's was open for people to shop and get all their things.
Oh,
so
yes, indeed.
thank you, Carter's, for making that possible. All right. We've got some more coming?
Yes, we're heading to Farm Road in St. Peter. Good morning.
Hi, Pleasant. Good morning.
Yes.
Welcome. Tell us how it is your side.
Good job you all guys doing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I was up with Pearson and Jerry over the night, but now I'm with you all guys.
You didn't sleep? No sleep for you? No sleep?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good here in Farm Road, St. Peter.
Okay.
A little bit of wind, a little bit of rain at times, but we are pretty good down here, thanks be to God.
Good.
We are grateful.
That's a good sign.
And I'm grateful for the good job you all guys are doing.
Thank you. We are very grateful.
I went to sleep about 4 o'clock and got back up.
Okay.
Wow.
And I'm with y'all. But we got to be giving God thanks.
True that.
Yeah,
all right.
We got to give God thanks. It's all due to Him.
Amen.
So y'all guys stay safe and have a great day, and we continue to pray.
Amen.
Thank you very much. Thanks for tuning in to us and keeping our company. All right. Then there's also the issue at home with the breaker panel. For those who I don't like to advise people to do these things, but there's a breaker panel in your home. You can check and see if any of the breakers are in the opposite direction, are loose. Look at the panel. There's a format in the panel. If you see everything is up and one is down, just switch that one up. That may turn back on some of the components in your home, because lots of things can cause these panels to trip. So these are things that we need to know.
I try wherever possible to only leave the necessary things on.
Like the refrigerator.
The refrigerator has to stay on. Of course, yes, you want to follow what's going on via television and or radio, but again, having that backup or the transformer, that helps a lot. Outside of that, really and truly, I think it is important to just go with the bare necessities. Now, here's something that's necessary for us.
We give credit to our newsroom for that, of
Thanks
course.
to our News and Current Affairs Department. The eye of Hurricane Beryl is now southwest of Barbados. Feeder bands of Hurricane Beryl continue to bring storm force winds of 40 to 60 miles per hour and intermittent, moderate to heavy showers across the island and will persist through the morning. This morning, the maximum winds gust recorded at our location at Charnock's Christchurch at 69.6 miles per hour. Beryl remains a strong Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds and is now 130 miles per hour or 215 kilometers per hour. Wow. At 8 a.m. today, Monday, July 1st, 2024, the eye was located near 12 degrees north, 60.5 degrees west, or about 100 miles, that is 161 kilometers south-southwest of Barbados. The system continues to move west-northwestward at 20 miles per hour with a minimum central pressure of 959 millibars. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 35 miles or 55 kilometers from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 125 miles. A hurricane warning is issued when sustained winds of 64 knots or greater associated with the hurricane are forecast to affect Barbados within 36 hours. The next update will come your way at 11 a.m. or sooner if conditions warrant. The public, of course, is encouraged to continue to monitor the BEMS, that's the Barbados Met Service, the DEM and GIS websites, the respective social media pages and local media networks, and we're happy to be part of that here for all of that information and more on Beryl. For more information specific to your area, you can visit www.barbadosweather.org and their social media pages, or you can check their hotline.
The graphic on the screen tells the real story of the intensity of this Beryl as it continues to just barrel across the Caribbean, and Barbados not doing too bad at all. If you look at where we are, you can tell it's just past, almost above and going past us there. Mm-hmm. So we're just getting those outer bands, which augurs well for us. That will be filled with rain and wind, but we give thanks that we are not in the actual major part of this weather system. You know, Kim, it's stunning and amazing sometimes how these things start out headed straight towards us, and then for whatever reason, and I know the older people will have their reasons, mm-hmm. It just either veers left or veers right. We give thanks for that, but I think we've been very, very blessed this time. I don't like to use the word lucky. It's not a nice word to use in this regard. I think we've been very blessed at this level that many Barbadians can now call and say, all we've had is a water outage, electricity mm-hmm. outage or whatever, but homes are intact, and that's all good.
I simply say prayers firm, keep them firm. And I think this is something that we'll be doing for not only the passage of Hurricane Beryl, but throughout the entire hurricane season, because we recognize that the intensity of these weather systems are becoming more and more volatile and violent even.
Yeah, and there's no problem with monitoring external systems for information. The thing about that, though, is you can measure them up against what we have officially and work it out. Your eyes are not going to deceive you at all. Don't try, though, based on what you are seeing on social media and YouTube and stuff, to make the decision. Let the meteorological office guide you in that regard. But don't be stupid about it. Take the internet, look at what is going on. It helps you to understand intensity, area, all sorts of things. Throughout the morning, we've had reports from Trinidad and Tobago, St. Vincent, Antigua, Dominica, and Grenada. I wanted to hear more of Dominica.
What's happening in Dominica?
Dominica, yes. I wanted to hear more of that. I mean, it's Dominica has had some rough years when it comes to hurricanes. We know the Grenada story, but not as regular as Dominica. So it'd be good to hear from our crew in Dominica as to what is going on there. We've already heard from Tobago. They seem to be doing all right. Antigua seems to be doing all right, outside of the fact that several flights have been canceled. Mm-hmm. Most of the airports in these islands are now closed. Grenada closed, St. Vincent closed, Barbados closed, Tobago closed, not Trinidad, still remaining open. But it's interesting that these small things that we can give thanks that they're not greater destructive happenings in the Caribbean at this stage. We're taking your calls. 228-5562 and 228-5563. And for those students at home who have done your geography and you may think that your parents don't fully understand when we talk about the degrees, you can sit down with your parents and help them to go through the hurricane maps so that they'll see exactly where this system is headed. When you hear 12 degrees north, 60.5 degrees west, that's easy once you've done your geography to map it out on any map. That is why you get your education. So share it with your older folk at home and keep them a bit comfortable. Go online if you have to. Go on the internet if you have to. Let them have a look at what's going on YouTube. There's so many stations on MCTV's channel. There's something called the Color Channel, Color Weather Channel, that has been keeping us very up to date with these conditions. A few from CBS and CNN and all these stations monitoring, because they know at the end of the day it's going to end up in their backyard. So they want to make sure that they are aware of the passage of these systems. And keep abreast, there is some more activity in the Atlantic Ocean. So all that stuff that you've bought, don't think that you've wasted that. You got to put it up safely. Make sure that it's well kept, because I get this feeling, Kimberly, based on the predictions earlier this year, we're going to have an extremely active hurricane season. So we cannot take the season for granted. Not this year.
Certainly cannot. In fact, I'm very thankful to the Department of Emergency Management and the Barbados Met Service, because they have kept us on our toes, and it's supposed to protect us. If we are on our toes and we are making sure that we try to be just one step ahead, we can weather any storm. We just got to make sure that we keep our heads on and stay prepared. Now, I recently had some footage, very short footage, 13 seconds long, sent from Bel Air in St. Philip. Hopefully we'll be able to share that with our viewers in a little while.
Send it off to the team.
Yes.
Electricity is still on in many areas of Christchurch, water off. So I'm wondering when, people are asking the question, when will water return? One person says, if the electricity is on, why not the water? But that's their decision. We can't control that. But there's still a lot of wind around.
Yeah, yes. In truth and in fact, there's a reason behind that as well. Also to note, I mentioned it earlier, and I'm getting this out of the St. Patrick's residents. Some folks in one quadrant of the neighborhood, they're with power. Another portion is without. Seems like most people are without water, though. Seems like everybody's without the water, but some have electricity, some don't. So
I would think about 95% of Barbados is without water. Barbados Water Authority since last night around 7:30 started to shut off the water. At 9 o'clock there was still water in the taps, but after that it just went. So there's been no water for a while. Let's go to Port of Spain in Trinidad and have a look at how they're dealing with their weather conditions. We've just got some footage, so just sit back and enjoy what we have. I can tell you that clearly this is Port of Spain. They're going about their business as normal. Clearly, they have not been affected as we have been here in Barbados. That is right downtown in the heart of the city. The bus shelter there, those people waiting to go into the various sections of the bus terminal and get the bus. So it's not going too bad. This is actually the entry of the bus terminal area here that you're seeing directly in the heart of Port of Spain. Just before that, the Brian Laura Promenade, and they're doing well. They're doing well. They certainly are doing well. We are not at this level. They did not expect to get any major lash from Beryl in this case. They were told that they were going to get some outer bands. If you see the Kentucky there, right in the heart of Port of Spain, as I said, and the Royal Bank and stuff. So they are doing well. They're going about their business. Traffic is still flowing. So they're having a reasonable time. And so they deserve it, because in the last couple of weeks, Trinidad has had a lot of rain, a whole lot of rain, a lot of flooding in the outer bands of Trinidad, in the areas further afield. Pinal and those areas got a whole lot of rain, a lot of flooding. People had to be rescued and all that. So at least a bit of respite for them in this case. On the other end of the scale, other islands are dealing with a lot of stuff this morning, and I'm still very concerned about St. Vincent and the Grenadines at this stage, and of course sections of Grenada, St. Lucia, basically in the clear here. But it's St. Vincent particularly that we are concerned about, and it would be good to hear from the crew in St. Vincent as to what's going on. 228-5562. That's our number. You can give us a ring. Let us know what's happening in your area. Let's keep this broadcast alive this morning. BLPC's operational teams are out there for you, making sure that as soon as, things are clear, that they'll be back out there to help to assist in making your life a little more comfortable. These are things that we understand, that we go through almost every year in Barbados. But this year, I warn you, based on the predictions, it's going to be a rough year. We got to be ready for it.
You mentioned earlier on, Nelson, that our tropical depression of interest got a name. And I say that because there's still circulations in social media, prefacing this tropical depression of interest, but he's got a name now.
Yeah.
So that in itself is enough to tell us that we really need to be on our toes. Chris is just formed off the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, I would not want my name to be associated with a hurricane or system, and Chris is not necessarily a good person.
Everybody hates Chris.
Everybody hates him. So that's gonna be pretty sad.
And with good reason, yeah.
Oh my gosh! No, get him out the room.
Sorry, we have one good Chris on the job tonight.
Are you
this
sure?
Morning. Yes.
He's turned on us. There are two Chris in there. There are two. Yeah, more video now.
So let's head on back to Port of Spain.
Port of Spain. What we were looking at here. Let me see if I can. Oh well, that's on the coastal area.
Wow, you hear that?
The seas are not that bad. It could be worse. You can still see, basically the
This is Pembroke.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not that bad at all. This is Tobago. Shows Tobago. So no massive waves per se. And monitor the coconut trees. They're still pretty much solid there.
Yes.
So that's good. It's a gentle breeze. Clearly, there's a lot of rain around because you can't see far beyond the coastal area. But we like to thank our crews for sending the video footage in. WhatsApp is really working. All right,
we're going to go back over to Kenville Horn
St.
in
Vincent
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Okay. Kenville, welcome back.
Oh, okay, sorry for the images. I'm just trying to, sorry, let me just apologize. I don't know what's happening. Yes, can you see me? I know the image. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you, and we can see part of your head.
Okay, so from where I am, the wind has intensified significantly. The eastern part of the country and also the southern part of the country, you're seeing more damage there. You're seeing significant damage. The waves as well has really gotten significantly higher. Wow. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Kenville. You're doing a great job here for us.
Yes. So the wind, as I said before, has increased significantly. I'm going to show you a bit of images around this here. You're seeing banana trees already going down. Sitting close by that. As you can see, a banana tree that has been uprooted.
Wow, Kenville, that is quite a sight. Yeah. What is the report from the authorities saying at this time?
Well, we have been receiving a number of reports, mainly from the media houses. They're showing images where there appears a number of house roofs has been, displaced because of this strong wind. The waves are increasing in terms of height, how high they're going. Sorry, they're going now. But there are a number of persons, as I indicated before, they are shelters. And close by, I've had a number of persons, I've seen them leaving and going to the shelters as well. But as I said before, the wind is increasing in intensity. The authorities are asking persons to remain safe. Just gonna go back to some outdoors image if you mind. I just wanted to see what is happening on the ground. But where I am, the wind is actually a bit lighter than in the other areas, in the south and in the east.
Kenville, which section of the country do you expect to get the biggest impact of Beryl?
Well, I can tell you we're expecting the southern side, which is the Grenadines, and also, the eastern side of the country. We're expecting those areas to be affected most, and those are the areas that we are seeing the most damages being reported. Even on the show, the sea side, on the eastern side, it's normally rougher, as you can say, than on the western side. So we are seeing there the waves getting very stronger, and in the Grenadines, I'm seeing a number of damages being reported.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the little islands like Bequia, Carriacou, etc. Any idea what's happening in those areas?
Yes, well, the Grenadines, including the Bequia, is increasing in intensity. I'm just trying to switch the camera around so you can see, the movements of the various trees and so forth around me. But on the southern side of the island, Bequia, down there, I'm hearing a report of a number of houses being affected and so forth. On the eastern side as well, we're seeing the sea defense being not so effective in terms of keeping the water from coming into land and doing, a number of damages. We're expecting flooding as well. I'm sure that in the Kingston area, in the capital, the tongue most likely would be flooded. But I'm more keeping my eyes on the southern side, because that is where the storm is coming from, and the eastern side where I'm seeing the most set of damages.
All right, Kenville, for the people of the region, you say the southern side, but what I want you to do for all of us is to explain to us, where's the southern side of St. Vincent? Okay,
so the southern side incorporate the Grenadines Island, mainly, of Musty, Canawan, and Union Island. Those little islands that we have there, those areas are where we consider the southern side.
I'm seeing what appears to be, from your video position, a neighborhood. Looks like it's downhill. Where is that area?
Okay, so this more is where, when you're heading to the western side of the island, this is on the leeward side.
Right.
Okay. So if you're even talking about damages, what you're seeing here is slight compared to the intensity of the wind and the seashore line, what is happening out there on the eastern side and the southern side that I indicated, the Grenadines. Now, the eastern side is where you have like Georgetown areas. We call that the windward side of the island.
Yeah. I know that area pretty well. Kenville, is there an actual time of major impact? Have you guys been given any information from your local authorities there?
Yes, well, as I indicated before, around midday, we are expecting to see a significant increase in in terms of the weather, in terms of the hurricane itself. We are expecting it to land midday today.
Your ability to be able to send us these videos and live, as a matter of fact, speaks well, though.
Yes, I should be able to send you some video a while from now. I was actually trying to get my devices charged because we probably would lose some electricity. The utility services would probably most likely will be affected. But I can tell you from reports that I'm receiving that in some areas the electricity and the water has already been affected.
Right. Campbell, you've been doing a great job for us here in the Caribbean, and especially
No
back
problem.
here at CBC. I really want to thank you so very much. We will stay on top of things. I wish you and the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines the very best at this time. And may God be with you, man. You'll need it.
Thank you very much. As update comes in, I will forward those for you as well, and I get some video images for you guys so that you can see what is happening here.
Thank you, Campbell. Thank you very much. Campbell Horn of the Vincentian newspaper there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is working really hard to keep us up to date with what's happening in the country. We really want to thank him. Our special presentation today brought to you with the compliments of many sponsors. Kimberly, you want to run a couple for me?
Yes, indeed. Brought to you with the kind compliments of Barbados Light and Power, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Corporators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. Barbados Water Authority, choose water first. Blue Waters and Juicy Patties. And while we're at it, let me just remind you that persons can download the app from Barbados Light and Power. It's download the ECI Restore app. You can go online, download it now. This is where you can actually report any information or anything that has gone wrong regarding BLNP. If you want to find out more or find out how to download it, try www.blpc.com.bb. I see Nelson seems to be looking through his phone. Are you trying to download the app?
I was looking at some damage here. I see the Pirates in placard or whatever it is. But I was looking at some serious damage here. So
I'm also seeing scaffolding.
Yeah, scaffolding has been totally annihilated.
That I would expect should have been removed.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
But
so
we have to go back to the phone lines. We have an update. We do have an update
from Sabu.
From Sabu Best.
Okay. Update from Sabu.
Let's go to that.
Good morning, Barbados. I have a really important update for you. Hurricane Beryl is being relentless on Barbados and its assault. Tropical storm force winds continuing across the island, gusting up to 70 miles per hour. That's almost hurricane strength. Sustained winds 50 to 60 miles per hour have been frequent across the island this morning. We are on the backside of the system, the northeastern quadrant. You can see Barbados, we're barely on the edge, but you can see there's a new feeder band developing here. Very narrow, but it's making a beeline straight for Barbados. And so therefore we expect these showers to be in and out. They're not very intense, but the wind that's coming with these showers is really, really strong. We expect these conditions to continue throughout this morning. So please stay indoors and continue to listen to the guidance on what to do from the officials at the NAOC, the Department of Emergency Management. Beryl will continue to move away from Barbados, approach Grenada, Grenadines, and St. Vincent. It will begin to re-intensify as the IWA replacement cycle has been completed. But we here in Barbados, we are on the edge of the system, but Beryl is still giving us a good lash. So please stay indoors.
Okay, Sabu. Thank you, Sabu. The eye of the Hurricane Beryl now to the southwest of Barbados. Feeder bands of Hurricane Beryl continue to bring storm force winds 40 to 60 miles per hour and intermediate to heavy showers across the country and will persist throughout the morning. So no easing up as yet. This morning, the maximum wind gust recorded at our location at Charnox was some 69.6 miles per hour.
Wow.
Beryl remains a strong Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. At 8 o'clock this morning, the eye was located near 12 degrees north, 60.5 degrees west, or about 100 miles to the southwest of Barbados. It continues to move west northwestward at 20 miles per hour. And check those central pressure, 959 millibars. Yeah, that's always a sign of danger. Hurricane force winds extend outwards up to 35 miles, 55 kilometers from the center, and tropical storm force winds extending out to at least 125 miles. So it means that even when this goes away from us, we will still get the effects of the wind and the rain. Yeah, there we go. We've got reporters sending us footage from across the region.
Let's
You want to
see,
introduce that?
let's head on over to Crystal Hoyt. Here we have some trees downed, and this is in a neighborhood. Which area is this?
St. James?
This is in Derrick's
in St. James.
In St. James.
Yeah, Derrick's in St. James. What a scene. This is, it does mean, because based on what I said earlier this morning when I was coming down, I didn't see any major tree or house damage, but that clearly is a massive tree. That's a fallen tree. Derrick's in St. James. We expect, guys, that it will get a little worse, so we've been urging you to stay in. We got more footage too from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Let's share that with you. All right, while we're
While we're working on that, we've noticed that a lot more information is coming in regarding
tons of information on the way. That's right.
Power lines and those things. Just remember that the all clear has to be given before these things can be removed. But don't forget that we can also refer to the DEM. We'll tell you that number in just a while. We have an overseas call on the line. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
Hey,
good morning. Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm calling from Toronto.
Toronto, okay.
Yes. Yes, my name is Frank.
Hi, Hank.
Frank.
It rhymes, so it works.
Tell us, you've been following us, so that you've got family here in Barbados, I take it?
Yes, I do.
So have you been able to keep contact?
No. I have a contact with them, but I want to let you know that we here in Toronto, we are praying for you and all the islands. And I want to say that the two of you are doing an excellent job, and please continue to keep us informed as to what is going on. I know to get to my sister and brother, this thing will be heard by the telephone lines. So just give me them a bit of time before I give them a call. But God, thank you. I thank you and continue to do a great job. We really here in Toronto appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you from Toronto, monitoring cbc.bb, going up there, and you can go on the live stream, and you'll get a chance to see what we're doing here and being able to participate. The New York crew also, in effect, they got some message earlier from you, but thanks for your support.
Thank you so very much, Frank. And of course, we endeavor to keep all of our Barbadian families abroad informed as well, because we know it's really difficult to know what's going on if you don't have that link. We're happy to be that link with you.
All right. Don't forget, we thank Corporations General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. Barbados Water Authority, of course, choose water first, but today they're off. And hopefully they'll come back up later on in the evening period. But in the meantime, you've got your blue waters and your juicy patties, so you can use those. CBC Weather Watch brought to you with the kind compliments of Cooperators General Insurance Company Limited. And if you've got some issues, here's some numbers that you can call to reach the crew at Cooperators General Insurance Company. 233-3210, 231-5980, 253-9683, 233-3060, 282-5461, and 233-8600. Please, whatever you do, make sure that your property is still pretty much secured, ensuring that all your documents are stored in waterproof containers or plastic. You're also reminded that during this period of time, stay tuned, as you are doing right now, to us, and stay indoors until the all clear is given. Only at that time will you be allowed to move legally and safely. All right. We've got some video now coming in from Georgetown, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Let's have a look.
Wow. Okay, now clearly this is where the water's kind of burst its banks over here.
Would it be interesting
And
to...
Then we go over to...
Beckway, as we're going to. I was asking about Beckway earlier
Yes.
this morning, so let's have a look at the footage. Wow, there you go. Look at that. That surface really coming inside. It would be nice to have some intense video footage on Beckway, which is a very small island,
Yes.
of course. So that could easily feel the full brunt of the devastating effects of Beryl. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines and those islands, they're definitely in the almost direct path of the assault of Beryl, and we certainly wish them well. We will take some time before we go back because I know things are continuing to unfold. Meantime, Barbados, you say, going out of danger zone for just a little bit as the Beryl continues to move away from us and go more into the windward island aspect of the Caribbean chain, and we can only about give thanks to that. Meantime, Barbadians beginning to mop up around their homes and do certain things to get comfortable again. It's not the all clear, but whatever you can do to make yourself comfortable and happy. If you are without electricity, it may not because electricity is off in your area, so just run a check on your panels to see if any of your switches are in the opposite direction, and if there are, you can switch them back up, and you may be quite surprised at one or two people who did that, and the electricity was in fact on. So it wasn't necessarily off, it went off because something spiked, and it just went off. I hope your animals are all safe. I hope that you are all safe. We'll continue coverage here. We've got footage now coming in from Hastings here in Barbados. Let's have a look and see what the conditions are like at Hastings this morning.
Let's see. Well, one thing is for certain is that we've been noticing a particular trend in terms of the steadiness of the rain since we've gotten the convergent, the convergence of, the small convergence, that's the intense showers that we're talking about. So we've noticed that most people are starting to get that intense shower across the island at different points. And we're also expecting to be able to share this footage with you over in Hastings in just a while.
Starting from about 5 o'clock, just before this morning, when the rain started to come. Before that, of course, lots and lots of wind at one time. You know,
okay, so right now we've got all of the trash cans in the road, what looks like trash cans and some debris. And as you can see, it's left quite a bit of damage.
You can see that wall down there.
There's a wall down as well.
Water wall close to the sea.
This is from over at Blakey's, where the wall is actually down.
It's a lot of damage.
On Hastings Main Road.
Yeah. They're pretty close to the shore, so that is going to be very possible. It's interesting to see how the boardwalk is faring in all this, because the boardwalk comes before that picture that you're seeing. We don't want you to go out there and take pictures, though, because it's dangerous at this time. When the assessment is done a little later on, we'll get a chance to see how effective this thing was. Troops deployed last night to outposts in preparation to render assistance in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. Earlier you heard the member of the Defense Force talking about the drone footage. I was a bit taken aback by that because I know drones in this type of weather don't work too well. So I certainly wish them well. And there you got the BDF ambulance.
That's the BDF troops deploying the ambulance. And of course they've got their teams on the road as well. Remember, everything works to keep things moving in a safe fashion.
Yeah, that would have been last night when, the expectation was that, this thing was going to really hit us hard. So they were fully prepared for it. As you would have heard earlier too, as announced here, getting out there and being a part of the safety process and keeping the people of Barbados safe. Wow. Really great stuff this morning. Good to see those videos. All right, so troops have been deployed, but as I said, be very cautious here because at the end of the day, if conditions are as they currently are, you're not going to get people coming to you to give you that personal assistance. So do the best that you can to protect yourself, because at the end of the day, we're all human and we still have to protect those family members. But I'll tell you, the DEM and the other teams are in place and just about ready to do what is necessary to make sure that we are all well and good. I've got a feeling that this has not been as bad as we expected. We've done reasonably well. The system continues to move away from Barbados. You can check your various websites and see what's going on there. And if you can start to do maybe a little mopping up, a little drying up or whatever, once it's inside your home area, don't go outside, because flying debris can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
You don't want that to be a part of the process today.
I think if there's any cleaning up that needs to be done, it possibly should be done on the inside.
On the
For
inside.
Now, leave the outside until the all clear is given. There's no rush, no rush. We've got all day.
The coffee has gotten cold, but that's all right. And, we'll continue to sit here to make sure that you are well informed. Give us a call, 228-5562, 228-5563. Let us know what's happening in your area. When you do that for us, we are then able to empower the other members of the various teams that have been put together to protect the country. We'll be able to tell them where to go, what to do, what to look out for, according to how intense it is. What is happening at Cave Hill in St. Lucie? I'd like to know that. Cave Hill is an area that's pretty exposed to the ocean up there.
It's interesting that you mentioned St. Lucie, because earlier on we've been getting a lot of calls from various parts of St. Lucie, and the reports have been generally calm. And then only recently some of the rains that we've been told about. But at 23 minutes after 9 now, given the fact that our next update is going to be at 11, we seem to be more so getting the showers than anything else.
Yeah, the rains have been with us. Jennifer says, praise God, we made it. I've learned that boats are destroyed at the Bridgetown Fisheries Complex.
Wow.
Boats destroyed at the Bridgetown Fisheries. This would be something. It'd be good to get our team down there to have a look at what's going on.
Well, you asked, and you got a response from St. Lucie. I understand the wind and the rain is very bad. Which part of St. Lucie are we sending this message from? I'd love to know.
Because I spoke to Cave Hill based on where Cave Hill is located. It's so exposed to the open ocean there. And the direction that Beryl was coming from could easily have a devastating effect in that area. So it'd be good to hear from the crew at Cave Hill in St. Lucie as to what's happening there. We haven't heard a whole lot from the crew in St. Andrew either, the outer areas. And what about the actual West Coast? The West Coast has always been one of those areas that has, suffered a lot of damage as a result of hurricanes and storms, etc. So we still need to know what's going on in those areas. The information too, passed on by poll to the Barbados Light and Power, will also help them to help you. So it is very important that you send the information. Broomfield in St. Lucie.
That's it.
So that's Broomfield in St. Lucie. But let's find out what's happening in the other areas. Christchurch, Country View Estates, that's your area.
Yes, it is.
Is it outside of Kimberly's house,
No, it does not appear to be outside my house, but it's a bit eerie to see the downed pole in the area.
Wow.
Although not incredibly surprising.
Right, okay. Well, it wouldn't be at this stage, but what is to notice, look at the dark clouds behind those houses, which tells that there's a lot of rain to come. There's still a lot of rain in the area to come. This is excellent video footage, and we'd like to thank the contributor.
I do believe that this is the direction of the down pole that we're heading.
Well, let's have a look and see. Again, the wind is not all that strong, though, because those palms seem pretty comfortable in the wind. Person operating the camera correctly, they've done the landscape version, so it fills your entire screen. This is good work, and we want to thank that contributor for sending that video footage in. You've listened, so landscape style, and we'll have a good video on screen.
All right. Is there anything else we're looking at? Some more WhatsApps coming in. Hawes Road in St. Michael. Just rain and wind. All right. That's good. Yeah, I was. Thank you, Claudette. That's exactly what I was thinking. Reaching out to St. Lucie on the Hill and Norma. Norma is one of the ladies who lost her roof. I think it was about 2 years ago during the last system, and I wanted to find out if everything was safe up there. So Norma, if you can WhatsApp me and let me know what's going on, because her house is right like on the hill. It's so exposed to all the elements. What a beautiful sight, but in times like this, it could be very, very dangerous. All right, so hope you're well and safe. No water in the taps, but I'm hoping that based on the fact that we told you that this system was coming with ample warning, that you would have stored some water and you would have non-perishable food. You don't want to be putting things in your freezer because you don't know if electricity goes, how long it will go for. And I also want to encourage you while we are at this is to, even if you haven't done it yet, look at some systems that can help to protect you during these times. I said the same thing last year, and I want to say it again this year. Those power packs are very important. I said early on the program, I noticed that 1 or 2 hardware stores in Barbados had gone the way of solar power to generators that are not noisy, that can operate in your kitchen and you don't even hear them, and they can, they can power your refrigerators and televisions and stuff. This is where we live, so we've got to act accordingly. Water tank should be no strangers to what we do.
Just a reminder for those, of course, who've been sharing down poles or down lines, don't forget, you can download the ECI Restore app from Barbados Light and Power. Don't forget to include the pole number. And if you're wondering where to find the pole number, take a look at your Barbados Light and Power bill, utility bill. It's under your account ID. And for example, what we showed you recently in Country View, those who shared that with us, we thank you. But we also want to remind you that you can put that information in directly as well to BL&P so that they know exactly what that pole number is when they come on out to restore. And just remember that this will only happen once the all clear has been given. So in the meantime and in between time, let's stay indoors. Remember, no all clear has yet been given.
The Mighty Griner Highway area, with a lot of rain and gusts and all that happening there, that's going to be obvious. It's right on the coast, but you don't need to get out there. Now, from the Barbados Light and Power Company, they've told us that their protective systems have been working well to protect customers and the network. However, the periodic heavy gusts and rain still impacting us. From the Barbados Light and Power Company, it says approximately 22% of customers are out of service. 22%. That's not bad.
Not bad.
As soon as the all clear is given, however, the emergency personnel and their teams will be tracing those circuits and restoring where and when it is safe to do so. Thank you so much, Jackie Marshall-Clark of the Barbados Light and Power Company, saying protective systems are in place to make sure that the customers and the networks are protected.
Sabu Best is out in the field working. Let's see exactly what he's found thus far. He's braving the weather, making sure that he collects critical data. He and his team.
We can also see in the background there, we have a showers and gusts coming in. So you guys doing the measurements quickly and resetting some equipment. Then we're going to head back inside quick before that comes up. It's coming. It's probably going to gust up to 60 miles an hour again.
Just a reminder, folks, do not come out in these weather conditions.
Wow, that's serious business there.
Yeah.
We've also got a picture or two, some damage done to Grantley Adams International Airport.
I didn't get
that's
that one.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Guess you're
Damaged.
gonna...
Look at the window, broken stuff there.
Okay.
At Grantley Adams
So
International.
we're going to share that. It's no secret. So we're going to share that so that everyone can actually get.
You want to zoom upon it? Yeah,
the
it's
information.
available. And understand it's very windy in Christchurch. So let me send that across to the team and not be selfish with it so that you can see it. We've been doing a lot of that this morning, trying to send your videos. And thanks again for sending in your videos. But we saw Sabu and his team out there working hard in those yellow overalls to make it happen. I remember being a part of that action. I love that action. We are pretty okay. It's still a lot of wind, going on. So you still have to be very cautious, be very careful as to how you're going to do stuff. If you're going to go outside, and you really shouldn't, you still want to be very careful. You heard from Barbados Light and Power Company, their protective systems in place. It would be interesting to hear from the Barbados Water Authority, though, Kim, as to when water can be expected, because we've had some questions. Some big families with water seems to be running out. I think next time we'll have to look at not only getting buckets but getting tanks with the motors that can allow the water to flow through their systems. Thanks to Julie Dash. She says thank you for doing a good job and keeping Barbadians informed. Thank you, Julie. Thanks for tuning our stations to get your message across. Good.
I have some more footage. This one came in from Lowther's Plantation. Many thanks to our neighbors over there in Country View. They've been really helpful in sharing this. So I just sent that off. Hopefully we'll be able to share that with you in just a moment. While we're at it, you mentioned having water tanks, and with you mentioned with pumps.
Yes.
You still need that backup generator for the pumps.
Yes.
Just making sure we
So
got
you get
that
some
part
diesel,
right.
you put in it, and you use the diesel to make it happen.
I'm trying to understand what happened here, because I do recognize that
a lot of wind.
There's a lot of wind, and there's and this is coming from over at the actual plantation, Lowther's Plantation.
Yes. That is indeed a lot of wind. It shows you that the wind is still up, so it's not safe.
No.
It's really not safe. And people with those loose palings out there, this is when the importance of staying safe comes into play, because that wind can easily take a piece of that paling
and
up.
make it a missile.
Yeah, make it a missile. It gets very serious. I've just sent off the damage picture of Grantley Adams Airport to our team, so maybe they can pull it up in a little while and you'll get a chance to see it. Again, thank you, Julie, for coming in and being a part of it. And people are now, I think, getting up to sending us information stuff here. Up here in St. Lucie, there's one power line down in Retreat Road, Connelltown, also having some showers and gusty winds, but otherwise, St. Lucie is okay. That's always, and we also heard from, okay, there you go.
Grantley Adams International Airport.
That's a picture of Grantley Adams International Airport, that bit of damage there. So,
I'm trying to figure
it's a door that's broken.
It's a
door that's broken, yeah. Seems to be a door that's broken. So that's all. They'll take care of that. The picture that I was telling you about, let me send this across to the team too. This picture here of, I did mention Pirates Inn, but yeah, this is in the Hastings area, just off the Hastings area, through the gap where Virgin is at the front of the gap. There's some scaffolding that was totally annihilated by the winds, and these are dangerous.
I'm still wondering why was
very,
it
very
still
dangerous.
there?
Well, some people don't get it. Some people just don't get it. Minister Peter Phillips of St. Lucie saying St. Lucie is pretty safe. He's still awaiting a report from the DEO in the area to give us more information. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Special thank you to Reverend Crawford for checking in and listening. Continue to say your prayers. Rough seas on the Sea Rocks. A few bits dropping off, but thanking God and praying hard for Grenada and St. Vincent. Those Sea Rocks, we're talking about the Crane area where some Sea Rocks have been dropping off there. Loads of videos coming into the CBC broadcast So I hope you guys can show those because they came into my WhatsApp, so I'm sure that they're with you. All right. Once again, we thank our sponsors, Barbados Light and Power, electricity powering the nation's progress since 1911. Cooperators, general insurance for coverage you need at a premium that you can definitely afford. Barbados Water Authority, choose water first. Give us some, and we'll choose it first. And Blue Waters and Juicy Patties.
All right. So just to remind persons of that number to call, especially from Cooperators General Insurance Company Limited, they wish to advise its policyholders that in the event of adverse weather conditions, they can be reached at the following numbers to report claims: 233-3210, 231-5980, 253-9683, 233-3060, 282-5461, 233-8600. Please secure your property and ensure that all your important documents are stored in waterproof containers or plastic. You are reminded that during the inclement weather, stay tuned to the media and stay indoors. We've been saying that to you over and over again. Stay indoors until the all clear is given. At the DEM, they are preparing the drones, for launch. So we'll be able to share some of that footage with you, that aerial view, in a little while.
Drones, drones in weather conditions like this, unless they are very special drones, it's not easy to operate drones at this level. It's like electricity and water mixing. So these guys, and this particular type of drone is not necessarily the most convenient, but can work. Let's see how long it does. So we wish them well with that. It's not easy. Let's see if they can get up there and see what footage they can get. Yes. Yes, these drones is almost like an after type situation and not during. After and not during. So preparing those drones will mean that soon from now we could well be on our way to an aftermath. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Please avoid Hastings Main Road, as one of the canteens on the beach has been washed onto the road and the sea is breaking on the road. So avoid Hastings Main Road because a canteen has been washed onto the road. You tend to think that it was getting better, but it really isn't. It's really intensifying and getting worse as we get the back end. Yes, we get the back end. All right. Let's see what else is going on here with people who are sending information. So the Christchurch, the southern section of Christchurch on the Hastings Main Road going up all the way to Oistins, you're having some problems, so you may want to avoid that area. You may want to avoid that area. Some pretty rough seas.
I understand a huge surge just came through on the Hastings Main Road as well.
Yeah, people see you working on your cell phone. You're just trying to gather all the information. Look at all that stuff that's coming in there. It's atrocious.
Yeah, there's so many.
When I'm finished, I've got no memory left. Right, a view from the top of Caneville Hill overlooking Oistins. Here's something that's I want to tell you. Try to make the videos precise and as short as you possibly can, because it takes a lot to download and access all the data here. We are trying to capture as much as we possibly can. So make them as short and as effective as you possibly can. But we certainly do appreciate what you're doing here in helping us this morning. Kimberly, we've got some more information there for you.
Okay, we have on the line, we have Neil Clark, the CEO of the QEH, to give us an update on how things have been. Good morning to you, Mr. Clark.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing fine. Now, I want to just get a feel for the atmosphere at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital at this time.
Okay. So we've been preparing for the last few days, and obviously busy overnight with the lockdown. We've got 2 shifts on site. One shift is working, and one shift is resting, and a third shift at home, waiting for later to come in and relieve everybody. It's been very calm. I've walked around last night. I've walked around the different departments and units. It feels very calm, and the wind has been quite kind to us so far. It's been a little bit rougher now this morning. It's picking up a little bit. We've had a few minor leaks, but no major damage or no major incident at all. We're keeping the patients safe. We're keeping the staff safe. We're feeding everybody, and we're looking after everybody. So if you're at home and you're worried about your patients or your family members who might be staff, please be assured everything is calm and under control at the hospital.
Can you tell us a little bit about the atmosphere within the A&E? Now, that is an artery within the QEH that is usually a hive of activity. How has this been during the passage of Hurricane Beryl?
We have had a few patients manage to get into the A&E. So there's been a few patients come in. But actually, if you go down to the A&E, it is, as you can imagine, quite calm, which is a nice change for the team down there. I've been down to meet the team. It's a nice change for them to have that calmness, to catch up with the patients who were in the department before the hurricane started, and to move through those patients and to prepare, I suppose, for after the lockdown is taken off and the patients maybe want to come back out. We should be ready to receive any patients as soon as there's a need to do that.
Any other notices or plans that you have in place for once the all clear is given?
So you'll be aware that the clinics are closed today and the elective theatres are closed today. As soon as we get the all clear, we'll review the facilities, and the aim would be to allow the outpatient clinics and the theatres to recommence tomorrow. But we'll have to check the facilities. It will be dependent on the all clear time, and we'll be communicating later on today if that's the plan, that we will be bringing the patients back in for clinics and theatres on Tuesday.
The question here, let's look at the hospital itself and preparation for the coming of Beryl. Lots of parents strewn all across the wards and all that. This is such a mammoth exercise in preparation for QEH. When did you first start to make these arrangements? Make it possible?
Well, I think that we're fortunate because every year they have the hurricane plans. They come out in time for the hurricane season, and with the World Cup cricket coming a little bit earlier, we already had advanced plans in place. So we're already pretty much prepared. I think the challenge, maybe one of the challenges that we had with Hurricane Beryl coming at us quite quickly, was that we were catering from Harrison Point, and suddenly we had to bring the catering because the kitchens here at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital are under refurbishment, and very quickly the catering team, to their great credit, re-established a temporary kitchen back here at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital to feed all the patients and the 2 teams of staff on site. So that was a great achievement for them to respond to that very quickly. But the planning had been very active prior to the oncoming hurricane, and even then right through to yesterday when we did the walkthrough, just to check that the building was safe and everything was tied down. And we had all the staff and all the rotors in place to manage throughout this event.
Great stuff. No problems with families being able to contact their loved ones, because we know sometimes the networks can provide some issues.
Yes, so I understand that networks are providing some issues. We just had a team Zooms meeting. Some of the teams on the outsides, we struggle to hear them. So there are some challenges, I think, maybe with some of the connections. But of course, if you can call through, the phones are working in the hospital. Everything's working here. So the issues won't be at this side. You may have challenges depending on where you're located.
Okay. We know that there are extensions of the QEH that will not be in effect today based on people who may be short of medication and all that. That's not going to be a situation for you, though, because based on the information that we would have had before, people should have been already prepared for these things.
Topped up.
Yeah, so
Yes.
we're certainly hoping that this thing can go away as soon as possible so that your situation can be a lot more comfortable. But I must say we want to thank you for what has been done so far, because we haven't had any complaints at all coming for or against the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And you guys in recent days have been doing quite a good job in keeping those patients safe and secure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you to all the staff here at QEH. They've done an amazing job. Thank you.
Yeah, you're most welcome. Well, we've got our family members and friends who are in the QEH comfortable. That's comforting. That's pretty comforting. We've lost a couple people over the last couple of days. My heart and condolences goes out to the family of Rudy Boyce, who left us a couple of days ago at the QEH. He's been in there for quite a while, and we're certainly going to wish his family well. We are trying to get in contact with his family who are based in Trinidad and Tobago. He's got some family members there. So I know we are trying to do that, but all is well. We certainly hope that would end well. We certainly wish him, may he rest in peace. All right, so we're live, 228-5562. You can give us a ring. I've been getting a lot of videos.
I've gotten quite a few that came in, at least 8 photos or 10 photos that came in just now. And this is an area of concern.
You sent them across to
I'm going to send them across right about now so that
people at home can have a look.
So that we can at least share the concern. My goodness, everything seems to be.
All right. Well, you battled that. Nothing major reported in St. Lucie as yet. I've been telling people that if you are going to send videos, they're taking a pretty long time to load. We expect that, but I can see Hastings Beach just outside of Kentucky on the other side there. That entire area seems to be quite flooded. Miami Beach too has also seen the tide coming all the way, and if you look at the pictures, so I'll send that to you in just a bit. But problems at Miami Beach.
As far as where you would actually park.
Yes, to that area all the way up there, as far as you can park. They are having some issues up there. So the rain continues to fall, the wind continues to blow. You still want to be careful. You don't want to go out there and be caught in this type of weather, not the type of weather we are seeing. Don't you worry too much. We're not going to be selfish with that. We are sending it across now to CBC, and they will be happy to show you the area of, this is Miami Beach, particularly in Miami Beach.
Wow.
That has occurred.
Yes.
There we go.
We're seeing it there. And that is an area where, as you mentioned, people park, they sit down, they hang out, they do their exercises, they do all of those things in that area just across Miami Beach. But the tide has just made its way all the way in.
Yeah. All the way up to where you park.
Yeah.
But you should not be out there at this time.
This is not the time to be there at all.
You should not be
now,
out there at all.
This has been a concern, and I do believe even though this is a particular neighborhood that's being highlighted, it is not uncommon. It's something we really need to address. They say we are okay where we are, but we are worried. For years, we've been complaining to authorities about major debris packed up on the land as there are missiles. My concern about the loose galvanized paling, rocks, boulders, and poles and wood and other debris at the eastern end of this development. These items can cause death or be a missile of some sort. So I'm just going to take a break at this point, but it's important to note that we need to at least see if we can put away our things as best as we possibly can in the event of any eventuality that is a hurricane or storm. We got to take a break. We'll be right back. All right, you are watching CBC's Weather Watch as we watch Hurricane Beryl pass our way. Now, I do believe we have Rosalind from Gall Hill Housing area to share with us some information. Rosalind?
Yes, ma'am. The governor sheet on my roof is rusted out to the front, so it don't have, it is loose from the nails or the screws. So this morning the rain was very strong and it flapped so badly, and there's a bedroom right there, and I need some help to screw that down. 'Cause I'm 70 years old and I have two children in here that's asthmatic.
Wow. Rosalind,
Yes, please.
here's the thing now. We would encourage you to try and protect yourself as much as you could.
Yes,
We've taken note of your situation, and we will pass this on to who we have to pass it on to.
Yes,
But right now, don't go outside or do anything. You just need to tell us. You just said Gall Hill.
Where in Gall Hill are you?
Christchurch, yes, please.
So
Number 4, Lower Crescent.
Pardon me?
Number 4, Lower Crescent, Gall Hill House.
Number 4, Lower Crescent.
Okay. Number 4, Lower Crescent. You'll be all right. You'll be okay.
Yes, please.
We've got all of the info. Of course, we're going to need to inform the Department of Emergency Management.
Yes, please.
I will also give you the number. We want you to stay calm as you possibly can. 438, you got a pen?
Yes, ma'am.
438.
Yes, please.
75.
Yes, please.
75.
Thank you, ma'am.
You give them a call. As soon as the all clear is given, someone will come out to you. We know that you need some help, but we don't want you to go on the outside, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Well,
Thanks.
Hang tight, hang tight.
Seems pretty scared and uncomfortable. It's not easy.
It's quite natural to have that response. I mean, you feel as if your shelter, your covering, your safety is being taken. So
yeah, compromise. In the area of Queen's College, in that area, electricity off in that area. So one resident complaining you can't view in other areas of the country. Well, these things are going to be off. Electricity has been off since 6 o'clock this morning.
We've got some footage of Pebbles Beach as well.
Let's have a look at that footage.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Footage of Pebbles Beach. And the surf is pretty high there. Lots of wind, and those people are out there on the beach. Again, we spoke to that. You still want to be careful. I know we want these images. You say you can't have your cake and eat it too, I guess, but indeed we are having both at the same time. But thank you for those images there of Pebbles Beach.
And you can see the surf is coming very far inland. So
it's intensified. It's getting worse. Also, some footage coming in. I don't know. I'll have to send this to my team of the Esplanade and the boardwalk. So I want to send that off. It doesn't look as though there's damage to it per se. So I'm happy with that. So guys, check out your WhatsApp. It's in your WhatsApp. You can have a look at that footage that's just coming in there. Lots of footage coming in this morning because our team will not be able to get to every part of the country. I still want to hear though what's happening on the western coast of Barbados. We've got a lot of video footage from the southern tip of Barbados, but we've got the northern coast. I want to have a look at that. I want to see what's happening on the western coast, and especially to the far east of Barbados. It would seem as though we've got the southern area pretty much solved. It could be too, as one person indicate, that a lot of the stuff is not getting out because the internet has been slowing down because so many people are using the system.
At the same time.
It's obvious.
Yeah.
It's not a complaint. It's just the way we are here today.
I've got some footage that came in from Bequay and also some original audio straight out of St. Vincent. So I'm going to share that with the team so that they can...
Footage with audio?
Yes, it seems this one has original audio. So I'm going to try sharing this one with the rest of the team. Now, multiple agencies are at work within the DEM. We're going to take a look at what's happening there right about now. Now,
well, while you're there, I've just been told the electricity is off at French Village in St. Peter. This is, as well, as long as I've sat here, this is the first indication of any issue coming out of St. Peter. Electricity off at French Village in St. Peter. But as I said earlier, it's only reasonable to expect, based on what we're going through right now, that you will have a loss of power in various areas. The Barbados Island Power itself did indicate earlier that about 22% of the country is off, and I believe as it gets older in the day, we may just have a bigger value in that percentage. But in the meantime, if you've got it, use it to power maybe your cell phones and all the other things that you need to power, or watch CBC TV 8 for as long as you possibly can. It's been on for quite a long time. You can also go to our webpage, as I told you. Let's see what's happening down at the DEM, Department of Emergency Management there. You see, they've all assembled to look at what's happening across the country. These guys they've been working all night here to make sure that the information collated is pertinent to what we need to know and understand what's happening in the country. There you see the minister in the operations center talking to members of the various operations and companies that will work together and keeping us safe. Members of the media also in place, and the various agencies across the country who are responsible. So you see, it's not only us here at CBC. We are supported by a team of ministers and professionals across the board to make sure that we are kept abreast of the situation. And then it comes down to the media disseminating the information, sending it out there to make sure that you are aware of what's going on. No all clear, still pretty far away from that, so you still got to keep everything intact and in place. Make sure that everything is safe, no water is coming into your areas. Make sure your windows continue to remain closed, and protect yourself. Don't push too many things into the electrical outlets now. You want to make sure that your peripherals are protected. Your television don't necessarily, and we did talk earlier, if you've got your TV on, I'm hoping that it's on a good protective system, not a power. So people always talk about these power strips. Those power strips don't protect your stuff. They allow for various pieces of electrical equipment to be plugged into them, but they don't necessarily protect them. You then have to take that power strip and plug it into a power saver that will help you to take care of your equipment in the event, of course, that the electricity goes off suddenly. It's very important that you remember that.
These are lots of things that we need to know, and sometimes it can become a bit overwhelming.
We've been here for many years,
yeah.
So we should be pretty much on top of these things. What I find that we also need to do is, after this, even if you have not done it before, you go on the internet a lot. There's a lot of information on the internet that you can find that will help you survive at times like this. Read the many things that you can get to have at your home to make sure that you're comfortable.
And I still keep on advocating for elderly folk that may not be as savvy. Help them out.
Yes.
See if we can help them out as best as we possibly can, because they may not necessarily be using the internet to discover all of these things. And while there's some who are tech savvy, we got to help those along as well.
Well, I advocated already for hardware stores to bring systems in on hire purchase, because a lot of the systems that you would need to buy, cash is not just ready for them. They're so expensive. So, for instance, if you wanted to get the solar generator, you're looking at $6,000, $7,000 for a piece of equipment that can power the entire household. Not many people can afford that just off the cuff. So
I can't afford that off the cuff.
If you put it higher purchase, people will buy it.
And you make a good point. You make a good point. It is a good investment, but it is something now that you have to
you need to do that.
Make some sort of financial allowance for.
Yeah, we should be selling products that carry the lithium batteries that allow you to recharge. I mentioned the light bulbs that should be in your home. Rechargeable light bulbs. You don't have to worry. When the electricity goes off, they come on. And, you know, so these are the things that we talk about: food storage and all the other forms of storage and stuff. But we need to also look at these things. So people like to see when it gets dark. You want to see, you want to hear. So we need to relook what we offer people as a means of survival during the hurricanes and update that script to indicate that these things are also very important.
We go back to the phone lines at 228-5562. You can also WhatsApp us at the said number, 228-5562. Good morning. 3 minutes after 10.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so we are not hearing them clearly. We'll try to put that together for you. Don't forget, when you call, is you can stop watching your television or whatever, but
turn the volume right down
on your phone and turn your volumes down. And we know that's not any admonishment. We know that sometimes you use these systems to hear once the connection has been made. That's okay. But once we've established that that connection has been made, stop listening or watching and just talk to your phone. And we'll be here with you. Thanks to Barbados Water Authority, Corporators General Insurance, Barbados Light and Power, Blue Waters and Juicy Batteries, the CBC Weather Watch has been able to come to you all night, well into the day, and we've still got a good while here. Our teams who would have worked with you overnight getting a rest. We hope our technical teams can also get a rest because they've been on board throughout the entire process. So guys, if you can, skip out and get something, because I get this feeling that we're going to be here for quite a while. We've heard from the QEH that things are safe there, so we're comfortable with that. So you don't have to worry about your family members who are on the wards or on the various sections of the QEH. We've heard from the CEO that they are safe. There is nothing going on in the country today as relates to school or work. That's a given. I'm looking at the number 4 Lower Crescent, Gall Hill. There's an issue with a roof.
That's
did you got
same,
that sorted?
Yeah, that's the same. Number
Sorted?
4 Lower Crescent, Gall Hill. That's the lady we spoke to.
Good.
Not too long ago.
Well, I've got Pat from the Prime Minister's office who works with these things and wanting to get the information. So yes. Is there a name? She was wondering if there's a name that was given. Is that Rosalind? Is that the name we should use?
Yes, Rosalind is her name.
So Pat, you heard it's Rosalind. Let me just type it in here. You can. Is there a phone number that we've got that I can send to Pat to see if I can get this sorted here?
Probably going to have to get that from our team.
Yeah, we need to get something so that some action can be done in that regard. Any more issues in the country? If you're watching us, can you let us know? 228-5562 if we've got any other issues that we need to know of. We've heard of one, is it one now, or 2 roofs that have been compromised? So we want to know if there's any more happening across the country. Do we have flooding in any area that we need to know of? Feel free to give us a call, 228-5562, and let us know what's going on. You ask, what can we do? A lot. We've got a whole team of people sitting at the DEM, Barbados Light and Power, and watching and taking note as to what has to happen as soon as the all clear is given. And once your situation is registered, then you will be in line to get in some help. In the meantime, I've got some numbers that maybe you can call if you're a member of the Corporators General Insurance Company Limited. Don't forget those numbers, 233-3210, 233-3210. 231-5980, 231-5980, 233-8600, 233-8600, and 282-5461. That's from the crew at Corporators General Insurance. And Pat is saying, whatever happens, take names where possible so that action can be implemented. You're reminded, guys, that during this time, please stay tuned to your various media sources, and of course right here to CBC TV8 as it unfolds. We will have all the action. So don't be afraid. Give us a ring on the ding-a-ling, or create your voice notes, send them to us, create your videos, try to keep them maybe 60 megabytes, that it will allow us to download them as quickly as we possibly can and get them out there. But once again, thanks for being a part of our presentation, our audience, and joining us and keeping us up to date with everything that's going on in the country.
Still having some photos that are coming in, just sharing them with the team. So we have been looking at damage to property so far. And we want to share with you just a bit of what we found. But spare a thought, please spare a thought for livestock farmers. We're also getting footage from our own Stephen Rowe taking care of his flock in the storm. Now, as you can see, you know, this is really what, this is from in St. Lucie, and this is really what goes into taking care of your livestock.
And we've been talking about this. We mentioned the fact that we certainly hope that the people, but now it's the farmers, looking after their livestock, and clearly this is an indication that there's been some type of care and study into this. It looks as though they're out in the open, though. So at least it's not as bad as it could have been, because had it been worse than this, this could not have happened. But it seems to be in good order. There are the sheds. I don't know how much wind they can sustain based on what we're seeing, and the open paling and stuff. How are farmers faring, though, in this regard today? It'd be interesting to find out from them what's going on with them. But this clearly is a small farmer type situation. What about all those chicken pens and all that that could have easily been affected as a result? Don't bother to call my phone now, because there's nothing I can do about a call. We're live on television. Crystal Hoyt, I see, has sent another video. Hopefully we'll be able to get that up for you in just a moment. We're looking at several of the other things around us. Cave Hill, in pretty good stead, I'm told, so that's fine. The university area in good stead. There's a bit of wind and a bit of rain up there. That's going to be expected, but we want to thank you for sending in that information. Let's look at what we're looking here.
This is a chicken farm, but clearly the fowl run has definitely not fared very well.
Okay, it's lost its roof. There you go. All right. I'm seeing advisory 17A, major hurricane barrel. Is this what we are supposed to sort out here? So let's run that if we can, please. Okay, let's get the WhatsApp and see what's in the WhatsApp. They're coming slowly. It's not here as yet. So once it gets here, I'll see it. But I've seen here advisory 17A on barrel, hurricane warning remaining in effect for Barbados. All right, so let me deal with it now. We'd like to clarify that previous reports suggesting a photo of bended scaffolding in the Hastings area were related to Pirates Inn were inaccurate. The structure in question is in fact another nearby facility. Of course we'd said it was not Pirate Inn. We apologize for any confusion caused by this information. It was not erroneous. It was in the area of Pirates Inn in the same gap. And if you look at the picture, you will see that there's no way it could be Pirates Inn. So it's not Pirates Inn, but it is in fact a building within the same gap of Pirates Inn that we have seen the scaffolding damage there. And that's just before the main road outside of Kentucky. Good morning. St. Andrew and St. Joseph has been out of electricity since 10:30 last night. This is St. Andrew and St. Joseph since 10:30 last night. Very high winds and rain in the area of St. Andrew and St. Joseph.
Just a reminder to everyone, a major hurricane barrel remains, the hurricane warning remains in effect, that is, for Barbados. The eye of Hurricane Beryl is now south-southwest, and that is south-southwest of Barbados. And therefore, if you haven't heard us mention it before, I'm going to repeat. The system continues to move west-northwestward at 20 miles per hour with a minimum central pressure of 959 millibars. And it continues to be a strong Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds, now at 130 miles per hour. At 8 a.m. Today, Monday, July 1st, the eye was located near 12 degrees north, 60.5 degrees west, or about 100 miles southwest of Barbados. The system continues to move west-northwestward at 20 miles per hour or 31 kilometers per hour with a minimum central pressure, as I mentioned earlier, at 959 millibars. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 35 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extended outward up to 125 miles or 205 kilometers. A hurricane warning is issued when sustained winds of 64 knots or greater associated with a hurricane are forecast to affect Barbados within 36 hours. That next update will be at 11 a.m. or sooner if warranted. It's 13 minutes after 10, so we'll be getting that soon. And you can continue to monitor the DEM, the Government Meteorological Office, and of course the social media sites to have those updates brought your way.
Okay, great stuff. Good morning, Silver Hill. No power in Browns Gap or Sergeant's Village. No power in Browns Gap or Sergeant's Village. I've got some video footage too of Skeets Bay in St. Philip, so I've sent that off to my team here, and I'm sure they'll be happy to show you that in a moment. Rain still falling in St. Lucie. It's not like a huge set of stuff to create any problems. Haven't yet heard from the crew up there at Cave Hill. We're still watching that area, and as soon as any information comes to hand, we'll be happy to send it for you. But it looks like a clear view from Skeets Bay, Bayfield in St. Philip, so it's not looking too bad at all. As you heard, the system kind of slowly going away from us. So there you go. That's a nice picture of the view there.
Looks pretty calm.
Yes, it does. It does.
Cloudy, but pretty calm.
Yeah, I think we're in safe harbor. We're pretty much in safe harbor here. So we continue. 228-5562. If there's information that you can tell us about, if there are any problems in your area, feel free to give us a ring here. We've got our rest of the region on board with us. Let's have a look. We haven't gone to our region for quite a while. Tobago, we know, was spared the brunt of a lot of the action. We've been hearing from our friends in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They have not been doing too badly. I've just got a WhatsApp here that says low water pressure on Black Rock. These are small things. At least you've got water pressure in the area, but low water pressure, oh, that's okay in a hurricane of this magnitude. Right. So go back to the islands. Trinidad and Tobago going about their business today as seemingly normal, but we were told that they were expecting the situation to intensify later on in the day. You heard from St. Vincent and the Grenadines that around midday, that is when they were expecting the biggest landfall of Beryl. So we are still waiting here to hear from our colleague to see what's going on there. Some of the other islands, of course, Beckway, Canoan, will be in some problems because they apparently are in the direct path of Beryl here.
We're still hoping to share that footage with you. I shared, I do believe, one from Marlon Bob earlier on with the original
did send
audio.
It on.
Yes.
Yeah,
so hopefully we'll be able to share that, including one from Beckway.
Right, it'll be good to see because these islands are very small islands, and this big, massive Category 3 system pouring down, it's not easy. We look like a little, I don't know, little matchstick to these. Electricity off in Venture and surrounding areas, and I believe that's Venture.
St. John.
In St. John, yeah. Venture in St. John, electricity off. So brace yourself for it. I'm sure that you'll have a lot of disconnecting and reconnecting, but I must admit, so far we've had worse conditions with lesser intense storms, and the Barbados Island Power has still been able to do very well in this regard to keep a lot of the electricity on across the country. So I certainly want to give them a bit of credit for that. If your electricity is going off, it would mean that they are protecting something in a particular area, because you don't want it to be all on and then all of a sudden it's all off. and nobody at all across the country has electricity. And they're continuing to monitor what we are doing here. So it's all well and good. Keep sending your videos. Hastings Main Road, please, if you can, avoid that. We've got more pictures coming in from Hastings, and it really does look a treacherous area. As a matter of fact, almost impassable just outside of the Blakeys area there and going east. That area looks pretty much impassable, and lots of wind, and the ocean seems to be coming over there. It's just breached several of the coastal areas, blown a canteen right into the road, so you want to be very careful.
You've been asking about the West. We're hoping to be able to share some information regarding developments in the west of the island. So I'm hoping that we can have some confirmation to some of the photos, because some that we receive are video footage, others are photographs. So we just want to make sure that we have everything for you so that we can bring you up to speed. But you did mention you wanted some information about what's happening in the west of the island.
Yes, indeed. The West would normally take on a lot of the heat of the hurricanes. Over the years, we've seen that. All right. We've got Sophie on our phones, 2885562. Hi, Sophie.
Hi, Emerald. How are you this morning?
Well, you can see I'm here. I'm dry. How are you?
I'm trying to be strong with the grace of God. I was trying to call every 6 morning, but it wasn't getting through. So I continue to keep calling.
Okay.
I'm calling from Paradise Village in St. Lawrence.
Okay.
We had electricity till about 16 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So the electricity down here is now off.
Right.
So by me, the water pressure is very, very low. Still getting a little water. Some power lines is down. They are very low. But no rooftops nor nothing. My paling is just shaking, but otherwise everything is okay.
All right. So the paling is shaking. Galvanized seems to have a survival rate, so don't worry too much. We are past what I believe could be the worst, but don't take it to mean that you should venture outside or anything. We've been very fortunate to know that we haven't had the level of devastation that was initially expected, and we give thanks for that for sure.
Amen.
So stay safe in your area. Don't go outside if you don't have to. Stay safe inside until the all clear is given, and you are going to be okay.
So it's true.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for touching base with us there. Sophie is still pretty safe. Some people here sending thanks to the team here at CBC for the work. Church Village in St. Philip, no water. Well, we've been without water for quite a while. Cave Hill in St. Michael, no electricity. Okay, so this is going to be natural and common. Hopefully you bought the right things as you were told, making sure that you got your non-perishable goods and stuff. Another query coming in here, this time from Holders Hill in St. James. So St. James has started. Electricity, water, and cell service off since 6 o'clock this morning. Electricity, water, and cell service off since 6 o'clock this morning. That would be a first for me, read the cell type situation. And the person used a very interesting traditional way of getting the information. No water in Grisette's Road. No water, we're told. In Grisette's Road, we go back to our phones, 228-5562, 228-5563. Hello, welcome. Good morning, 22 minutes after 10. Hello. Okay.
Fantastic work that you've done throughout the night. And may God continue to bless you all richly. Now, there are 2 transformers that blow on a pole out in front of my house right here. Junction here in Barbados, right opposite the Water Authority.
Okay.
And the electricity has been off since then. We also out of water from this morning early too. They've got some lights across and red lights are flashing on the pole opposite the pole where the transformers have blown.
Mm-hmm.
So apart from that, there's just little strong winds and nothing, but everything is okay.
Okay.
At this point.
So just across the road there in St. Barnabas, a situation there where the
Two
transformers
transformers
might have
blown.
blown. Okay. Barbados Light and Power will have a look at that for sure. This is the type of information we need. Our team continues to write what you're telling us, and we just pass on the information. And we know that we are monitored by the Barbados Light and Power Company. Transformers just outside of St. Barnabas, across the street.
That's on the highway, thing just here by the units here by the highway.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. We got your story. How are you doing, though? How are you faring?
Well, I am thankful for life.
Okay.
You know, I'm giving God glory, and at least we have been spared. And I'm also praying for all neighbors across the Caribbean and hope that everything will work out well for them.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
But I'm thankful. I'm truly thankful.
And I'm thankful to you for letting us know and being a part of our broadcast today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you have a good one, man.
Yeah, you be
Thank
good
you,
too.
sir.
All right.
We also have no electricity over in Paynes Bay, Gemswick, and Paradise Village. So those other areas have been affected. No electricity as well.
Well, earlier we were told it was 22% outage. It'd be interesting to know what that percentage now has developed to, because it would seem as though it's about 50 and climbing. Interesting. I felt, based on what I heard this morning and seen as far as the wind and stuff coming down, that it would have been a lot more than 22% at 9 o'clock this morning, but apparently that was not the case. It seems to be getting worse minute by minute. Lots of videos coming in. All we do is send them across to our teams. Let's come back to our phone lines to hear what's happening. Hastings Road, very risky. So please, again, another plea for you to stay off Hastings Road. Welcome. Good morning. Hello. Good morning.
Welcome.
Okay. Person may be getting us a bit late.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes.
Tell us where you're calling from.
I'm calling from Well Road, Pike Corner, St. Lucie.
Well Road, Pike Corner, St. Lucie. Tell us,
Yes.
how are things there?
Well, it's a bit windy, through showers occasionally, but the main thing I'm calling about is power outage, which went off about 3 o'clock this morning. I can give you the pole number. It's Bravo Golf November 806.
BGN 806.
Exactly.
Fantastic, sir. How have you been faring otherwise?
Well, we've been, hearing the wind and trying to look out, but not going out.
I can understand
And
that.
as I said, it's still a bit windy, so I'm not going to go until the all clear's been given.
Wow.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you very much, both of you.
Stay safe, please.
And thanks for the work you're doing.
Thank you very much.
you.
Now,
Bye-bye.
it's not everything we get on social media, WhatsApp and stuff that we believe. But I'm seeing a picture that indicates that the roof of Shafet and Warren's is gone. We would like some confirmation on that, please. It's a very specific photo. Says Shafet Warren's roof is gone. So if we can get any more information on that, we got to be very cautious, because there's some very wicked people
That's why
out
I was
there
a bit tentative.
doing things. So please be very. And I think let me put one in place though. This is not the time to be doing this. This is time to be real. We've got a system in the area.
Our reports indicate that
the
that
roof
is
not
a doctored
gone.
photo.
You see,
that
this
it
is ridiculous.
incorrect.
I wish I could find who this person is, though, and lock them up to the rest of the season, till all the hurricanes are gone out the area.
We're going to go back to the phone
I can
lines.
delete them now from my phone. All right.
Now, this is over in Brighton, St. George. And as you can see, what looks to be, is it a pole that has fallen across the road?
Right across the road, yes. Wow.
So that will make that area impassable. I understand this photo compliments DJ Ras via his phone. Thank you so very much, Ras, because really and truly for persons, well, we really should be indoors, but for those who are expected to be on the outside,
some people got to play the part.
This is going to be an impediment. So we want, again, to reiterate, it is best to stay indoors, unless, of course, you are part of the essential services.
Church Village in St. Philip, no water. Caville in St. Michael, we've heard no electricity. Good morning. Welcome. Hello.
Hi, good morning, Admiral and Kimberly.
Good morning.
I am calling here from my little community in Shorey Village in St. Andrew. So far, there have been no reports of damage. I am not sure if it is because there is no electricity since about 2:30 this morning, or if there is actually nothing to report. No one has posted anything in my DEO chat. Probably when the all clear is given, my colleagues and myself will probably take a walk through of the area and see if there's anything to report. You guys take care and be safe.
Thank you very much.
you.
Water off at the Mount in St. George. We're just getting that information. Water off at the Mount in St. George. Don't forget, if you want to follow us, you can do so on cbc.bb. When you go and look for the live link, follow that live link and do as our friends are doing in the diaspora, just watching the situation as it unfolds in Barbados. Remember, today you are supposed to be responsible too, because you are a part of everything we do today. So you have got to be responsible in what you do here. You've got to assist us in being accurate.
We're heading to St. Lucie next.
River Bay in St.
River Bay?
Lucie? Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Nelson.
Morning.
I'm Kim Litzky.
Good morning to you, sir.
Morning.
I'm calling from River Bay, St. Lucie.
Okay.
Tell us, how is it?
Over here in River Bay, St. Lucie, we have not lost any electricity nor water.
Wow.
We're pretty good down here. We're getting down here some high wind and showers, but it only started this morning around 6 o'clock.
Right.
So we're pretty good in River Bay, St. Lucie.
Okay.
That's good to hear, actually. Good.
Yeah, we still have electricity and we still have water.
Fantastic.
That's good.
In the north.
River Bay
In
in
the
St.
north.
Lucie with electricity and water. You
Yeah.
need to move to River Bay.
And they bring a whole new
Yeah.
meaning to the
Right
song,
down to the
Way Up
bottom.
North. Well, it's north to Alaska, but we're going to go with the first line, Way Up North.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And stay safe.
Stay safe too.
Okay.
And everybody else to stay safe.
It will be interesting to hear from our callers how they fared with the wind last night. It was terrible because initially I left here, I think it was just after 11 or something, and it was horrible. And then coming this morning was worse. Coming down this morning was something else. Coming out the house just after 6 o'clock this morning, I felt, am I really supposed to be doing this? But yes, we have to. Sturgis in St. George. Let's see what's up with Sturgis, because we've got a lot of antennas in that area. So good morning. Hello.
Good morning. Calling from Sturgis and St. Thomas.
St. Thomas.
Tell us.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank God we still have electricity and water.
Wow.
Amen.
And we only have a little high wind, but no major, nothing. But thank God that He has shielded us, and may He shield us from all the others that is to come.
That is very, very kind of you. So water in the Sturgis area. That's
And
Oh,
electricity.
yes,
St.
and
Thomas.
electricity.
Thank you. That's
It just
fantastic.
went off a little, like a little flicker, but then it came back on. It didn't stop off, not even for a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Great stuff.
So
Utility
you all have
working.
a great day and get home safe.
Thank you very
And
much.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Bye.
much.
CBC's Weather Watch is brought to you with the kind compliments of Barbados Light and Power, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Corporators General Insurance, for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. Barbados Water Authority, choose water first. Blue Waters and Juicy Patties. We'll be right back.
Well, welcome back to continued coverage of CBC's Weather Watch with the compliments of the Barbados Light and Power Company, powering our nation's progress since 1911. Corporators General Insurance, for all the coverage you need at a premium that you can afford. Blue Waters and Juicy Patties, and Barbados Water Authority.
Yes, indeed. And just a reminder, an important notice, Corporators General Insurance Limited wishes to advise its policyholders that in the event of adverse weather conditions, they can be reached at the following numbers to report claims. Those numbers are 233-3210, 231-5980, 253-9683, 233-3060, 282-5461 and 233-8600. we're keeping you abreast of things. As you know, we expect that our next update should be at 11 a.m. That's just a short 23 minutes from now, a little under 23 minutes from now. So we are hoping to be able to share that update with you as soon as we can from the Government Meteorological Office.
Yeah, the Met Office. When we look at the situation, though, it's interesting to note that everything was in place and ready for the coming of Beryl and beyond, because, as you know, we've been told that this season is going to be very, very active. Strange enough, I don't recall any time that we've had such an intense weather system so early in the year. We know it's June 1st to the end of November, but this one came very, very early here.
A historian would probably have to prove us wrong, but it feels unprecedented.
I did some work on it. I haven't seen any so early at this time of year. But it augurs well. It has prepared us well for any future eventuality, because I've got a feeling based on, I'm told that there are supposed to be 13 systems that will become hurricanes, and over 30 in total systems. All will not develop into hurricanes. So those of you who've done all your shopping, don't think that you've wasted your money by any means. It's all going to work out for you in the long run. You'll have these things to keep you safe. A lot of systems.
Of anticipation.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's there, and we live in this part of the world that allow these things to happen. All right.
I'm going to share some video footage with you, of course.
Yeah. We'll try to talk all the way across it, see
a
what's
little
going on.
idea of what's been happening. This looks like a bit of the coastline.
Bridgetown
This is
Port.
the Bridgetown Port. Well, I stand corrected. The Bridgetown Port.
Yeah.
Not literally the coastline, but the coast has met it.
Yes.
And as you can see, the level of debris.
Some damage
and
there, too.
the water has come inland, and a bit of damage that has occurred within the confines of the port as well.
This is quite serious business. It looks like a fair degree of confusion there and damage. So there'll be some cleaning up to be done in that regard. It's very interesting stuff, interesting footage. The winds affecting, of course, parts of Barbados at different levels.
Yes.
We see here, based
You will
on its
notice.
intensity.
You will notice that any area, particularly along the coastlines, damage to boats that are already within the harbor.
Boats that were tied up, I believe, and expected to be in safe harbor. But as we said earlier, we can only do what we have to. The Bridgetown Fisheries Complex, yes. You do what you have to, but this is Mother Nature, so things will happen. I certainly hope it's not an extensive amount of damage, because it gets very expensive for all and sundry, and then we'll end up paying a lot more money for fish.
This is a tree that's been down. I'm trying to locate the area. This is just here in Haggett Hall at Sky Mall. Actually, not literally at Sky Mall. This is just across by the Colombo, where the new Colombo Emancipation Village is.
Yes.
That tree has been uprooted.
That's a lot of damage there. Yeah, that's a picture.
Wow.
It's a huge tree to be uprooted.
It's quite
like
astounding,
that.
actually.
Yeah. So I mean, if it did that to that tree, what would it do to your garbage cans? What would it do to your homes? What would it do to your roof and your car parked outside? I've got other images of that situation at the Bridgetown Port that I'm looking at and will pass on to our CBC WhatsApp page. I've sent it off and it's there already. So you'll get a chance to see a different angle now of the Bridgetown Port and what was happening down there. The thing is that these guys protected themselves and got it right. So here we go. We continue.
Okay, we go on over to, we're going to shortly go over to Johan Graves, the Director of Operations of BLNP. He's on the line right now.
Yes.
Good morning to you, Johan Graves.
Good morning to you too.
All right. Thank you for being a part of our presentation today and for allowing us to spend some time with you here. So we've got a situation here where earlier this morning we heard about 22% of Barbadians' households were not getting electricity, which we felt was quite good. Over the last 2 or 3 hours, it would seem as though that percentage has increased. What can you tell us about that?
Okay. Yes. So over the last few hours, as you would recognize, we would experience a number of wind gusts and heavy showers, which would have caused either trees or debris to impact the electrical network. The electrical network is built such that protective systems would have caused those areas power in those areas to be shut off to protect the network and also to prevent any injury to any customer out there. As of 10 a.m., we would have had about 35,000 customers out of power. That's about 25% of our network at this point in time. So that's where we are right now. It's about 25% of our customers, or 35,000 customers, that are currently out of power at this point in time.
How were you able, though, and I must commend you for this, for keeping a lot of homes with electricity, because this is almost unprecedented?
Yeah, so over the years, like Nepal has invested quite a lot into its electrical network in terms of protection systems, that sort of thing. We have a number of our substations and our feeds around the transmission feeds around the island are via underground supply. We also have a number of our substations are indoor substations, which therefore minimize the risk from the elements out there. And over the years, what we have done is that we've done work progressively to strengthen the network to be able to supply power to customers as long as possible. So every year we try to improve a little better to be able to respond better in the next system that may approach us.
Right, you've still got your wires hanging all around the place. So I'm wondering, what type of technology have you used? Have you gone into the underground system? Because that is generally a pretty safe system at times.
Yes, so there are some areas of Barbados that have underground feeds. Specifically, for example, some of our critical customers have underground feeds. So, for example, the QEH hospital has underground feeds from our system, and not just one feed to them, but we have multiple feeds going to that location. We also have redundant supplies to a number of our critical areas around the country. What we also do is that we have multiple feeds going to various of the distribution centers. So for our substations, rather than just carrying one line into that substation, we have multiple lines going into that substation, such that if one were to have a fault, we can reroute the power and still get power to our customers. So at the end of the day, we try to do as much to create that level of reliability that we as Barbadians have become accustomed to.
Okay, and indeed, I must admit, it's a pretty comfortable job, because most of the people, although some have complained, no electricity, and we understand that. This is a Category 3 system, so these things are expected. How soon after the all clear, because we've got so much information for you, we've collected a lot of people who've called in and talked about the polls and all that. How soon after do you think you can be back on the road and helping to restore electricity to areas that are currently without?
Okay, so while we are not on the road at this point in time, we have been monitoring all the channels, our own information coming into our control centers via our online systems. We've been monitoring your broadcast as well, taking notes of the report. And we have already assigned our staff to do inspections at various places across the island. That will assist us in being able to determine very quickly what needs to be done at various parts of the island so that we can get the power restored as quickly as possible. So in terms of the plans for the next few hours, so once we receive the operational all clear, our teams are ready and prepped and waiting to go. We'll go on the road. We'll actually start by assessing where there may be down wires, fallen poles, any tree or debris in contact with our lines. All that information gets fed into the central control, who will then be dispatching the crews to resolve those issues. So once the operational all clear is given, you will probably see us on the roads within the hour or two, being able to start to do work. And that also is dependent on the conditions out there, because if at times there's heavy downpours of rain or anything like that, our crews will need to take a pause for their own safety as we do the restoration. So we are going to be, as soon as we can get out there, we are going to be trying to get out there to do as much as quickly as possible, but most importantly, as safely as possible. At the end of it, we've come this far, we've not had any injuries or fatalities. We do not want any as we move into this restoration phase.
Wow. Johan Graves, Director of Operations at the Barbados Light and Power. And I noticed from last night there was nothing coming from BL&P re-outages. I thought that was pretty comforting because, you know, when the hurricane is barreling in, darkness becomes a part of your fare. And to have your electricity on was quite good. And I really want to commend your team for this. I know you've said that you've done some upgrades, you've worked hard, continue to do the work because it's all going well for us here in Barbados. I had electricity all night, no problems at all with it. And I want to thank you guys for that. Many Barbadians have still got the electricity on. Some is off. We understand that. You can't get 100%. But a 25% outage is not bad for a situation like this, to be honest.
Yes, I think the system has performed quite well through the system. And obviously, still, we will look back and see what lessons we can learn to be able to improve it even more in the future.
Good work. Thank you, Guy. Good work. Johan Graves, Director of Operations there at BL&P. So, light on. Some of the other islands are not that fortunate. We're still awaiting to hear a little bit more from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
I'm particularly impressed with Barbados Light and Power because not only is the mitigation small, they've got a small amount that they have to get back up and running. And that means the turnaround time, once the all clear is given, is going to be minimal.
I'm seeing one or two pictures of damaged homes in Barbados, so we're not all together in the clear of anything. There are reports and pictures, and these are real pictures of damage to homes in Barbados, so there's going to be a lot of cleaning up to do. St. Sylvan's Village in St. Joseph, saying no electricity or water. The wind and the rain is still strong, off and on. I thank you, Marva. You and your family stay safe there. Not seeing the live footage on CBC.BB. Still up there though. CBC.BB, you go to the live section of it and you should see live footage up there. So sometimes it's not all us. It might be you and your connection. So have a look at that again. But it's interesting, the pictures that are coming in. All right, we've got some video from Carriacou, one of those islands off St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Let's have a look to see how they're faring. There you can see clearly there is a wind factor. The trees are swaying in the breeze there. There, of course, are overcast conditions now as Beryl continues to make its approach and evidence of it being in the area clearly. But this is good to see this footage coming from our team in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, keeping us very much up to date. You see, this not only comes to Barbados, but it goes also to St. Vincent, who is monitoring, and it also goes to all the Vincentians in the diaspora, New York and London and those areas. So you're able to see it complements CBC TV 8. We do thank you for sending that footage to us, but we certainly wish you well. And a little later on, we'll be able to hook up with our colleague in St. Vincent to hear exactly what's happening now, because he did promise that around midday, the full center of the hurricane was expected to be touching on St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we could only but to continue to hope that they fare well in this regard. As it relates to us, as you know, we haven't done too badly. We've lost some electricity, we've lost some water, one or two roofs across the place, some trees, some branches down.
But for Category 3, this is pretty much okay.
Of course, we should be getting that update again by 11 o'clock this morning.
Well, it's just about 5 minutes, or just about 4 minutes from 11. Let's go back to our phones at 228-5562. Good morning.
From noon Sunday, June 30th until further notice. Our emergency roadside assistance will be available at 434-6004 until the official national shutdown time. For emergency queries, please call.
I do believe somehow we are on a hold call.
Yeah, we are.
And not an actual call. Yeah. Let's try it again.
That's not what we wanted.
228-5562. Good morning.
All right. While you work on that.
Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
Tell us where you're calling from.
You want to report some lower lying lines in Kingston Park, Christchurch.
Okay.
So we are very concerned about it because we don't want the power to go if any vehicle passes, you know.
Is it possible, sir, that you can tell us the pole number?
The pole number. Okay, hold a minute.
I need you to turn down the volume of your television. It's competing with us.
But just take out the call until he gets it right. Yes, we know. It's not an admonishment, as I said. You normally would use your television and radio to make sure that you're connected. But once you've done that, you've got to switch it off because it will create some serious problems for us. So low lines in the Kingston Park, Christchurch area. These obviously would be somewhere between electricity lines and telephone lines and stuff, but you don't know, so you want to be careful. You want to stay out of that area or anywhere near to those lines because it could be very dangerous. Electricity and water don't do well at mixing.
No.
So that could be very, very dangerous. Wellhouse area, you are asked to proceed with caution in the Wellhouse area. There's a pole strewn across the road in the Wellhouse area. So if you're driving on that road, while the clouds are looking pretty nice and clear up there, there is still some danger in that area. And at this time, if you're driving where you really should not be driving, if you're driving, you still need to be extremely careful. All right, so that report from Kingston tells us that there are issues in that area. Nice. St. Lucie, we continue to monitor what's going on in St. Lucie, what's going on at in St. Peter. We want to hear what's happening there at 228-5562. Granville Carter's house, the roof is off. We've got a picture of that. Oh, there, Granville. You're going to have to do some work there. That roof is off. That should be, well, based on what we've got, roof number 3. That's not good. It really is not good. Let me see what else is coming in here. Lots of pictures and
I've
videos.
got some footage, but it's so, the file is so big, I'm just going to have to forward it. So
yeah, it's another thing. We learn from this experience about these things and how you can do your video and still yet get it to us very easily without making it a big file. Don't forget the wardens, the shelters have been open. People have occupied those shelters, and from based on what we've heard so far today, it's going pretty well. People are using their cell phones, their WhatsApps, their Instagrams and stuff to send across all these things. Just be very careful because there are people out there who can doctor information. We're still looking at a particular situation developing. As soon as we can get confirmation on that, we'll be happy to bring it to you.
One of the things that we didn't make mention of, and I do believe we didn't mention it for fear of any confusion, we shared with you before the start of the passage of Hurricane Beryl, we shared with you those Category 1 shelters. And the Category 1 shelter are those shelters which may be used during a hurricane or any emergency event. Now, Category 2 public shelters are those which are used after an emergency or other event. And in the event that persons are unable to have another form of accommodation, these are available to you. I know that we haven't had much disasters to shout about, but What I wanted to share was the fact that we still have those Category 2 shelters available to persons who may need to go in that direction. So I'm going to make mention of Christchurch because we've had quite a few on the south. Category 2 shelters, Arthur Smith Primary School, Christchurch Girls, the Dighton Griffith Secondary School, Milton Lynch Primary, St. Bartholomew Primary, that is over in Christchurch. And if I can take a moment to give you those Category 2 shelters in St. Michael, Barbados Community College, the Bay Primary, Charles F. Broome, the Ellerslie School, Grantley Prescott Memorial, Grisette's Primary School, Hinesbury Primary School, Lawrence T. Gay, Luther Thorne Memorial, Parkinson Memorial, the Springer Memorial School, St. Ambrose Primary School, St. Leonard's Boys, St. Michael's School, Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary School. Over in St. Philip, Bailey's Primary, Princess Margaret, Rennell Weeks Primary, and we will keep you abreast of those. But those are the Category 2 shelters, a few of those Category 2 shelters, which are used or which may be used after a hurricane or any other emergency event.
Okay, Carlton and St. James, looking at a nice calm situation, quite grey, but yet misty. We've got a compilation, though, of several of the videos we've received so far, looking at the issues across the country. Let's have a look at that footage so that you can be up to date with exactly what we're dealing with here. Now, you can see this is prevailing winds, and that tree doing the number at Shorey Village. So lots of strong breezes there, lots of rain too. The fallen tree down at Derrick's in St. James.
Yes.
And so that's going to take for some cleanup. Luckily, the home very close to it was not damaged. It fell in the road direction. Another tree down here. So since I came in this morning, we've had several trees falling. Wow, look at that coconut tree in proximity to that home there at Graham Hall. Lots of high winds up there, so you still got to be very careful. Is that a vehicle I saw
passing there? Right here at the CBC
there?
car park.
Yeah, but that was out this morning. This is probably when Derry got soaked, going out trying to get some footage for you. But that's the CBC car park. This
Graham Hall is quite a sight.
Is this not the Hastings Main Road area?
Not Graham Hall, Hastings, I beg. Hastings.
Yeah, this is Hastings. This is the Hastings area, which clearly is quite impassable. You don't want to be there at this stage. We've seen these video pieces earlier this morning, but that's looking as though it's going to take a lot of cleanup time. Now we go back to the beach side at Oistins here, where you can see the surface all the way up. So you
Miami
want to be very
Beach, to be
careful.
exact.
Miami Beach, yep, to be exact. That's the story. And it's a rough sea. It's obvious. You're dealing with a weather system at this level, so you still got to be careful. Look at Accra, the situation at Accra, looking out from one of the rooms there. This is when the breeze was pretty high. In fact, it was really gusting strong here. But those in Accra, pretty safe. Go further afield to the countryside.
Over at Bath.
Yeah, there's a nice picture. And you can clearly see that it's rough out there. It's really rough. And your area, Country View Estate.
They have had.
Yeah.
And
wow.
many thanks to the viewer who compiled this for us. We have Heading St. Philip. They've done a stellar job